Lord of the Mysteries chapter 692 to chapter 749. On both sides of the long, mottled bronze table, blurry figures stretched out and stabilized under the protection of the crimson light. The surroundings were as quiet and empty as ever, as though no living being had trespassed in tens of millions of years. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's light and cheerful voice quickly echoed in the magnificent palace that was propped up by stone pillars. Klein nodded with a smile as he watched the members complete a simple greeting under Miss Justice's lead. Among them, Xianxia was undoubtedly the more taciturn one. From Audrey's point of view, she had a lot on her mind. After the voices subsided and the members took their seats, the Fool Klein first swept a glance at Miss Justice, making the psychiatrist instantly understand what he meant. She didn't raise her hand slightly and spoke first. Following that, she looked at Xianxia and chuckled nonchalantly. "Tell Bernadette that she can use certain things to exchange for some answers." Bernadette. Upon hearing this familiar name, and not Queen Mystic, the owner of the Dawn, or the leader of the element Dawn, Xianxia understood that Mr. Fool already knew everything. She couldn't hide her thoughts from him at all. This made her heart turn heavier as she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear. She was momentarily at a loss as to what attitude or words she should use to respond. From her point of view, Mr. Fool's true meaning was to convey this message, but he could only convey this message. He couldn't say anything else, nor could he give any hints. Xianxia believed that she knew very well what he was implying. Bernadette? This is the name of a common female with Intus. Who could it be? What answer does she wish to exchange for? What relationship does she have with Ma'am Hermit? Ma'am Hermit made a private request, and the Fool's answer is yes? No, that's not the case. That's definitely not the case. If it's a private request, a reasonable request, Mr. Fool wouldn't have mentioned it in front of us. He directly responded to Ma'am Hermit's prayer. Is he warning? Audrey forgot to observe the other members as a series of questions flashed through her mind. Following that, with the acuity of the spectator pathway, she grasped Mr. Fool's true intentions. After that, she had a certain guess. Ma'am Hermit has secretly hinted to Ma'am Bernadette about our tarot, as she wishes to obtain some answers. Mr. Fool isn't too satisfied with this, so he directly pointed it out and gave a first-time offender a warning. Really, how can you tell others about the gathering? I didn't even tell Susie. This will bring danger to everyone. Thankfully, Mr. Fool is here. Audrey nearly forgot about her image and etiquette as she puffed her cheeks. This was the first time she realized that not all the tarot members had a sense of belonging like she did. They didn't worship and believe in Mr. Fool so much. The hanging man Alger, magician's furs, and Emlyn had similar questions and guesses, but they were all concerned about different things. As Alger looked forward to what else Mr. Fool would do, he thought hard about who the common female name of Bernadette represented. Why was it worth it for the thoughtful hermit to risk revealing some information about the tarot? While Furs was worried that the existence of the tarot would be leaked, she had instantly conceived a story of a spy and a counter-spy. Emlyn watched with schadenfreude, believing the hermit to be foolish. Even our sanguine ancestor treats Mr. Fool as an equal, and even sent me, a special envoy, to be groomed. You, a fellow who isn't even a demigod, actually want to do something under Mr. Fool's watch? Do you have a death wish? Indeed, I'm unable to understand the thoughts of mortals. Roselle the Great once said that worms that can only survive in summer have no way of knowing what the snow looks like. Emlyn leaned back in a relaxed manner as he shook his head without hiding anything. Derek didn't think too much about it, but he vaguely felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. He asked, half curious and half puzzled, in a half curious and half puzzled manner, Mr. Fool, who is Bernadette? Good question. I thought that Miss Justice would be the one to take the fall. Yes, she seems a little angry, so much so that she doesn't wish to speak for the time being. Klein marveled inwardly as he casually replied, Roselle's eldest daughter. The owner of the Dawn. The leader of the element Dawn. He revealed Bernadette's identity one by one, making sure that she no longer had any secrets in front of the tarot members. And the reason why he used the owner of the Dawn to replace Queen Mystic was because Klein felt that it was impossible for the Fool to address Bernadette as Queen. The owner of the Dawn. Queen Mystic. She's actually the eldest daughter of Roselle the Great. Ha, the hermit, I can confirm that you're Admiral of Stars Xianxia. So the rumors of you falling out with Queen Mystic were fake. The hanging man Alger felt a sense of excitement. He felt that the repressed and constrained feeling that he had been feeling for the past 3 months had instantly vanished. This made the composed him unable to help but mock the hermit inwardly. Roselle the Great once said that those who play with fire will definitely burn themselves. And Admiral of Stars, you actually dared to challenge the perception of a deity. At that moment, Alger was rather thankful. He was thankful that although he had done some petty tricks in an attempt to figure out Mr. Fool's identity, goals, and present state, it didn't involve any outsiders, so there was no leakage. Therefore, he didn't suffer a direct beating. As he had introduced the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals back then, Audrey and company quickly confirmed that Bernadette was Queen Mystic, a demigod who reigned supreme over the 5 seas. They were all astonished that the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle was still alive and had lived to this day. Furthermore, she had become a famous figure. The answer Queen Mystic wishes to obtain is in Roselle's diary? Combining the events and words, Audrey vaguely guessed Bernadette's goal. She believed that the emperor's eldest daughter wanted to figure out the truth behind her father's assassination. At that moment, Xianxia had already regained her ability to think. She turned to look at the end of the long bronze table and said without any hopes of getting lucky, "Yes, I made some mistakes. Yes, I have made some mistakes. I will not defend myself. They were indeed mistakes. Mr. Fool, no matter how you deal with me, or even kill me, I'm willing to accept it." Hypocrite. If Mr. Fool wishes to punish you, do you have a way to resist? The hanged man scoffed from the other side. He could tell that there was something wrong with such simple words. Ma'am Hermit is still a little afraid. Audrey could sense the hidden fear in Xianxia's words and the minute movements she made as she turned to the side. From her point of view, people who deliberately emphasized that they were willing to be executed were often afraid of death. Magician's Furs found her composure from the fool's calm attitude. She believed that Taro's situation hadn't been leaked, or rather, that the leaked information wasn't important. Therefore, just like Emlyn, she waited curiously and expectantly to see what kind of punishment Mr. Fool would mete out. Sun still hadn't figured out what had happened. He didn't understand why Ma'am Hermit would suddenly request for punishment. At that moment, seeing Mr. Fool's brief silence, Xianxia restrained her unease. She raised her head slightly and observed the existence behind the thick gray fog without leaving a trace. She attempted to grasp the other party's true intentions so that she could make a more accurate response. She didn't want to make another mistake and anger him, making the situation irreversible. Her black eyes were dark purple as they suffused a mysterious aura. She saw through the gray fog and saw the fool. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes burned as illusory blood flowed out. Following that, an evil, terrifying, depraved, and indescribable roar sounded in her ears. It instantly filled her senses with extreme pain as her body convulsed and trembled uncontrollably. Her face, the back of her hands, and the areas that weren't covered by her clothes quickly cracked open, revealing her flesh. Black worms and white moths squirmed inside, about to form indescribable eyes. Xianxia's tragic cries and painful grunts echoed above the gray fog. The hanging man Alger, Emlyn, Magician's Furs, and company looked at each other, as though they could directly sense the pain she was suffering. At the same time, the blurry image became clearer, allowing them to clearly see the mutation of the hermit's body. The disgusting and grotesque scene frightened Audrey so much that she retracted her gaze. She straightened her back and looked straight ahead, not daring to move. Although the others' reactions weren't as exaggerated, they had the same meaning. The true creator's ravings are indeed useful. The fool Klein, who was shrouded in the gray fog, sighed from the bottom of his heart when he saw this scene. The reason why he didn't immediately respond to Xianxia's request for punishment was that he wanted to confirm if her eyes were special and if they could spy on him. For this, he had hidden some of the mysterious spatial powers that he had stirred ahead of time in the gray fog that enveloped him. Its purpose was to transfer the observation to Tinder once anyone used their Beyonder powers to see through the obstacles. This was equivalent to the owner of the Beyonder powers directly using their psyche to measure the item that had been corrupted by the true creator. Therefore, without Klein using the gray fog to suppress the effects, Xianxia naturally heard the true creator's ravings. First, the organ that used Beyonder powers was severely damaged, and then, it was filled with pain, resulting in a mutation. If Admiral of Stars hadn't observed her, Klein's plan would have been for her to apologize to the tarot members. Everyone would then discuss a punishment to reflect democracy. And no matter how democracy it was, ignoring the small punishment, the big punishment would definitely involve stirring some of the mysterious space's powers to link Katlia to Tinder. After waiting for 2 seconds, Klein knew when to stop. He gently caressed the area with his palms, allowing the gray fog to silently suppress the true creator's ravings and calm Katlia's mutation. Admiral of Stars' trembling began to calm down at a discernible pace. The cracks in her flesh gradually closed as her thoughts returned to her, allowing her to sense everything around her once again. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, said in a deep voice, as though he was warning himself, "Do not pry into God. Do not pry into God." The hanging man Alger's murmur quickly calmed down and disappeared, but it continued resounding in everyone's ears, alerting them to a fact. Although Mr. Fool usually didn't put on any airs and rarely spoke, granting almost all requests, giving others a feeling of gentleness, he was ultimately a deity that couldn't be pry into, a deity that stood high above and transcended reality. Audrey, Emlyn, and the other tarot members instinctively accepted Mr. the Hanging Man's altered words, pretending not to remember that the original words were "Do not look directly at God." This was because they would look at Mr. Fool from time to time to raise questions or seek his opinion, and Mr. Fool didn't seem to mind. Of course, they didn't look directly at him because of the thick gray fog. From Ma'am Hermit's look, Mr. Fool is doing this for our own good. Audrey slowly exhaled. At this moment, the Fool Klein's thoughts were, Mr. Hanged Man is very cooperative. What I'm prepared to do is to control the world and say something similar to complete the final step of the beating. He originally felt that it would be rather awkward for the fake world to say deities are not to be deceived or deities are not to be pry into. In the future, if people knew that the so-called blessed and the so-called world was actually the fool's smuff, he would be too embarrassed to face others. But on second thought, the world seemed to have done something similar before, so it didn't matter if he did it again. Besides, wouldn't it be fine if no one knew? After removing his psychological barrier, Klein prepared to act according to the rehearsal content, but to his surprise, the actual situation was better than he expected. The hanging man seemed to have been shocked by the process of beating the hermit up. He took the initiative to say, "Do not pry into God." The overall effect became more natural and perfect. The Fool had only pointed out the problem of Ma'am Hermit leaking information about the tarot, using the implied meaning to give a warning. As for her subsequent encounter, it stemmed from her prying into a deity, and it wasn't intentional on the Fool's part. This is the outcome I wish for the most. This can effectively maintain the Fool's image. After all, deities won't fuss over trivial matters with mortals. This is too degrading. However, Ma'am Hermit's style of doing things is a little too bold. Only today did I realize and confirm that it's not the first time she's been spying on the Fool. Although it can't be said to have any ill intentions, it's still something worth beating. My previous reaction made her believe that I've tacitly agreed to her gaze. Hence, it became a habit. Just as I expected, I ended up being targeted. In addition, without any confidence in Mr. Fool's attitude, she directly gave a hint to the outside world. Her boldness is evident. This means that she hasn't suffered enough in the past. Today's lesson should be enough for her to remember for a long time. Thinking back to the state in her dream, all of this seems rather normal. It's the mother's fault for not teaching her children. Today, it can be considered as me beating Mr. the Hanging Man and the other members? Klein silently muttered to himself in amusement. He surveyed the area and said calmly, "That's right. That's all." Upon hearing this, the hermit Katlia, who had just recovered her spirit body, relaxed. She felt a strong sense of exhaustion and relief surge up her, making her wish to find a reclining chair and lie down for a while. The first time is a warning, but the second time won't have a good ending. The pirate admiral sighed inwardly and warned himself not to play any more tricks. He didn't think that his hints could fool Mr. Fool, nor did he have any thoughts of spying on him again. The pain she had just experienced was in no way weaker than the torment caused by the hidden sage's instilling of knowledge. Therefore, without a doubt, she believed that Mr. Fool was, in essence, a deity, a true deity, an unfathomable deity. Thankfully, at least Her Majesty knows where to exchange for the answers she's been searching for. I can't give her any more hints or reminders in the future. Xianxia turned her body sideways once again as she looked at the end of the long bronze table, trembling. This time, she only dared to look at the edge of the table and the armrest. The deep purple in her eyes had faded significantly. Amidst the silence, she sincerely said, "I'll remember your tolerance." The fool Klein in the grey fog nodded slightly and didn't repeat his previous words. After a short wait, Magician's Fur straightened her back before Audrey did. She looked around and said, "Everyone, are you interested in accepting a murder mission? The target is an important member of a cult." Grateful for her teacher, Dorian Gray's love, Furs had been thinking of doing something for her recently. After some consideration, she targeted the Aurora Order Oracle who had once dealt severe damage to her teacher's family. Perhaps it was Louis Veen, a scribe or traveler. She didn't become complacent just because she had obtained Laminos travels. She didn't believe that she could kill an experienced Sequence 6 or even a Sequence 5 Beyonder who was good at escaping. The reason why she had such considerations was that she believed that the secret organization Tarot behind her could provide unimaginable help. Ma'am Hermit and Mr. World seemed to have the ability to resist Louis Veen. With one of them taking action, and me using Laminos travels to help, it's not impossible to succeed. Magician's Furs outlined the most ideal situation in her mind. Of course, she knew that her current savings weren't enough to pay for the cost of killing a powerful Beyonder like Louis Veen. After all, £830 wasn't even enough to buy one of his hands. She knew very well that back then, Miss Audrey Hall had spent more than £10,000 to kill Ambassador Intis, a Sequence 6 conspirer. It was obvious how much it would cost Louis Veen, who was at the same sequence or even a higher sequence. Furs planned on agreeing to a series of requests from the person accepting the mission as repayment. In other words, she would help the person complete tasks that weren't convenient for her to do to offset the mission's cost. From her point of view, with Laminos travels, she still possessed a certain level of ability, allowing her to do certain difficult tasks. After hearing Miss Magician's request, Xianxia, the hanging man Alger, and Justice Audrey cast their gazes at the world. From their point of view, this gentleman had a special hobby of hunting Beyonders, and he possessed sufficient abilities. It's not like I'm in Bakeland. However, I can't respond in such a manner. Otherwise, I'll expose the truth that Mr. Fool might only have 2 or 3 blessed in front of Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma'am Hermit. Klein controlled the world and fused with his senses as he hoarsely laughed. Where? What organization? What's the sequence? What are the characteristics of their powers? Mr. World is a little different from before. It's an indescribable feeling. It's as though his mood has suddenly improved. Perhaps, he really encountered something worth being happy about. Audrey suddenly made a discovery as she excitedly guessed what good things Mr. World might have encountered recently. Magician's Furs replied in delight, he's an oracle of the Aurora Order. He's in Bakeland, and he was a Sequence 6 in the past. He might be a Sequence 5 now, but I can't be sure. He can record the Beyonder powers used by others and use them once. He's good at escaping and is difficult to surround. He might even be able to traverse the spirit world. The target is an oracle of the Aurora Order, Sequence 6 or 5. His powers are similar to the apprentice pathway. Indeed, Miss Magician's isn't as ordinary and simple as she looks. My initial judgment was correct. Xianxia quickly regained her composure. She wasn't surprised that the magicians dared to plot against a certain Mister from the Aurora Order. As for which oracle it was, she wasn't sure because she was only familiar with Mr. Z and Ma'am D. At the same time, Klein quickly made an assessment. There's no possibility of the Aurora Order's oracle being innocent. After all, they're lunatics who harm lives. There's no guilt in killing them. It's not the first time I've offended the Aurora Order. Sequence 6 or 5 is something I can handle. I think I've seen the Beyonder powers that Miss Magicians described recorded and released before. Mr. A has used it before, but it might not be true. To me, I'm good at escaping and being able to traverse the spirit world. As long as I can approach that oracle and successfully control his spirit body threads, he won't be able to escape. It was hard to say what the result would be in a direct confrontation, but if it was a surprise attack, I had quite a bit of confidence. Of course, whether or not the surprise attack would succeed was another matter altogether. After some serious thought, the world looked back at the magicians, Furs. I can consider taking over, but not in the near future. At least in 2 months. He wasn't sure if there would be any more accidents on the sea, so he had loosened the time limit. 2 months later. Magician's Furs repeated the time with great hesitation. It had been too long. She didn't know how long Louis Wayne would stay in Bakeland. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, who was watching from the side, interjected after some deliberation. Miss Magicians, do you have to kill that Aurora Order oracle with your own hands? No, look, I'm even considering if I should seek Mr. World's help, Furs said with a smile. Alger nodded as though in thought. The prerequisite for killing is to find that oracle. Can you find him? No, but I'll investigate, Magicians, Furs answered frankly. Are you going to get World to take action after you have the results? The hanging man pressed. Yes, but I haven't decided. Furs was a little confused, unsure of the intentions behind Mr. the Hanging Man's series of questions. The hanging man, Alger, immediately scoffed. If you can determine the whereabouts of that Aurora Order oracle, why would you spend so much money to hire someone to kill him? Can't you just report it to the churches? After the Great Smog, none of the churches were willing to let go of such clues. He wasn't trying to ruin the matter with the world, but he had clearly heard Miss Magician's hesitation. He believed that it was most likely that she wouldn't entrust it to him. After all, many accidents could happen in 2 months. Therefore, he was giving some suggestions so that the matter could be finalized. Report it to the church? That sounds familiar. Klein was taken aback. He never expected Mr. the Hanging Man to say that. While everyone was influenced by Mr. the Hanging Man, he was also influenced by us. Klein immediately felt relieved and rather gratified. Report? Magician's Furs was stunned. After a few seconds, she whispered, Yes, you can. The hanging man smiled when he heard that. Then let's do it this way. First investigate the target and find his whereabouts. If there's anything within 2 months, hand it over to the churches. If it takes more than 2 months and Mr. World is free, you can get him to help. What do you think? After some serious consideration, Furs said, That's right. All right. When the time comes, I'll discuss the commission price with Mr. World. After receiving a nod of approval from the world and settling on Louis Wayne, the Magician's Furs thought for a moment and continued, Don't worry. Everyone, do any of you have the meteorite crystal and the blood crystal of the Lavos octopus, or any news about them? This was the main ingredient of the astrologer potion formula. Furs had originally planned on continuing the mission, hoping that Mr. Moon, who was also in Bakeland, could help find Louis Wayne's whereabouts. However, after some consideration, she decided to try it herself. She would only seek help from tarot if there was no solution or if the clues were completely cut off. Meteorite crystal? The crystallized blood of the lava octopus? This sounds very familiar. It's not because I have the astrologer potion formula. Yes, it's familiar because the main ingredients of the seer potion formula are 50 grams of star crystal and 10 milliliters of Lavos octopus blood. The main ingredient of astrologer is very similar to the upgraded version of seer. Indeed, the apprentice and seer pathways can be interchanged in the future. As Klein thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. Since it's difficult to obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula, with all 3 paths being extremely dangerous, can I consider a sequence 4 from a neighboring pathway? For example, apprentice. With this thought, he was suddenly enlightened, and most of the difficulties in his heart disappeared. As for the apprentice's sequence 4 potion formula, there was a clue on the tarot. It was the House of Abraham behind the magicians. With this in mind, the way the world looked at Miss Magician subconsciously softened. It made Furs shiver for some baffling reason, suspecting that Mr. World was already planning on how to hunt Louis Wayne. At this moment, the fool Klein recalled another problem. According to Dunn and Daly's guesses, the first 5 sequences of the seer pathway didn't have an obvious progressive relationship. They each provided one beyonder power, and then, at the critical point of sequence 4, they would clench their fingers into a fist and undergo a qualitative change. When the captain and Ma M. Daly made this guess, they only knew a portion of the information regarding seer, clown, and magicians. Later on, the faceless and marionettist used their own existences to verify this theory. Therefore, could it be that the seer, apprentice, and possibly marauder pathways can't be interchanged at sequence 4, but at sequence 3? Klein's joy slowly subsided. He knew too little and was unable to make a judgment for the time being. All he could do was wait for Mr. Azek's reply and contact Rhodes after he left the sea region targeted by the true creator. As such, he was unable to make a judgment for the time being. All he could do was wait for Mr. Aztec's reply and for him to contact Rhodes after he left the waters targeted by the true creator. As for meteorite crystals, I know where to find them. How many grams do you need? As for meteorite crystals, I know where to find them. How many grams do you need? 600 pounds. A very reasonable price. Magician's Furs replied in pleasant surprise, as for meteorite crystals, I know where to find them, 60 grams. Alright, I'll give it to you within 2 weeks. It's the same for 600 pounds, Catlia said simply and clearly. It's settled just like that. Ma'am Hermit is really proactive today. She's really involved. Just now, she. Furs quickly nodded. No problem. I now have 830 pounds in savings. It's enough to buy the Lavos octopus blood crystals. However, I still need to raise another 400 pounds in 2 weeks. The royalties after the new year will be paid soon, and it's about 150 pounds. I'm short of 220 pounds. I have to think of a way to earn money again. Furs quickly calculated her financial situation. Seeing that Miss Magicians had gathered the main ingredients of the potion in a minute, Audrey couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her hand slightly and said, I wish to obtain the complete pituitary gland of a young mind dragon, or 60 milliliters of a black hunting monitor lizard spinal fluid, as well as 1 fruit of an illusory chime tree. This was the main ingredient of the hypnotist potion. If she only used the complete pituitary gland of the young mind dragon, there was no need for any other ingredients. Just as Audrey finished her sentence, she heard Ma'am Hermit reply, ever since the 5th epoch, mind dragons have gone extinct. Since the 5th epoch, mind dragons have almost gone extinct. It's very difficult to find one. I have the means to obtain the spinal fluid of a black hunting monitor lizard, but it will also take 2 to 3 weeks. The price ranges from 1,500 to 2,000 pounds, because it's not something I can decide. I'll help you inquire about the fruit of an illusory chime tree, but I can't guarantee any news. What efficiency. After Ma'am Hermit was punished, her sense of belonging to Artero seems to have become stronger. She's more proactive and amiable. Audrey was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, she bowed slightly. No problem. The hanging man, Alger, who was watching by the side, suddenly felt that the development of the situation was different from what he had expected. The hermit, who had been punished by Mr. Fool, had changed her style of watching and listening. She had deeply participated in every matter in the tarot that she could participate in. And as a pirate admiral, her strength, background, resources, and channels immediately produced an intense and dazzling light. This stung so much that Alger nearly couldn't open his eyes. For some baffling reason, he felt a strong sense of danger. At that moment, he really wished for Ma'am Hermit to return to her previous state. The fool Klein was also somewhat surprised when he heard this. I thought that Ma'am Hermit would be depressed for a period of time, and that she would have a certain level of rejection towards the matter of the tarot, but in the end, could it be that she's the type that won't listen without being beaten? To educate children, beatings are needed. The Queen just doesn't have enough beatings. The Queen's style of doing things isn't much either. The Emperor similarly doesn't have enough beatings. As he lampooned inwardly, he controlled the world and made him look around. He chuckled softly. He chuckled and said, do any of you have the potion formula or clues to the Sequence 4 seer pathway? Sequence 4. Mr. World is about to advance to the level of a demigod? Audrey was surprised. She originally felt that her advancement in sequence was fast enough, and she was a little proud of it. But now, she suddenly felt that she had fallen behind. Mr. World has suddenly become so high-end. Magician's Furs was equally surprised. In her heart, although the gloomy, reserved, and unsociable Mr. World was a powerful beyonder, he was still far from being a demigod or a Sequence 4 beyonder. Who knew that he would immediately request to purchase a Sequence 4 potion formula, as expected of Mr. Fool's blessed. The hanging man Alger sighed. Emlyn and Sun also shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of this pathway's sequence for. Klein, who thought that he could obtain clues from the City of Silver and the Sanguine, could only helplessly make the world retract his gaze. After a few seconds of silence, the hermit Xianxia said, "I need a drop of blood from a mythical creature, no matter what it is." In the palace propped up by stone pillars, silence suddenly became the main theme. Even the world wasn't sure what the exact definition of a mythical creature was. Klein didn't expose this point, and he planned on asking someone he could consult later. He controlled the world and fell silent for a few seconds. "I'll take note." As this was one of Ma Hermit's rare requests, Justice and the others gave similar answers. "All right." Xianxia wasn't surprised by the outcome. The only reason why she had requested to purchase it was to show Mr. Fool the attitude of integrating into tarot. She believed that this was better than trembling in fear to eliminate the repercussions of the previous incident. After a brief pause, Sun was about to speak again, but Emlyn beat him to it. This sanguine baron chuckled and said, "Our Rose requests are very clear. He wants the sequence 6 notary potion formula of the Sun pathway. Mr. the Hanging Man wishes to obtain the ocean songster." Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly felt ashamed. Back when he first obtained Creeping Hunger, he had wanted to release the Priest of Light's soul as soon as possible and obtain the sequence 6 and 5 potion formulas of the Sun pathway from him. Then, he would sell them to Little Sun, but in the end, he still hadn't completed it after all this time. "I'll head to Tosgarter Harbor tonight and find a darn pirate or gang leader with beyonder powers to act as an emergency, regardless of the exact sequence. Or, I can directly release the Priest of Light." Klein made the world ponder for a moment. "Within 3 days, I'll provide the notary potion formula." Having said that, he looked at Little Sunday. "You can consider what items to exchange for it." "All right, Mr. World," Sun replied in delight. As for the ocean songster potion formula that the hanging man needed, no one had any clues. Emlyn then cleared his throat. "My request is different from the last time. I hope that you can help me find these primordial moon believers. I'll pay £100 for every effective clue. I'll directly lock on to £500. He looked at Mr. Fool and made a request. After obtaining permission, he conjured 5 items that resembled wanted posters, 1 for each person, a total of 5. He and Sun didn't have any. Klein controlled the world to pick them up and casually browsed through them. Gallus Kevin, Dandy, Laura, Windsor Bearing, Argos. All of them aren't weak. At the very least, they're equivalent to newly born vampires, he muttered to himself as he memorized the corresponding information. After completing his task, Emlyn was more confident of winning the competition. He relaxed and leaned back in his chair, waiting for the other members to raise their requests. This time, no one spoke again. Upon seeing this, the fool Klein chuckled. "Let's enter the free exchange segment." With a whoosh, Audrey, the hanging man Alger, Xianxia, and company cast their gazes at Sunday. They remembered that Sun had previously mentioned that he might be assigned an exploration mission involving the area around the giant king's court. Sun, who was in the limelight, didn't feel uneasy as he eagerly said, "During this period of time, I followed the chief's expedition team to Afternoon Town. This is the only way to the giant king's court. This is the door that separates myth from reality." His opening managed to garner the interest of the tarot members as they waited in different postures for the rest of the story. His opening did a good job of garnering the interest of the tarot members as they waited in different postures for the rest of the story. Derek skipped over the unimportant experiences along the way and directly started from the moment he arrived in Afternoon Town. He first described the gloomy and dead atmosphere there, then he talked about how the 3-man team discovered the underground altar, how he distinguished the names of Ouroboros, Medici, and Sasser, and how he unknowingly entered the other side of the town and saw the titles like Dark Angel and the phrase Rose Redemption. Upon saying this, he once again thanked Mr. Fool, thanking him for helping him escape. Then, he briefly introduced the monster that his shadow had transformed into, focusing on the clergyman who was constantly confessing in the half-collapsed cathedral. He used his own words to repeat the sentence and mentioned that when the clergyman was about to say the name of the 4th king of angels, he suddenly self-destructed and was burned to ashes by a transparent flame. I know of another king of angels. Furthermore, the atmosphere in Afternoon Town is really gloomy and scary. The clergyman's confession is yes, very much like a prophet of calamity. Audrey listened with relish, feeling very curious about the two names that were blank and couldn't be said. At this moment, Sun turned to the side and looked at the end of the long bronze table. He piously asked, "Mr. Fool, who tempted Dark Angel Sasser? Who does the fourth name represent? Why can't I say it? Here it comes." Behind the gray fog, Klein's smile nearly froze. He had hurriedly thrown Little Sun back to the real world because he was afraid that he would ask such a question. Back then, he was worried that Little Sun would ask about Dark Angel Sasser. Now, he was facing a question that he had no way of knowing the answer to. Thankfully, magicians didn't perform unprepared. After that day, Klein had undoubtedly seriously considered how he should answer such questions. At that moment, he had an idea. His right palm landed on the armrest as he smiled meaningfully. Because it's a secret. With his eyes and body language, he hinted to the members of the tarot that this secret was not a secret in the normal sense of the word, but a deeper and more specific meaning. But what exactly it was, you could figure it out for yourselves. Gods have deep meanings. After completing this series of actions, Klein couldn't help but repent inwardly. He believed that he was becoming more and more like a charlatan. At the same time, he felt wistful that the hermit's prying was sometimes due to his own inducement. This was because Mr. Fool would use his eyes and body movements to give additional hints. All the members would subconsciously observe his attitude. There's nothing I can do about it. If I don't rely on these, how can I continue pretending? I'm not a real evil god. Klein sighed in his heart. Secret? Is the name itself a secret? This is the content that Mr. Fool wants to hint at? Which names are equivalent to secrets? A true god at the level of sequence 0? The hanging man Alger instantly thought of many things. Combined with what Little Sun had previously described, he had a certain guess. When the name itself becomes a secret, it means that this matter involves a true god. Furthermore, it's very likely that the Evernight goddess is involved, because she's the mother of concealment. The extremely dangerous darkness of the Forsaken Land of the Gods indirectly proves this point. Katlia made an uncertain inference based on the knowledge she had in Mr. Fool's hints. At the same time, she was almost certain that the calamity that the ecclesiastic was referring to was the cataclysm that ended the third epoch. A king of angels who was tempted, the citizens of Afternoon Town who fell into depravity, the city that was slowly corroded, and a black flower of calamity bloomed. This buried an epoch, creating a forsaken land of the gods. What a heavy sense of history. Katlia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As the members of the tarot pondered, the fool Klein was also analyzing why the name was blank and why it couldn't be said. Could it be the true name of a deity? The one who tempted Dark Angel Sasser was a true god. The fourth name represents a king of angels who later became a true god. However, it's not like I haven't said the true name of a deity. Primordial Demoness Cheek was publicly acknowledged to be on the same level as the 7 deities, but in the end, nothing happened. Perhaps it has something to do with the language used? Ruan, Intis, Fasak, and even ancient Fasak aren't languages that can stir the powers of nature. However, the Jotun commonly used in the city of Silver can. That ecclesiastic likely used such a language. I'll try using Jotun to recite Cheek later. Then, I'll die on the spot, successfully courting death. Forget it, forget it. Besides, with a name blank and a name that can't be said, the results are different. I wonder why. At this moment, seeing that Little Sun was confused and unable to understand Mr. Fool's meaningful hints, the hanging man Alger took the initiative to explain, those two names might represent 2 deities, which is why they can't be said. Perhaps the true creator tempted Dark Angel Sasser, causing a few kings of angels and the residents of Afternoon Town to fall, bringing about a huge disaster. Therefore, only he has a temple and statue in your forsaken land of the gods. The fourth name corresponds to a king of angels who might have obtained great benefits from the disaster and successfully advanced to become a true god. This is similar to my guess, but there's no way to confirm it. Katlia didn't add on. She didn't believe that her and the hanging man's guess was the truth. As Audrey, Magician's Furs, and Emlyn listened attentively, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When discussing such matters, tarot always appeared especially high-end. What king of angels, evil gods, true gods, or ancient secrets were all just terms. Is that so? I understand. Sun came to a realization as he sincerely thanked Mr. Fool once again. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, Mr. Fool, is the key to leaving the forsaken land of the gods really the giant king's court? After so much time, he had already accepted Mr. the Hanging Man's explanation that the city of silver was in the forsaken land of the gods. That's what I think, but the problem is that I can't be sure. Not searching for the sea and instead exploring the giant king's court should be Shepherd Lovia's suggestion. This can indirectly prove my judgment, but I can't eliminate the possibility that it's a conspiracy. The Fool Klein's smile nearly froze once again. His thoughts raced as he quickly thought of a solution that didn't require him to give a direct answer without lowering Mr. Fool's standing. He immediately laughed in a relaxed manner and turned to look at Catlia. Speaking of which, Bernadette already knows how to enter the forsaken land of the gods. Catlia immediately recalled the blurry scene from her dream as she subconsciously looked at the end of the long bronze table. Is it that projection? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that she was sizing up Mr. Fool again. She hurriedly closed her eyes and said, I have an instinctive eye of mystery prying. It can only be strengthened, but it can't be deactivated. I have to rely on a mystical item to seal it. But there's none here. Is that so? Klein nodded slightly. You can conjure a pair of glasses. Yes, Mr. Fool. Catlia conjured the glasses according to his instructions. During this process, Klein stirred the powers above the gray fog and fused them into the glasses. When Catlia put it on, she wasn't surprised to find that the Eye of Mystery prying had been sealed. It was only at this moment that Magician's Furs and Company realized that Ma'am Hermit's eyes were very special. They were related to mystery prying, and they could be used without being activated. It's no wonder we didn't notice anything. Ma'am Hermit suffered serious injuries because she spied on Mr. Fool. Audrey moved her lips in enlightenment as she resolved one of her previous doubts. And thinking back to how the hermit had sized him up and how he had worn the clergy attire of the Church of the Storm, the Hanging Man Alger's face nearly darkened. The Fool Klein didn't wait for the members to calm down as he chuckled and replied to Catlia's question. It's that projection. The projection of the giant king's court. So that's the projection of the giant king's court. Catlia muttered in pleasant surprise. Then, she thought in a daze. She should know the answer as well. Sun took a few seconds to digest the conversation between Mr. Fool and Ma'am Hermit, and he vaguely understood a fact. The key to entering the forsaken land of the gods was related to the projection of the giant king's court, therefore, the key to leaving the forsaken land of the gods really lies in the giant king's court. Sun's heart trembled as he lowered his head in excitement. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Fool. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that such a scene was too taxing on his brain cells. The Hanging Man Alger restrained his emotions and looked around before looking at the hermit. Where's the projection of the giant king's court? He didn't dare to ask Mr. Fool about this, because he had previously been rejected regarding the forsaken land of the gods. Catlia answered frankly, it's in the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. In the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, in the dream of the night. I was just about to share some of my experiences there with you. Audrey and Magician's Furs slowed down their breathing at the same time as they excitedly waited for Ma'am Hermit to describe what was bound to be a fascinating experience. P.S. Recommended book, Transdimensional Card. It's a story about drawing all kinds of items. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Catlia controlled herself and didn't look at the world. She slowly said in a deep voice, northeast of the Gargas archipelago, there's a safe sea route that can enter those dangerous waters. She began from the abyssal rift that separated the seawater, describing the chariot of the sun that couldn't be looked at, the night that required one to sleep to avoid, the terrifying ravings that filled the entire sea, and the projection of the giant king's court that was located opposite the mountain in the world of dreams. During this process, she didn't mention the German sparrow at all, deliberately avoiding him. As for the other abnormalities along the way, she only briefly mentioned a few words, such as the sea that could make hair grow wildly and the remnant aura of Earth Mother. Finally, she placed her focus on the ruins with a sleeping corpse and the adventurer's sailboat with the words Fountain of Unaging written in blood. This might mean that the Fountain of Unaging is in that ruin. The corpse that can emit a loud gasp is the guardian. Catlia mentioned the common guesses on the future, but it didn't mean that it was her judgment. Fountain of Unaging. The legendary Fountain of Unaging of the 6 treasures at sea. The hanging man Alger's heart palpitated when he heard that. He couldn't help but consider the possibility of exploring the ruin after he reached sequence 5. Audrey listened seriously and shook her head slightly. I don't believe that the final meaning of the words in blood is that the Fountain of Unaging is in that ruin. After a second, she attempted to analyze the deceased's psychology. A person who is about to die after being attacked by a monster wouldn't do something like pointing out the treasure. If he wants to warn his companions or family members who come to seek him, he should have written that there's danger here or what the source of the danger is. If he plans on telling passing ships that there's the Fountain of Unaging here, then he lacks the motivation to write something like that on the brink of death. Unless there's a scheme hidden in it, a scheme to lure people to the ruin to seek the Fountain of Unaging, and this scheme will allow him to be saved. That's right. If it were me, I wouldn't risk my life to tell others that there are treasures here. To me, what's the point? Only hatred that's etched into my bones, can make me write such a thing before my death. Otherwise, I'd rather tell others how I should be buried and what burial items I need. At the end, he clicked his tongue and shook his head. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he controlled the world and hoarsely said, the Fountain of Youth is a scam. He used an absolute affirmation without adding words such as maybe, should. The Fountain of Unaging is a scam. Catlia glanced at the world and retracted her gaze in thought. This seemed to confirm some of her guesses and thoughts. The hanging man Alger frowned when he heard that. It wasn't that he didn't agree with World's judgment, or that he believed that Miss Justice and Mr. Moon's explanation didn't make sense at all, but that he realized that he hadn't considered such a possibility at all. To him, this was a mistake he shouldn't have made. After so many years, I'm still temporarily blinded by immense benefits. He fell silent for a few seconds before he suddenly sighed. After exchanging what they had seen and heard, everyone began teaching little son ancient Hermes and learning some mysticism knowledge from each other. Time passed quickly. After everyone came to a tacit halt, the fool Klein surveyed the area. Let's end it here. By your will. Audrey immediately stood up and curtsied. The rest of the members followed suit almost at the same time. Seeing the blurry figures disappear before his eyes, Klein wasn't in a hurry to leave. He conjured goatskin and a fountain pen and wrote a divination statement, my hope of advancing to sequence 4. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein held the goatskin and leaned back in his chair. As he closed his eyes and entered a cogitation state, he silently recited the divination statement. After reciting it 7 times, he quickly fell asleep and arrived in the world of dreams. The blurry world split open as he saw a towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the mountain was a collapsed and dilapidated palace. The walls were covered in weeds and moss, and there were obvious holes in them. In the hall of the palace, there was a huge seat carved out of stone at the very top. It was embedded with dull golden gems, and it was mostly mottled and damaged. On the seat that didn't look like it was prepared for humans, countless transparent maggots were huddled together. They were densely intertwined as they slowly squirmed and grew. Around the seat, there were ravings that pierced through the long passage of time and history. They were illusory, ethereal, and incessant. Hornaces. Phlegria. Hornaces. Phlegria. Hornaces. Phlegria. When the ravings entered his ears, Klein jolted awake as his face frowned slightly. I'm really at the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Furthermore, I can see and hear it even clearer than before. This made him recall Queen Mystic Bernadette's prophetic words, your fate is at the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Is this my fate? It really makes me want to rebel. I just don't want to go. Sigh, it can't be absolute. It depends on the situation. Klein sighed and conjured the 5 wanted posters that Emlyn White had provided. Combining it with the information he had, he used divination to find the whereabouts of the 5 primordial moon believers. Finally, due to the lack of information, he could only confirm 2 points, Gallus Kevin, Windsor Bearing, and Argos are all in Bakeland. Dandy and Lara are in Enmat Harbor and Pritz Harbor respectively. That's equivalent to not getting anything. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world. Thinking of how he had promised little son to provide the notary potion formula in 3 days, he put on his coat and top hat and prepared to head out to search for his target. After opening the door and coming to the staircase, Klein saw Anderson had twirling his deerstalker hat as he hummed a country folk song as he walked up. This fellow's mental resilience is very strong. He was just taught a lesson by a demigod in the morning, forced to apologize and agree to a request, but now, he doesn't seem to be traumatized at all. It's no wonder he can become a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Just this mental fortitude alone makes it difficult for him to lose control. Klein looked at him and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Good afternoon, Gehrman. Anderson chuckled and waved his hand. I've received the bounty and the characteristic money. I'll immediately pay you the rest. As he spoke, he took out notes of varying thickness from different pockets. It's going very smoothly, Klein commented without any emotion. Anderson immediately laughed. That's right. It's much smoother than I expected. Those fellows whose brains are supposed to be filled with granite are surprisingly amiable, efficient, and polite. I even suspect that I've been blessed by Lady Luck. There's no such god. Klein mercilessly exposed his fantasy. Don't be so serious. It's life. Relax. Relax. Anderson handed over the remaining 1,200 yuan. Actually, I know very well what's going on. That gentleman definitely didn't want me to waste time, so he secretly exhorted those people. Klein glanced at the notes, pinched them with his hand, and casually asked, did you confirm which pirates caused the problem? He was asking which prey had attracted the manipulator last night. There's no way to confirm it. Anderson said with a bitter smile. Do you think I didn't confirm it beforehand? Although I acted nonchalant in front of you, I actually investigated the prey's background and situation ahead of time to prevent myself from offending someone I shouldn't have. Who knew? Sigh, I can only attribute it to bad luck. This fellow is a lot more cautious than I imagined. That's right. His previous sequence was called Conspirer. Klein thought in enlightenment for 2 seconds before asking indifferently, who deserves to be killed the most here? Anderson was first taken aback before he chuckled. Even our craziest adventurer plans on starting a hunt? However, you have to consider it carefully. I don't wish to discover that you're a companion when I complete that demigod's mission. Don't worry, we're different. I'm a seer. I have all kinds of ways to conceal the situation. No one will come knocking on my door. Besides, that's a demigod of the spectator pathway. He's not good at divination or prophecy. Klein maintained his unique cold attitude. You don't have to worry about it. Anderson immediately gave a thumbs up. Your madness is admirable. He thought for a moment and added, the one who should be killed the most is Malsona from the New Ruan party. He's one of the best friends of the pirates and possesses a highly addictive drug that's based on marijuana or some other plant. This helped him control many people in the Tosgarter government and police department. He's the most influential gang leader here. He has committed many crimes and killed many people, but he basically did it with the help of pirates. On the surface, there are no problems. Heh, this guy isn't a Beyonder to begin with. The difficulty in killing him is that it's troublesome. Yes, troublesome. He has 3 to 5 Beyonders from different pirate crews protecting him at all times. The roofs, outside the rooms, and beneath the windows are all his people. If we want to kill him, we can only force our way in and kill most of them. I have the ability to do so, but it's too troublesome. There's also a certain level of danger. I'll even become a wanted criminal after the matter is over, so I didn't deal with him. Instead, I dealt with his safe. Safe. To make stealing sound so fresh and refined. I previously heard that Tosgarter's plantation economy and pirate black market trade are the main industries. It's also flourishing with bars, brothels, and casinos. I never expected there to be a new type of drug here. But Malsona is an ordinary person, not a Beyonder. It just so happens that creeping hunger lacks food. Klein nodded and gestured for Anderson to elaborate. In the evening, inside the Oak Bar. A boxing match was about to begin in the ring. Many drunkards gathered to the side with cups in hand. They were like sharks that had smelled blood. As they placed their bets, they shouted things like "kill him" and "kill him." This was the property of Malsona, the leader of the New Ruan party. The boxing match here was different from other places. Death was allowed. Malsona was very fond of such matches that resembled ancient gladiators. He often came to watch a few matches, and now, he was sitting on the second floor, looking down at the ring. There were many bodyguards scattered around him, guarding every corner. There was no lack of beyonders sent by his pirate partners or veteran adventurers that he had hired with huge sums of money. These people had their sides or backs facing Malsona, surrounding him and preventing anyone from approaching. Revolvers, rifles, and shotguns were all exposed, shocking everyone present. After confirming the situation, Klein pressed down on his top hat and entered the bar. He immediately saw Malsona smoking a cigar. This gang boss had a very recognizable face. Be it his brandy nose or sparse eyebrows, they were all very distinctive. Klein retracted his gaze and first went to the bar counter to get a glass of local malt beer that cost 4 pence. Then, he squeezed his way to the railing on the second floor. Although he wasn't directly below Malsona, that place was tightly guarded. He wasn't far from him. Within 5 meters. Klein silently muttered to himself as he held his glass and looked at the boxing ring. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Black spirit body threads that originated from different life forms appeared in Klein's eyes, but he didn't immediately extend his spirituality in an attempt to control them. After identifying and confirming which spirit body threads belonged to Malsona, he gulped down a mouthful of malt beer and focused on watching the boxing match in the ring like a real spectator. The two boxers were bare-chested and didn't wear any protective gear. They fought with all their might as they constantly clashed, with every punch landing on flesh. The situation quickly turned intense. Many of the spectating drunkards and gamblers felt their adrenaline rush as they enthusiastically shouted the name of the boxer they supported. "Kill him. Kill that son of a bitch." On the second floor, Malsona forgot about the cigar in his hand as he stared intently at the ring beneath him. His hand was already clenched tightly into a fist. The people around him, apart from the bodyguards who were in charge of guarding against suspicious people and important areas such as the rooftops and floors, couldn't help but place their attention on the exciting boxing match. Klein raised his hand once again and gulped down a mouthful of beer, as though he couldn't catch his breath due to the tense atmosphere. At this moment, his spirituality silently spread out and grabbed onto the illusory black threads that corresponded to Malsona. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Malsona, who had a rosacea nose, was just about to slightly move his fists, as though he was fighting in the ring when his brain suddenly turned numb. He felt that his surroundings had turned strange, as though several layers of thick glass had been installed. Malsona immediately realized that his thoughts were clearly sluggish, as though all the components in his brain had suddenly rusted. As his target was only an ordinary person with a spirit body far inferior to a beyonder, Klein didn't even take 20 seconds to gain initial control over him. 7 seconds, just 7 seconds, oh no. Something went wrong. It should be, beyonder with, rather, special powers. Malsona, who often interacted with pirates, was no stranger to the mysterious world. Therefore, he had spent a large sum of money to hire a beyonder to protect him. If not for the fact that his body had long been destroyed by alcohol and women, leaving him mentally weak and in a bad state, making it so that there was a high chance of losing control by consuming the potion, he would have wanted to directly obtain that supernatural power. At this moment, due to his sluggish thoughts and lack of experience, Malsona took more than 10 seconds to understand that he had been attacked. He immediately extended his arm and opened his mouth in an attempt to call for help. However, his movements were so slow, and the voice in his throat was so weak. Some of the bodyguards around him were focused on the intense boxing match, and the audience's shouts were louder and louder. The attention of the guards on the periphery was focused on the possible attack, and the employer who was not under heavy protection was ignored just like that. When the climax of the match temporarily subsided, some of the bodyguards and subordinates turned around to look at their boss. They could only see that Malsona's gaze was somewhat dull, and the position of his hands was not too normal. It seemed like he was still immersed in the boxing match and was anxiously waiting for the final result. Tears trickled down the corners of the mafia boss's eyes. He tried his best to loosen his fingers so that the cigar would fall to the ground and attract attention. But to his despair, he found that his thoughts were getting slower and stiffer. Even a simple action seemed to take more than a minute to complete, and his fingers were still fighting against his thoughts. The burning cigar finally fell to the floor as Malsona's tears flowed down his face and onto his neck. A few bodyguards noticed this and were just about to ask their boss if he was too agitated from the match when Malsona suddenly bent down and wiped his face as he picked up the cigar. "This match isn't bad. Give the final winner more money." Malsona flicked the cigar and pulled his collar as the corners of his lips curled into a smile. He didn't specify how much money he was going to give, as Klein didn't understand the market at all, so he could only give a vague explanation. Yes, Malsona of the New Rouen party had become his puppet, as this mafia boss was only an ordinary person. His spirit body was weaker than a healthy human, so he only took 2 minutes and 15 seconds. If he needed any more time, he would have to divert his attention to create chaos with his illusions, making the bodyguards focus on protecting Malsona and unable to notice his abnormality. "Kill him! Kill him!" The audience's shouts suddenly became uniform as the match in the arena came to an end. Malsona also gestured for the bodyguards to continue watching the match. After a boxer collapsed unconscious, Malsona took a puff of his cigar and said, "That's right. To the room. I need to take a break." "Yes, boss." His bodyguards and subordinates immediately escorted him to the corridor on the second floor and helped him open the door to the break room. After instructing the bodyguards to guard key spots and not to disturb him, Malsona paced around and opened a safe. He found documents that involved new drugs and filtered out the most important ones. Following that, he placed the documents and the address he cut from the newspaper, along with all the £758 in cash, into a briefcase. With a creak, he opened the door and called for a subordinate. "Throw this bag under the third lamppost in the alley around the corner." "Yes, boss." His subordinate didn't ask why. That was the rule. Closing the door again, Malsona rummaged for 3 candles and items with spirituality. He used a pen and paper to seriously draw the emblem of the fool, half a pupil eye that symbolized concealment, and the other half a contorted line that symbolized change. It was a special symbol formed from half a pupil eye. Then, this mafia boss, who had become a puppet, lit the candles, used perfume to replace essential oils and extract, and seriously held a bestowment ritual. He chanted the honorific name of the fool and chanted the corresponding incantation in ancient Hermes, which he didn't know at all. Following that, he picked up the item with spirituality and let it fuse into the wind, forming an illusory door with the changing candle flames. If he didn't find an item rich in spirituality, Klein planned on using Malsona's blood. Human blood itself was an item with spirituality. In the washroom on the first floor, Klein seized the opportunity to take 4 steps counterclockwise and arrive above the gray fog. He didn't use the Dark Emperor card. Instead, he directly stirred some of the mysterious space's powers, connected them with the paper figurine, and threw it into the door of sacrifice and bestowment. The paper figurine immediately transformed into an angel with 12 pairs of wings on its back. It flew through the illusory and mysterious door, traversing the pitch-black and deep void to arrive where Malsona was. This was to interfere with the subsequent investigations of divination, prophecy, and other beyonder powers. Right on the heels of that, Klein picked up Creeping Hunger and threw it into the door of the ritual. Creeping Hunger had used the bestowment ritual to come to the real world and appear in front of Malsona. Having not eaten for a long time, it immediately turned restless. At this moment, Klein had returned to the washroom. From a distance of tens of meters, he controlled the previously frozen Malsona to shut his mouth and pick up the glove on the altar. A crack immediately appeared in the middle of the glove, revealing 2 rows of illusory, white teeth. The puppet's senses that Klein obtained quickly weakened, and he decisively removed his control over it. The slight backlash made him feel a little dizzy, but it didn't take long for him to return to normal. Then, as though nothing had happened, he left the washroom and returned to the bar counter. He continued drinking the malt beer he hadn't finished from before. At the same time, he used his spirit body threads to find a rat on the second floor. In less than 2 minutes, he had turned it into his puppet. The rat's actions were somewhat awkward and inexperienced as it searched for a cave-in path. After spending a certain amount of time, it entered Malsona's lounge through the cover of the bookshelves. At this moment, there was a thin glove that looked like it was made of human skin lying silently on the ground. As for Malsona, not even his clothes were left. The rat climbed onto the table, picked up the piece of paper with the fool's symbol in its mouth, and placed it in front of the burning candle. The piece of paper was quickly ignited and reduced to ashes. After extinguishing the 3 candles and returning them to their original spots, the rat came to Creeping Hunger's side and picked up the glove. Then, it returned the way it came and left Malsona's lounge. It hid all the way to the balcony on the 2nd floor and silently climbed down. 1st floor, at the bar counter. Klein drank the last mouthful of beer, put down the cup, and slowly stood up. He pressed down on his half-top hat and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his black double-breasted frock coat. He walked past the drunkards and gamblers at an unhurried pace and walked onto the street. Following the light from the street lamps, he came to the alley at a normal speed. As he pulled out the paper figurine and lit it, he picked up the briefcase under the 3rd Street lamp. At this moment, a gray rat with the thin human-skinned glove in its mouth leaped out from the shadows. Klein bent down once again with a deadpan expression and picked up Creeping Hunger. Then, the gray rat left on its own and crawled into a trash can. It lay there and lost all signs of life. And in the night, under the illumination of the street lamps, Klein stood there, unhurriedly spreading his fingers and wearing Creeping Hunger on his left hand. After moving his fingers to get used to the glove, he put away the briefcase and walked past the lively oak bar before disappearing at the intersection of the street. After pasting the address and stamp on the briefcase that only had the important information left and placing it into the mailbox at the corner of the street, Klein transformed back into German Sparrow. He took a rental carriage and headed for another bar by the harbor. It was a bar with many pirates provided by Anderson. After entering the bar, Klein swept his gaze and took in the general situation inside. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. The figure had a medium build and his lips were purple. His brown eyes hid an intense malice that left one in fear. He was none other than King of Immortality Agolito's second mate, Slaughterer Curtius, with a bounty of 9,500 pounds. Clearly, after escaping the exit of the dangerous waters, the death announcer had also come to the vicinity of the nearest Tosgarter island in search of supplies. He's here too. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He realized that there was nothing more suitable than a chance encounter to hunt a devil. Just as he had evil thoughts, Curtius sensed it and turned to look at the bar's entrance. Without any hesitation, Klein grabbed the beer on the table beside him and threw it over. Right on the heels of that, he drew his revolver and coldly aimed in that direction. Bang! P.S. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday. There are less than 5,000 votes left until the next update. Gotcha! Curtius only turned his body slightly as the cup of beer landed on the round table beside him, smashing into a mess. And at the same time the gunshot sounded, he didn't dodge at all, as though he had intuitively seen through the illusion. Amidst the drunkards and gamblers crouching down to cover their heads or scattering in all directions, he leaped up like a spring as his gaze locked onto the cold-looking adventurer in a top hat and suit. German Sparrow. Curtius's pupils constricted as he opened his mouth, about to recite the language of foulness that stemmed from the abyss. At this moment, Klein pulled the trigger. A pale gold bullet that looked like it had just been scooped out of hot water shot out, accurately heading for Slayer, who had a bounty of 9,500 pounds. However, all Curtius did was raise his right hand and spread open his fingers, igniting a pale blue flame in his palm. Then, he grabbed the bullet in an unimaginable manner. The bullet instantly fell into a cage as it froze in the pale blue flames. The sunlight that it emitted was just enough to offset all of this. Beside Curtius, 2 figures stood up one after another. One of them was a short-haired woman with 2 pistols in hand, and the other was a boorish man wearing boxing gloves. Clearly, he wasn't alone when he came to Tosgarter Harbor in search of supplies. Or it could be said that he definitely had partners he knew here, 3 Beyonders. Curtius might even be a Sequence 5. At that moment, Klein nearly blurted out words like, "Sorry for disturbing." To attack a devil, one couldn't make any preparations ahead of time. One had to rely on a chance encounter, and there couldn't be any hesitation. Otherwise, the other party would immediately sense any ill intent and sense danger. However, under such circumstances, It was really difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Klein didn't hesitate to turn around. With revolver in hand, he nimbly and quickly rushed to the staircase that led to the second floor of the bar, over the crouching drunkards and gamblers. Just as he dodged in, a pale blue fireball smashed the edge of the staircase and instantly expanded and exploded. Boom, a small portion of the bottom of the staircase collapsed as the entire bar shook. A strong smell of sulfur emanated. Curtius and his two accomplices didn't waste any time as they leaped across the bottom of the staircase and frantically pursued German Sparrow. Tap, thud thud thud, Klein ran to the second floor, and on the way, he quickly activated his spirit body threads. This allowed him to easily find a spacious room without any humans. With a twist of his waist and a stomp of his feet, he was about to turn around and jump out of the window to escape the bar. At this moment, Curtius and his two companions had reached the second floor. Upon seeing this scene, they immediately split up. The former continued his pursuit while the other two entered another room on the same side in a bid to intercept him. And Klein was waiting for this opportunity. He suddenly half-turned his body, gripped the air with his black-gloved left hand, and twisted it. The woman with the dual pistols and the man with the boxing gloves did not notice anything unusual and continued their actions. They rushed into another room, jumped down from the window, and left without looking back. Using the Baron of Corruption's distortion, Klein had altered their goal of splitting up to intercept into splitting up. This wouldn't last for long, but it also allowed Klein to gain a brief opportunity to engage in a one-on-one battle. Plop. Having completed distortion, he fell to the ground and tumbled into the room, dodging Curtius's series of light blue fireballs. The rumbling continued as the bar's building shook as though it had experienced an earthquake. Right on the heels of that, Curtius quickly lunged forward and entered the rather spacious room in pursuit. Seeing German Sparrow somersaulting and jumping in a familiar manner without facing him head-on, and with him controlling his emotions very well, this slaughterer immediately opened his mouth and used the unique devil language to spit out a word that was filled with filth. What? Slow. Everything in the room seemed to come to a standstill. Klein's tumbling clearly slowed down and was no longer as smooth as before. Curtius didn't hesitate to lock onto his target and followed up with another word in devil language, die. Klein's figure instantly froze as he stood rooted to the ground. Following that, he turned faint and thin, turning into a paper figurine covered in mottled red rust. At the same time, he, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black double-breasted suit, appeared by the door. He extended his left hand, which was wearing a sinister black glove, and grabbed the handle. He pulled the door inwards and firmly closed it. Creak, the clamor outside vanished as the room seemed to become independent, turning into a sturdy cage. Upon seeing this, Curtius's body suddenly swelled up, tearing his clothes apart inch by inch. He instantly transformed into a massive creature that was nearly 3 meters tall. His skin looked dark, but it was actually black and sinister. Goat horns protruded from his head, covered in countless mysterious patterns. Behind him, a pair of gigantic bat wings spread out. Swirling around them were light blue flames that emitted a strong smell of sulfur. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Light blue fireballs shot out in unison, blanketing the area by the door. At the same time, Curtius's eyes turned scarlet as he said extremely filthy devil language, corruption. This was also an area of effect attack. His eyes were filled with light blue as Klein clenched his left hand, which was wearing a sinister and noble glove, and he quickly twisted it. The fireballs immediately lost their trajectories as they turned chaotic like the irregular motion of microscopic particles. They smashed into the ceiling, hit the door, fell to the ground, and flew back at Curtius. Instantly, there was a series of rumbling sounds in the room. Due to the power of distortion, the seal's effects suffered intense damage and wavering, but it still didn't show any obvious signs of being destroyed. Faint blue flames rose as the smell of sulfur filled the air. Klein's body suddenly bent down as his body was covered in a layer of slightly sticky black liquid. Bang, his figure exploded, turning into shredded paper and black fog of corruption. Right on the heels of that, he appeared on the other side. His skin clearly dimmed as his clothes were torn apart by the explosive forces and the abyss's flames. Tears appeared one after another. The area of effect corruption restrained his paper figurine substitutes to a certain extent, so he couldn't avoid being affected to a certain extent. And the aftermath of the explosion wasn't something Klein could control, so it similarly dealt damage to him. However, he had gifted Curtius a cup of beer the moment they met, completing the bribe, causing the attacks and control effects that targeted him to be greatly weakened. Curtius clearly didn't expect that Gehrman Sparrow wasn't seriously affected by degeneration. Just as he pulled out a long saber formed from pure flames, and before he could launch a frenzied attack with speed and strength, he saw the glove on his opponent's left hand turn as though it was made of gold. Too blinding. Bolts of lightning instantly shot out from Klein's eyes, psychic piercing. Ah! Curtius immediately let out a shrill cry as though 100 bottles of holy water had been poured into his head. He had plenty of combat experience, so he knew that he would definitely suffer a series of attacks after suffering a mental blow. Hence, he instinctively transformed into a pitch-black liquid that scattered towards the ground. This liquid seemed to be the amalgamation of the most sinister and shameful desires in a person's heart. It swept through the entire room in a way that corrupted everything as it surged towards Gehrman Sparrow. This posture is just too perfect. In a battle encounter, there will always be problems of insufficient preparation and understanding. Thankfully, I've always remembered that when facing a Beyonder who's suspected to be a desire apostle, I have to completely restrain my desires and emotions. Klein didn't dodge as the glove on his left hand was quickly dyed with pure, bright sunlight. He spread out his arms, allowing a holy pillar of light with golden flames swirling around it to descend, illuminating every corner and every shadow. The pillar of light struck the spot where the pitch-black liquid was thickest, and it spread in all directions as it rippled outwards. Amidst the bright and holy light, the pitch-black liquid rapidly evaporated as more than half of it vanished. Curtius hurriedly condensed his body and reformed himself near the window. He remained in his 3-meter-tall devil form, his mind as calm as ever. However, the intense bloodlust and desire for slaughter made him somewhat unable to restrain himself. At that moment, he was already a little weak. He didn't dare to engage in battle and wait for Gehrman Sparrow to show any emotional fluctuations so that he could control his desires. He directly ignited the 2 curved and mysterious goat horns on his head, planning on forcefully attacking his enemy's psyche, making it inevitable for him to produce certain emotions. And once he had desires and emotions, the situation would be under the control of the desire apostle. At this moment, Curtius's mind suddenly turned numb, causing him to nearly lose the thoughts he had. After the distance between them entered a 5-meter range, the reason why Klein had been in a passive state, using paper figurine substitutes and the Baron of Corrosion's distortion powers to barely fend off the attacks and stall for time, was because he was diverting his attention to control Curtius's spirit body threads. With Slaughterer's Sequence 5 spirit body strength, he wouldn't have succeeded so quickly, but the bribe from the cup of beer had lowered Curtius's defense and resistance. And after that, this desire apostle had suffered psychic piercing and had been deeply purified by light of holiness, making him rather weak. Therefore, even though Klein was diverting his attention to use other powers, he was still able to gain initial control over Curtius in about 15 seconds. The intense battle in the room instantly turned silent. Although Curtius's thoughts had turned sluggish, he still had the ability to complete his actions. He could still forcefully resist the control that stemmed from deep within his spirit body. The scarlet in his eyes converged as it reflected Gehrman Sparrow's figure. The curved goat horns on his head began to burn intensely as hatred, greed, desire, and wrath emanated outwards in a corporeal manner. Klein entered a half-cogitation state as he calmly and focused on deepening his control, hoping to quickly make Curtius lose his ability to resist. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly and recommended votes in the dilapidated room, Klein, whose top hat had fallen to the side and whose clothes were in tatters, faced the massive devil with bat wings on his back, Curtius, who was about 4 meters away. The scene was so silent that it resembled a puppet show. In fact, Klein still had the energy to do something else. Back when Nimblewright Master Rosago forcefully controlled him and Sharon, he was able to resist the wraith's projection possession while controlling flames and summoning a flame stream to destroy the shadow that Sharon summoned. If not for his mistake in focusing on the Sequence 5 wraith as his main target, Rosago would have long diverted his attention to finish off Klein. He wouldn't have given him a chance to use the language of foulness charm. Now, although Klein was definitely inferior to the other party, he only had one enemy. Of course, there wasn't much he could do. Under the premise of not giving up on controlling Curtius, he could move, but he couldn't be too anxious or fast. He could use beyonder powers that were his own and didn't place a burden on his spirituality, but he couldn't divert his attention to power the mystical items he carried, or draw his gun and fire with a rather large range of motion. And before the target was controlled to a certain extent, many attacks could push or stimulate the target, thereby increasing the strength to resist the control of the spirit-body threads, to the point of showing signs of escaping. Therefore, Klein had to wait. At this moment, his heart suddenly sped up as an irrepressible sense of horror and nervousness surged in his mind. He couldn't help but suspect that Curtius's companion, whose intentions had been distorted, was about to return, no good. His emotions are stirring. Klein was first taken aback before he used cogitation to forcefully calm his stirring emotions. Haha. He appeared. His emotions stirred. A chance. Curtius was delighted as a slow thought flashed through his mind. Then, he used his beyonder powers in an attempt to magnify German Sparrow's fear and nervousness, planting the seeds of his emotions. If he succeeded, all he needed was a complete detonation to cripple him, preventing him from affecting him again. No. How can it be ineffective? His emotional fluctuations are gone. Curtius's scarlet eyes slowly constricted as they were gradually filled with shock, and anger. Klein, who originally believed that the Desire Apostle would take the opportunity to counterattack, realized that nothing had happened after he calmed himself down. The curved goat horns on Curtius's head had clearly been burned to nothingness, but he didn't attempt to use the emotional fluctuations. With a thought, Klein had a rough idea of what was going on. It wasn't that Curtius didn't want to control his fear and anxiety, but that he had failed. From the moment he sensed the emotional fluctuations, he had to use a few seconds to digest the situation. Then, he would use 2 to 3 seconds to make a decision. Finally, he would spend more time organizing his thoughts and using the corresponding beyonder powers. It would take him at least 10 seconds to complete a response. From the moment Klein noticed the problem to the moment he calmed down, it only took a total of 3 to 4 seconds. Therefore, Curtius's beyonder powers were naturally ineffective against a normal enemy. To put it simply, the delay was too high. In such a situation, there's no need to play any intricate maneuvers. Klein lampooned before he calmed down his gloating mood and continued strengthening his control. After another 10 seconds or so, Curtius seemed to figure out where the problem was. He stopped considering ways to target his desires and emotions. Relying on a devil's powerful body and spirit body, he resisted the control that stemmed from the spirit body threads while slowly and arduously flapping the bat wings on his back. He made the light blue flame swirling on them condense into a fireball. Klein could almost foresee that the fireballs would bombard him in a blanket manner. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to divert some of his spirituality and snapped his fingers with his right thumb and middle finger. Pa! The light blue flames suddenly soared before they truly formed and completely disintegrated. It was as though a grand firework had been set off behind Curtius. Magicians, flame controlling, Curtius continued struggling, but his movements were becoming slower and slower. He looked more and more like a rusty puppet, allowing Klein to easily move his feet and dodge the devil language he was using with all his might. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein suddenly stopped as his gaze locked onto Curtius's head that had lost its curved horns. At that moment, there were still at least 2.5 minutes before he could completely control the Desire Apostle and turn him into a puppet. However, Klein didn't have such plans. He never had such plans from the very beginning. It would take too much time, and Curtius's accomplices would definitely rush back before that happened. Klein only had one goal from beginning to end. It was to control Curtius to a certain extent, preventing his attacks from helping Curtius escape his predicament. His scarlet eyes, hideous face, and saliva-dripping fangs reflected in Klein's eyes. He opened his mouth and said a word. Bang! Air bullet, a sequence 5 air bullet. This was comparable to a bullet fired from a steam rifle. Bang! The air bullet accurately hit Curtius's forehead, causing him to tilt his head back and tug at his spirit body threads. A blood-colored hole that wasn't too deep appeared in the middle of his brows, but he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. To a devil or a Desire Apostle, their bodies seemed to be covered in a thick layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh were also extremely flexible and resistant to attacks. Bang! 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 Klein constantly produced sounds as he created air bullets, making them strike Curtius's forehead one after another. Gradually, they formed a single line. At the same time, he stably controlled his spirit body threads, preventing Curtius from using them to weaken the effects. Curtius let out an angry stuttering roar as he desperately moved forward in a bid to counterattack, but Klein was much more agile than him, and his plan of liquefying had undoubtedly failed due to the control of his spirit body threads. Bang! Another air bullet hit its mark, completely shattering Curtius's forehead and boring into his brain. Bang! 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 More bullets flew in, one after another. Bang! Curtius's skull was finally ripped open. The brain inside was filled with deep black ravines. At that moment, it was a complete blur. The aura of this slaughterer with a bounty of 9,500 pounds rapidly dissipated, but he didn't close his eyes because he had already lost them. He slowly fell to the ground, stumbling as Klein approached him step by step and extended his left palm. Two bright red eyes immediately cracked open on the glove's palm. A cold and sinister breeze appeared as Slaughterer Curtius's spirit body, along with the black fog-like Beyonder characteristic, drilled into creeping hunger while screaming, fixing itself to the empty finger. Soon, the glove turned black once again, but this time it was deep and pure. It was as though it was formed from countless squirming dots of the same color. Klein sensed it for 2 seconds before walking to the shattered window in disappointment and delight. During the process of grazing Curtius, he had actually considered what Beyonder powers he wished to obtain and what he didn't wish to obtain. The answer was that he didn't want the devil's premonition of danger. This was because it required him to constantly activate creeping hunger and maintain it near Curtius's soul. And this meant that he had to be food for the glove alone every day. It was extremely inconvenient, and it overlapped with his seer powers to a certain extent. As for whether the devil's premonition of danger would still be useful after being made into a puppet, Klein believed that it was, but it was only targeted at the puppet itself and had nothing to do with the controller. The Beyonder powers that Klein wished to draw the most were the Desire Apostle's use of emotions or any of the language of foulness. It would be best if it was either death or degeneration. At that moment, he was lucky enough to obtain 3 Beyonder powers. One of them was language of foulness, but it wasn't death or degeneration. Instead, it was slow. It could instantly make all targets within 7 to 8 meters turn stiff or even come to a halt. However, the effects could only last for about 2 seconds. The second Beyonder power was Sword of Magma. It could create a flaming greatsword with extremely high offensive strength. It could cleave through a thick stone pillar with a single strike. The incision would appear to have melted, and it was Curtius's choice when he attacked in a frenzy. The third was Sulfur Fireball. Not only could it create a powerful explosion, but it could also poison people and objects that were tainted by the flames. If it was combined with his devil form powers, he could shoot more than 10 to 20 of them at once, or 3 at most. Not bad. Sword of Magma's damage against non-undead and filthy creatures is clearly higher than the Priest of Light's Light of Holiness. Klein came to the window and happened to see the backs of Curtius's companions leaving. They haven't escaped the effects? No, based on the time, they must have escaped and returned to a spot not far away. Are they escaping now? They are able to sense Curtius's death? That's a little strange. Klein turned his head and saw that Curtius's corpse still maintained its devil form. It hadn't transformed into a human due to death. He looked at it for 2 seconds and had a vague guess. Powers similar to devil form appear to be in a state where one is close to losing control. However, one's rationality can still be controlled, allowing them to transform back. Otherwise, they will remain in a constant state. Klein didn't waste any time as he flipped the devil's corpse. He discovered that due to Curtius's gigantification, his clothes and pants had been torn apart, causing his wallet and notes to fall to the ground. Furthermore, it had been severely damaged by the fireball and the sulfur flames. Klein was just about to retract his gaze when he suddenly discovered something shimmering at the gigantic devil's chest. It was a slender crystal formed purely from blood. A faint smell of sulfur emanated from it. What's this? Klein frowned slightly, unable to think of an answer. Curtius's beyonder characteristic has clearly entered creeping hunger, so why would his corpse produce something strange? This thought flashed through Klein's mind in puzzlement. Furthermore, as the second mate of the King of Immortality, Curtius didn't have a single mystical item or sealed artifact. This exceeded his expectations. After thinking for a moment, Klein, who didn't have an answer, put away the thin blood crystal since he didn't sense any danger. Following that, he bent down to examine the half-headless and demonized Curtius. I wonder if I can still get a bounty like this. How much can I get? I wonder who the military liaison is? Send a telegram to us, Kent? This round trip, together with the time it takes for him to operate remotely, will take at least 3 to 4 days. I'll have to leave tomorrow. Besides, I won't be able to avoid giving the middleman some benefits. He mumbled to himself and walked to the side. He picked up a half-top hat with obvious charred marks and wore it. Then, he dragged the heavy and huge corpse of the evil demon step by step to the door and reached out to open it. A howling wind blew in as the silence in the room instantly vanished. Klein closed his spirit body threads with a pinch of his fingers. And continued dragging the terrifying devil corpse through the corridor and down the stairs to the first floor. At that moment, there weren't many people left in the bar. The tables and chairs were overturned, and the ground was littered with debris. It was a mess. Klein entered the lobby through the heavily damaged staircase. He surveyed the area and found the boss, who was hiding behind the bar with a frown. There weren't many bodyguards he had hired left, and they were scattered around. Tap. Tap. Klein walked over step by step as the devil corpse behind him knocked away several tables and chairs. What do you want? The boss took a step back and asked at the top of his lungs. His bodyguards gathered over in fear. Their eyes darted around as their bodies moved in different directions. It was as though they would immediately run away the moment anything went wrong. Klein stopped and threw Curtius's corpse in front of him. Then, he said in a deep and hoarse voice, "Can you claim the bounty on my behalf?" The boss was stunned for a second as he instinctively looked down and saw the gigantic devil corpse with blue flames lingering around it. He and his bodyguards drew a cold gasp as they had the illusion that they weren't in the real world. This was a real devil. Apart from the lack of curved goat horns, it was exactly the same as the demons described in the church's books and legends. To the ordinary people who lived in the pirate paradise, witnessing supernatural powers wasn't something rare. In this aspect, they were clearly more knowledgeable than the citizens of the Orvie West colonies and the kingdom. However, as the owners and guards of a large bar, they had similarly never seen a true devil. They even suspected that it was the church's attempt to smear the reputation of unofficial beyonders. The boss retracted his gaze with great difficulty and looked at the cold-looking adventurer in tattered clothes. Yes. They should have the means to confirm that this is Curtius. Is it Curtius? Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and nodded silently. The boss deliberated for 2 seconds before squeezing out a smile filled with fear. But you won't be able to get everything. As you know, you'll need to spend some money in the process. About 30%. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for a long time. £9,500 isn't a small sum. For Tosgarter Port, it'll take at least a week. This is because there are frequent pirates and adventurers with bounties, so there's always a sizable amount of money. In Orvie Island or other places, it might take 2 weeks or even a month. £9,500 was indeed not a small sum. Klein clearly remembered that back in Tingen, the Nighthawk's monthly budget was only about £1,000. It was even split between the church and the police department. He thought for a moment and said to the boss, "Do you know me?" "Yes." The boss hurriedly nodded. Klein swept his gaze at everyone and continued asking. Klein swept his gaze across everyone and continued asking, "Who are you?" "Yes, yes." The boss didn't dare lie. Klein tersely acknowledged and said in a straightforward tone, "Can you find out where I live?" Klein tersely acknowledged and said in a flat and straightforward tone, "That's right." Klein tersely acknowledged and said in a straightforward tone, "Send the £6,000 bounty tomorrow afternoon." £6,000? That's less than 70%. That's more than £600. The boss was taken aback. He never expected the crazy adventurer to take the initiative to lower the price. "Can you do it?" Klein asked again. The additional £650 was his compensation to the bar. After all, the situation here was rather tragic. However, such words couldn't be said by the crazy adventurer himself. He believed that the bar boss wasn't a philanthropist and definitely wouldn't hand over the extra money to others. The boss thought seriously before answering, yes. Even if the official process wasn't that fast, he wasn't worried. This was because he planned on borrowing a portion of the money, along with his savings, to pay for the bounty that German Sparrow needed. There weren't many deals that could earn him a few £100, so he definitely couldn't let it go. Klein nodded and didn't say another word. He turned around and walked to the bar's door. When he approached the door, he took out a few glistening yellow copper coins from his pocket and threw them onto a small round table that hadn't collapsed. Clink clink clank. The coins tumbled and settled down, totaling 8 pence. While doing this, Klein, who was dressed in a black suit, didn't slow down or stop. His back quickly disappeared from the door. What's the meaning of this? The boss asked in surprise and confusion. Most of the bodyguards shook their heads with the same expression, indicating that they didn't know the intentions behind German Sparrow's throwing of the coins. The only bodyguard who was originally guarding the gate frowned and thought for a moment. He said uncertainly, "That's right." He said with uncertainty, when he first came in, he took someone's beer and threw it to Curtius. "Is this the money for that beer and the glass?" The bar fell silent once again. Although the boss and the bodyguards couldn't accept such an explanation, they had a baffling feeling that it matched the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow's style. Another set of clothes was destroyed. "That's about £9. Thankfully, I earned quite a bit this time. I'll get a new set tomorrow." After turning into another street, Klein stopped and observed his condition. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the hotel he was staying at. First, he followed the information provided by the new Rouen gang's boss, Malsona, and found a policeman who was under the control of drugs and had done many bad things for the gang, to the point of fabricating a plot to kill a witness. He used mediumship to confirm the other party's crimes. Then, he allowed creeping hunger to enjoy the real feast of the day. After doing this, Klein took a carriage back to the hotel and entered his room. After some preparations, he used a ritual to bring creeping hunger and the slender blood crystal above the grey fog. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein didn't hesitate to pick up the glove and release the soul of the priest of light. This sequence 5 beyonder was a thin, elegant, and easygoing elder. He wore a simple white ecclesiastical robe, and he bowed to the mysterious existence in the grey fog to express his gratitude. Klein nodded slightly as a response. Following that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement, potion formula for the Sun Pathways sequence 7 and above. Leaning back in his chair, he began channeling the spirit using dream divination. The grey world quickly changed. He saw the priest of light unfurl a brown goatskin parchment in the study that was filled with sunlight. On it was a formula written in ancient Fasak. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients: 1 crystal of the Tree of Elders, 5 tail feathers of a spirit-packed bird. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of the radiant spirit-packed tree's juice, 1 golden-bordered sunflower, 1 white-bordered sunflower, 5 drops of water fern juice. After the scene paused for a few seconds, the water rippled and reconstructed a luxurious hall with golden statues everywhere. In the hall, a man covered in pure light that made it difficult to look straight at him said to the elder in his 50s, "This is the Priest of Light potion formula. This is the potion formula for Priest of Light. Remember, dispel the darkness and praise the sun." The elder excitedly agreed as he unfurled the ancient goatskin parchment in his hand. Sequence 5, Priest of Light. Main ingredients: red crown of the Dawn Rooster King, 1 piece of white radiant stone. Supplementary ingredients: 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of fingered citron juice, 10 milliliters of rock water, 60 milliliters of the Dawn Rooster King's blood. Ritual: in pure darkness, bury your entire body in ice that normally wouldn't melt before consuming the potion. The scene quickly disappeared without any additional content. Klein wasn't surprised by this. He knew very well that when it came to the domain of a demigod, the 7 churches would often directly provide the potion and ritual, but not the formula. At this moment, the Priest of Light's figure had mostly dissipated due to the forceful mediumship. His pained expression turned gloomy as he tilted his head up and spread his arms out, as though he was embracing the sunlight. Praise the sun! The Priest of Light closed his eyes and said piously. This was the last thing he said before his spirit body rapidly dissipated and fell into the gray fog, completely disappearing. A devout. Klein commented with a sigh. Following that, he quickly recalled what he had seen in his dream and copied the formula down. One of the main ingredients for notary is the crystallized rhizome of the Tree of Elders. I remember that Miss Justice's psychiatrist potion requires the fruit of the Tree of Elders. From the looks of it, a spectator and a sun can really be swapped at high sequence beyonders. The Priest of Light's ritual is difficult for the average person to find ice that normally wouldn't melt, but it's different for Little Sunday. A living person in the forsaken land of the gods might vanish in pure darkness. I have to think of a way to avoid it. Dispel the darkness and praise the sun is an acting method? Klein thought for a moment and picked up the thin blood crystal that had seeped out of Curtius's body. He considered for a few seconds before seriously writing down the corresponding divination statement, its origins. With the item and paper in hand, Klein silently recited the statement once again and entered a dream. In the hazy world, he saw the gigantic sailboat, the Death Announcer, with its two ends raised high up. He saw Curtius climb up a rope ladder and onto the deck. Just as this Desire Apostle's feet found their footing, a sticky black fog emanated from the cracks in the deck. It was filled with a depraved and sinister aura as it enveloped Curtius completely. It corrupted and corroded all the items on him that shimmered with a spirit glow, including himself. The fog rapidly contracted and drilled into Curtius's chest. The color gradually turned red as though it was dyed red with blood. Finally, everything returned to normal. Curtius knelt down on one knee and faced the deck. Your will is my will, great Death Announcer. The scene shattered as Klein opened his eyes. He sat up straight and looked at the slender blood crystal, muttering to himself thoughtfully, that's right. He muttered to himself in thought, the Death Announcer is alive, a sealed artifact that possesses living characteristics. This crystal is the source of its control over the crew. It has strong corruptive properties. Therefore, mystical items that aren't high enough will be corroded. P.S. Taking a look at the monthly votes, I'm not far from it. I'll update at midnight. Picking up the thin blood crystal, he took a whiff of the faint smell of sulfur. Klein could vaguely sense the corrosive powers hidden deep within. Legend has it that the abyss is a place with the most corruption. Even angels will lose control there. The people who guard the abyss will eventually be assimilated by the abyss. The characteristics displayed by the Death Announcer does match this point. It's the deepening of a Desire Apostle? Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. Soon, he noticed a detail. Curtius had sworn allegiance to the Death Announcer, and not King of Immortality Agolito. Does this mean that the real King of Immortality is actually the Death Announcer, and Agolito is only its spokesperson, or should I say the manager of the corruption target? Rumor has it that Agolito isn't a demigod and hasn't reached sequence 4. He relied on the Death Announcer to become one of the 4 kings. If that's the case, then his actual situation might be worse than I expected. He doesn't have any autonomy. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that he's a sequence 4 and has a cooperative relationship with the Death Announcer. After all, a devil is always crafty and likes to mislead others. Klein pondered for a few seconds and attempted divination again to see if he could obtain any revelations regarding the use of the thin blood crystal. He wasn't worried that it would invite trouble. Or it could be said that he was already prepared to welcome trouble. Even if he connected to the Devil King in the abyss, it would at most be equivalent to a backlash from the true creator or eternal blazing Sunday. Klein believed that the gray fog could withstand and suppress it. This is the first time. I won't be locked onto, so it's not a big problem. Besides, I've divined its origins, and there's no danger. Therefore, the Death Announcer is definitely not a sequence 0 devil. Isn't that obvious? If it's really a sequence 0 devil or a sealed artifact at the level of King of Angels Amon, there's no need for it to evade the combined efforts of me, Queen Mystic, Admiral of Stars, and Anderson. Klein suddenly realized that he had been scaring himself as he seriously began dream divination. In the hazy world, he saw a world filled with a sticky black fog. The monster, which was made up of huge dark lumps of flesh, wriggled as it approached. An angry roar came from its body cavity. Sleep talker. The scene changed, and an ancient-looking sacrificial altar that was spilled with blood appeared. There were filthy words and symbols inscribed on it, as if they were shouting something. The dusky world shattered, and Klein slowly opened his eyes and sat up straight. He tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers and muttered to himself, "Blatherer refers to a blatherer that came from the abyss before the death announcer became a sealed artifact." Or could it be that it was a gigantic monster formed from dark-colored lumps of flesh that was killed by a blatherer and became a sealed artifact? No matter what, one of the ships must have participated in it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have solidified into its current state. From the laughter that makes one lose control, the possibility of the death announcer corresponding to a blatherer is higher. I can make a preliminary judgment that it isn't a grade 0 sealed artifact. Otherwise, the King of Immortality would be the leader of the four kings. It's probably sequence 3? Furthermore, Agalito's pairing with it clearly isn't ideal. He can't do too well. At most, he's a sequence 4, that altar with the filthy and shouting symbolizes that this blood crystal can be used to summon a high-level devil? For example, a blatherer? Klein, who didn't know how to summon a high-level devil, nor did he have any plans to do so, casually threw the slender blood crystal and the glowing crystal left behind by the Priest of Light, the Beyonder characteristic, into the junk pile. He then very perfunctorily gave the former a name, the aura of a blatherer. After doing this, Klein cautiously attempted another divination. It was to confirm if he would be in danger tonight, danger from King of Immortality Agalito. In fact, he already had a certain prediction regarding the divination's answer. It was that King of Immortality Agalito wouldn't come to the island. Firstly, it was because Tosgarter had a hidden demigod. Ordinary Beyonders weren't aware of it, but the four kings likely had a certain level of understanding. As for Agalito, he almost never had a direct conflict with other demigods. Forcefully entering another demigod's territory wasn't his style. Secondly, based on Klein's previous guesses, he came to a conclusion: Agalito didn't dare leave the death announcer, and there was no way for the death announcer to come ashore. Indeed, Klein received a revelation that it would be very safe tonight. This meant that he didn't need to change his appearance and move to another hotel. Around 9 in the morning the next day, just as Klein walked to the restaurant on the first floor and found a seat to sit down, he saw Anderson Hood appear out of nowhere and sit opposite him. This strongest hunter combed his short blonde hair with his fingers, returning it to a 370 split. As he looked at German Sparrow, he chuckled and said, "Impressive. Impressive. He managed to kill Curtius despite fighting 1 against 3. The scene of you dragging the devil's corpse downstairs has already spread throughout the entire Tosgarter harbor. It's said that all the pirates with bounties have decided to stay far away from you. They won't appear within a 5-kilometer radius of you." Klein, who had stopped drinking milk ever since he met Frank Lee, raised his hand and ordered a cup of coffee, a loaf of white bread, 2 slices of toast, a roasted pork sausage, and a plate of butter. Then, he replied in an extremely calm manner, "Your intelligence isn't bad." Anderson chuckled and said, "This is a quality that a hunter must have. This is a necessary quality for a hunter." The adventurers of Tosgarter are discussing a serious question. Who is the strongest hunter? Seeing German Sparrow look up at him with a cold gaze with an indecipherable meaning, Anderson's smile froze. He said in embarrassment, "They chose you." This is the Sonia Sea after all, not the Fog Sea. Why did you add the last sentence? It's easy to get beaten up like that. Klein feigned nonchalance as he asked in passing, "What else?" Anderson suddenly felt that there was a barrier to his understanding. "What else is there?" Klein repeated in greater detail. "Also." Anderson suddenly winked. "Malsona of the New Ruan party mysteriously disappeared last night. He mysteriously disappeared in his room under the protection of countless bodyguards. The official explanation is that Malsona is already dead, and the cause might be a sacrifice to an evil god or the summoning of a devil. No one believes this because the Church of the Storm has received an anonymous letter. It records Malsona's crimes in detail and provides evidence." He stared at German Sparrow, anticipating the crazy adventurer to give him more information. He clearly remembered that German Sparrow had asked him who he should kill yesterday afternoon, and his answer was Malsona of the New Rouen party. Klein tersely acknowledged and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a figure rushed into the inn and looked around before walking towards Klein in delight. He was none other than the owner of the bar from before. Mr. Sparrow. The boss took off his bonnet that had a dent in the middle and bowed. It has been confirmed, but it will take another 2 days. After all, the amount is just too huge. Haha, I know you will definitely be leaving today, so to not delay your journey, I decided to advance the bounty to you. Yes, a portion of it is the bar's liquid funds, and a portion of it is a loan I borrowed from a few friends. Please count it. He deliberately went into such detail to show his goodwill to German Sparrow in addition to earning money, so as to befriend this crazy adventurer. As for whether this would incur the wrath of the King of Immortality, he wasn't worried. Most of the time, Curtius and company would similarly claim their bounties through him. After all, it was the spoils of battle between pirates. Everyone liked an additional sum of money. This was an unspoken rule at sea. Klein counted the thick stack of £6,000 and split them into several stacks before placing them into different pockets. Then, he nodded. Not bad. The bar boss heaved a sigh of relief as he warily surveyed the area. He suppressed his voice and said, "You have to be careful. The King of Immortality is very vengeful. He might intercept the ship you are on at sea." He didn't dare say that he had the means to arrange for people to infiltrate certain ships and leave in secret, afraid that the King of Immortality would notice and seek revenge. "I know," Klein replied without much thought. The bar boss didn't speak further as he bowed again and left the hotel's restaurant. "You have a way of leaving?" Anderson looked curiously at German Sparrow. "Guess." Klein revealed a polite smile. The corners of Anderson's mouth twitched. "I'm relieved seeing how confident you are. By the way, the ticket. It sets off at 1:30 in the afternoon." "Impressive." "I thought it was impressive earning £1,600 a night, but who knew?" Klein didn't respond as he began enjoying his breakfast. After that, he went out to get a new set of clothes to prevent himself from lacking a change of clothes. Time ticked by, and soon, it was time to board the ship. Anderson held a newly bought suitcase and looked at German Sparrow beside him. He asked uneasily, "Are we boarding the ship just like that? The death announcer should be out at sea. The future has already left after replenishing its supplies yesterday." He felt that it wasn't wise to risk the wrath of the King of Immortality by leaving. It's impossible for German Sparrow to be crazy enough to charge forward despite knowing that he would die. Unless, this is his trap. Anderson's thoughts raced as he came up with another theory. Klein didn't turn his head to look at him as he carried his suitcase and boarded the liner. His thoughts were very simple. It was likely that the death announcer would be able to sense that something was wrong with its aura. With the King of Immortality's usual style, the possibility of a forceful attack was very low. If this theory was wrong, then as long as the death announcer appeared over the horizon, Klein would directly enter his room and pray to himself. Then, he would head above the grey fog and use the scepter to respond. He wanted to see if a blatherer or a sea god was stronger at sea. Klein originally didn't have such plans. He wanted to use the sea god scepter's ability to control underwater creatures and find an underwater carriage to pull him and Anderson, who were protected by layers of charms, out into the open sea, out of the death announcer's perimeter. Then, he would secretly board a liner with a ticket. However, considering how the sudden disappearance of his target might incur the King of Immortality's wrath on others and indiscriminately slaughter liners. After all, pirates didn't need to abide by the law, nor did they need to have perfect morals. After a divination above the grey fog, Klein finally decided to leave in broad daylight. P.S. Additional updates, seeking monthly tickets. On the deck, he entered the cabin and found his room. Klein was about to say something when Anderson had spoke first. "That's not right. If I were a passenger of this ship, I would definitely be very afraid and nervous when I see an adventurer like you who has just defended the King of Immortality. I would either get the captain or the first mate to persuade you to switch ships, or switch ships myself." To my surprise, they are all very calm. This fellow is very sharp. He's very perceptive when it comes to details. Is this a true conspirer? He's usually joking and optimistic, but in fact, he's able to grasp the situation without batting an eyelid and make preparations. As Klein opened the door with the key, he considered if there really was a problem with the ship. At this moment, Anderson raised his hand and lightly patted his face. He laughed dryly. And said, I understand the reason. It hasn't been long, and the matter has only been spread by a few adventurers and pirates. The typical passengers and sailors on the ship don't know anything about it. Besides, those who know what you look like are definitely well-informed people. They aren't ordinary people. Yo, you know how to answer your own questions. Do you know that time is life? Klein lampooned as he entered the first-class cabin. It wasn't that he wished to stay comfortably, but that he had to watch over Anderson Hood. He didn't want the unluckiest hunter's bad luck to bring disaster to the liner. Therefore, he got him to book a first-class cabin. Carrying his suitcase, he walked to the master bedroom's door. Klein pointed at the guest bedroom and the servants' quarters. He said to Anderson, pick one. Anderson was taken aback for 2 seconds as he said with his mouth agape, you're very experienced. Of course, I have rich experience with hunters. If Donna's were here, I would have chosen the servants' quarters. Klein didn't respond as he entered the master bedroom. At 1:30, the steam whistle sounded as the liner set off on time. After hanging up his coat, Klein walked out of the master bedroom in his trousers, shirt, and vest. He came to the living room and looked out the window at the horizon. The blue waves were rippling, spreading out inch by inch along the contours of Tosgarter Island as they undulated in the wind. There's no way to observe the entire situation like this. Anderson came over and said with a smile, you can only confirm one side, but the death announcer might come from the other side or from the front. The best way is to climb the observation deck. Haha, there are definitely crew members there, but an experienced hunter or pirate has 100 ways to fool his senses. Klein turned around and looked at Hood expressionlessly. You're absolutely right. I'll leave this matter to you. Huh? Anderson was confused. He immediately came to a realization and asked in surprise, don't you have any other way to observe? Without any means of observation, how was he supposed to lay a trap for the King of Immortality? No. Klein nodded calmly. I can only count on you. Who gave you the courage to leave under the gaze of the King of Immortality? For a moment Anderson was speechless. As he muttered to himself, don't stop me. I'm jumping off the ship. He left the cabin and headed straight for the observation deck. In theory, King of Immortality Aguilito, or should I say the death announcer, should have long sensed my ill intentions and sensed the danger that comes from me. Then, will they attack? Will they believe that I'm only at this standard and that I don't have any helpers, or will they suspect that a powerhouse that can interfere with my premonition for danger has interfered? Klein retracted his gaze from the door and looked out at the sea once again. After a while, he suddenly sensed something and quickly activated his spirit vision, turning his head to the side. A tall skeleton messenger drilled out of the floorboards as the pitch-black flames in its eye sockets flickered slightly. Only its upper body was exposed, so it wasn't much taller than Klein. It looked at him at eye level and handed over the letter in its hand. Mr. Aztec sure replied quickly this time. Klein nodded politely and received the neatly folded piece of paper. After the skeleton messenger disintegrated and vanished, he unfolded the letter under the sunlight outside the window. I'm very happy that you have obtained an advancement. Your traveling experience was more interesting than I imagined. Those waters are indeed very dangerous. I vaguely remember that it might be related to the source of the cataclysm. As for why ancient death would have his remnant aura there, I'm not too sure. I'll remember your warning. Before I completely recover my memories, I won't enter those waters. The ravings of the true creator aren't pleasant to the ears. I'm interested in the ring on Admiral Hell's hand, but I've recently been stuck on a past matter. It might take some time before I can pay him a visit. Upon seeing this, Klein couldn't help but smile. I'll write back to Mr. Aztec and tell him that I have a way to lock onto Admiral Hell Ludwell's location. I want him to bring me along when he pays a visit. Oh no, I haven't divined the location of the Murloc cufflink recently. I wonder if Ludwell has discovered it or if he has thrown it away. Yes, I'll do a divination above the gray fog. After confirming that the death announcer isn't pursuing me, moving his gaze, Klein continued reading. The ancient documents I obtained from Katerina do mention artificial death. To put it simply, the former royal family of the Balam Empire, which is now the upper echelons of the charismatic order, had obtained inspiration from the hidden sage's sudden resurrection. They wish to make death, which is currently just a concept, experience the same situation. There's a possibility of it being realized. As Beyonders are indestructible, the death of death doesn't mean that the corresponding characteristics and authority are completely lost. They still exist, but they have returned to a concept and abstract state, just like the earliest hidden sage. From those documents, the corresponding research hasn't had any breakthroughs, but that was already centuries ago. The corresponding sequence 4 potion for seer is Bizarro sorcerer. The powerhouses of Antigonus and the Zeridal family left a deep impression on me. Even though I've already forgotten the details, I can still recall the feeling of fear. I'm not sure exactly where you can obtain the formula and ingredients. Perhaps you can consider switching to a neighboring pathway. I've already recalled this. You can choose from the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer, and the Marauder Pathways Sequence 4 Parasite. However, I vaguely remember that these 3 pathways can only be interchanged at Sequence 3, indeed. The only hope left is erodes. Klein forced the corners of his mouth to curl into a smile. After reading the reply, he took out a pen and paper and scribbled down the contents he had thought of. He also asked for the exact definition of a mythical creature. He wasn't in a rush to summon the messenger. He put down the pen and paper and prepared for the appearance of the death announcer before sending the letter with a request for help. This way, he could use the sea god's scepter to hold on for a while, and he might be able to wait for Mr. Aztec to traverse the spirit world to rescue him. When the time came, the two of them could join forces and have a chance of obtaining the death announcer. The reason why he didn't write it ahead of time was because the devil could sense danger and wouldn't come again. Of course, Klein didn't know if the devil could sense the exact contents of the letter. After patiently waiting for a few hours, Klein heard the door open. He turned his head and saw Anderson rubbing the side of his head as he walked in with a complicated expression. The death announcer hasn't appeared. We've already completely left Tosgarter Island's waters. The King of Immortality actually didn't seek revenge. This German sparrow is more impressive than I imagined. Anderson sighed inwardly. Klein nodded regretfully and walked to the coat rack. He picked up his coat and hat and prepared to head to the dining hall. In a secret chamber, a Red Gloves team was discussing the recent cases they had been investigating. Solashur Sostal held a piece of chalk and pointed at the blackboard. The devil murder this time has certain similarities with the assassination of the Duke of Negan in Bakeland. First, a human skin with its own aura appeared. This is something that wasn't present in many cases related to devils in the past. Second, there are more than one devil. They take turns wearing human skin and carry out normal activities to conceal their companions' evil actions. Finally, they are suspected to belong to the Beria family. At this moment, Leonard, who was in the corner, seemed to be listening attentively, but when his captain mentioned Bakeland, he couldn't help but recall what had happened in the past. After witnessing the underground ruins being completely destroyed, he wanted to investigate the mysterious detective Sherlock Moriarty while he had some free time. He planned on starting from his former landlord, but the team received an urgent mission. They began investigating a new serial murder case and had no choice but to leave Bakeland. Leonard, what's your take on this? After Sostal finished speaking, he called out Leonard Mitchell to continue. Leonard turned his head in a daze and looked at the contents on the blackboard. He quickly organized his words and said, I believe this isn't just a disguise. It might also contain the need for a ritual. Captain Sostal, you know that devils have many blasphemous rituals. Makes sense. Sostal gestured for the next team member to speak. Phew, thankfully, old man has recently tutored me in devil studies. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and began listening to his teammates' discussion seriously. After 2 days of sailing, the liner safely arrived at Orvie Island. After checking into the inn, Klein said to Anderson Hood, Wait here for me. Wait for me here. That demigod doesn't like strangers visiting suddenly. He didn't wish to expose the life school of thought's liaison. I hope I can live to see him. Anderson smiled bitterly as he blessed himself. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he gave up on speaking. He took the carriage to the Church of the Storm St. Draco Cathedral. Before long, he once again saw the lopsided and ugly bell ringer, Carnot, in the tiny room of the magnificent bell tower. After hearing the reason for German Sparrow's visit, the hunched Carnot nodded. "I'll bring you to Mr. Ricardo. He's already recovered from his injuries and isn't where he was." "All right." Just as Klein finished replying, he suddenly recalled that Carnot was a human refinement product of the Church of Earth Mother. He asked, "Do you know Frank Lee?" When the bell ringer, Carnot, heard the name Frank Lee, his expression instantly turned strange. "I know him. He's a kind and pure person, but at times, he's so pure that it's terrifying." "Indeed." Klein made way for the staircase and followed the bell ringer down as he casually said, "I know him." "Are you very familiar with him?" Carnot walked in front in silence. After a while, he turned his back to German Sparrow and said, "I'm a product of failure. I'm filled with all sorts of problems, and I'm always mocked by others. Only Frank and a few others look at me normally, treating me as a person with my own soul." "Why did he leave the Church of Earth Mother?" Klein, who was carrying a suitcase, asked despite knowing the answer. Carnot left the bell tower and proceeded forward while getting his bearings. "I don't know the exact reason. He's an orphan, and he grew up in a monastery. He truly treats the church as his family, and he views Earth Mother as his mother. He has many strange ideas. He originally had a chance of becoming a diocese bishop, but he was nearly sent to a tribunal for blasphemy. This matter was mentioned by Frank before. It's because he wanted to cross a bull, a cow, and wheat together. To be frank, if it were me, I would have sent him to a tribunal as well. The reason why that fellow didn't do much in the early days was definitely because his sequence wasn't high enough. The things he could do were limited." Klein mumbled a few words and followed Carnot into a street, arriving at an alley behind St. Draco Cathedral. Carnot walked in front of an ordinary house and pulled the doorbell. Every 2 seconds, a total of 3 times. After a while, the door creaked open as the sound of knocks approached. Klein immediately saw an elder in a short black coat with a sturdy cane. The elder's hair was as white as snow, and his face didn't have any obvious wrinkles. He wore a black eye patch that covered his entire vision. "Mr. Counselor, Mr. German Sparrow is here to visit you." "Counselor Ricardo?" "He's Counselor Ricardo? He's blind?" Klein had only heard his voice and not seen him, so he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Ricardo cocked his ear and slowly turned his head to where German Sparrow was. He chuckled. "I'm sorry, I can only see you like this. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly had a premonition that I couldn't open my eyes to see anything today. To prevent any accidents, I had to wear a blindfold. I can't believe it. I can't compete with this charlatan." Klein was amused and stunned. After that, he understood the accurate interpretation of her premonition. She wasn't looking at him. He remembered that Snake of Mercury Will Septon had once said that Beyonders of the monster pathway could see things that others couldn't. Therefore, he was able to sense his uniqueness. Back then, Ade Missile from Tingen City had his eyes bleed the moment he saw him and collapsed to the ground in pain. Counselor Ricardo sensed danger and put on a blindfold in advance. Sigh, if that wasn't the case, I would have asked him what he could see. Klein didn't have the hobby of forcing others to hurt themselves. "Is there any clue to the mystical item I need?" "Not at the moment," Ricardo said with a smile. "After I recovered, I went to buy him. My luck wasn't bad. I encountered the mobilization of the Navy and the Governor-General's office's upper echelons, and I successfully rescued Roy King. However, it also wasted quite a bit of time." Klein had expected this, so he wasn't surprised. "Then I'll use this request in exchange for help. I have a friend who was plagued by bad luck after coming into contact with a mural left behind by the Angel of Fate. He needs to be eradicated." Ricardo thought for a moment and said, "No problem. Take me there, but don't let him go out. There might be an accident." Klein nodded. As he walked towards the alley with his suitcase, he took the opportunity to ask, "What's the matter?" "Mr. Counselor, what do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire?" From Klein's point of view, the Life School of Thought and Rose School had many conflicts on the surface, so they likely had a deep understanding of each other. Ricardo held his cane and slowly walked behind Klein. He didn't need anyone to help or lead the way, as though he wasn't wearing a blindfold. He chuckled. The mother tree of desire is the embodiment of Rose School's chained god. However, I suspect that the truth might be the opposite. The chained god is one of the embodiments of the mother tree of desire. My reason is that Red Light Ire Moria claims that the mutant pathways sequence 0 spot is still empty. Heh, you know of sequence 0, right? Yes, Klein replied succinctly without beating around the bush. He didn't even indicate that he knew of the Pure Light Brotherhood. Ricardo tersely acknowledged and said, in short, no one knows the mother tree of desire's true identity, nor do they know which pathway she corresponds to. Perhaps that's her true identity. In addition, I can provide some information from the side. The mother tree of desire and the primordial moon oppose each other as though they have an irreconcilable conflict. It's because of this that Rose School is always hostile towards us. However, at times, the relationship between the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon is very subtle. You might find it hard to imagine that the southern continent has a shaman king who worships the moon joining Rose School. The 7 churches abhor the true creator, primordial demonis, dark side of the universe, and other evil gods, but they hate the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire even more. Similarly, the Aurora Order, Demonis sect, Blood Sanctification sect, and Moses Ascetic Order don't like Rose School. That's rather interesting. The mother tree of desire is one of the 2 most isolated? In thought, Klein stopped a carriage and watched Carnot send Fate Counselor Ricardo up. He then entered the carriage and instructed the carriage driver to head to a nearby inn. Before long, the carriage arrived at its destination. Just as Klein was about to alight, he heard a loud bang. The rumbling explosion caused the entire street to tremble, and pieces of glass windows fell to the ground. No way. Could it be caused by Anderson's bad luck? Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was the truth. However, the unluckiest hunter didn't seem to be dead. He looked out of the carriage and saw that a large part of the hotel's 2nd floor had collapsed. Flames and smoke still lingered. At this time, a figure with messy blonde hair and ragged clothes stood below, muttering to himself, "You're right. I can't believe there's such a daring guy trading firearms in the hotel, and it's even a new type of explosives. I almost died without knowing why." My luggage. Klein looked down at the suitcase he was carrying and suddenly felt that it was good to be cautious. He turned around and helped Ricardo down the carriage. Anderson sensed something and turned his head with a wry smile. Weapons merchants these days are too unprofessional. Fortunately, it's daytime, so there aren't many people resting in the hotel. Poor boss, he's going to suffer a loss. However, the gold they brought shouldn't be destroyed so easily, so we can make up for it. I think that your bad luck is largely responsible for it. Klein nodded and said to Ricardo, "That's not a good idea." "That's him." Ricardo immediately turned his head towards Anderson, but the black eye patch obscured his vision. He paused for a few seconds and smiled. "Give me a gold coin." "Oh?" Anderson suspiciously took out a lone gold coin from the inside of his clothes. Then, he said to Gehrman Sparrow with a smile, "It's the custom of my hometown to sew a tiny pocket on the innermost layer of clothes to store a few coins. I didn't believe it at first, but I've been too unlucky recently." As he spoke, he handed the gold coin to Ricardo. Ricardo received the gold coin and slowly closed his fingers before retracting his hand. He then smiled. "All right, your bad luck has been removed." "Ah?" Anderson looked at Gehrman Sparrow in a daze, as though he was saying, "That's it?" "Don't tell me you found a cheat." Klein was stunned as well, but he chose to believe in Ricardo. After all, he was a fate counselor. Ricardo put away the gold coin and chuckled. "It was also that simple when you received bad luck. If you don't believe me, you can try your luck at a casino." "That makes sense." Anderson clapped his hands and immediately stopped a pedestrian, asking where the nearest casino was. After a while, he returned in a clean jacket. When he saw Ricardo waiting by the street, he instinctively opened his mouth. He was suddenly taken aback as he forcefully shut his mouth. Then, he thanked him with a chuckle. After the demigod was sent to a carriage, he approached German Sparrow and smiled wistfully. I wanted to say that although you're blind, you're indeed very powerful in the domain of fate. Thankfully, I remembered in time that he's a demigod. If you really say that, then you have a chance of becoming a hunter who died on the spot due to having his bad luck removed. Klein didn't echo his sentiments. Instead, he said, you can tell me the clues to that pistol. As creeping hunger had great restrictions, he still wished to have a mystical item with a more conventional offensive type. Anderson combed his hair and chuckled. In Byam. It's a friend I knew in the past. He's a very powerful adventurer. As he was tired of the unstable and dangerous life, he used his savings to buy a few spice manners, found a good lady to marry, and completely retired from this line of work. He had a child some time ago, and his thoughts changed again. He began wishing to give his child a better environment, better education, and a safer environment. Therefore, he planned on moving to Bakeland. It has the best grammar school and public school there. He didn't wish to rent a place in Bakeland, nor did he plan on selling the manor that could continuously earn him money. He happened to have an extra mystical item on him, so he planned on selling the revolver. Back then, I was in a hurry to follow the treasure-seeking team to those waters. I don't know if I succeeded in the end. However, there are very few people who can produce nearly 10,000 pounds in one go. It's not that easy to make a deal. Yes, bring me to visit him, Klein replied simply. At that moment, on the Golden Dream, Donnaz was horrified to discover a problem. Captain hadn't appeared for 3 days. Under the illumination of the sun, the Golden Dream emitted a golden luster, as though it was a moving treasure trove. Donnaz stood in the captain's cabin, constantly pacing back and forth. He attempted to recall everything that had happened during this period of time and find clues for investigation. 3 days ago, his captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, had announced that she would be doing research and wouldn't appear for 10 to 20 hours. Therefore, all the corresponding classes had been cancelled. Donnaz and company weren't surprised by this because it was a common occurrence. They were delighted that they didn't have to attend classes. They drank, sang, and held a bonfire party on the ship. They were just short of setting the Golden Dream alight. They had a great time. But with the passage of time, everyone, including the slow-witted Donnaz, gradually realized that something was amiss. The captain, who was supposed to be done with the research in 24 hours, hadn't appeared the next day. She didn't even get anyone to deliver food or light beer that served as water. After patiently waiting all day without seeing Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, the crew mustered their courage and knocked on the captain's cabin's door. They were horrified to realize that there was no response. Under the lead of the first mate, Brew Walls, the pirates opened the captain's cabin and saw that there was no one inside. They then went to the collection room and other places, but they still failed to find Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. Based on past experience, they suspected that the captain had thought of something at the last minute. Therefore, she had used various mystic techniques or beyonder techniques that mimicked the powers of others to leave the Golden Dream in a hurry without leaving a message. Later, Donnaz and company attempted to use methods like the soulfall ritual to contact her, but they didn't receive any response. All they could do was search the captain's cabin and other places for clues while convincing themselves to wait patiently. The 3rd day passed, but Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina still didn't appear. Without any response, the crew began to panic. T, is there any result from your divination? Aren't you supposed to be an expert in this field? Donnaz turned to flowery bow-tie Jodson in frustration. The black-haired, golden-haired Jodson rubbed his temples and said with a rather mellow voice, it failed. All the divination attempts to locate her have failed. However, there's one thing that can be confirmed for now. Captain is still alive. It's just a mystery where she went. The first mate, Brew Walls, who had short, curly gray hair, adjusted his monocle. We need to seek help. None of Captain's collection was lost. She didn't even take away any of the necessary mystical items. This means that the situation was very sudden and unexpected. Who are we looking for help from? The other bosun, Bucket Daniels, who had a bloated waist, asked hurriedly. Brew Walls raised the silver-striped carving knife to his hooked nose and said, return to the west coast. He was implying that he wanted to find the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom behind Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. No, to return to the west coast from the pirate paradise, we have to cross the Sonia Sea, the North Sea, or the Berserk Sea. Then, we have to sail in the Fog Sea for a very long time. Captain can't wait that long. She could have an accident at any time. Flowery bow tie, Jodson said, we need to find someone who can be contacted quickly and provide help in a short period of time. Donnas wanted to curse Xianxia again, but he suddenly had an idea. There was only one person he could quickly contact, and that was German Sparrow. And this crazy adventurer had never been stingy with showing that he was good at divination and had a mysterious background. Perhaps, that madman can find Captain. He's always able to do the impossible. Donnas tugged at his collar, feeling his worry and frustration ease a little. He puffed up his chest and surveyed the area. He cleared his throat and said, I have a candidate. I can immediately contact him. Besides, he's very good at divination. Before he could finish his sentence, Gourmet Brew Walls, Flowery Bow Tie Jodson, Iron Skin, Bucket, and the others turned to look at him at the same time. Their eyes were red as they roared. With reddened eyes, they roared, what are you waiting for? Donnas silently left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He unfolded a piece of paper and picked up a fountain pen. Out of habit, he followed his captain's teachings and began with a greeting before exchanging a few pleasantries. Suddenly, he paused, feeling that it was too polite and long-winded. It didn't match his goal of seeking help. Dog*T. Donnas cursed himself and tore the piece of paper. Following that, he wrote on a new piece of paper, Save me. Captain is missing. Although German Sparrow is a madman that can't be guessed using normal logic, he probably wouldn't be able to understand such a letter. Dog*T. Donnas cursed himself again and tore the second piece of paper. He calmed himself down and considered for a few seconds before putting down his fountain pen for the third time. This time, he wrote concisely about the events before and after the captain's disappearance, and he attached the Golden Dream's current location. Then, he tactfully asked Mr. German Sparrow if he could provide some help to his collaborator. Divination seems to require a specific item. Just as Donnas finished folding the letter, he suddenly realized that he had missed something. He hurriedly returned to the captain's cabin and found a pair of pearl earrings that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina often wore. After doing all of this, he took out the notebook that recorded all sorts of mysticism knowledge and flipped to the corresponding page. Based on his previous experience, he set up the messenger summoning ritual in a rather unpracticed manner. After placing a gold coin on the altar, he took 2 steps back and chanted an ancient Hermes. I summon in my name a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. The howling wind reverberated as the candle on the altar rapidly swelled and was dyed with a clear paleness. Rionette Tinker unhurriedly crawled out, still wearing the dark and complicated black dress. She held 4 identical beautiful heads. Donnas originally imagined that the messenger would bite the gold coin and envelope containing the paper and earrings like the previous time, but to his surprise, the 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands automatically turned and surveyed the area before finally focusing on the captain's cabin. A few seconds later, the 2 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands finally bit down on the gold coin and envelope. After the strange messenger vanished, Donnas heaved a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead. He felt a baffling sense of pressure. Orvie Island, in another hotel room. Klein was just about to get Anderson Hood, who had won quite a bit of money, to buy a ticket to the City of Generosity, by him, when his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw his headless messenger, Rionette Tinker, floating beside him at some point in time. The 4 heads in her hands were as bright as ever. Unlike the skeleton messenger, I could sense it the moment she appeared. She had completely entered the real world, and only then was my spiritual perception triggered. In thought, Klein received the letter from one of Rionette Tinker's heads. At the same time, he realized that Anderson's spiritual perception was in no way inferior to his. He reacted almost at the same time. This is a messenger? Anderson asked in uncertainty, as though he had heard of such a thing before, but he had never seen it before. Klein nodded without any expression and tore open the envelope. Pearl earrings? Klein unfolded the letter in surprise. By the side, Anderson came over curiously and sized up Rionette Tinker. He clicked his tongue and said, "It has an indescribable sense of bloody beauty." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly raised his hands and clutched at his throat. His tongue hung out as he foamed at the mouth. As for Rionette Tinker, who had nothing above her neck, she didn't react. Klein turned his head and studied it seriously. Then, he looked at his messenger and muttered silently, "That's right. It's very similar to Miss Sharon's powers." "Miss Messenger belongs to the prisoner pathway?" "No, I can't be sure. She's a spirit world creature, so it's very normal for her to be good at such things." Seeing that Anderson was on the brink of collapse, Klein slowly said, "All right. He still needs to help me lead the way." One of the heads in Rionette Tinker's hands turned over and stared at Anderson with bloodshot eyes. The mouths on each of her heads spoke one after another in an orderly manner. "Can be made into zombies. Similarly, be able to lead the way." At the same time, Anderson's hands finally stopped moving. They left his neck, leaving deep finger marks on it. Huff, huff. The strongest hunter panted heavily, bent over, and retched. Klein quickly scanned through the letter and confirmed that the sender was Donna's. This famous pirate, also known as Vice Admiral Iceberg, had mysteriously disappeared and was in desperate need of help. Just as he looked away from the letter, Klein was shocked to discover that Rionette Tinker was still there. This isn't mysticism. Wouldn't the messenger disappear after delivering the letter, only to appear again when summoned? Klein deliberated for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Is there anything else?" "Wait. You reply. Letter." Rionette's forehead spoke one after another. "How do you know that I will reply?" Klein glanced at Anderson, who had yet to recover. He was sure that the strongest hunter did not notice the words that did not fit the German sparrow's persona. The head in Rionette's hand spoke again. "Her disappearance is very strange. How do you know?" Klein instantly imagined that Miss Messenger had secretly read Donna's letter. The heads with light blonde hair that were simply tied up each said a word, forming a complete sentence. "I investigated the situation on the ship. My messenger is also a spy? Will Miss Rionette Tinker be a hired thug in the future? I wonder if I have to pay extra." As Klein lampooned, he said in thought, "There's no rush. Don't worry, I'll reply later." He planned on heading above the grey fog to use Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's earring to do a divination. Rionette Tinker didn't say another word as her figure silently vanished. Ahem. Anderson finally recovered and stood up. He sized up German Sparrow in disbelief. Your messenger is actually at the demigod level. P.S. Daughter-in-law's grandmother was hospitalized. I rushed back to her hometown yesterday to visit her, so I didn't have any drafts. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens, there's no need for you to tell me. I'm almost certain just now." Upon hearing Anderson Hood's words, Klein muttered inwardly with a calm expression. From the moment he first encountered Rionette Tinker in the spirit world, seeing her massive true body and Gothic castle, Klein believed that she wasn't simple. And just now, Miss Messenger's performance of nearly killing the strongest hunter with ease made him believe without a doubt that she was a demigod, at least a sequence 4. A demigod is helping me deliver letters for a gold coin each time? It's obvious that things aren't that simple. Miss Messenger definitely has other motives. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that I keep encountering strange things that amuse her. She happens to be free, so she's acting as a messenger. Similar situations include Erodza's attempts to curry favor with me and Snake of Mercury will Septon's kindness. Regardless, I have to be wary and not trust her too much. Before I have a chance to discuss the corresponding matters, I shouldn't consider whether I should play the harmonica when I encounter danger. Who knows, Miss Messenger might just tear me apart when she comes out. Klein instantly thought of many things, but his expression remained indifferent. Facing the astonished Anderson, he only nodded slightly. This has nothing to do with you. This fellow is really mysterious. He actually has a demigod-level spirit world creature as his messenger. Furthermore, he casually knows a life school of thought counselor. It's no wonder he's so calm and composed after provoking the King of Immortality. It's no wonder the King of Immortality didn't seek revenge or even appear. Anderson suddenly came to a realization as he couldn't help but size up the German sparrow. Oh? Klein swept his gaze at the strongest hunter without any emotion. Anderson hurriedly retracted his gaze and laughed dryly. I realize that you're very suitable to be the main character of a portrait. The kind with a dark and gloomy background. It accentuates your bearing very well. How about it? Do you want to consider it? I can help you draw a portrait. Believe me, I'm a master in this aspect. Klein didn't listen to his nonsense at all. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. Return to your room. I'll find you in 5 minutes. Okay. Anderson replied with a smile. After the strongest hunter left, Klein took out Aztec's copper whistle and Velocipton's paper crane, turned around, and entered the bathroom to set up the ritual. After bringing Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's pearl earring above the gray fog, Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote a simple divination statement, Edwina Edwards's whereabouts. Holding the piece of paper and the earring, Klein leaned back in his chair. As he silently recited the divination statement, he entered a dream through cogitation. First, a gray world occupied his vision. Then, a plain covered in ice and snow entered his eyes. The howling blizzard shrouded everything, and the surrounding fog was so deep that it did not look like a real border. Klein quickly saw Edwina's figure. Her long brown hair was tied into a simple knot in her mind before dancing wildly in the snowstorm. She was wearing a white shirt with complicated patterns on her collar and sleeves, as well as a pair of dark-colored trousers. In such an environment, it gave off a feeling of frailty. Edwina's leather-booted feet constantly moved across the snow, leaving behind a row of obvious footprints. However, in the raging blizzard, all of this was easily buried. The scene gradually shattered as Klein opened his eyes. He realized that he was unable to decipher Vice Admiral Iceberg's exact location from the divination revelation. The polar regions? Faceax plains of Evernight? There's no way to confirm it. Apart from the blizzard, there's no other symbol. Klein sat up straight and put down the pearl earring and the piece of paper with the divination statement. He considered for a few seconds and confirmed something else. Edwina Edwards was indeed missing and wasn't on the Golden Dream. This also eliminated the possibility of it being a trap. Klein cautiously did a divination on the matter and obtained the conclusion that there were no traps on the Golden Dream. After some thought, he left the mysterious space above the gray fog. After some work, he brought back the pearl earring. Recalling the map of the waters around Orvie Island and the Golden Dream's present location, Klein chose a deserted island where fishermen took shelter from the storm. In the letter, he instructed Donnas and company to steer the ship to a place that wasn't too far away. After folding the letter, he blew the harmonica and once again saw Miss Messenger holding 4 heads. As he handed the letter over, Klein coughed lightly. Can you still determine Donna's location? One of the heads in Rionette Tinker's hand nodded as the rest spoke one after another. Yes. As long as it doesn't exceed the range. Seeing that Miss Messenger was still floating there without any signs of leaving, Klein looked to the side. That gold coin will be paid by Donnas. All right. Rionette Tinker's figure quickly faded away. Phew. Klein exhaled. After meticulous preparations and cleaning up the scene, he carried his packed luggage out of his room and knocked on Anderson Hood's door. Let's go somewhere else first before heading to Byam, he calmly informed the strongest hunter of his decision. You can choose to wait for me in Byam or follow me. Anderson said with a chuckle, I can feel my adventurer blood burning. I'm very curious about what that messenger will bring. I originally thought I wouldn't have a chance to understand, but who knew that you would invite me? I didn't. I'm only giving you 2 choices. Klein coldly turned around and walked to the staircase. Anderson hurriedly picked up his newly bought luggage and quickly followed behind. After leaving the hotel, Klein took a carriage and left the port city. Then, he walked to the edge of an uninhabited cliff on Mount San Draco. Looking at the waves that were constantly slamming into the mountain walls, Anderson looked around in surprise. This is our destination? Klein ignored his question. He took out a charm made of tin and chanted the incantation of storm. He injected his spirituality and split the charm into two. He gave half to himself and half to Anderson, leaving only one to be thrown down the cliff. Underwater breathing, deep seawater membrane. Anderson identified the additional supernatural effects on his body in surprise. At this moment, there was a loud splash from the bottom of the cliff as a behemoth that resembled a whale emerged from the seawater. Its body was dark blue in color as it suddenly opened its mouth, revealing white teeth and a blood-colored interior. Klein walked to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. With the help of the charm's power, he gently landed in the mouth of the gigantic seabed creature. Anderson first looked at it blankly before he jumped down in excitement. And landed beside Klein. The gigantic seabed creature closed its mouth, turning the interior pitch black. Then, it sank into the water and swam towards its predetermined target. In its mouth, Klein's eyes flashed with lightning as he saw through the darkness. He found a tooth to lean on and leisurely sat down. Due to the protection of the deep seawater membrane, he wasn't worried that his clothes would get dirty. Man, interesting. Anderson surveyed the area and asked curiously, "How did you think of this? How did you do it?" "Of course, it's by praying to myself and then using the sea god's scepter to pull a suitable seabed creature that's nearby over." Klein didn't answer Anderson's question. He half closed his eyes as though he was resting. "It's just a little stuffy." Anderson took out a cigarette box and matches from his pocket. "Can I have a smoke?" "Ask it." Klein didn't open his eyes. Anderson laughed dryly and put the cigarette and matches back. "I don't think it likes the smell of cigarettes." In the dark sea, the gigantic creature swam quickly. From time to time, it would use its special organs to efficiently extract oxygen from the surrounding water. After an unknown period of time, it surfaced. Ahead of it was a deserted island. After using the charm's power to land on the deserted island, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the seabed creature. "You're very polite," Anderson said in amusement when he saw the scene. "I've always been polite, even when facing prey." Klein glanced at him as though he was saying, "For example, you." Anderson laughed dryly and pointed to the other side of the deserted island. "There's a ship there." The Golden Dream." At that moment, Klein also saw the clean sailboat that was dozens of meters long. The main cannon that shouldn't have appeared had overlapping runes on it as light swirled around it. He immediately carried his luggage and approached it. Before long, he arrived at where the Golden Dream was anchored. Then, he saw Donnas jump off the deck and run over while wading through the water. Just as Donnas came in front of the German Sparrow and was deliberating over how to speak, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Anderson Hood," he pointed at the strongest hunter and shouted. Anderson immediately roared with laughter. "You didn't expect that, right?" Although he didn't know why he had encountered the Golden Dream, it didn't stop him from forcefully taking the initiative. "We know each other?" Klein swept his gaze at Donnas indifferently. Donnas instinctively shuddered as he forced a smile. "This fellow isn't a good person. Over at the Fog Sea, he's always being pursued by a bunch of pirates. Then, for some baffling reason, those pirates became bounty hunters. You might not know this, but he came from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Later, he was chased out because he repeatedly failed his exams. This is what I heard from Captain. They were once classmates." He wore a look of contempt for Anderson's intelligence. On the ship, Flowery Bow-Tie Jodison and company also showed similar expressions. Anderson's gaze slowly swept across their faces as he sked. "That's not the point. The point is that I once pulled your captain's hair." The scene instantly turned extremely silent. Donna's expression couldn't help but warp. "P.S. Update first, then change." Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Seeing that the Golden Dream's crew was about to focus fire on Anderson, Klein took a step forward and said to Donnas, "Take me to the captain's cabin." "Take me to the captain's cabin." "Okay." Donnas retracted his furious glare at Anderson Hood. "It's most important to save Captain first. It's most important to save Captain first," he constantly reminded himself. A small boat was lowered from the Golden Dream before a gangway was lowered. This allowed Klein to easily step onto the deck without the need to use a charm. Anderson followed behind him, completely ignoring the greedy gazes of the Golden Dream's crew. He strolled around with a smile, looking around as though he was returning to his own home. His mental fortitude is definitely top-notch. Yes, even if he offended a demigod and was forced to apologize in public, he can still turn around and laugh at himself while having his meal happily after accepting a mission. Klein sighed inwardly as he walked towards third mate Jotson and company. "Hello, Mr. Sparrow. I'm this ship's first mate, Brew Walls." A 1.8-meter tall man wearing a monocle politely bowed. "A gourmet with a bounty of 6,200 pounds. Vice Admiral Iceberg's bounty is clearly lower than Admiral of Stars. As expected of treasure hunters who moonlight as pirates." Klein used the polite manner and words unique to German Sparrow. "Hello, I've heard of you." "Haha, it's my honor. I'm just a treasure hunter who dreams of becoming an artisan, but I have no choice but to take the path of a gourmet." Brew Walls made a self-deprecating remark as he pointed to a man beside him. "Our second mate, Singer Orpheus. Bounty of 5,500 pounds. The Beyonders on the Golden Dream all have strange nicknames. If I didn't know that they were subordinates of a pirate admiral, I would have definitely thought that they were a maritime tourist group, singing, eating delicacies, holding bonfire parties, and searching for legendary treasures. It's just too wonderful." Klein cast his gaze at Orpheus and nodded casually. This singer had a deep contour like a stone sculpture and a head of resplendent blonde hair. At that moment, he had a melancholic smile. With a melancholic smile, he said, "In fact, I was only praising the sun. And now, my sun is gone." Klein nearly had goosebumps. Tisk, as expected of someone with intus. He speaks like he's singing. "Unfortunately, I grew up in Seeger, in Lemberg. I didn't learn such an ability," Anderson said with a laugh, unsure if he was praising or disparaging him. After all, he was half intus. He was born in Seeger and later went to Lemberg to study. Yes, it should be a church school. He was a classmate of Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. Mr. Orpheus can confirm that he's from the Sun Pathway, but there's a high chance that he's not from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. From his bounty, he's likely a Sequence 6 notary. I almost forgot to inform Little Sun that he already has the formula. I wonder what he can use to exchange for it." Before Gourmet Brew Walls could introduce him, Klein turned his head to Flowery Bow-Tie Jotson, Bucket Daniels, and company. "We've met. Let's not waste any more time." "All right." Brew Walls heaved a sigh of relief. He stroked his short beard and led the way to the cabin. If it wasn't for the fact that German Sparrow's crazy reputation was resounding on the ship, he wouldn't have acted so politely. At this moment, Anderson deliberately lagged a few steps behind, walking alongside Donna's, Orpheus, and company. He looked to his left and right, ignoring the gazes of Danitz and company that looked like they wanted to tear him apart and swallow him whole. He chuckled. He chuckled and said, "The one you should be wary of isn't me." "That's right. We aren't wary of you. All we want to do is stuff you in. See? In that cannon barrel." Donna's wasn't afraid that the other party was the strongest hunter. After all, this was the Golden Dream. There were quite a number of pirates, and there was no lack of Sequence 7 or 6 Beyonders. The corners of Anderson's mouth curled up. "A person like me is actually not a threat. Think about it, your captain must hate me, and won't even speak to me. Isn't that the ideal situation?" Donnas opened his mouth but didn't say anything because he suddenly felt that what that piece of *T said seemed to make sense. The way Orpheus, Jotson, and the others looked at Anderson subconsciously softened. Anderson snorted and looked ahead. His tone was slightly erratic as he said, "That's right. The one you should be wary of is actually the German Sparrow." "Why?" Donnas blurted out. "Although he's a lunatic and I do need to be wary of him, he's not an enemy right now." Donnas added silently in his heart. Anderson smiled. "I'm assuming, that if Gehrman succeeds in finding your captain and rescuing her, would your captain have a good impression of him because of this? Besides, he looks pretty good. He has a cold beauty, and he's strong. He's at the level of a pirate admiral, and his background is especially mysterious. He's a good match." How is that possible? Donas wanted to retort, but he couldn't bring himself to say a word. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Orpheus and company's expressions crumbled bit by bit as they looked at the German sparrow's back with a baffling sense of wariness. Resolved. The provocation from before has been resolved. Anderson held back a smile as he walked into the cabin. When he arrived at the captain's cabin, the first thing Klein saw was a bookshelf that surrounded him. It was filled with all sorts of books. Typical captain's cabins are filled with wine cabinets, he muttered silently as he walked straight to the desk in front of the window. According to Donna's description, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina had vanished during her research. Therefore, searching for traces of her research was Klein's goal. Once he gathered enough information, he could once again head above the gray fog for a divination. At that moment, there were many items scattered messily on the desk. There was white paper, a fountain pen with a round belly, an ink bottle with a protruding belly, a copper knife, and some books that weren't neatly stacked. And in the middle of the desk was a book bound in goatskin. Its dark brown surface had the words Gu Rozel's Travels written in ancient Fasak. Isn't this Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection? Its origins are mysterious, and it's suspected to be related to dragons and the City of Miracles, Liveseed. Edwina was researching this before she vanished? Klein looked at the book and instinctively made a guess. Seeing German Sparrow size up the ancient book, Donas forced a smile and said, "There's nothing wrong with it." "There's nothing wrong with it. We've checked it." "Is that so?" "I'm doubtful of your meticulousness. This is because someone has already flipped through it, and there's clearly nothing abnormal about it." After using his spiritual intuition to confirm that Donas wasn't lying, Klein reached out his hand and casually asked, "Have any of you read this book, Gu Rozel's Travels?" Donas shook his head. Blue Walls, Orpheus, Jodson, and company shook their heads as well. Their expressions seemed to be saying that studying every day was tiring enough. They didn't want to read any more books during their break. His fingertips slid across the yellowish-brown goatskin as Klein carefully and seriously flipped through the pages. Soon, he flipped to a spot where the sticky pages couldn't be opened. He swept the contents through the corner of his eye. That's not right." Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he hurriedly flipped 2 more pages. He remembered very clearly that he had only seen the giant Rozel and his team about to challenge the King of the North, the Frost Dragon. There was nothing else after that. Now, there were 2 more pages. This also meant that the sticky pages had thinned, and the book had 2 more pages open. After a 1,000-year hiatus, it's being continued again? This is the result of Vice Admiral Iceberg's research? This also resulted in her disappearance? As Klein lampooned, he frowned slightly as he read the additional content compared to the previous time. The 2 pages mainly described a lost female pirate. She encountered the King of the North in a blizzard and was nearly killed. She used all her strength to successfully escape and encountered the main character's team that had come to challenge the Frost Dragon. There's an additional female pirate. Female pirate. Klein ruminated over this title as an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this be Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? She entered the book and became a character in the story. With this thought in mind, Klein quickly found a few problems. A Rhodes mentioned that many of the previous owners of Rozel's Travels had gone missing. In Rozel's Travels, there were giants and elves who were active in the Dark Epic, which was also the second epic. There were also ascetics from the third and fourth epic, nobles from the Solomon Empire, and Ruan soldiers from the fifth epic. The times were extremely chaotic. If they are the previous owners of Rozel's Travels who have gone missing, the problem can be explained. They don't belong to the same era, but they have been devoured by the book, becoming a member of the story. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found his theory ridiculous, but in fact, it contained a very high possibility. In the mysticism world, this isn't impossible, I have to confirm it. Besides, what did Edwina and the previous owners do to be devoured by the book? And what should I do to release them? Klein retracted his gaze and thought for a few seconds. He quickly looked up and glanced at Donas and company. "Prepare candles and other items for me. I want to pray to a secret existence for an answer." "That secret existence is me." Klein immediately gave a self-deprecating remark. As expected of a professional, as expected of a lunatic. Gourmet Brew Walls and Company didn't dare to speak further. They hurriedly provided the items and left the captain's cabin. They didn't dare watch such a dangerous ritual unless German Sparrow requested it. In the captain's cabin, Klein locked the door and closed the windows. He quickly set up a ritual and brought Roselle's travels above the gray fog. After placing the ancient book at the end of the long bronze table, he sat down and conjured a pen and paper. He scribbled a divination statement. Edwina is in this book story. Putting down the fountain pen in his hand, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist. He held it in one hand and suspended it above the piece of paper, nearly touching it. Edwina is in the story of this book. Klein closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. This meant that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was in Roselle's travels. It's really the world in the book. Furthermore, the situation inside should be very special. Without newcomers joining in, the story can't continue. Klein nodded indiscernibly and wrapped the silver chain with the topaz pendant around it. He picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a new divination statement, the method to enter Roselle's travels. This time, he used dream divination. In the hazy world, he saw blurry figures. Some of the figures were huge, while others were slender. The common characteristic was that they were holding a book made of yellowish-brown goatskin. Following that, 2 different situations occurred. Some of the figures that had been carrying Roselle's travels silently disappeared, while some of the figures that would occasionally pick up the book and place it to the side would either accidentally or intentionally drip their blood onto the cover before suddenly disappearing. The scene shattered as Klein opened his eyes to look at the long mottled table in front of him. He frowned slightly as he began his interpretation. To enter or activate Roselle's travels, one either has to be in contact with it for a long period of time and reach a certain limit, or drip one's blood onto the cover. Isn't this too simple? Perhaps, it's really that simple. The Rouen soldier in the story appears as an ordinary person. He doesn't even know mysticism, and with the help of his companions, he slowly grows into a disciplinary paladin. Therefore, the activation method isn't complicated. Most people can complete it. The small number of researchers from before, including Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, were all beyonders with sufficient mysticism knowledge. They knew very well that they couldn't simply drip their blood, otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. This was just like ordinary people using magic mirror divination. It was very easy for them to provoke powerful, unknown existences. Therefore, they didn't have any problems. In addition, Edwina had placed Roselle's travels in her collection room most of the time, only occasionally coming into contact with it. Therefore, it was only recently that she came up with a new research train of thought and came into contact with it for a long period of time. Only then did the book meet the conditions to be unlocked. Yes, even a Rhodes only knows that there's something strange about this book. Many of its previous owners have gone missing, and it's suspected to be related to the dragons and the City of Miracles, Liveseed. This means that when Roselle's travels is activated, it will interfere with the surrounding environment and wipe out the corresponding clues. Therefore, most of its past collectors don't know that there's something wrong with it and don't have any thoughts of studying it. The missing owners likely aren't limited to the few in the story. The rest might have died due to various reasons, preventing them from leaving their names in the book. Klein reined in his thoughts and did another divination, hoping to obtain a way to leave Roselle's travels. This time, he saw an even more violent snowstorm in the hazy world of dreams. He saw a gigantic figure standing at the peak of an icy mountain. It was a translucent dragon that was nearly 5 meters tall even when standing on all fours. It looked like a close relative of lizards. It had an ugly face, ghostly blue eyes, and a thick and powerful tail. On its back was a pair of gigantic wings covered in skin. Just spreading them made it feel like they were blotting out the sky. Its scales were like ice crystals as they swirled with a translucent glow. It was the most beautiful and dreamy part of its body. Suddenly, the dragon that looked like it was carved out of ice raised its neck and body, letting out a terrifying roar that penetrated the snowstorm. At that moment, it was more than 10 meters tall when standing up. King of the North. That frost dragon. Klein left the dream as he tapped the armrest of the high-backed chair. His interpretation of the revelation from the divination was, the key to leaving Roselle's travels lies in the King of the North, Klein had a preliminary suspicion that he needed to kill the frost dragon to allow the main character, Roselle, to achieve his goal. Only then would the story come to a perfect end and open a path to leave the book. However, I can also try to see if I can forcefully break through the gap between the world in the book and the real world. With his rich experience, Klein quickly came up with the idea of giving it a try. He first picked up the Black Emperor card on his right hand and fused it with his spirit body. Suddenly, Klein's body was covered in black full-body armor. A heavy crown appeared on his head, and his aura became noble and dignified, preventing others from looking at him directly. Following that, he stirred the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to the greatest extent, making them flow over like water. Upon seeing this scene, Klein didn't hesitate. He beckoned for the sea god scepter from the junk pile and injected his spirituality into it. The blue gems at the tip of the white bone scepter lit up one after another, emitting a dazzling luster. Countless silver bolts of lightning appeared, circling around the magnificent palace as though they had formed a sea of lightning. Finally, Klein used the suppression and balance of the Black Emperor card's level to pour all the power he stirred into the lightning storm. Rumble, thunder rumbled above the gray fog as it went straight into the distance. Thick bolts of lightning struck down at the same time or one after another, striking the book, Roselle's Travels. A blinding light enveloped the entire palace for a full 20 seconds. When everything calmed down, Klein looked at his target again and realized that the long-modeled table was in tatters. As for the dark brown book with a cover, it was completely intact. Only the corners were slightly rolled up. It's even more powerful than I imagined. That's right. How can an item that can create a world in a book be simple? Buying it for £8,000 definitely wasn't a loss. It can be used as a shield, and it can definitely withstand attacks at the saint level. The only problem is that the area is too small, and the coverage isn't enough. As Klein's thoughts flashed, the long bronze table rapidly returned to its original state. Since he couldn't forcefully break through the barrier between the world in the book and the real world, he could only begin considering how to enter through normal means. I'll first get some blood and bring it here, smear it on the cover, and use my spirit body to match the Black Emperor card and Sea God scepter to enter. This way, there's no need to worry about encountering the King of the Five Seas, Nast. This is because he can't sense him, nor can he enter the world in the book. But the problem was that after saving Vice Admiral Iceberg, she was certain that German Sparrow was hero bandit Black Emperor. Yes, there's another important problem. Using my spirit body to enter means that my body is in the outside world, in the Golden Dreams captain's cabin. And I don't know the flow of time in the world in the book. It's very easy for me to be gone for days. If that happens, my body might encounter an accident. After all, I lack protection and am in an unfamiliar place. When the time comes, I might realize that I have disappeared after rescuing Edwina. That would be a huge joke. Klein quickly rejected the idea of using his spirit body to enter. He didn't trust most of the people on the Golden Dream. He was also wary of the strongest hunter, Anderson. After attempting to divine if there would be any danger when entering the book to save Edwina, but he failed, Klein pondered for a moment before returning to the real world. Then, he unhurriedly took back Roselle's Travels and got rid of the remnant traces of the ritual. Looking at the sky outside the window that was nearing dusk, he walked to the captain's cabin, unlocked the door, and opened it. Gourmet Brew Walls, songster Orpheus, and company were all outside. None of them had left. Even at the stairwell, there were crew members peeking their heads out. Are there any clues? Brew Walls blurted out a question, but he didn't hear his own voice. This was because everyone at the door was asking the same question. Klein swept his gaze and nodded. At that instant, he heard layers of cries and saw all kinds of delighted and excited expressions. If I were to disappear one day, who would be like them? Klein's thoughts raced as he looked at Donna's. I need an assistant. With that said, he turned around and walked to the desk. All right. Donna's hurriedly followed and skillfully locked the door. What do you need me to do? He asked anxiously, as though he could already see the scene of his captain being rescued thanks to his hard work. Klein stood by the desk and said with a serious expression, what happens next will be very dangerous. Very dangerous? Donna's instinctively bared his teeth. You might disappear from then on, or even die on the spot. Klein gave him the worst-case scenario. You might disappear from then on, or even die on the spot. Klein gave him the worst-case scenario. Seeing how the madman, German Sparrow, was so serious, Donas instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. His heart sank as he subconsciously turned flustered. What has this got to do with saving Captain? It's directly related, Klein answered succinctly. Donas' expression was warped as he fell silent for 2 seconds. What will happen if I don't do it? Your captain might stay there forever, or he might die in the next second, Klein said truthfully. Donas opened his mouth, but he closed it again without saying a word. His eyes darted around for a few seconds before finally landing on German Sparrow's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's right." He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's begin." T. He then cursed himself softly. Klein picked up a pen and paper on the table, scribbled a note, folded it into a square, and handed it to Donas. Put it in your pocket. Read it after we go in. Go in? Donas asked in a daze and confusion. As he spoke, he automatically took the note and stuffed it into his pocket. Klein didn't answer. He pointed at Roselle's travels on the table and said, "Get some of your blood and smear it on the cover of this book. Get some of your blood and smear it on the cover of this book." This? Donas had a vague guess. He picked up the copper dagger beside him and nodded heavily. All right. Donas held the copper knife and made a few strokes on the back of his left hand, hesitating to exert force. He looked up and squeezed out a smile. Although I've been injured many times, pain still leaves me fearful. Get to the point, Klein replied coldly. Donas laughed dryly. Haha, I'm just a little afraid of pain. Just as he said that, he exerted force in his right hand and used the copper knife to cut a wound on the back of his hand. His words seemed to be to divert his attention and relieve his emotions. Blood rapidly seeped out as Donas hurriedly put down the knife. He used his right hand to dip his finger in the blood and smeared it on the dark brown cover of Roselle's travels. After completing this step, he held his breath and waited for the changes. Suddenly, snowflakes the size of goose feathers appeared in front of him. He heard howling winds, and right on the heels of that, a bone-chilling cold drilled into his body. Although Donas was already mentally prepared, he was still alarmed. He instinctively looked around to determine his location. He realized that he had left the Golden Dream's captain's cabin at some point in time. He was in a land of frost that was enveloped by a snowstorm. As the environment was extremely harsh, he couldn't see far into the distance. He couldn't even determine if he was on a mountain or a plain. I've really entered a strange world. Captain is here too? Donas raised his hand to cover his face, afraid that the snow would blind his eyes. He calmed his emotions and recalled German Sparrow's instructions. He hurriedly took out the square piece of paper from his pocket and carefully unfolded it. During this process, he was especially afraid that an accident would happen, causing the piece of paper to shatter or be blown away. That would make him lose all hope. Thankfully, none of that happened. He saw the content written by German Sparrow, in Hermes, preferably ancient Hermes, recite the following honorific name: the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, burn after reciting. This is a secret existence at the level of a deity? Due to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's strict teachings, Donas wasn't illiterate when it came to mysticism. He even had a pretty good foundation. Looking at the note in his hand, he subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air, inhaling the bone-chilling wind and icy snowflakes. Immediately, he coughed continuously, his expression twisted. He could now confirm one of his previous guesses. German Sparrow really belonged to a very powerful and secretive organization, and that organization believed in a god-level existence known as the Fool. Indeed, there's no way such a powerful and crazy fellow doesn't come from nowhere. Donas tugged at his collar and tightened his clothes. Looking at the piece of paper that was fluttering in the wind, an obvious look of hesitation appeared on his face. He knew very well how dangerous it was to recite a secret existence of unknown origin, good or evil. This might lead to an ending even more terrifying than death. The captain is also trapped here, and there's no way to get out. Donas clenched his fist in front of his mouth. He suddenly waved his hand and chanted the honorific name of the fool in ancient Hermes. In the captain's cabin on the Golden Dream, Klein witnessed Donna's turn illusory for no reason before disappearing. He no longer had any doubts about the method to enter Roselle's travels. After patiently waiting for a while, he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. Furthermore, it was clearly from a man. Phew, from the looks of it, Roselle's travels isn't able to cut off the gray fog. The world in the book can still connect to that mysterious space. This way, even if I were to follow him in, I wouldn't be without a way out or a trump card. Klein heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it. To confirm it, he took 4 steps counterclockwise again, recited the incantation, and went above the gray fog. He saw the spot of light representing Donna spreading out beside the fool's high-backed chair. It's entering with his body and soul. The world in the book is very stable. There's no way to shatter it by pulling out a spirit body. That's right, if it was possible, there would have been a corresponding revelation from the divination. The sea god scepter is too dangerous. Directly bestowing it to Donna's will only cause him to die quickly. Klein half closed his eyes and emanated his spirituality. After sensing for a while, he came to many conclusions. Without any delay, he immediately returned to the real world, picked up the copper knife, and used a piece of paper to wipe away Donna's blood. After folding the paper and putting it in his pocket, he began to consider what to do next. From the looks of it, I have to smear the blood and enter it directly. That way, I don't have to worry about any accidents happening to my body. Furthermore, I can quickly resolve the problem. But I can't be careless or negligent at the same time. I have to be wary of other dangers. If there's a problem on the ship, they can find an opportunity to sneak into the captain's cabin after I enter Roselle's travels and sacrifice the book to the true creator, primordial demoness, or hidden sage. Then, I'll be in deep trouble. I'll definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Most of the crew members of the Golden Dream seem to admire Vice Admiral Iceberg. For Anderson's superficial instigation to be effective, it's enough to explain many problems. Therefore, I can tell them that this concerns Vice Admiral Iceberg's life and get them to supervise each other. No one is allowed to enter, so I can be at ease. The problem lies with Anderson. He's the strongest hunter, stronger than any Beyonder on the ship. Furthermore, he's good at ambushes and infiltration. There's a high chance that he can avoid the supervision of others and sneak into the captain's cabin. His origins aren't too clear either. I can't really trust him. I have to think of a way to get him to enter Roselle's travels with me. While thinking, Klein flipped through the ancient book made of yellowish-brown goatskin again. He found that there was no more content this time, and the story lacked any traces of Donna's existence. In other words, I have to survive successfully and meet the main character's team before I can truly become a part of the story and have more pages appear in the book. Klein made a preliminary judgment. He walked to the door again and opened it. Did we succeed? Floral Bowtie Jodson and the others asked in unison. Klein shook his head and calmly said, "There will be a long ceremony. No one is to enter and disturb her. Otherwise, it will cause Edwina Edwards to disappear forever or directly die." After explaining the main matters, he looked around and said straightforwardly, "I suspect that there is a problem with any of you. Next, you guys will supervise each other." Gourmet Brew Walls was about to retort out of habit when he suddenly noticed that the captain's cabin was empty. Donna's, who had just entered, was nowhere to be seen. Recalling the captain's disappearance, he was certain that the German sparrow had found the root of the problem and was attempting to save her. Hence, he nodded. "I'll be in charge of this matter. And they will supervise me." Klein didn't waste his breath as he turned to look at Anderson Hood, who was leaning against the opposite wall. "Come in for a moment." Anderson curled the right corner of his mouth and sked. "People who don't know might think that I'm your subordinate. Your attitude is the epitome of a provocateur." Although he grumbled, he straightened his body and slowly walked into the captain's cabin. After closing and locking the door, Klein turned to face Anderson. "Are you interested in participating in a rare adventure? You might be able to achieve the achievement of hunting a dragon." Based on his observations over the past few days, he believed that Anderson Hood was a hunter with a curious and adventurous spirit. He was very willing to see new things and experience excitement that he had never experienced before. Anderson stared at German Sparrow's face and sized him up seriously for a few seconds before revealing a smile. Not interested. He shook his head firmly. Then, before Klein could speak again, he chuckled and said, I smell the scent of danger. I smell the scent of danger. A conceited, crazy, and powerful adventurer actually invited me to go on an adventure with him. What does this mean? It means that the matter is extremely troublesome and dangerous. I thought you would be interested. This is different from your usual behavior. You really know how to hold back. I'll try using intimidation again. If that doesn't work, I'll throw this fellow on a deserted island and let the golden dream sail away. I'll come back to pick him up. As a hunter, survival on a deserted island shouldn't be a problem for him. Klein quickly made up his mind as his gaze turned cold. He looked at Anderson and said, I won't leave any latent problems for myself. Anderson was stunned for a second before he quickly forced a smile. Haha, I was just joking. I am very interested in the title of Dragon Hunter. You've changed way too quickly. Just hold on a little longer, and you'll be able to enjoy the treatment of being able to eat even after losing your head. Klein nodded and walked back to his desk. He said to Anderson Hood, use your blood to smear the cover of this book. You don't need too much. Smear it? Anderson sized up Roselle's travels out of curiosity before surveying the area. Edwina's disappearance has something to do with it? The disappearance of the failed hunter was the same? Ah, right, Blazing Dawn is. I almost forgot his name. Fortunately, his bounty is quite high now. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he calmly replied, yes. Interesting. Anderson glanced at the desk, picked up the copper knife, and casually made a cut on his hand, causing blood to flow. Right on the heels of that, he carefully put down the knife and smeared the blood on the dark brown cover of Roselle's travels. After observing for a few seconds, Anderson was just about to pick up the copper knife to wipe away the remaining blood when he was suddenly enveloped by a raging blizzard. Seeing Anderson and Donna's vanish, Klein picked up another piece of paper, wiped the blood off the copper knife, and placed it in his pocket. He wasn't sure if the three of them would be in the same place after entering the world in the book, so he had prepared the ingredients for dowsing rod seeking. After doing all of this, Klein held the knife and gestured at the back of his hand. The muscles on his face twitched as he looked down diagonally. After a few seconds, he suddenly exerted strength. His body twitched as his head turned to the side. The corners of Klein's mouth involuntarily curled up. After the blood flowed out, he grabbed his cane while still holding the knife. He quickly smeared the liquid on the goatskin book's cover. It didn't take long before Klein suddenly found himself in a white world of ice and snow. P.S. Thank you, Guichuan, Silver Alliance. Special thanks. I remember that you were the Alliance leader back in the Arcane. You supported me when I was still a rookie in Luck Annihilation. Yes, I hope I didn't disappoint a friend I like along the way. The strong winds that brought with them ice shards and snowflakes slapped Klein's face and body. As he sized up his surroundings, his body involuntarily tensed up as he hunched and trembled. It's cold. He nearly cursed as he confirmed that he was in a land of ice and snow with extreme visibility. He originally believed that Bakeland's cold and humid winter was the most terrifying, but now, he finally understood that the combination of absolute low temperatures and knife-like winds was a lethal combination. Even though he had added a sweater and a thick coat before coming over, he still couldn't take it. This time, he didn't wear the brooch of sun, because it produced heat at the mental level. It could temporarily resist the effects of the intense cold and prevent his body from turning stiff. It was effective, but against an environment of ice and snow that existed for long periods of time, it was equivalent to suicide. The heat at the mental level would make a person's pores open up, allowing them to be in a state of summer. They would remove their final layer of defense against the low temperatures and even take the initiative to welcome it. Therefore, Klein had thrown the mystical item above the gray fog, planning to bring it down when there were special occasions that required it. He didn't dare delay in the harsh environment. After a preliminary observation of his surroundings, he immediately burned the blood on the copper knife and stuffed it into his pocket. Following that, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and tried blowing it. Amidst the howling winds, he, who had secretly activated his spirit vision, failed to see Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker appear. Indeed, this place isn't connected to the spirit world. Or rather, this place might have its own unique spirit world. From the looks of it, praying to see God is useless. Only incantations that point to the mysterious space above the gray fog can penetrate the barrier. Then, here comes the problem. As a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom, Edwina knows this true God's honorific name. Why didn't she try praying for help? Or did she try but to no avail? Not every deity will personally respond to their believers. Most of the time, they give corresponding feedback according to certain laws. There's no other hidden existence like me who personally accepts requests. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he made a preliminary judgment. He then put down the harmonica, took out a piece of paper stained with Donna's fresh blood, and wrapped it around the tip of his cane. Donna's position. Klein spoke in a low voice as he used the dowsing rod searching method. Then, according to the results, he stepped on the thick snow and quickly tore through the raging winds under the gloomy sky. From time to time, he would divine again and adjust his direction. After all, Donna's wouldn't just stand there and wait. That would turn him into an ice sculpture. About 10 minutes later, Klein discovered a scarlet flame. Phew. He exhaled deeply and took a few steps forward. It was indeed Donna's. This famous pirate was dressed rather thinly. He was walking forward with his arms crossed. However, he didn't seem to be cold. This was because he was surrounded by scarlet fire ravens. They evaporated the snow and blocked the wind, bringing a warm feeling like spring. At such times, Klein was especially envious of a pyromaniac. Although a magician could also summon flames, it was an offensive ability that couldn't be maintained. It could only be used for an instant. To rely on it for warmth, one had to constantly summon it, and it would quickly tire out. As for the flame-controlling ability, it relied on existing flames or ignitable materials. Both were extremely scarce in the world of ice and snow. Looking at the flaming ravens that soared into the sky, Klein quickened his pace and approached them. Donna's was shocked when he sensed someone approaching. When he saw through the snow and saw who it was, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he put on a strange smile. Haha, I can't even see the stars here. It's inevitable to get lost. Klein ignored his words and directly asked, "Have you burned it?" "Burned it?" Donna's hurriedly nodded, his entire being exuding an indescribable sense of fear. Klein stared at Donna's for a few seconds and confirmed that he wasn't lying. He then pulled out a polite German sparrow smile. "Remember. Recite his honorific name and you are his believer." Donna's expression contorted as he squeezed out a smile that looked uglier than crying. "I don't want to change my faith. I don't want to believe in an unknown existence of unknown origins at all." He screamed inwardly, but he didn't say a word. He suspected that if he were to retort, he would be buried in the snow by the lunatic German sparrow. With a maniacal smile, Klein added in a normal tone, "That's right. Remember, keep it a secret. Once it's leaked, both you and your captain will die." "What has it got to do with captain?" Donna's blurted out. Klein maintained his previous expression and smiled at Donna's. "What do you think?" Donna's mouth turned agape as he already knew the reason. All he could do was laugh dryly. "Do I look like someone who can't keep a secret?" Klein nodded. As he took out the piece of paper with Anderson's blood, he chuckled and said to Donna's, "Believe in him and serve him. Believe in him and serve him. Perhaps one day, you will become a chosen like me. When that happens, your name will spread throughout the 5 seas. You will be in no way inferior to the pirate admirals." As he spoke, he wanted to add a hand gesture of a believer of the fool, but sadly, he realized that there was no such thing. All he could do was comfort himself inwardly. A secret organization has to be secret. There's no point in doing such superficial things. Mr. the Hanging Man is right, in no way inferior to a pirate admiral. Donna's eyes suddenly lit up. "Anyway, I've already recited the honorific name of the secret existence. From a mysticism perspective, it's indeed difficult to escape from it. I might as well take this opportunity." He thought of many things and had even decided on a name for his child. If it wasn't for the German sparrow's persona, I would have directly said it. When the time comes, you will have the reputation and strength that matches Vice Admiral Iceberg. Of course, whether she likes it or not is another matter. According to my observations, there's a high chance that you don't have much hope. The partner Edwina wants is one who can learn and improve with her and discuss all sorts of knowledge with her. Klein mumbled and once again used dowsing rod seeking Anderson Hood's location. He's here too? Donna's was first taken aback before he asked in surprise. After Klein finished reciting the sentence, he released his cane and confirmed the direction in which he had fallen. He nodded and said, I'm worried about him outside. So you're also wary of that fellow, Anderson Hood? Danitz couldn't hide his smile as he echoed, that's right. That's right. He's the kind of person who smiles on the surface, but turns around to stab you. He has a terrible reputation in the Fog Sea. All the pirates don't like him. He even deliberately slandered you just now, hoping to make us wary of you and view you as an enemy. If pirates like him, it only means that the title of strongest hunter isn't much. I heard Anderson's instigation. Klein didn't respond. He picked up his cane and trudged through the snowstorm. Donna's followed closely behind as he used a fire raven to disperse the snowflakes and block the cold, preventing the duo from freezing. Not bad. Very self-aware. At that moment, Klein once again felt the benefits of having a servant. There was someone to hold an umbrella on rainy days, and there was someone to heat the house in a snowstorm. In the vast white world, the duo were like black dots. They creaked through the snow and walked forward bit by bit. After nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at the spot indicated by the dowsing rod. Nothing. Donna surveyed the area and failed to find any traces of Anderson Hood. He didn't doubt German Sparrow's dowsing rod method at all, because he was the last person found. Klein frowned slightly as he activated his spirit vision and strengthened his spiritual perception. Suddenly, he sensed something. He jabbed his cane forward, causing the snow on the ground to collapse. The collapse revealed a cave. The rocks inside were dark and reflected the light from the fire. Klein squatted down and peeked inside. He discovered a narrow path extending out of the cave, and at the end of the path, on a pile of red rocks, a strange underground plant was slowly burning. Anderson had sat beside it, leisurely roasting a creature that looked like a rabbit. The fragrance of the fat emanated a warm feeling, drilling into Klein and Donna's noses. You're here? Do you want to give it a try? There's actually a strange rabbit that can survive in the snow here. Anderson crouched down and looked at the entrance of the cave, as though he was greeting a companion on a picnic. Although he didn't say anything provocative, I really want to beat him up at that moment. Klein leaped into the cave expressionlessly and came to the side of the fire, feeling the long-awaited beauty. Donna's followed in and looked at the fire roasting the rabbit before looking at the fire ravens beside him. He silently removed all of them. How did you find this cave? Donna's asked as though he refused to admit defeat, but his body very honestly moved closer to the fire. Anderson flipped the rabbit that was stabbed into the pitch-black dagger and shot a glance at Donna's. The first lesson of a hunter is to observe the environment, familiarize yourself with it, and make use of it. Donna's expression immediately froze. Anderson then looked at German Sparrow and chuckled. I blasted out a cave. How is it? Not bad, right? The strength was controlled very well. As he spoke, he took a whiff of the air. How fragrant. It looks like it's done roasting. Do you want to give it a try? Although I didn't bring any seasoning, there's rock salt here. It's just a little astringent. Are you sure it's edible? If it's a beyonder creature, you might lose control the moment you take a bite, Donna said with a TSK. Anderson shot another glance at him. The second lesson of a hunter is to distinguish what can and cannot be eaten in the wilderness. He carefully reached out, pulled off a leg, stuffed it into his mouth, and ate with relish. Klein was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a crazy and tyrannical aura approaching from afar. The pressure from a high-level creature seemed corporeal, making Donna's body tremble uncontrollably. The aura swept across the sky and didn't notice the strangeness of the cave as it quickly left. King of the North. This title flashed across Klein's mind. P.S. Friendly recommendation of a book, Lucky God. This is a book filled with love and is filled with positivity. This is the story of a nobody who finally becomes the god of luck that all humans worship. As the tyrannical aura flew past, Anderson's chewing came to a sudden halt. Only when it was far away did he gulp down the remaining rabbit meat. He looked up at German Sparrow. "Is this the dragon you were talking about?" Klein nodded slightly, confirming Anderson's guess. The corners of Anderson's mouth slowly curled up, revealing an expression that was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. "I thought you were talking about an adult or even a young dragon. That one just now. I probably can't be a dragon hunter. I can only be dragon feces." The King of the North's crazy and tyrannical feeling is indeed a little terrifying. It's much stronger than the patchwork monster I encountered on the future that could wildly grow its hair. Perhaps it's a sequence 4, at the level of a demigod. Klein calmly made a judgment without any panic or fear. He remembered very clearly that it was written in Roselle's travels that the female pirate had been attacked by the King of the North. She had used all her strength to successfully escape and encountered the main team led by Roselle. As for Edwina Edwards, she clearly wasn't a demigod. She was a sequence 5 of the reader pathway. Furthermore, as she had been suddenly swallowed into the book, the mystical items or sealed artifacts that weren't convenient to carry around were left in the captain's cabin. She only had 1 or 2 items on her that she could use. Under such circumstances, she was able to resist the King of the North and survive. Klein, who had just advanced and adjusted his glove configuration, believed that it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Furthermore, he could connect to the gray fog and use the sea god's scepter to respond. This was also the reason why Klein dared to directly enter after confirming that Donna's was in a normal state during his prayers. The King of the North doesn't seem like a demigod of the ordinary pathway. According to Vice Admiral Iceberg, it's an out-of-control monster that has gathered many ice-type Beyonder characteristics. It can match a demigod in a particular domain, but it's definitely flawed in other aspects. It's not impossible for me, Edwina, Anderson, and the Beyonders of the main team to deal with it. If it really doesn't work, we can use the sea god's scepter. I refuse to believe that this book can guard against the items above the gray fog. If it could, it would have done so long ago. Standing beside the fire, Klein looked down at Anderson and grinned. "Are you afraid?" Anderson was stunned for a second before he smiled brightly. "No, you seem very confident." After saying that, he looked at Donna's, who was still trembling and trying his best to calm down. "Do you know what's most important to a man?" Danitz, who had just taken a deep breath, was taken aback when he heard that. He raised his right index and middle finger in uncertainty and pointed downwards. Anderson blinked and laughed out loud. "Bastard, you really are a vulgar pirate." "Haha, what did I want to say just now?" "Haha, I can't remember." "That's right, I wanted to talk about courage. The most important thing for a man is courage. Look at you, the giant dragon hasn't even attacked yet, but you're already so scared that you're about to hug your head and beg for mercy." Donna's face immediately turned red as he glared at the other party. "That's not how you behaved in Tosgarter." Klein couldn't help but criticize inwardly. Donna's was about to say that he was simply affected by the aura of a high-level creature when he suddenly remembered something he had just said. His expression immediately returned to normal and he casually replied, "I can't compare to dragon poop." Anderson's smile froze. He coughed lightly and pulled off another rabbit's leg as if nothing had happened. He passed it to German Sparrow. "Don't you want to try it?" Klein was silent for a few seconds before he slowly shook his head. "This is a strange world. Before confirming that there are no problems, it is best not to eat any of the food here. Maybe just a piece of rabbit meat will make you stay here forever." Anderson brought the roasted rabbit leg to his nose and mouth, then slowly put it down. His expression gradually collapsed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Klein calmly replied, "I just thought of this." Anderson's expression contorted for a few seconds. He lowered his head and quickly chewed on the roasted rabbit leg. "Aren't you afraid that there's really a problem?" The strongest hunter's action stunned Donna's. Anderson smiled helplessly. "I've already eaten one. I've already digested what needs to be digested. Since there's no way to change it, I might as well focus on enjoying it." Klein and Donna's were at a loss for words. After Anderson finished chewing on the rabbit leg, he deliberated and asked, "Are you really not eating? I don't know how much time will be wasted." If we're starving, how are we to fight against monsters like the dragon from before? Klein didn't directly answer. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. It's 6:10 in the evening. In 4 to 6 hours, if there's nothing wrong with your condition, we can eat in small amounts. Anderson turned agape, unable to say a word. Klein ignored him and turned to Donna's. Rest for 15 minutes before finding your captain. As he spoke, he took out the pearl earrings belonging to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. All right. Donnas suddenly felt his blood boil as he completely forgot the cold outside. After 7 to 8 seconds, he shrank back towards the fire. It was 7 in the evening in the outside world. Klein pressed down on his hat and held his cane. Together with Donnas and Anderson, they found a mountain peak according to the revelations of divination. They circled around a huge boulder covered in a thick layer of ice and saw a dark cave. A woman with an ancient bow stood guard at the entrance. The woman had a head of soft, lustrous black hair that was tied into a simple ponytail. Her facial features were very soft, different from the people of all the countries in the northern continent. She wore a brown, ancient-styled hunter's coat and trousers. Her sharp spiritual perception cast her gaze over. Upon seeing her slightly pointed ears, combined with the contents of Roselle's travels, Klein immediately knew her identity. She was the first female elf that Roselle got to know. Her name is unknown. If compared to Earth, the people of the northern continent are more European and American, while this elf has a clear Eastern charm. Klein quickly summarized the traits. Elf. She's identical to the elves in ancient religious paintings. Anderson suddenly turned excited. I have to discuss it with her. I'll get her to be my model so that I can draw a few paintings for her. By the side, Donna scoffed as he mocked simply. Vulgar. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten Anderson's mockery. Do you only know that kind of painting? Anderson shot a glance at him and sped up towards the female elf. Just as he approached, the female elf didn't hesitate to raise her bow. The arrowhead on it shimmered with silver lightning. Stop. Anderson immediately half-raised his hands. It's useless. Most elves belong to the storm pathway. They're easily irascible and rash. Klein secretly activated his spirit body threads, planning on using some basic control to make the elf listen calmly. At this moment, Anderson's vision blurred as he saw 2 thick and sturdy grayish-blue legs, as well as a terrifying greatsword that had stabbed into the snow. Anderson was surprised to realize that he was only slightly taller than the leg's knee. He instinctively traced the runes on the greatsword and looked up bit by bit. As he leaned back, he finally saw the nearly 4-meter-tall giant in front of him. The giant's skin was grayish-blue. His chest and waist were wrapped in thick beast fur, while the rest of his body was exposed. Even his feet lacked protection. With a greatsword that was wider than a human door, he looked down at Anderson, Klein, and the others with his iconic vertical eye, and asked with a rumbling voice, "What's going on?" He asked with a rumbling voice, "Who are you? Why are you here at Roselle's camp?" Klein was about to answer when a familiar figure suddenly walked out of the dark cave. Donna's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Dressed in a complicated shirt and dark-colored trousers, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina swept her gaze across the 3 of them. Her usually cold expression revealed a rather obvious look of surprise, as though she didn't expect Gehrman Sparrow and Anderson Hood to be here. She quickly returned to normal and looked up at the giant. "Roselle, this is my companion." Roselle grinned and asked delightedly, "Are you also here to deal with Jurizian?" Klein didn't know how to reply. At this moment, he saw Edwina, who was standing in the giant's shadow, give him a look, indicating for him to give an affirmative answer. Jurizian is equivalent to the King of the North? Klein seemed to be deep in thought as he replied in a low voice, "Yes." "Haha, then we are friends." Roselle looked down at the 3 people in front of him and laughed. As he spoke, Anderson quietly retreated to Gehrman Sparrow's side and lowered his voice. "This is the first time I've seen a living giant. It's impossible to hit his vitals. It's too high. I can give him a pedicure." Klein lampooned before replying calmly, "That's right. A big target means it's easy to hit." "That's right," Anderson agreed. At this moment, Edwina walked over and introduced the 3 of them. "This is the leader of the camp, Giant Guardian Roselle." This is elvish songster Ciadas. Elven singers? Ocean songsters? Klein suddenly felt that there was hope for Mr. the Hanging Man's potion formula. Edwina then turned around halfway and said to Roselle and Ciadas, "Don't worry. They are my companions. The strongest adventurer, German Sparrow. Treasure hunter, Anderson Hood. Famous sailor, Donnas. I always thought that Vice Admiral Iceberg was a serious person who wouldn't lie. Famous sailor. Ha, in a certain sense, that's the truth." Klein took off his hat and bowed seriously. Anderson followed him in a rather undisciplined manner. Donnas was delighted that his captain had introduced him as a companion and not a subordinate. He was a beat slower and appeared flustered. Guruzel laughed and said, "Let's enter the camp. We are about to engage in battle with that evil dragon, you listen. Very warm and amiable. But be it in the church's canon or the City of Silver's myths, giants are violent creatures with a strong desire for destruction. Yes, anything is possible in books. It just depends on the author's ability to make sense of it." Klein nodded slightly and followed Roselle into the wide cave. Upon seeing this, Edwina approached the trio without any abnormalities. She appeared to be leading the way, but in fact, she was whispering something. "The history they speak of is a little strange. It's the same with the language. No matter what language they speak, they can understand each other. Regardless of the language they speak, they can understand each other?" Klein's focus skipped over Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's first sentence and focused on the second sentence that didn't seem problematic. Although this was the world created by Roselle's travels, and everything was possible, certain details still revealed certain problems. To Klein, what mattered wasn't the fact that they could understand each other, but the method of understanding. Does this world have a fixed rule similar to language proficiency, or is there a consciousness that stands above everyone else, assisting in the simultaneous interpretation, just like what I did on the tarot? If it's the former, the target who doesn't understand Jotun will clearly hear an unfamiliar language, but they will be able to understand the meaning. If it's the latter, they will hear a familiar language. As he had grasped many ancient or supernatural languages, Klein was momentarily unable to make an accurate judgment. He slowed down his footsteps and walked beside Donnas. He suppressed his voice and asked, "What language did you hear Roselle speak?" Donnas was taken aback for a second as he recalled and said, "It's a somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar language. It's a familiar yet strange language, but I can understand everything." The supernatural language he had completely grasped was ancient Hermes, followed by Elvish. He could only be considered a beginner in Jotun. A rule similar to language proficiency. Understanding at the mental level. This means that the underlying rules of the world in the book can be different from those of the outside world. It stems from one's own settings, but the changes can't exceed a certain limit. This point is still questionable and needs to be verified. After all, I can't eliminate the possibility that there's an existence like the fool who uses mental communication to complete the translation. Edwina is indeed very sharp and good at observation. The problem she discovered points straight to the essence of this world in the book. As he pondered, Klein unhurriedly entered the large, dark cave. As for the strange history narrated by the main character's team members, he wasn't surprised at all. He was even waiting for the details to appear. Klein had long known that the churches and the various countries of the northern continent were consciously destroying or hiding information, hiding the true history of the fourth epoch, third epoch, and even the second epoch. The information that was circulated in the outside world was naturally different from what the members of the main character's team who had lived in those eras understood. This was also one of the reasons why Klein took the risk to enter the world of the book. In a spacious and airy cave, there were 3 humanoid creatures scattered around a bonfire that emitted light and heat. One of them was dressed in an extremely simple white robe. His back was facing the fire, and his eyes were closed as he focused on praying. He was a middle-aged man with wrinkles, but he wasn't old. He had short brown hair, and his shoulders, arms, calves, and feet were all exposed, covered with all kinds of old scars. Beside him was a young man who was sleeping with his head on a rock. He wore heavy and tough black full-body armor, and by his hand was a black sword that shimmered with a cold light. His facial features were rather deep, and he had obvious characteristics of Ruan. Sitting opposite the two was a strangely dressed man in his 30s. He made people feel uncomfortable. He wore a sharp and hard black hat, and his coat was buttoned up and down in a messy manner. It was neither symmetrical nor coordinated. In addition, he wore leather boots that pointed up high, making him look like a clown in a circus. This man had a rather good face. He had flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, and a high nose bridge and thin lips. Even though he was sitting, he exuded an arrogant feeling. Edwina pointed at him and said, "Viscount Mobit Zorost of the Solomon Empire." Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobit Zorost, a gentleman who can take away other people's ideals and dreams. There's no need to be so tactful. Nice to meet you. I'm a Sequence 5 of the Marauder Pathway, Dream Stealer, Mobit said with a chuckle, completely unlike the arrogance he exuded. A member of the Zorost family. Leonard has an angel from this family parasitized in his body. Perhaps he knows them? I know what the Marauder Pathway's Sequence 5 and Sequence 4 are called, but I don't know the corresponding Sequence 7 and Sequence 6. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind without batting an eyelid. At this moment, Anderson had already greeted the other party with a warm smile. He asked in a friendly manner, "To be frank, this is the first time I've heard of Dream Stealer. I only know Marauder and Swindler. There are 2 sequences missing in between. Are the Beyonders of this pathway so rare? Doesn't Edwina know? Sequence 7, Cryptologist. Sequence 6, Fire Thief. Haha, let me introduce you. He believes in the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. You don't have to care about him. He has completely sealed himself in his faith, the world. But in battle, he will be a very reliable companion. Sigh, Snowman, you should at least say something." Mobit, who didn't receive a response, rubbed his chin with a wry smile. "This is the treatment I've always received. It might be hard for you to imagine that when I first entered this place, I was an arrogant, reserved, and cultured noble. But the long passage of time has changed everything. Hee, when your companion is a giant who only knows how to laugh and shout slogans." When he said this, Roselle, who was sitting on a rock, smiled in a simple and honest manner. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. That vertical single eye did not have the ferocity and brutality that all kinds of giants desperately tried to portray in the rumors. Mobit shook his head and pointed at the ascetic Snowman. As for him, he might not say a word for years or decades. Ciadas is a very violent woman. As long as there's the slightest fluctuation in her emotions, she'll beat me up. Sigh, as much as I admired her in the past, I'm now just as, afraid of her. Therefore, I can only take the initiative to speak to them, otherwise, I'll definitely go mad. Thankfully, Frunzier came later. He's rather talkative. Hey, Frunzier, wake up. We have new companions. The sleeping black-armored knight slowly woke up and opened his eyes to look at Klein and company. Suddenly, he stood up amidst the sound of metal clashing. He stared at Klein. "Someone from Rouen?" "Yes." Klein nodded frankly. He realized that this former Rouen soldier who had been missing for more than 165 years didn't look old at all. His black hair drooped down, and his blue eyes were sharp. It made one subconsciously want to obey him. Frunzier clearly fell into a daze, but he quickly restrained his expression. "Do you know of the Edwardians in Bakeland?" "There are many Edwardians in Bakeland," Klein replied simply. "The Edwardians who live at 18, Delhare Street in the Northwest Borough," Frunzier pressed anxiously. Klein shook his head. "There's no longer a Northwest Borough. There's no longer a Northwest Borough." Frunzier repeated softly as his voice gradually softened. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. "I don't know how many years have passed outside, but it should have been many years. Edwina told me the exact year, but I don't remember which year I came in. I spend most of my time sleeping. Time here seems to be frozen." Mobit Zoros chuckled when he heard that. "That's just your bad luck. Back when we were traversing the cities and villages, everything was perfect." He looked at Klein, Anderson, and Donnez. "Back then, we lived in a place with humans and intelligent races. We got married again and again, watching our wives age, weaken, and die. Before a new member joins us, we would forget our goals. We would lead an ordinary but happy and relaxed life for decades or centuries. The only bad thing was that we weren't able to have our own children. Then, Xianxia came. We entered this snow-covered region and hunted many monsters, but we gradually fell into a deep slumber. We were rarely awake until we met Edwina. This also means that time in the world in the book flows normally. What maintains the progress of the story is the influence of a particular force on the main character's team. Before a new member joins, before the book flips, they will remain at the previous node and do something else. This is similar to language translation at the mental level. Conversely, can it be said that the towns and villages in the world in the book are developing normally and truly? Yes, we have to find King of the North Yelison as soon as possible. Otherwise, with the passage of time, we will also suffer from that influence, falling into a deep slumber or forgetting our main goal. We will stay here for a very long time until a new member is swallowed into the book and finds us. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Just as he was about to speak, Edwina spoke first. There's no need to worry about this problem. We will soon encounter the King of the North. Why? Anderson and Mobet asked in unison. Edwina surveyed the area. Before I came in, there were only a few pages left of the travel notes that were glued together. And now, all of you have entered and found the camp. There will definitely be more pages that have been flipped. The story is about to come to an end. Mobet nodded indiscernibly, agreeing with Edwina's judgment. As for Anderson, he softly muttered the words adhesion. Edwina then introduced Klein, Anderson, and Donnas. She then sat by the fire as a demonstration. Klein took off his hat and held it together with his cane. He slowly sat down and looked at Mobet Zoroast, who loved to talk. Has he heard of the Tudor Empire and the Tuluan-Sostal Empire? He didn't beat around the bush and directly returned with a question. This was the persona of the German sparrow. No. Mobet shook his head. Edwina has already asked me. Back in my era, the Tudor and Tuluan-Sostal families were like our Zoroast family. They were powerful nobles of the Solomon Empire, loyal to the Black Emperor. So the Tudor and Tuluan-Sostal families are traitors of the Solomon Empire. Klein thought for a moment. Apart from you, what other nobles are there in the Solomon Empire? Many. Mobet smiled as he glanced at Xianxia. Augustus, Abraham, Zeradal, etc. Wait. Back in my era, the Church of Evernight's nemesis was the Church of the God of Combat and the Southern Continent's Aegir's family. The Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were at odds with each other, hoping to obtain the support of the Solomon Empire. He paused for 2 seconds as his expression gradually turned solemn. Back then, deities walked the land, not the astral world. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Deities walk on land, not in the astral world. At the beginning of the 4th epoch, in the era of the Solomon Empire, there was no distinction between myth and reality. Deities walked on land without needing to descend. This is similar to the 2nd epoch recorded in the City of Silver's books. Places like the Giant King's Court and the real world are only separated by a door. They can pass through and return as they wish. Humans and gods are everywhere, and it's chaotic and dark. Also, the astral world really corresponds to deities. Upon hearing Viscount Mobet Zoroast's description, Klein instantly made the connection. He subconsciously swept a glance at Roselle. This was because this giant was very likely someone who had personally experienced a particular part of the 2nd epoch's history. Roselle picked up a cup that was more exaggerated than a wooden bucket and gulped down a mouthful of melted snow. He laughed out loud and said, Mobet, isn't this very normal? Why are you so serious? I don't know why I'm being so serious either. Mobet Zoroast revealed a smile bit by bit. Haha, what is very normal to us might be very terrifying and unbelievable to them. I have to use a suitable expression to narrate it to achieve a satisfactory effect. Do you still remember Xianxia's expression when he first heard our stories? It was as though he wanted to kneel down and repent to the Lord of Storms. Klein, Donnas, and company were momentarily at a loss as to what expression or words to use in response. Anderson leaned his body towards German Sparrow and suppressed his voice. I feel that he has the talent of a provocateur. He appeared to be controlling his volume, but his words could be heard by every creature present. Mobet didn't mind it as he chuckled and continued the topic from before. I know all of you don't believe in the matter of deities walking on land. It's very difficult for you to accept it, just like how Edwina was previously. Heh, I can give you 2 examples. The abyss of storm in Pasu Island and the Amantha mountain range's tenebrous heaven are respectively the divine kingdoms of the Lord of Storms and the Evernight goddess. The divine kingdoms on land are separated from the real world by an illusory door. Pasu Island? Isn't this where the altar of the Church of the Storm is located? Amantha Mountains. Amantha means tranquility in Hermes. Does this refer to the Holy Cathedral, the Church of Serenity? When the gods no longer walk the earth, their kingdoms become the headquarters of their respective churches? Klein instinctively felt that Mobet Zoroast wasn't lying, so he made a judgment based on that. Donnas, on the other hand, was a little confused and fearful. He subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but when he saw the focused captain, the contemplative German Sparrow, and Anderson Hood, whose face was filled with the words "I'm very interested," he could only force himself to hold back and search for a more comfortable sitting position. At this moment, elvish songster Xiaxia, who was in charge of keeping watch, walked in. Don't mention that false god. The power of the storm belongs only to the elven king. Her voice was clear and gentle, but her tone was filled with anger and irritation. It was as though she would raise her hands at any moment and shoot Mobet Zoroast with an arrow. All right, I'll address him as a false god. Mobet raised his hand and stroked his sharp and hard black hat. Xiaxia retracted her gaze and said to the shallow believer of the Lord of Storms, the former Rouen soldier, Frunzier Edward. It's your turn. Frunzier raised his head bit by bit, his expression still a little dazed. He didn't seem to notice the conversation and dispute from before. He pulled out the iron-black sword that was stabbed into the ground beside him and walked towards the cave's entrance. Klein observed for a moment and took the opportunity to ask Xiaxia, the elf. Do you know Queen of Calamity, Kohainam? In fact, he wasn't certain that Kohainam was Elf King Siniathram's subsidiary god, Queen of Calamity. He was asking in such a manner because he was waiting for elvish songster Xiaxia to give him an answer. Xiaxia's gentle and exquisite face immediately revealed a dazed look similar to Frunzier's. I haven't heard her name in a long time. She is the queen of us elves. Mobet and Frunzier don't even know of her existence. Where did you encounter her? No, learn of her situation? As she spoke, Xiaxia's tone turned anxious. At this time, Donnas looked at the German Sparrow in astonishment. He was amazed that this lunatic was so knowledgeable that he could even have a common topic with the elves who seemed to belong to the ancient times. I didn't expect you to be a scholar. I couldn't tell. Anderson sighed and shook his head. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina similarly cast her gaze at Klein. Her clear blue eyes were filled with a strong thirst for knowledge. Klein calmly replied, That's right. I entered a ruin that belonged to the Queen of Calamity, Kohainam, and obtained some items. Ruins? Xiaxia ruminated over the word softly, her tone as though she had lost something unimportant but she couldn't bear to part with it. Judging from the situation there, he might not have really died. When Klein saw Xiaxia's eyes light up, he went straight to the point and asked, Do you have the Ocean Songster potion formula? What can I give you in exchange? He felt that it was best to be frank and direct when dealing with Beyonders of the Storm pathway. Xiaxia thought for a moment. Let's exchange one of the Queen's items. I only obtained a wine cup made of gold. It has already been flattened, and its surface is engraved with complicated patterns and the 2 words Calamity, Kohainam in Elvish. Klein didn't hide anything. I know that cup. It's the Queen's favorite cup, Xiaxia said, unable to hide her excitement. Deal. The cup is outside. Klein had no intention of going above the gray fog in front of everyone. Xiaxia nodded. I understand. Once we leave this book, we'll complete the deal. At this point, she clasped her palms together. The storm shall belong to the elves. Without waiting for the others to speak, she asked curiously, What else did you find there? Some murals depict the battle between the Elf King and the ancient sun god. Klein glanced at the ascetic, Snowman, who was said to believe in the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. The middle-aged man with his back to the fire and his face to the stone wall finally spoke in a hoarse voice. No, he isn't just the god of the sun god. He is our Lord, the Father of all things, the source of greatness. He isn't fighting the Elf King. He is only taking back the authority that belongs to him. Just as Snowman said that, Xianxia stood up and aimed her arrow at him. Suddenly, the elvish songster's long, raven-black hair that was tied into a ponytail spread out. It went against the laws of nature as it flared upwards and in all directions. The strands of hair were distinct, and there were silver-white bolts of lightning swirling around them, emitting a strange dark blue luster. Just as Xianxia's was about to release the bowstring, a gigantic grayish-blue palm suddenly appeared in front of her. It blocked the arrow tip, unafraid of being pierced through. This was none other than the giant Roselle's palm. One of the traits of this race was that their limbs were exaggerated in proportion, making them look abnormally long. Therefore, all he did was sit and stretch out his arm to stop Xianxia's. "Alright, Snowman, cut it out. As you know, Xianxia's is an elf who likes to use actions instead of words," Roselle first said to the ascetic before turning to look at the elvish songster. "Xianxia's, we are companions. We have experienced many dangers together, and we can leave our backs to each other's companions. You can retort Snowman or even beat him up, but you are not to attempt to harm him." As expected of the protagonist of a travel book, he's filled with positive energy. However, what's the difference between beating him up and harming him? Klein couldn't help but mutter. Xianxia's grunted and sat back down. There was a moment of silence and awkwardness. The giant Roselle surveyed the area with his vertical eye and chuckled. "Then, I'll also talk about my past experiences. Before entering this book, I lived in the giant king's court and was one of the guardians of the waning forest. Only our king can enter that place. It's said that his father and mother are buried there. They are also the origins of us giants. The giant king's court is made up of many parts, and the waning forest is one of them? It's where the most ancient ancestor of the giants is buried?" Klein listened very seriously, wishing to ask more. To him, this was more valuable than the history of the fourth epic. This was because the city of Silver's hope was likely to lie in the giant king's court. However, before he could say a word, Edwina had already asked, "Roselle, what was the book like when you received it?" Roselle raised his hand to rub his cheeks. There was nothing in it. It was like a blank book waiting to be filled in. I previously guessed that Roselle might be a character from a book. Klein deliberated for a few seconds and didn't directly inquire about the details of the giant king's court. He turned to look at Mobit Zorost. And said, "Do you know Blasphemer Amon?" Blasphemers refers to the entire Amon family. They are the mortal enemies of our Zorost. It's said that they have an extremely powerful and terrifying ancestor. Even Lord Ouroboros and Lord Medici regard him with great importance and even fear him, but no one knows his exact name, Mobit explained in detail. Ouroboros? Medici? Back then, the true creator and Rose Redemption were supporting the Solomon Empire. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately asked, "What's going on? Have you heard of the name Sasser?" Mobit was taken aback as he slowly shook his head. "Never heard of it. Dark Angel Sasser's name disappeared after the cataclysm? Was it buried?" From this, Klein confirmed a fact. At this moment, Snowman, who was facing the stone wall, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sasser is a dark angel, the leader of the kings of angels. He's the one closest to the Lord. I'm waiting for your answer." Klein looked at the ascetic monk and asked in a low voice, "Apart from him, Ouroboros, Medici, and Amon, which other kings of angels are there?" "There's no need to say their names." Klein was afraid of causing an unnecessary reaction, just like the penitent in Afternoon Town. Edwina, Anderson, and Donna's had been in a daze from the beginning. This was because the content of the conversation between German Sparrow and the few ancient figures was something they had never heard of. They couldn't believe that this crazy adventurer had grasped so many secrets and knowledge. Snowman fell silent for a few seconds. Also, Angel of Imagination, Adam, just as he said this name, the entire cave suddenly shook. The familiar crazy and tyrannical aura rapidly descended. King of the North Yelisan had come, P.S., updated in advance on Monday. Requesting for monthly recommendation votes. The former Rouen soldier, Frunzier Edward, who was guarding the cave entrance, had just moved when he saw a massive figure descend from the sky, landing on a huge boulder that was covered in thick layers of ice. The wings that were covered in skin didn't retract as they continued spreading out, nearly blocking out the surrounding light. The illusory armor that seemed to be made of ice crystals and the extremely berserk deep blue dragon eyes were immediately reflected in Frunzier's eyes. He instinctively sensed danger and immediately leaped to the side with his iron-black sword in hand, rolling far away from where he had originally been standing. Almost at the same time, the frost dragon, king of the North Ylison, opened its mouth and spat out a distorted, quiet, and ostentatious icy blue flame into the cave. Wherever it passed, the void turned transparent and froze. Moments later, the icy blue flame stirred up a wave of dreamy light that surged into the dark cave, freezing everything in its path. Although the words angel of imagination, Adam, still flashed in Klein's mind, and he couldn't help but recall Roselle the Great's description of the Twilight Hermit Order. Their mission is to revive the original creator, a high-ranking being of the spectator pathway, or even a uniqueness. The method of gathering members is through a true dream that connects the east and west ends of the continent. Furthermore, as long as their names are mentioned, they will immediately sense it. However, he still instinctively reacted to the impending danger. He pounced to the side and quickly dodged to an uneven spot in the cave, attempting to use the boulder in front of him to block the subsequent attack. However, the surging icy blue light was like a tidal wave that drowned every spot, freezing everything. In the cramped environment of the cave, there was no safe zone for the target. Just as the surroundings were about to turn into an ice coffin, a gigantic grayish-blue figure appeared in Klein's vision. The giant, Roselle, silently stood right in front. He knelt down on his left knee and bent his back forward, stabbing his broadsword into the ground in front of him. The light of dawn lit up, forming an illusory wall to Roselle's left and right, protecting everyone behind him. The icy blue tidal wave surged over, but it was first split apart by the vertical broadsword before slamming into the light of dawn on the two sides. In the vision of Klein and the others, the cave suddenly darkened, and then half of the light was restored. They could clearly see that the bonfire had already been extinguished. The dim light from the outside world penetrated the layers of ice crystals and shone in, making it exceptionally dim. At this moment, every inch of space in front of Roselle was frozen. This giant seemed to have become a bug in amber. Then, the giant sword that was stabbed into the ground shone like the first rays of the morning sun. They converged together and enveloped Roselle. Then, they transformed into a storm of light that swept outwards. Silently, a huge crack appeared on the layer of ice that seemed to have been melted, and it spread all the way to the outside of the cave. Roselle's grayish-blue figure disappeared from where he stood. Elvish songster Ciadas, who had yet to tie her hair up, held her bow and arrow. Under the swirling winds, she charged out of the cave without any delay. Wearing an asymmetrical black coat, the Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobit Zorost mumbled to himself, "Don't be in a hurry." He ran with large strides, following closely behind Ciadas. The ascetic, Snowman, who was facing the rock wall, stood up as well. He tapped his chest 4 times, as though he was drawing a cross. "May the Lord bless me." With a hoarse and dry voice, he stepped on the cold ice with his bare feet and ran out of the cave through the crack. Klein similarly didn't hesitate. Without drawing his revolver, he quickly entered the crack in the ice with Anderson, who was holding Death Brachyderm tightly. Edwina Edwards, who was wearing a complicated shirt, looked at Danitz, who was trembling under the aura of a high-ranking Beyonder. She said with a gentle but emotionless voice, she said, "Stay here." With that said, her light blue eyes suddenly turned dark. Immediately, a strong wind howled around her, propelling her out. "Stay here." Donas was taken aback for 2 seconds as he subconsciously surveyed the area. He saw the rock wall covered in frost and the completely extinguished fire. The cave was silent. He was the only one there. Dona's trembling calmed down bit by bit as he turned agape, but he didn't say a word. All he could do was watch his captain's figure disappear into the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, the former Rouen soldier, Frunzier Edward, who had rolled to avoid the first round of attacks, saw the king of the North Ylison flap its wings and soar into the sky to open up a distance from the Beyonders to ensure his safety. He hurriedly stabilized his body and pushed out his left palm diagonally. Right on the heels of that, he announced in ancient Hermes, "Flying is prohibited here." Suddenly, the frost dragon's wings that seemed to blot out the sky seemed to be hung by an invisible object that was 100 times its weight. flapping them became extremely difficult. The King of the North immediately let out an angry roar. A loud sound wave drilled into Xianxia's ears, causing him to involuntarily sway. With a whoosh, the wings that seemed to blot out the sky finally flapped down, stirring up all the snow and frost around them, scattering them into the air. Although it was difficult for Ulysses, it still succeeded in flying. At this moment, disciplinary paladin Xianxia's expression turned extremely solemn. He once again spoke in ancient Hermes, "Violators shall be punished." Just as he said that, his figure shot up, moving even faster than the frost dragon Ulysses. It was as though he had been enhanced by an unknown power. Ding! Xianxia spread his body in midair as he brandished his iron-black sword, cleaving at the King of the North's neck in a manner that was certain to hit its target. Clear cracks appeared on the ice crystal-like armor as they spread to the surroundings. However, this didn't cause Ulysses to bleed or be injured. This frost dragon didn't even feel any pain. Its ghostly blue eyes locked onto Xianxia as it wore a cruel and brutal expression. It raised its front claws, and Xianxia was in midair with nowhere to dodge. At that critical moment, a hurricane blew over, forcefully pushing the black-armored disciplinary paladin away. Ulysses' strike struck the void, producing an explosive sound as it failed to hit its target. The moment elvish songster Xianxia rushed out of the cave, she didn't hesitate to take action and save Xianxia's life. Right on the heels of that, her hair spread out once again in violation of the laws of nature. Each strand was wrapped with lightning. She used the tip of her arrow to aim at the gigantic King of the North that was flying slowly in midair. She firmly pulled back the bowstring. The sky instantly turned gray as though dark clouds were gathering and lightning was leaping. Due to the influence of the disciplinary paladin, Ulysses' flight wasn't that smooth. Suddenly, it retracted its wings and swooped down, slamming into Xianxia like a high-speed train. At that moment, the grayish-blue figure that made one feel safe rushed over and blocked the King of the North's swooping path. The giant Roselle knelt on one knee once again, stabbing the broadsword that humans couldn't use in front of him. A light that resembled the first rays of dawn appeared, erecting an impenetrable invisible wall. Boom! The frost dragon and Roselle's collision was like a terrifying explosion. It pulverized the surrounding snow and ice as it was pushed to the periphery. Roselle failed to defend himself as he flew out like a ball, rolling past Xianxia's and slamming into a mountain wall with a bang. He slammed into the snow and ice above him, nearly creating an avalanche. As for Ulysses, it didn't retreat. All it did was stand in its spot. Having its dive interrupted, it stepped on the ground with its hind legs. Its body leaned forward as it craned its neck and opened its mouth at elvish songster Xianxia's. The Solomon Empire's noble, Mobet Zoroast, had long arrived beside Xianxia's. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly extended his right hand and quickly twisted his wrist. Jurision's mouth was completely agape, but he seemed to have forgotten what he wanted to do. He stood there in a daze and did not follow up. Mobet suddenly turned his head and spat to the side. Bah! The saliva was ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Seizing this opportunity, the ascetic, snowman, who had followed them out, raised his arms, as though he was embracing the grace of God. Then, he said to elvish songster Xianxia's in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "God said it's effective." With a sizzling sound, the silver lightning on Xianxia's hair brightened and surged out, intertwining with the arrow. She let go of her wrist and the arrow shot out. Rumble, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down, superimposing on the arrow. The arrow turned completely silver-white, as though it came from the god of thunder. It struck Jurision's forehead at an unavoidable speed. The layers of ice crystals vanished as the dreamy armor cracked. The arrow stabbed into the King of the North's head, causing it to let out a deafening scream. Light blue blood flowed out and quickly coagulated. The frost dragon's ugly head shook crazily as silver darted about. At this moment, Klein and Anderson ran out of the cave. Disciplinary paladin Xianxia landed on the ground and tumbled a few times before standing up again. As for Roselle, he reached out his palm from the snow and rubbed his head. He didn't seem to be injured. With so many teammates, I don't need to take the initiative to attack. I can attempt to control Jurision's spirit-body threads. From what I saw, it doesn't seem to have the defenses of a demigod. Of course, it's much stronger than a sequence 5. A 5-meter range. That's a little dangerous. Klein looked at the frost dragon and quickly had an idea. P.S. Update before making any changes. King of the North Yulisan's tragic cries rapidly turned into a roar. Following that, a blizzard blew outside the cave, preventing anyone from seeing beyond 5 meters. The howling wind swept up the densely packed goose feathers, filling every inch of space. At the same time, an icy blue halo rapidly expanded, sticking close to the ground and extending outwards. Wherever it passed, everything that came into contact with it froze into an ice sculpture from the bottom up. Klein, whose vision and hearing had been affected by the blizzard, immediately had a corresponding scene surface in his mind. He hurriedly bent his knees and exerted strength with his ankles, jumping straight up, allowing the icy blue halo to sweep past him. And when Mobit, who wasn't adept at combat, discovered the icy blue halo, it was already very close to him. He didn't even have the time to jump up. At that moment, someone grabbed his shoulder and lifted him up. Beneath his feet, a violent hurricane soared into the sky. With the combination of the two, he was forced to jump up high, avoiding the outcome of being sealed in ice. Mobit turned his head and, as expected, saw the stone-faced Xiadas. As flying was forbidden here, this elvish songster could only control the strong winds to slowly glide forward. Anderson, Edwina, Snowman, and Frunzier reacted and jumped up in time, dodging the attack without much of a thrill. Only the giant, Roselle, had just lifted his broadsword and struggled out of the snow when he encountered the icy blue halo. Unable to dodge in time, his feet were touched. A thick layer of ice instantly surged up as Roselle froze in his spot, as though he was a corpse that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Whoosh, the exaggerated blizzard obscured the Beyonders' vision, causing them to completely lose their lock on Yulisan. All they could do was passively defend against any attacks. At this moment, the ascetic, Snowman, who had yet to land, spread his arms out once again and solemnly said in ancient Hermes, "God says it's ineffective." The raging blizzard suddenly calmed down a lot. Whether it was the raging hurricane or the dense goose feathers, all of them had either weakened or disappeared by half. Vaguely, Xiada saw a huge ugly face that resembled a lizard's. The broken arrow was still stuck in its forehead. The frost colossal dragon Yulisan had already taken the opportunity to close the distance between them. Xiadas didn't panic. The strong wind suddenly changed directions, pushing her and Mobit backward. At the same time, her lips, which had turned white from the cold, parted as she sang in ancient and difficult Elvish, "Reefs will be torn apart by the waves. The big tree will definitely be struck down by the storm. The mountain will be destroyed by the lightning." As every word in Elvish was rich in meaning, the sentences formed were very short. Therefore, the lyrics did not take much time for Xiadas. Furthermore, from the first word, from the beginning of the beautiful and forceful melody, the wind and the blizzard changed, the howling wind turned chaotic as it dispersed in all directions. The King of the North Yulisan's massive body reappeared in front of Klein and company. By the time Xiadas sang the third word, disciplinary paladin Frunzier had already pushed out his right palm and said in ancient Hermes in a deep voice, "Imprison." In an instant, the frost dragon that was about to charge at Xiadas and Mobit froze in its spot. Layers of transparent wall seemed to appear around it. And at the same time Frunzier muttered, Edwina, who had just found her footing, suddenly had her light blue eyes turn black. A sticky liquid that seemed to be formed from all the evil thoughts in a living being's heart flowed out of her eyes. With a gentle clench of her right palm, the King of the North Yulisan roared as it stood up, instantly tearing apart the effects of imprison. The frost dragon's ghostly blue eyes were filled with confusion and pain, as though it was still immersed in its sudden outburst of madness and violence. Even though this was its usual state, it felt terrible to be completely detonated. Without a doubt, it was a dragon that had poor emotional control. Seizing the opportunity of Yulisan's momentary pause, Anderson had condensed a blazing white flaming spear in his hand. Then, with a forward swing, he threw it out. Without looking at the outcome, the flames beneath the strongest hunter's feet surged and condensed into a liquid state. So, the blazing white flaming spear accurately hit the frost dragon's half-opened mouth, rapidly melting the thick ice crystal armor. It still had enough strength to penetrate its upper jaw. Yulisan cried out tragically once again. It kicked off with its hind legs and pounced forward without a care. Sticking close to the ground, it charged at Anderson at a terrifying speed. The only thing left in its eyes was the tiny worm that had dealt it significant damage. Rip, the snow parted as a deep and wide ravine was plowed into the ground. This ravine extended all the way to where Anderson was and extended outwards. Bang! With terrifying inertia, the frost dragon slammed into a rock covered in thick layers of ice, shattering its outer shell and cracking its innards. If it had struck Anderson, the strongest hunter would definitely have been reduced to a pulp. Even if it was just a graze, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. However, somewhere in the ravine, where Anderson was originally standing, there was an additional black hole that led straight down. It was just the right size for a person to crawl through. Paw, with a hand placed on the hole's entrance, the disheveled strongest hunter jumped out. After he threw the flaming spear, he didn't dodge in a panic. Instead, he directly used his beyonder powers to melt the snow beneath his feet and burn the soil, silently creating a hole that wasn't too deep. Following that, he sank into it and squatted down, perfectly avoiding the King of the North's strike. At that moment, a pure beam of light descended, striking Rozelle's body and quickly melting the ice crystals on his surface. Snowman had used an offensive method to remove the restrictions on the giant guardian. The light of dawn erupted as Rozelle raised his greatsword and charged in front of the frost dragon, slashing out in a frenzy. Bang, bang. Bang! Rozelle's height was only a meter shorter than Ulysson's non-humanoid form. His strength was equally exaggerated. Although he staggered and retreated after clashing with his opponent's front claws, he quickly recovered and took another step forward, entangling his opponent. With the giant guardian blocking the front, the others calmly made their own responses. The ascetic, Snowman, maintained his open arms, and a halo that resembled the scorching sun appeared around him. This halo quickly spread outwards, warming up every one of his companions present. It brought them great courage, and as if it was being controlled precisely, they avoided the King of the North. Not far from him, Ciatas's hair fluttered as she pulled back her bowstring. She shot out arrows that seemed to be condensed from wind blades or lightning. As the target was massive, every arrow of hers hit its target. Furthermore, it was nearly at the same spot, the frost dragon's shoulder. Mobit Zorost matched up perfectly with Rozelle. At times, he would steal the idea that the King of the North was about to put into practice, causing it to fall into a momentary daze. At other times, he would attempt to steal its powers, but despite the limited number of attempts, he had yet to succeed. With his pitch-black short sword in hand, he carefully circled to the side, as though he wanted to attack a particular spot. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier brandished his iron-black sword and used the Prohibition Decree and Imprison Judgment to assist Rozelle in his melee with the Frost Dragon. If not for him restraining the giant, he would have long been sent flying despite being a guardian. He would then be trampled or spat at to his death. Klein looked at Edwina and raised his hand to point at himself. Invisibility. He didn't know if she could replicate such an ability. If she couldn't, he would have to consider other means. Edwina didn't ask why. Her light blue and clear eyes immediately reflected German Sparrow's figure before losing its color and turning transparent. Klein's body turned transparent as he vanished. After confirming his condition, Klein quickly ran towards the dragon and giant who were engaged in an intense battle. With a roll, he arrived at the King of the North's left hind leg. Then, as he dodged Ulyssen's stomps in battle, he used his spirit body thread's vision that he had long activated to emanate his spirituality to control the illusory black threads. Right on the heels of that, he would roll and leap from time to time as he searched for a safe space beneath and around the frost dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Silver lightning arrows and pure blue wind blades landed in a small area, shattering the ice crystal armor and tearing apart the tough skin. Soon, the frost dragon's right shoulder turned pale blue. Correspondingly, the swing of its front claws slowed down imperceptibly. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier acutely noticed this as he leaped to the side to dodge the icy blue breath. He pointed at the spot and solemnly declared in ancient Hermes death. With a poof, Ulyssen's right shoulder, which was covered in light blue blood, instantly shriveled. It tore so much that translucent bones could be seen. At that moment, Edwina took out a palm-sized bronze mirror and reflected Ulyssen's body. She reached out with her right palm and grabbed the mirror's surface, pinching the image within. Then, with a forceful tear, she pulled it outwards. Ulyssen's wound instantly became exaggerated as it kept spreading. It was as though it was about to lose a front claw. It let out a shrill cry as it suddenly raised its body and stood up like a human. A pale blue light that was close to white surged out of the dragon's body as the temperature within 100 meters plummeted. It was accompanied by an irresistible feeling. Suddenly, all the Beyonders seemed to be sealed in ice for an extended period of time. Their bodies turned extremely cold as they turned extremely stiff. Furthermore, they couldn't help but tremble. It was the same for Ciadas, Mobet, Edwina, Klein, Roselle, Anderson, and Frunzier. Only the ascetic, Snowman, who had been tempered by the cold countless times, could barely move. He kept his arms wide open, half closed his eyes, and said solemnly, "Don't worry." He solemnly said, "God loves the world." Sunlight tore through the snowstorm and shone in. The warmth began to melt the frozen feeling. Bang! Ulysses sent Roselle flying with a swipe of its claw, causing the giant guardian's chest to cave in. He was severely injured. It temporarily ignored the others as it aimed at Snowman and charged at him at high speeds. Snowman doesn't have anyone protecting him. He's about to leave my 5-meter radius. Klein's body was still stiff as he watched the scene. He had the urge to run into the cave and pray to himself before heading above the gray fog to respond with the sea god's scepter. At this moment, a scarlet fireball landed beside the ascetic monk before the frost dragon could. Then, it exploded and sent the ascetic monk flying. It came from the strongest hunter, Anderson. At that moment, Edwina condensed a fireball in her hand and threw it at Ulysses' back, but it didn't seem to hit. She was creating a passageway for Klein to flame flash. The frost dragon Ulysses charged to where ascetic Snowman had been standing, but it did not hit anything. It slid past, leaving behind a long ravine. Behind it, fireballs exploded one after another, creating fireworks. Klein's body stiffened as he used the flash jump. He didn't allow the King of the North to open up a distance between him and him. He remained within 5 meters of it. When Ulysses stopped, he, who was still in his invisible state, suddenly had an ominous feeling. A corresponding scene appeared in his mind as he hurriedly lunged forward, sticking close to the ground as he burrowed beneath the frost dragon. At the same time, Ulysses' thick and powerful tail lashed out, lashing at the nearby elvish songster Ciadas and the Solomon Empire aristocrat, Mobet. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Mobet was sent flying, dodging the frost dragon's tail. As for Ciadas, she was a beat too slow. Although she had used the strong winds to retreat with the sweeping momentum to dissipate the force, she was still struck to the side. It shattered the thick illusory scales that had surfaced on her body and fractured her ribs. She was sent flying backward, and with the wind's support, she didn't land too heavily on the snowy ground. If it were Mobet or Anderson, this strike would have been enough to kill them on the spot. Thankfully, the storm pathway had the corresponding illusory scales to protect them. Furthermore, every sequence would receive a corresponding enhancement. Ciadas was only seriously injured and didn't fall unconscious. She didn't even completely lose her mobility. At this moment, the King of the North Ulysses' neck moved as it opened its mouth and spewed out a pale blue wave of light. The wave of light swept past Snowman, freezing the ascetic into an ice sculpture. Edwina, Frunzier, and Anderson were either blocked by the massive dragon's body, using other Beyonder powers, or being too far away. They couldn't save him in time. Bang! The frost dragon leaped and turned around, causing the ground to tremble. At that moment, its condition had clearly deteriorated. The wound on its right shoulder was abnormally gruesome. Although the frozen pale blue blood had barely stopped the injury from worsening, its corresponding front claws were nearly paralyzed, making it inconvenient. Many of the illusory scales on its body had shattered, turning abnormally dim as though it had lost a large amount of vitality. But no matter what, it had managed to severely injure or restrict 3 of its opponents, and its situation was much better than before. Especially since the giant Roselle was severely injured, it was no longer being held back, and it could attack as it pleased. Upon seeing this scene, Edwina's light blue eyes turned dark once again. Viscous malevolence slowly flowed in them. She suddenly clenched her right fist. Ulysses raised its head and roared again in extreme pain. Light blue liquid flowed out of the corners of its eyes and mouth. At this moment, the frost dragon's mind was filled with explosive emotions. Seizing this opportunity, Edwina's eyes lit up, turning extremely pure. The light of dawn around her rapidly appeared and condensed into a sword. She had to play the role of a guardian and stop the King of the North. She believed that the German sparrow must have his reasons for hiding beside Jurijan. All he lacked was time. Right at this moment, a figure shrouded in the light of dawn rushed to the front of the frost dragon. It was the giant Roselle. His chest was caved in as his grayish-blue skin turned pale. The broadsword in his hand had cracks that resembled spiderwebs, but he still bravely faced his enemy. Roselle appeared to be burning his life as he emitted light and heat as he cleaved at his target. Giants never retreat. Amidst the angry roar, Roselle blocked the frost dragon's strikes time and time again. Furthermore, due to one of its front claws being crippled, it still had the strength to dodge the icy blue breath. Imprison. Disciplinary Paladin Xianxia ran over and began restricting the King of the North's actions. Edwina also found a tacit understanding. She waited until Jurijan broke free of its restraints in anger before detonating its emotions, allowing the control to continue, preventing high-speed collisions from happening. Anderson would occasionally throw out a blazing white spear or produce condensed fireballs at times. He repeatedly dealt the greatest damage to his opponent. After Mobit recovered, he continued stealing thoughts and powers to interfere with the frost dragon's attacks. Jurijan attempted to spread its wings and flap the snow to fly into the sky twice, but it was affected by Xianxia's superimposed flight restriction. It became difficult and slow, so it could only give up. By its feet, Klein, who was constantly changing positions, slowly controlled the spirit body threads. He had long reached the limit of 20 seconds, but he still failed to succeed. This was because the King of the North spirit was powerful and crazy. After a while, there was a loud clang. After the broadsword in Roselle's hand was stained by the frost dragon's breath, it was struck by its front claws. Immediately, it shattered into countless fragments that flew in different directions. Amidst the sounds, the invisible wall in front of Roselle that was nearing its limits was penetrated. A few fragments stabbed deep into his head and chest. Disciplinary Paladin Xianxia, who was closest to him, similarly failed to dodge in time. The side of his armor was shattered as the corresponding spots were mangled. Giants never retreat. Roselle roared once again as the light of dawn bloomed from his body as a pure sword of light appeared in his palm. As dark red blood flowed down his face, he blocked another strike from the frost dragon. At this moment, Klein controlled the spirit body threads like he was plucking a zither string. He finally saw the dawn of initial control. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second, King of the North Ulysson's actions came to a halt. Every joint in its body seemed to be covered in rust. The frost dragon immediately turned alert and sensed that the source of danger came from beneath it. Before its mind completely slowed down, it instantly made the decision to sit down. It wanted to reduce that sinister and vicious fellow to mincemeat. Suddenly, its mind went adrift as it forgot what it wanted to do. As for Mobit Zorost, who was more than 20 meters away, his legs went limp as he strangely sat down on the snow. Klein took the opportunity to move his feet, neither too fast nor too slow. He walked to the side of the frost dragon's hind legs. His invisibility began to fade. After all, the simulation was definitely inferior to the original. He extended his hands as his spirituality leaped, as though he was controlling a gigantic puppet. Bang! Ulysson, whose mind had already slowed down, found its previous decision. Its hind legs slowly bent as its body slammed down like a collapsing mountain, but all it did was stir up the snow and dust. No. Not good. I have to do that. Thoughts flashed through its mind in a clear sequence as its heart contracted, condensing a terrifying pale blue light that was close to white. This was a beyonder power that stemmed from its life. It could create a hell of extreme cold. Previously, it had used this to freeze Klein and company. If not for Snowman's experience and powers restraining such a state, there would have been more than 1 or 2 Beyonders who died. However, at that moment, under Klein's control, everything Ulysson was doing had clearly slowed down. Edwina acutely sensed the source of danger that she couldn't grasp previously. She immediately clenched her right palm and once again ignited the frost dragon's fluctuating emotions. The King of the North's body trembled in slow motion. The pale blue light that was about to condense dissipated uncontrollably, failing to interfere with its surroundings. Ah! The frost dragon slowly opened its mouth as it let out a stuttering scream. Elvish songster Xiaodas had recovered slightly as she barely managed to stand up. Upon seeing this, she immediately endured the pain and pulled back her bowstring. Her hair spread out again as thick leaden clouds appeared in midair. Two different silver-white bolts of lightning intersected and surged into the bow, forming a terrifying arrow with layers of lightning coiling around it. Xiaodas's face contorted as she released the bowstring. The silver-white bolt of lightning whizzed into Yulissan's abdomen, tearing open a gruesome wound. Inside the wound, sparks splattered as the lightning bolts darted about, causing even more damage. At that moment, Anderson's eyes lit up as his body was covered in a layer of scorching white flames. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and accurately shot into the wound. Pitch-black marks quickly appeared on the chest and abdomen of the frost dragon, as if someone had scribbled there. Jurision's thoughts were no longer as slow under the intense stimulation. It struggled to flap its wings and soar into the sky. Flying is prohibited here. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier added more restrictions in a timely manner. Bang! The King of the North landed once again as the pitch-black marks on its abdomen split open. Light blue blood and damaged organs surged out like a waterfall. Anderson jumped off the dragon's body. The flames on his body had been extinguished, and he was covered by a thin layer of transparent ice. It's cold. It's cold. He held Death Brachydont as he stiffly jumped out, his body constantly trembling. Klein, who had nearly had the frost dragon break free from his restraints, regained the feeling of initial control. It slowed down Yulissan's desire to bury everyone present along with him. At the same time, it suffered from theft and detonation. Its slender neck slowly stretched up as it let out a sluggish wail before its body collapsed inch by inch. During this process, Klein didn't attempt to stop Xiaodas and company from continuing their attacks. This was because he knew very well that it would take more than 5 minutes to turn the frost dragon into a puppet. There were too many accidents that could happen during this process. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier panted as he stood up straight. With the sight of his body in a bloody mess, he once again pushed out his hand that wasn't holding a sword and solemnly declared in ancient Hermes, "Die." Yulissan's body trembled as it collapsed to the ground like a tiny mountain formed from ice. Light blue light that was close to white burst out from its body, stirring its flesh and quickly flowing around. Soon, the gigantic dragon corpse turned into a thick, tall, and snow-covered door. Without needing anyone to remind them, all the Beyonders present knew that this was the door that led to the outside world. Finally, succeeded. Roselle laughed out loud as his voice became softer and softer. Bang! His nearly 4-meter-tall body lunged forward as he propped himself up on one knee. The light of dawn on his body quickly dissipated as his aura instantly vanished. Groselle. Xiaodas and company approached him with great difficulty or speed. Groselle slowly surveyed the area as he clenched his fists and smiled in a simple and honest manner. We did it. Giants will never retreat. His voice came to an abrupt halt as his single vertical eye drooped down. Groselle. Frunzier, who was closest to the giant, ran forward and held on to Groselle. Then, he released his grip bit by bit and slowly stood up straight, as though he had just had a confusing dream. Xiaodas broke free from Mobit's support and ignored the pain in her body. With the help of the wind, she quickly ran to Groselle's side. She bent down and carefully observed for a moment before pushing him and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Wake up, wake up! Wake up! We should leave." Her voice gradually weakened and slowly turned silent. Mobit stood by the side and saw the giant's body sway as he found it difficult to maintain his balance. Finally, he plopped to the ground. He fell silent for a few seconds before slowly exhaling. At this moment, Anderson and Edwina had already run to the frozen ascetic, Snowman. One used flames, while the other simulated holy light to help him quickly thaw. Only Klein came to Groselle's side as he was nearby. His spirit body thread's vision told him that Gu was already dead. Only his spirit remained, but it was also beginning to dissipate. This prevented his damage transfer ability from being of any use. From the moment he burned the light of dawn and entangled the frost dragon for the second time, Groselle should have been prepared to die. Klein fell silent. Mobit glanced at him and smiled bitterly. To be frank, I haven't seen many giants. Most of my impressions come from books, teachers, and parents. I've always believed that this race is cruel and violent, closer to monsters than intelligent creatures. However, Guruzel isn't like that. He's frank, honest, and optimistic. Although he looks a little silly, he knows better than anyone what's right and wrong. He told me that this is because he's not one of the most ancient giants. He's not even the second or third generation. The cruel, violent, and crazy giants also have the instinct to mate. They will give birth to descendants, and from time to time, there will be more rational types among the descendants. These descendants will reproduce, allowing the entire race of giants to break away from the category of monsters. I don't know if I should believe him, but his existence proves a possibility. As Mobit spoke, he suddenly paused, as though he had sunk into the past. At that moment, Edwina and Anderson helped the clearly stiff snowman over. The ascetic struggled to walk to Roselle's side. Looking at the closed vertical eye, Snowman drew a symbol that resembled a cross on his chest. He half closed his eyes and prayed softly. Father of all things, great source, there is an honest and pure spirit here. May he enter your kingdom and receive eternal salvation. Xiadas opened her mouth as though she wanted to say that Roselle believed in the giant king, Warmer, but she ultimately didn't say a word. She silently watched Snowman complete his prayer. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. No one knows how long that door will last. The elven songster looked around. She appeared rather irritable due to her grief and pain. She looked down at the giant again and added in a low voice, we can't let Roselle's spirit dissipate in this illusory world. We have to make him return to reality. All right. Mobit immediately agreed. Klein and company didn't have any objections. Edwina turned her head and shouted at the snow-covered cave. Donnas, you can come out now. At that moment, Xiadas' eyes darted around as though she had thought of something. She turned her head to Klein. Do you have a pen and paper? Yes. Klein took out the fountain pen and paper he carried with him. This was the professionalism of a seer. Xiadas took it over and began writing. She didn't stop even after Donnas ran out of the cave. Donnas remained silent. He seemed rather depressed, and he didn't show any obvious joy or excitement from leaving the world in the book. Finally, Xiadas stopped writing and returned the pen and paper to Klein. The formula you wanted. Wasn't it only done after we leave? Klein mumbled silently in puzzlement as he received his fountain pen and the ocean songster potion formula. As though sensing his puzzlement, Xiadas turned her head and looked at Roselle on the ground. She said in a deep voice, we are now companions. That's why she can directly give me the potion formula? Klein put away the items and nodded indiscernibly. I'll give you the wine cup after we leave. Xiadas didn't respond. She nudged Mobit. Carry Roselle. Mobit looked down at his not-so-muscular body and his leather boots that had their tips pointed upwards. He smiled bitterly in exasperation and walked to one of Roselle's thighs. Disciplinary Paladin Frunzier followed in silence as he bent down to hug the giant's left shoulder. Anderson looked around and clicked his tongue. All of you are injured and weak. Let me do it. He then hugged Roselle's other shoulder. Just as Klein was about to head for the remaining thigh, Donnas had already rushed over and snatched the spot. Upon seeing this, he stopped and watched Anderson and company lift Roselle and walk towards the illusory snow-covered door. He, Edwina, and the staggering Xiadas and Snowman followed silently by the side. They arrived at the exit manifested from the frost dragon Ulysson's corpse. At this moment, Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the King of the North's light blue blood had completely vanished as though it had never existed. Indeed, it's a conjured monster that's almost real. Klein landed behind as he watched Edwina take a few steps forward, bend her back slightly, and press her palms on the door. Then, this Vice Admiral Iceberg suddenly exerted strength and pushed open the snow-covered door. Without a sound, everything everyone saw became illusory. Soon after, it became transparent and disappeared. Rows of brownish-yellow bookshelves quickly appeared in front of him. The orange sun outside the window had already fallen to the horizon. A table with pens, ink bottles, and paper appeared in front of him. This was Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's captain's cabin. Klein and the others quickly turned their attention to the center of the table, where there was a book made of yellowish-brown parchment paper. The pages of the book were flipped by an invisible wind, and when they reached the last page, Klein and the others saw the ending. With the help of the crazy adventurer and the powerful hunter, Roselle fulfilled his promise and led his teammates to kill the King of the North. However, he also fell into eternal slumber in the Frost Kingdom. They didn't give us an ending. Ciadas, where do you want to go next? Mobit put down Roselle's thigh and turned his head to ask the elvish songster. Ciadas's eyes were lost for a few seconds before she firmly said, "That's right. To search for my clansmen." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw Mobit's flaxen-colored hair rapidly turn white. She saw that his originally smooth face had obvious wrinkles. In just a few seconds, Mobit had aged to the point of death in her eyes. Ciadas's heart tightened as she was about to pounce over, but she was surprised to realize that her legs had turned weak at some point in time. With a plop, she fell to the ground and realized that the back of her hand was covered in spots that only an old man would have. She instantly understood what was going on as the tears in her eyes flowed uncontrollably. She struggled with all her might in an attempt to crawl towards Mobit. Mobit had similarly collapsed to the ground and was similarly squirming towards her as he extended his right palm. Ciadas extended her right palm and held the thin and shriveled hand. They looked up with great difficulty, and their eyes reflected each other's present appearance. The corners of their mouths curled up at the same time before weakly relaxing them. Their eyelids drooped down, blocking out the light. Klein, Edwina, Anderson, and Donnas were unable to react in time to such a change, nor did they know what they could do. All they could do was watch helplessly as Roselle's corpse rapidly rotted away. His flesh and blood evaporated, leaving behind only his bones and beyonder characteristics. They watched as Mobit, Ciadas, Snowman, and Frunzier aged and died in just a few seconds before they stopped breathing, repeating everything that had happened to Roselle's corpse. Their clothes either vanished or turned to dust. Their spirits dissipated at an extraordinary speed, and soon, they were gone. The one with the shortest time has already lived inside for more than 165 years. Edwina muttered to herself as she turned to look at the skeleton that was looking out at the sea and the sun. This was none other than disciplinary paladin Frunzier. He sat on a chair and looked west, in the direction of Bakeland. Snowman sat cross-legged by the side, his corpse maintaining a praying posture. That's right. They've lived for centuries or even millennia in the book's world. From the rules of the outside world, they, who aren't even demigods, should have long died. I should have thought of this problem. Why wasn't I wary at all? Could it be? Klein suddenly recalled the influence that the world had on Mobit, Roselle, and company's minds. He vaguely made a judgment. He looked down at the parchment book again, believing that there were many more secrets in it. This fellow is rather interesting. He died just like that. Anderson looked at Mobit's corpse and curled his lips. At that moment, all the Beyonder characteristics were slowly condensing, but disciplinary paladin Frunzier didn't produce anything of the sort. Edwina observed for a moment before calmly saying, the potion he consumed was fake. The potion he took was fake, and so was the power he obtained, just like that frost dragon. It's likely a manifestation of the world in the book. It's close to turning the fake into the real. Klein sighed silently, momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was maintain his German sparrow-style silence. In the next 10 minutes, no one spoke in the Golden Dream's captain's cabin until the 4 Beyonder characteristics took form. One of them was the size of a fist, resembling a heart. It was covered in holes and shimmered with the light of dawn. Another was like a jellyfish, its transparent outer layer enveloping azure-blue seawater. At times, there would be whirlpools caused by winds, and at other times, there would be flashes of silver. There would also be faint melodious singing. One was a pure and shiny crystal that exuded a sense of holiness. Another was like a baby's palm. Its 5 tiny fingers were spread open, constantly changing the color of its skin depending on the environment. Sigh, we can't keep watching like this. Finally, Anderson broke the silence. Let's split these Beyonder characteristics. Just as Edwina's light blue eyes were dyed with anger, the hunter shrugged her shoulders and smiled bitterly. I believe this is also their wish. This is because we are companions who fought together. Seeing Edwina's gaze soften, Anderson curled the corners of his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. You're always so inflexible. That's why you'll never become an artist. After sighing with emotion, he looked at the corpse on the chair on the ground. We can't keep watching. We have to do something. Isn't Xiada searching for her people? Bury her near the elven ruins on Sonia Island. Mobet looked like he wanted to be with Xiada's, so he would be placed in the same grave. Didn't Xianxia want to return to Bakeland? He was burned to ashes, placed in a box, and brought to the big city. If we had the time, we could also look for his descendants. As for Snowman, we didn't know whether he believed in the ancient sun god, the original creator, or both. It was all the same to us. We definitely wouldn't be able to find the corresponding church or altar, so we could only bury him next to Roselle. Roselle. He probably wants to return to the giant king's court, but this is a city that only exists in myths and legends. It can't be found in reality. However, there are some giant ruins in the northern and southern continents. He can be buried in those places and truly rest in peace. Giant King's Court. Bakeland. Klein listened in silence and deliberated for a few seconds. Give me the ashes of Roselle, Snowman, and Xianxia. He believed that it wouldn't be too long or short before the city of Silver explored the giant King's Court. When the time came, he could hand the ashes of Roselle and Snowman to Little Sun, allowing him to bury these two ancient figures. As for Bakeland, it was a place Klein wanted to return to. It was the end of his journey, and it was perfect for him to bring Xianxia, who had left his hometown for more than 165 years. Edwina followed up. The golden dream often goes to Sonia Island. I'll be in charge of Xiada's and Mobet's corpses. Alright, you'll be in charge of the cremation later. Anderson turned to look at Donna's and sighed with a smile. You see, everyone has their own role to play. There's no need to feel inferior. He thought that Donna's wouldn't understand his consolation and would glare at him angrily. Who knew that the famous pirate's expression only dimmed a little and he nodded silently. Ahem, as companions who faced the King of the North together, let's each pick one. Consider it as inheriting their will. Anderson used his chin to point at the shimmering items on the floor. These Beyonder characteristics definitely have remnants of their psyche. I wonder what kind of effects it will bring. Be it concocting them into potions for consumption or finding an artisan to refine them into items, there should be some special effects. The former can be digested through the acting method, but there's nothing I can do about the latter. You don't seem to know the acting method, so pretend I didn't say anything. His last words were directed at Donna's. Klein wasn't in the mood to criticize Anderson as he looked at the four Beyonder characteristics. Give me Xiada's. This was the main ingredient of the ocean songster, Edwina thought for a moment. I took Snowman's. This corresponded to a priest of light. Klein already had one, so he didn't choose it. Anderson scanned the remaining two Beyonder characteristics, his gaze pausing on the strange object that resembled a baby's palm. I told you, this guy is very interesting. Perhaps he can make a mystical item that can chat with me. That way, no one will be lonely. At that moment, the giant's heart was still unclaimed. Klein glanced at Donna's and said indifferently, yours. Me? I didn't do anything, I didn't participate in the battle. Donna's was very surprised. Klein said succinctly, you explored the path and took a risk. To Klein, this was actually a form of compensation. This was because Donna's had recited the fool's honorific name and learned of German Sparrow's secret. Therefore, he had to be forced to become a believer of the fool, otherwise, it would leave him with huge latent problems. Although this was one of the risks Donna's was willing to take, Klein still wanted to make up for it. Of course, he hoped that Donna's would view it as a gift from the fool. And be it exchanging Roselle's Beyonder characteristic for money, buying the corresponding formulas and ingredients, or making it into a defensive mystical item, they were all very useful to Donna's. Take it. Edwina looked at Donna's as well. All right. Donna's fell silent for a few seconds before nodding heavily. After the distribution was done, Klein took a few steps forward and bent down to pick up the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Xiada's. He saw the blue seawater in the transparent membrane gently sway, and he could vaguely hear the elf's beautiful singing. Just as he stood up straight, he saw Donna's nod as though he was responding to someone's question, but no one had spoken, Klein's gaze swept across Edwina's expressionless face, suspecting that this mysticism tutor was communicating with Donna's in a voice that others couldn't hear. Seeing Donna's give an affirmative answer, Edwina reached out to close Roselle's travels and handed it to Klein. "This is my thanks. Without me, you could have defeated the frost dragon." Klein didn't extend his hand as he looked at the yellowish-brown goatskin book. "No, we will die together. We can't stop the King of the North's final madness. Besides, you are taking a huge risk by entering the book." Edwina was like a teacher as she seriously explained the reason. "My only request is that if you figure out its origins and principles, tell me the answer." Klein was very curious about the secrets contained in Roselle's travels, so he no longer refused and reached out to take the magical book. "All right." At this moment, as the importance of the giant king's court was becoming more prominent, he even wished to buy the black iron key that was worth £5,000 that belonged to the giants. However, he didn't immediately raise the request, in case Edwina thought that he was blackmailing her. He planned on borrowing the key from Vice Admiral Iceberg in a few hours or the next day. He would first head above the grey fog to divine its value before paying to buy it. Seeing that Anderson and Donna's had picked up their Beyonder characteristics, Edwina looked at the darkening sky and said to Klein, "Let's go." "Where are you going next?" "Buy him," Klein answered frankly. Edwina nodded. "You can take the Golden Dream over. We have plenty of empty rooms." Klein nodded indiscernibly and agreed. Who wouldn't like to take a free ship? After dealing with the skeleton and tidying up the captain's cabin, Edwina walked to the door and opened it. Immediately, there were sounds of pleasant surprise as the atmosphere in the corridor quickly boiled over. "All right, it's fine." Edwina surveyed the area as a smile unknowingly appeared on her cold expression. With a boom, the crew cheered. The loud sound made Anderson pucker his lips and scrunch up his face. "It's more exaggerated than I imagined." His words were undoubtedly drowned out by the revelry. After all of this calmed down, Klein and Anderson left the captain's cabin under Donna's lead and headed for another room on the same floor. Half turning his body to look at where he was, Anderson suddenly sighed. "Is it over just like that? Although I've known them for less than half an hour, fellows who fought alongside me always leave a deep impression. Yet, they died for no apparent reason. They're all dead." Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. "This world is filled with baffling deaths to begin with." "That's true." Anderson revealed a smile. "That's why I have to be optimistic and enjoy life. If I were to face death one day, I would definitely be calm, suave, and not lose my poise. I would use my most handsome stance to welcome it. Don't raise flags for yourself." Klein didn't say a word as he entered the room Donna's had opened. Anderson stayed opposite him. Inside the room, Klein stood by the window and silently looked at the darkening sea for nearly 10 minutes before heading to the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited an incantation, and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the high-back chair belonging to the fool, he conjured the world's figure and made him put on a pleading posture. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Sun that I've already obtained the Sequence 6 notary potion formula that he wants. I also have clues to the Priest of Light formula and main ingredient. He can temporarily not pay me and treat it as a debt that will be paid in the future." This was to prepare for his advancement to Sequence 4. The City of Silver had rich resources, and it was possible that there were some main ingredients or supplementary ingredients that were currently difficult to find. Therefore, since he didn't have any urgent needs for the time being, he planned on letting Little Sun owe him. The reason why he didn't mention that he had obtained the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredient was that he found it too exaggerated. He planned on telling Little Sun after he was almost done digesting it. After examining the conjured image twice, he transformed it into a stream of light and cast it into the crimson star corresponding to Sunday afternoon town. Derek, who had just finished patrolling the borders of the newly built camp, suddenly saw a blur. He saw the boundless grayish-white fog and the blurry figure praying within the crimson light. Right on the heels of that, he heard World's voice and knew that he had the notary potion formula. Mr. World is so efficient. He did as many days as he promised. Furthermore, he also obtained clues to the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredient. Derek was surprised, but it was soon followed by joy. He couldn't help but admire World, hoping that he would possess such abilities and style in the future. And above the gray fog, the busy World began praying again after Mr. Fool confirmed that the Ocean Songster potion formula was correct. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the hanging man that I've already obtained the Ocean Songster potion formula and the corresponding main ingredient. I'll give it to him on the next tarot and ask him to consider what he can use in exchange. On the undulating sea, inside the ancient and gloomy sailboat, Alger Wilson was standing by the window, thinking about what he needed to take note of when he returned to Possum Island. Suddenly, a boundless gray fog and a figure that loomed over everything appeared in front of him. He immediately saw a dark red beam of light and a blurry figure that he suspected to be the World. He then heard the other party's calm and indifferent voice. After listening carefully, Alger's eyes widened bit by bit. He couldn't contain his joy, but he also felt a strong sense of surprise and shock. He remembered very clearly that back in the tarot, the World had only promised to help Sun obtain the notary potion formula in 3 days. He didn't mention anything related to the Ocean Songster, but in just a few days, this gentleman had obtained the rarely circulated Sequence 5 formula. Furthermore, he had obtained the main ingredient. What did he do? Alger muttered silently to himself as he couldn't help but recall German Sparrow's cold and unyielding look. He increasingly felt that he couldn't see through him. Is this the benefit of being a blessed? I just received news yesterday that German Sparrow boarded the Future at Nas last week. On the one hand, this means that Admiral of Stars is indeed the Hermit. On the other hand, does it mean that what the World did last week was very important? For example, entering the dangerous waters in the east and obtaining some item? That's why he had no choice but to seek the Hermit's help. As a result, he advanced and became a Sequence 5 Beyonder. This can explain why he obtained the Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient in a few short days. But what did he do? Don't tell me he killed a quasi-high-ranking member of the church? Alger couldn't help but frown. He quickly calmed his emotions and shifted his focus to something else. Although obtaining the formula and main ingredient in one go had indeed left him abnormally happy and excited, making him feel that becoming a member of the tarot was a turning point in his life, correspondingly, he had to pay a sufficient price. What can I give the World? Alger fell into deep thought as he tragically realized that he didn't have any items or money of equivalent value. He subconsciously paced back and forth, circling the window again and again. Above the gray fog, the busy World vanished. Klein cast his gaze at Roselle's Travels, which he had brought above the gray fog. This book, which was bound with yellowish-brown parchment paper, was quietly placed at the end of the long bronze table. There was nothing special about it, and it was so ordinary that only people who liked to study history would pay attention to it. Klein conjured a pen and paper and carefully wrote down the first divination statement. This is the spectator pathway's uniqueness. This was what he was most worried about, because it meant that he couldn't seal the book above the gray fog. It might bring about unexpected accidents, and if he carried it with him, Klein might be sucked into the book again. That would be very troublesome. Removing the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, Klein calmed himself down and attempted divination. When he opened his eyes, the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise. This meant a negative outcome. From the looks of it, this strange book isn't the spectator pathway's uniqueness. Then, I don't have to be too afraid. Klein thought for a few seconds and attempted to divine if Roselle's Travels was the corresponding item of the spectator pathway's Sequence 1 or Sequence 2. To his surprise, he received a failure. He pondered for a long time before writing a new divination statement. Its origins. The reason why Klein dared to make such a divination was that he knew very well that the spectator pathway's Sequence 0 had long perished, and the uniqueness was likely in the hands of the Twilight Hermit Order. The possibility of it having a corresponding true deity was almost negligible. Putting down the pen and holding the paper and book, Klein leaned back in his chair. As he muttered the statement, he entered a dream with the help of cogitation. The gray world suddenly cracked open as the sky turned extremely dark, as though a strong wind was sweeping up the dark clouds. In such a dark environment, a point of light first appeared in the horizon before growing bigger and clearer. It was a floating continent. It was a continent that could accommodate several normal cities. The continent's periphery was grayish-white in color. Gigantic rocks revealed their outlines, and above them, there were magnificent stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. they either stood alone or propped up towering ancient palaces. Dragons that were either grayish-white, scarlet-red, or made of brass, or formed from ice crystals flew above the city. From time to time, they would land on top of a stone pillar to rest, overlooking everything. At other times, they would enter the tall and majestic palace and disappear from Klein's line of sight. Among them, the smallest was the same size as the king of the north, Ulyssan. The largest reached 100 meters. The scene quickly zoomed in as a palace that was more than 200 meters tall began to occupy Klein's vision. Inside, stone pillars stood erect, propping up the dome. The space was large enough for any dragon to move freely. The camera kept zooming in, and Klein soon saw a book made of yellowish-brown goatskin. Its cover was blank as it floated in midair. Compared to its surroundings, it was unbelievably small. Behind the book, a gigantic shadow appeared. Just as the shadow's outline was outlined, the thoughts in Klein's mind instantly exploded, his eyeballs spewed out with blood. 2 black holes were left where his ears were. Milky white objects that were dyed bright red kept spewing out of his mouth and nostrils. The mysterious space above the gray fog trembled gently, calming everything. Klein quickly returned to normal as he grimaced and rubbed his head. It hurts. It really fucking hurts. This isn't any worse than the eternal blazing Sunday. I didn't even get a clear look at his appearance. I didn't gain any knowledge. He is the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, right? According to Little Sun's information, he perished at the end of the second epoch. I've been separated by several epochs, 2,000 to 3,000 years. All I did was peek at it, and I ended up in such a miserable state. If not for the gray fog's isolation and help, I would definitely have died on the spot. Isn't this mark too powerful? There's no way to make a concrete comparison because the damage isn't as great as the eternal blazing suns. However, one is long dead, while the other is still alive. This makes me suspect that ancient gods are stronger than the present true gods. After taking nearly a minute to recover from the pain, he cast his gaze back onto Grozel's travels. He rapped the edge of the long, mottled table and muttered silently, "That's right." He tapped the edge of the long mottled table and muttered silently, "The author of this book is the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, a storybook written by an ancient god that can automatically deduce the ending. What's his goal?" When this book was formed, the Dragon of Imagination likely hadn't encountered the ancient sun god yet, so there weren't any problems. After all, for a book to travel from the City of Miracles, Liveseed, to the Giant King's court, it took a considerable amount of time. And before Roselle was swallowed by the book, the Giant King was clearly still alive. Purely a prank? A plaything to pass the time? Or could it be that the ancient god, the Dragon of Imagination, foresaw a certain future and specially created this book to leave a way out for himself or the dragons to revive? However, because he misjudged the strength and terror of the ancient sun god, he completely perished, causing this book to be unable to be of use for thousands of years. All he did was naturally absorb characters to act out the story? Klein made some guesses, but he wasn't able to obtain any further confirmation. All he could do was consider finding a chance to enter the book and slowly gather clues. In the future, I can enter as a spirit body above the gray fog. Once I encounter an accident, I can immediately return. I'll try again after separating from Edwina and Anderson. I have to be sufficiently careful and cautious. Klein nodded and attempted to divine if Roselle's travels would bring any negative changes to the mysterious space above the gray fog, but he still failed. As for the reason, he actually understood a little. It was because this place was intrinsically higher than the spirit world. Matters that involved this place naturally couldn't use divination to obtain revelations from the spirit world. After deciding to frequently head above the gray fog to take a look to prevent any accidents from happening, Klein threw Roselle's travels into the junk pile and waved his hand to summon a partially flattened golden wine cup. The wine cup had complicated and exquisite patterns. Engraved on it were the 2 elvish words, Calamity, Kohinum. There was nothing special about it. With it in hand, Klein quietly rubbed it for a few seconds. Knock. Knock, knock. Klein politely knocked on the door to the captain's cabin. What's the matter? Edwina, who had already let her hair down, looked at the German sparrow outside. Klein handed over the elf queen's golden wine cup and said, "Place it in Ciatus's tomb." "Place it in Ciatus's tomb." All right. Edwina fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding and receiving it. She habitually studied the inscriptions and symbols on the golden wine cup before retracting her gaze in embarrassment. She turned her head to look out the window and said, "They're holding a bonfire party." "They're going to have a bonfire party. Are you going?" "No." Klein shook his head. "I understand. I won't be participating either." "Not everyone is like Anderson, who can quickly rid themselves of their depressed feelings," Edwina said with pursed lips. "Actually, this isn't necessarily a bad thing." Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. As for Edwina, apart from attending classes, she wasn't good at conversing. The two immediately fell silent. About 10 seconds later, Klein silently drew a breath and broke the silence. "Are you still selling the key that originates from the giant?" "Yes." Edwina thought for a moment, glanced in the direction of the collection room, and added, "I can lend it to you for research. You can decide if you want to buy it before we leave the ship. There's no need for me to mention it myself." I was a little embarrassed to say it. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After figuring out the persona of the German sparrow, he calmly said, "I don't take advantage of others. I don't take advantage of others." Just as he said that, he felt a little regretful. He was afraid that Vice Admiral Iceberg would really change her tune. Edwina's light blue eyes darted around slightly. "The only condition is that you tell me the answer if you figure anything out." "Phew." Klein didn't waste his breath as he nodded slightly. "All right." Nearly a minute later, he carried the iron-black key that was the size of a 7-string zither and returned to his room. And at this moment, an excited singing voice sounded from the front deck. "Your eyes are so mesmerizing, just like the morning sunlight. Every night, when darkness descends, I wander around alone, my heart filled with sorrow, stubbornly waiting for the light. Oh, your eyes are so mesmerizing, just like the morning sunlight." Note 1, Klein subconsciously came to the window and looked out. He saw that the bonfire had already been lit, and the Golden Dream's idle crew members were surrounding it. They were either roasting meat and fish, gulping down alcohol, or dancing an irregular but sufficiently lively dance to singer Orpheus's singing. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful. The alluring fragrance of roasting fat emanated as wisps of it drifted upwards. Klein saw that Anderson Hood was among the group of pirates. He was drinking happily and eating happily. From time to time, he would shout a few words or crack a few jokes. It was as though he had become a member of the Golden Dream and wasn't ostracized like before. Instead, it was Donna's who didn't appear outside. At the very least, Klein didn't discover him beside Iron Skin and Bucket. "As long as he doesn't provoke me, this fellow's social skills are rather strong. Perhaps this is the ability of a conspirer to gather information? He might have transferred all his hatred to me. I wonder if Donna's will work hard because of this matter. If he can improve step by step and obtain even greater strength, then I, the fool, will no longer only have myself as a subordinate. I won't have to constantly act as a trinity. Haha, I, a secret existence, finally have a believer in reality. I have an employee that I can directly instruct, even though I only have Donna's alone for the time being. I have to say that it's rather shabby." As Klein sighed, he prepared the ritual to sacrifice the giant's key above the gray fog. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively activated his spirit vision and looked to the side. White bones were tossed out and condensed into messengers with black flames burning in their eye sockets. Most of the messenger's body was one level below, so it was almost at the same level as the German sparrow. It didn't penetrate through the ceiling, but the hand that held the letter was still huge, as though it could directly wrap around Klein's head. Mr. Aztec replied rather quickly this time. As Klein nodded politely, he received the letter and unfurled it. Just as he was about to read the contents, he suddenly realized that the skeleton messenger was still in its original spot. It didn't disappear after delivering the letter like it usually did. "Is something the matter?" Klein asked in surprise. Just as he was about to speak, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind as he hurriedly added, "If there's a need for a reply, I'll summon you again." The skeleton messenger's huge head nodded as its body suddenly disintegrated, falling down like a waterfall and returning to the underworld. Ma Marionette Tinker was waiting for a reply the last time. It's the same for the skeleton messenger this time. Could this be the new rules and regulations of the messenger world? Pooey, there's no such thing as a messenger world. They're all recruited by themselves. Furthermore, most messengers are considered part-time jobs. Yes, the skeleton messenger gave me a feeling of being aggrieved. Klein shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He turned his attention back to Mr. Aztec's letter. To put it simply, from the moment one obtains godhood and advances to sequence 4, it's a gradual process of evolving into a mythical creature. This process only ends at sequence 2. Therefore, there's a fundamental difference between angels and saints. In ancient times, the former could even be called a subsidiary god. Every demigod, including saints and angels, has their own mythical creature form. This is a non-human form that combines complex knowledge, godhood characteristics, and secret symbols. Just a glance from an ordinary person will cause them to suffer serious damage, even to the point of losing their minds. And the higher the level of a demigod, the stronger the damage, and the more irresistible it is. Therefore, creatures at this level have to constantly control themselves and not reveal the corresponding form. Otherwise, just their existence will bring disaster to their surroundings. To a demigod, one of the main characteristics of losing control is that they lose their rationality, making them unable to restrain their mythical creature form. However, the saint's mythical creature form isn't complete. There are obvious characteristics of their original race. Strictly speaking, they have to reach sequence 2 to be considered a true mythical creature. I wonder if the blood Ma'am Hermit wants is the blood of a mythical creature in the true sense of the word, or if it can be more relaxed. I wonder if the umbilical cord blood left behind by Will counts. He is a sequence 1 snake of fate, an absolute mythical creature, but his condition isn't right. When I accumulate more matters, I can write them on a paper crane and ask him. Yes, I only have 2 more chances to write. I have to be careful. However, I'm about to return to Bakeland. With this in mind, Klein silently calculated when the snake of fate, Will would be born. He didn't accurately recall, but based on his impressions, he believed that Will was conceived in November last year, and it was already mid-April. Therefore, he will be born in July? It might also be a little earlier. Klein thought without much confidence. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend or wife in his previous life, much less a child. He quickly reined in his thoughts and temporarily placed this matter aside. He began setting up a ritual and sacrificed the giant's key to himself. The reason why he didn't use a spirit body to carry it was because the key was too heavy. Klein still couldn't move it. Soon, he arrived above the gray fog and made the huge iron-black key fly to the surface of the long bronze table. He carefully checked it a few times. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. This key corresponds to the place. Holding the piece of paper and hugging the key, Klein leaned back into his chair and fell asleep as he recited. This time, the first thing that appeared in the hazy gray world was a distorted translucent barrier. Following that, the scene zoomed in, and a heavy door that was more than 10 meters tall appeared. The door was mainly bluish-gray in color. Both sides were engraved with symmetrical symbols, labels, and patterns. It was both solemn and mysterious. The light of dusk shone over vaguely, dyeing the door with a clear sense of decay. It was as if the entire world's day was approaching and eternal darkness was about to descend. Right on the heels of that, Klein noticed that on the left side of the door, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black hole. It was equivalent to an adult's fist. The scene quickly shattered, and the dream ended. Klein opened his eyes. A door similar to the black cloister, but with a different color. The light of dusk. My interpretation is that this represents a door in the giant king's court. Yes, the distorted translucent barrier in the beginning should be a symbol of the forsaken land of the gods being isolated from the outside world. Therefore, without the gray fog's interference, no matter how I try to divine, I won't be able to see the scene I want. Klein tapped his fingers on the edge of the long mottled table as he made a judgment. He had already decided to buy the giant's key. After busily bringing the 5,000 pounds back to the real world, Klein packed up the items on the table. With the thick stack of cash in hand, he left the room once again and headed for the captain's cabin. Heh, the bounty for a desire apostle like Curtius is equivalent to a key and 1,000 pounds. Klein glanced at the cash in his hand and knocked on Vice Admiral Iceberg's door once again. With a creak, Edwina appeared at the door. When she saw the cash in Gehrman Sparrow's hand, her brows twitched slightly as her eyes widened. Suddenly, she lit up. Her eyes widened and she suddenly said brightly, "You have an answer?" Klein tersely acknowledged. "I've already obtained an answer. It's suspected to be related to the Giant King's Court." "The legendary Giant King's Court?" Edwina's eyes sparkled as she returned with a question. Klein nodded slightly in affirmation. Edwina's lips moved slightly as though she wanted to ask something, but she ultimately didn't say a word. She directly took the 5,000 pounds. She looked back at the rows of bookshelves in the captain's cabin and pondered for a few seconds before saying to Klein, "If you're interested in these books, you can borrow them any time in the day. My only request is..." Klein silently guessed what Vice Admiral Iceberg was going to say next. "My only request is..." Klein silently guessed what Vice Admiral Iceberg was going to say next. "My only condition is for you to have an exchange of history with me when you're free." Edwina paused as her eyes sparkled. Klein chuckled inwardly and thought for a moment. "All right, but I won't answer every question." At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart. "I hope that Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection has a higher-level charm creation method, no problem." The corners of Edwina's mouth twitched as her expression turned a lot livelier. "See you tomorrow." Klein immediately took off his hat and pressed it to his chest, bowed, and bade farewell. Edwina also returned the bow seriously. "See you tomorrow." Bakeland, Irongate Street, outside the Brave. Emlyn White left the carriage, pushed open the wooden door, and walked in. He was immediately agitated by the mixed smells inside as he pinched his nose in disdain. He hadn't made much progress in the competition to hunt the primordial moon believers, so he planned on coming to the Brave that Sherlock Moriarty often mentioned. He planned on finding the black market arms merchant, Ian, who seemed to be well informed. The latter's name was something Emlyn had learned from other sources before he came. Note 1, adapted from the lyrics of My Sunday P.S., there will be additional updates in the wee hours of the morning. I'll update the wee hours 5 minutes earlier in the future because I'm often stuck at midnight. After turning his body to the side and avoiding a drunkard who was barging in, Emlyn flicked his clothes with a frown and continued squeezing towards the bar counter. During this process, he didn't seem to do anything, but he was always able to prevent the customers around him from touching him. Be it his speed, agility, or his balance and coordination, they had reached a rather terrifying level. Finally, Emlyn came to the bar counter and rapped on the wooden board. "Where's Ian?" The bartender glanced at him and didn't say a word as he continued wiping the glasses with his head lowered. Emlyn stood rooted to the ground, feeling that he had done something wrong to not receive the answer he expected. This made him a little angry out of humiliation. He had the urge to reach out his hand and pull the bartender out. However, he believed that it was ungentlemanly, so he suppressed his emotions and looked around, only to discover that everyone was drinking. After some thought, Emlyn probed, "That's right. A glass of Ormer red wine." The bartender stopped wiping the glasses and looked up at the black-haired, red-eyed handsome man with an odd look. No. This was the best red wine in the world. The price was astonishing, Emlyn wasn't a fool. From the bartender's eyes, he realized that he had ordered something he shouldn't have. He carefully recalled and said, "A glass of Southville beer. 5 pence." The bartender finally put down the glass and rag. Emlyn took out a 1 solely note and said, "There's no need for change." "Thank you." "Thanks." The bartender pointed to the left and said, "Ian is in card room 1. Emlyn immediately smiled, feeling happy and proud that he had solved a real problem. Without taking the glass of Southville beer, he turned around and walked to card room 1. Knock, knock. Knock. He politely knocked on the door. "Please come in." A slightly immature voice came from inside. Emlyn adjusted his collar, pushed the door open, and found that the scene inside was different from what he expected. In his mind, since it was a card room, there would be a bunch of people sitting around the long table, playing Texas. Who knew that there would be 7 or 8 people, but there were no poker cards. In front of each participant was a piece of white paper, messily recording something. Other than that, there were only pens and multi-sided dice on the table. Emlyn instinctively cast his gaze at the youngest person. He was a handsome boy with scarlet eyes who looked about 15 or 16 years old. "Ian?" Emlyn asked in confirmation. Ian nodded with a smile. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Or do you want to join us in this game?" "Game?" Emlyn instinctively asked. Ian chuckled. "Yes, games. I don't like to play cards, nor do I like billiards, but I have to find something to do here every day. I found inspiration from Roselle the Great's biography, which is to organize a group of people to sit together and try out a paper adventure. In this game, as long as you follow the rules, you can be anyone. A doctor, an adventurer who likes to eat vegetables, a private detective who always carries a wrench and a pipe with him, or an archaeologist who loves to have whimsical ideas. Then, you can go to an ancient castle together, search for the story hidden in history, and fight all kinds of monsters." Sounds interesting. For some baffling reason, Emlyn felt that such a game suited him very well. "Haha, do you want to participate? We're involved in a conspiracy this time, and we're about to face a powerful ancient vampire. He may have a handsome face, but beneath his skin are blisters formed by boiling blood," Ian warmly invited. "Thank you, vampires." Emlyn's face twitched indiscernibly. "I have something to entrust you with." "All right. Let's go to the room next door." Ian stood up with his round hat and old satchel. Next door was a billiard room, and there was no one inside. The boy closed the door with practiced movements and looked around before looking at Emlyn. "Sir, I don't know you. May I know who introduced you?" Emlyn raised his chin slightly and said with a smile, "Sherlock Moriarty." Just as he said that, he suddenly looked around and pinched his nose. "So it's the great detective, Moriarty." Ian didn't hide his relief. "Then I'm relieved. By the way, didn't he go to Desi Bay for a vacation? When did he return?" Emlyn lowered his right hand and said without a change in expression, "He didn't return. He didn't come back. I went to his rented place to look for him. To be frank, a normal vacation should end in late January, and it's already April." "Did something happen to him?" Ian asked worriedly. Emlyn thought about the abilities and mysteriousness Sherlock Moriarty had displayed and shook his head. Maybe he's just involved in a complicated case. Ian didn't say anything else and asked instead, "How should I address you? What can I do for you?" "Just call me Mr. White." Emlyn took out a piece of paper that looked like a wanted poster and said, "Help me find these 5 people." Ian took it and looked at it carefully for a while. "An effective clue costs £20, and a confirmed location costs £150. Is that acceptable?" "No problem." Emlyn felt that the price was too cheap. Compared to this, the price he asked for on the tarot was too much. Ian folded the papers and finally asked, "Mr. White, if there are clues, where can I find you?" "South of the bridge, Harvest Church." Emlyn had already thought of an answer. When Ian heard this, he looked at him in surprise. "You're a believer of Mother Earth? This is very rare in Bakeland." "No." Emlyn shook his head firmly. "I'm just doing volunteer work there." Without waiting for Ian to speak, he spoke first. "Who did you inherit your red eyes from?" When he saw Ian just now, he had wanted to ask this question, because in ancient times, red eyes were a characteristic of the Blood clan. However, in the 4th epoch, humans and the Blood clan had lived together for a long time, and they were all residents of the Empire. Therefore, there was a wide range of fellowship, and many descendants were born. The number of mixed bloods with bright red eyes gradually increased, and it was passed down from generation to generation, becoming one of the rare eye colors among humans. To put it simply, every red-eyed human had a vampire as their ancestor. Ian replied in a daze, "My father. I don't know anything above that, because I was a street kid. From the looks of it, he doesn't belong to the kind that has ties with the sanguine." Emlyn paid a deposit of £20 in disappointment and left the billiard room. When he was far away, Ian didn't immediately return to the card room. Instead, he closed the door again and said to the air, "Detective Moriarty hasn't returned to Bakeland. I'm a little worried about him." A figure suddenly appeared in the void of the billiard room. She had a pale face and exquisite features. She wore a small black bonnet and a Gothic regal dress of the same style. It was none other than Wraith Sharon. "He's doing very well," Sharon replied emotionlessly before her figure blurred and disappeared. "You say that every time. Don't tell me you've been communicating with Detective Moriarty." Ian muttered softly as he picked up a newspaper placed in a corner of the billiard room. At the top was the Tussock Times, and below it was News at Sea. The latter originally reported on the situation of the different colonies of the Kingdom of Rouen and what happened at sea, but due to the current technological conditions, the news at sea that reached Bakeland was severely outdated. It wasn't very useful to people who needed it, so its sales weren't good and it was getting worse. Later, under the suggestion of the new editor-in-chief, the style of the newspaper changed. There were many more rumors at sea, as well as all sorts of strange stories about pirates and adventurers. It looked more like a compilation of stories and not a news report. Surprisingly, this style was rather popular, especially when it involved ghosts, specters, sea monsters, and treasures. It became the first choice of the few literate people in the various bars to brag to the illiterate. After all, although it looked fake, it was sufficiently interesting. Ian casually flipped through the various newspapers, but he didn't find anything he needed to pay attention to. He only had a deep impression of a report from News at Sea. It said that on the night of the March 25th, the King of Immortality's fleet attacked a ship returning from East Balham to Faysac. All the goods and money were stolen, and Slaughterer Curtius was just like his title. He completed a bloody funeral. These pirates sure are arrogant. Ian shook his head, put down the newspaper, and returned to the card room to continue his game. Outside the bar, Emlyn boarded a carriage and leaned against the wall as he watched the streetlights slowly recede. He pinched his nose again and silently muttered to himself. "A vengeful spirit, this arms dealer, Ian, does have many channels." Not bad. Emlyn closed his eyes as he felt more anticipation towards his commission. Sunlight shone in from the window, dyeing the captain's cabin golden. Edwina sat in a chair with a book in hand. She looked opposite her. She looked across and said, "So, you also believe that the three empires, Solomon, Tudor, and Tulu-and-Sostal, once coexisted?" "That's a requirement for the War of the Four Emperors," Klein replied simply. He was holding the Book of the Three Worlds in his hand. It originated from a member of the Life School of Thought and later landed in the hands of Vice Admiral Iceberg. Apart from describing the material world, the world of the spirit, and the world of absolute rationality, it also included some information on charms. There was no lack of profound parts. Klein's focus today was on this, hoping to find a way to make better use of the sea god's scepter and the worm of time. In fact, Klein had discovered that the books Vice Admiral Iceberg collected were all sorts of ancient documents that didn't form a system. This didn't match the characteristics of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom backing her. Therefore, he guessed that within the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, orthodox and systematic mysticism knowledge was forbidden from being made public to non-members of the Church. Just as Edwina was about to ask again, she suddenly realized that the Golden Dream's cruising speed was gradually slowing down. She looked out the window and took a few glances before saying coldly, "We've arrived at Byam. P.S. 60,000 monthly tickets plus updates. Byam has arrived." Hearing this, Klein stood up and looked out. He saw the familiar Resistance Army's private harbor. He did not show any surprise, but calmly said, "Faster than I thought." This was at least 3 hours earlier than he had expected. "It's also faster than I expected." Edwina retracted her gaze and agreed with German Sparrow's words. However, these are all unimportant details. Klein lowered his head and pretended to casually flip through the remaining contents of the Book of the Three Worlds before handing it to Vice Admiral Iceberg. "The exchange ends here." Edwina looked at the book in silence, gaping her mouth before closing it again. She took the Book of Three Worlds and placed it on the table. She then stood up and bowed. "I look forward to the opportunity to communicate with you in the future. Your attainments in ancient history are admirable." If it were Klein himself, he would definitely say a few words of modesty and praise Vice Admiral Iceberg for being equally knowledgeable. But now, he was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. All he could do was nod slightly. "We are collaborators." It meant that there would be opportunities in the future. Without another word, he left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He easily packed his suitcase and waited for the Golden Dream to dock before heading down to the deck. At that moment, there were many crew members gathered on the deck, including Gourmet Blue Walls, Singer Orpheus, Flowery Bow-Tie Jodson, and other high-ranking members of the pirate crew with bounties on their heads. They revealed sincere smiles and kept waving at him, appearing very enthusiastic. Among them, Bucket, Iron Skin, and company were filled with excitement as they sang a song to send off the guests. When did I become so close to them? Klein silently cursed as he walked past the pirates to the side of the gangway. Anderson had leaned against the wall. His clothes were neat and his hair was neat. They probably want to say goodbye. No, never again. Gehrman, do you know how dangerous this period of time is? I almost became the enemy of the entire crew. They wished they could drive the Golden Dream to Byam in 5 minutes. Klein was about to respond when he saw Donna's jog over in a black cloak. Is this fellow really working hard and preparing to leave the Golden Dream to go solo? This doesn't match my thoughts. Being around Vice Admiral Iceberg, near the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, allows him, a believer of the Fool, to have the greatest value. However, it doesn't matter. If Donna's were to mature, it would be more meaningful than this. Klein habitually weighed the pros and cons before discarding any unnecessary thoughts. He looked coldly at Donna's and waited for him to speak. Donna's opened his mouth with a serious expression, but he didn't say a word. All he could do was laugh dryly and say to Anderson, "Don't worry. Do you have the potion formula for Conspirator?" "Yes." Anderson chuckled. "But I'm not going to sell it to you." Dannett's face instantly darkened, but Anderson continued nonchalantly, "Don't worry. What's the point of you obtaining the Conspirator potion formula now? If you attempt to level up now, you will definitely lose control. Friend, play the role of hunter again, followed by provocateur and pyromaniac. It's best you find an artisan to make that giant's heart into a defensive mystical item. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death at some point in time. When you're certain that you have the confidence, you can ask your captain for the Conspirator potion formula. She has it. However, I think that's as far as you can go. The requirements for Conspirator are very high." As Donna's face twitched from the mockery, he seriously memorized every word Anderson said. This was because he was known as the strongest hunter and had rich experience in this pathway. Furthermore, he also vaguely understood that the key was acting. He suspected that his captain's teachings had pointed towards this aspect, but it wasn't very clear. "There will come a day when I'll let you know what a real conspirator is," Donna said stubbornly as he turned to look at German Sparrow. He cleared his throat and didn't dare look him in the eye. "I've already applied to Captain. In the future, I will frequently contact the Resistance and will often appear in Byam. Does that mean that he doesn't wish to leave the Golden Dream, but he will often find opportunities to train himself? Why does it feel like he's reporting to his superior?" Klein chuckled inwardly and tersely acknowledged. Donna's immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he felt a lot more at ease. If it wasn't for his companions watching him from behind, he definitely would have eagerly helped German Sparrow carry his luggage and send him to the dock. After watching Gehrman and Anderson leave, the cautious Klein decided that he would pray to the Fool once a day from that night onwards. He wanted to show his piety to prevent any bad accidents from happening. In the Resistance's private harbor, Anderson saw German Sparrow turn into a newly built road without any hesitation before walking out of the forest in the shortest possible distance. "You seem very familiar with this place?" "This road wasn't here the last time I was here," Anderson said in a half-wistful and half-bored manner. "Of course, there are many people who pray to me every day and report what they have done. Occasionally, I'll respond, such as guiding them in building this road." Klein felt smug for 2 seconds before he said with an indifferent expression, "Where does that friend of yours live?" "In a manor outside Byam." Anderson quickened his pace and began leading the way. An hour later, he brought Klein outside a manor. Here, the smell of all sorts of spices stacked together, creating an indescribable exotic atmosphere. After informing the gatekeeper of the purpose of their visit, the two didn't have to wait long before they saw a man of medium build, less than 1.75 meters tall, walk over. Beside him was a butler and a manservant. The man's skin was yellowish, and he looked a little tanned. His facial features were rather soft, but his eye sockets were much more sunken than those of Ruan. To Klein, he could already make a preliminary judgment of his origins. He was a citizen of the Fainapotter Kingdom, a Highlander of the Fainapotter Kingdom. The man was already a little plump. His face was round, and he looked rather amiable. The moment he saw the strongest hunter, he immediately laughed. "Anderson, you aren't dead yet?" "I'm waiting to attend your funeral," Anderson replied without standing on ceremony. Anderson replied bluntly. He then turned to the side and said to Klein, "Okva Connorus, a former doctor of my team." He didn't introduce Gehrman Sparrow to Okva and only chuckled. He only chuckled and said, "I've brought you a good business deal." Okva instantly understood what Anderson meant. Without asking in front of the manservant and butler, he led the two to the manor's main house. Along the way, Klein saw a windmill, a bakery, a brewery, a militia training camp, and other buildings. The entire manor was like a miniature kingdom. Apart from the lack of a blacksmith shop, it was completely self-sufficient. It was more cost-effective to buy most steel products from the market than to make them themselves. This is the idyllic lifestyle. Klein sighed as he followed Okva into the main house and into his study. Okva didn't let the mistress come over, nor did he bring his children to meet Anderson and Klein. He clearly didn't wish for them to have any contact with the dangerous and mysterious world. Hence, after closing the door, he directly looked at Anderson. "What business? Don't you wish to sell that revolver?" "He has the intention." Anderson pointed at Klein and said, "German Sparrow." "German Sparrow? The powerful adventurer who easily hunted down Wormtongue Mither?" Okva was slightly surprised, but he wasn't afraid as he said. Although he had already distanced himself from the life of an adventurer, he knew very well that he couldn't afford to be careless. Therefore, in Byam, he would take the initiative to grasp the necessary information to prevent any accidents from happening. Anderson scoffed when he heard that. "Your information is too outdated. This gentleman's current accomplishments are that he has successfully hunted Slaughterer Curtius and survived to this day." "Curtius? The second mate of the King of Immortality?" Okva's expression changed instantly. He couldn't hide his shock, but he was secretly wary. "That's right," Anderson said in a self-deprecating manner. "In a pirate's playground, he's publicly recognized as the strongest hunter." Okva gulped a mouthful of saliva, looked at Klein, and revealed an uncomfortable smile. He revealed an uncomfortable smile and said, "I believe you have the ability to buy Death Knell." "Death Knell?" Klein asked with interest, but he didn't show it on his face. "That's the name of the revolver. It's an old partner that has accompanied me for 10 years. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that it overlaps with another mystical item I have, and that it isn't of much use to me in my present situation, I wouldn't even be willing to sell it," Okva replied with a sigh. At this moment, Anderson chuckled and said, "That's not what you said in the past. That's not what you said before. You said you preferred farming tools." "A planter." Klein made the corresponding judgment after combining Anderson's words and Okva's appearance. At the same time, the corresponding potion names flashed in his mind: Sequence 9 Planter, Sequence 8 Doctor, formerly known as Healing Priest, and Sequence 7 Harvest Priest. It's no wonder Anderson introduced him as a doctor from his former team. Klein thought. "Do you know Frank Lee?" "Haha, I don't know him. Although I'm a Fainapotter, my formulas and ingredients were all accumulated by myself. It has nothing to do with the Church of Earth Mother, so I don't dare return to Fainapotter. However, I've heard of Frank Lee. He's a fellow who gives the church quite a headache," Okva answered frankly. "He's only a Sequence 6 biologist, but the church values him so much. Sometimes, I really wish to meet him." "No, you'll regret having such thoughts." From Okva's answer, Klein could tell that he believed in Earth Mother and was very likely a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Anderson's face visibly twitched when he heard Okva's words. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "Don't worry." He said with lingering fear, "He's indeed a fellow who gives people a headache. To a certain extent, he can be called a devil. His powers and thoughts exceed the level of a Sequence 6. Alright, let's not talk about him. The moment he's mentioned, I'll be reminded of the milk that spewed out." Akfa looked at the two in front of him in puzzlement. He restrained his curiosity and walked to the table. He opened the drawer and took out an iron-black pistol with a barrel that was slightly longer than a normal revolver. "This is death knell," Akfa introduced it solemnly. "Death knell? Every shot is a death knell for the enemy? I like that name." Klein controlled his facial expression as he approached without any anticipation or excitement. He extended his hand to take the iron-black revolver with a slightly longer barrel. He was originally worried that if he expressed his great desire, the other party would raise the price at the last moment. This was a common occurrence in business, but on second thought, German Sparrow was already famous, and with Anderson, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea as a witness, Akfa Connor Chris might have once been a Sequence 5 Beyonder, but he had already retired from the adventurer circle. All he wanted was a peaceful life, so he definitely wouldn't dare offend him. He was afraid that the crazy adventurer might sneak into the manor at night without flaring up in front of him. Therefore, his efforts to maintain a calm attitude turned into a need to maintain his persona. Seeing German Sparrow seriously scrutinizing and studying Death Knell, Akfa explained in detail, "Its ability is actually very simple. It's to harvest the lives of others. There are a total of 3 methods. First, it's a weak point attack. There's no need to activate it. Just inject spirituality and pull the trigger to use it. It allows you to discover the target's weakness from a mysticism point of view, which is where the defense is weak. Then, you can provide the corresponding precision, allowing you to deal terrifying damage beyond normal. Second, it's a lethal attack. You have to pull the hammer before shooting to use it. Its unique characteristic is that no matter where you hit the target, it will be equivalent to a weak point attack. And if you really hit the true weak point, then you can deal a fatal blow to an enemy with weak defense. Against a target that's good at defense, you can finish them off in 3 shots. This includes Guardian. Of course, the premise is that the interval between the 3 hits isn't too long. It's best if it's less than 5 seconds. Third, Massacre. On the basis of a weak point attack, it will provide more than twice the amount of spirituality. This will allow ordinary bullets to produce the effects of buckshot. At the same time, it will attack a large number of enemies in the direction the muzzle is aimed at. It's considered area of effect damage. To increase the damage, it will provide more than twice the amount of spirituality on top of a lethal attack. This is quite a burden on the user. It can also be combined with bullets with different characteristics to target different types of enemies. From the sounds of it, it corresponds to Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Klein glanced at Anderson and asked thoughtfully, "What's that?" "If the target is a Sequence 4 dragon, how many shots would it take for a lethal attack to kill it?" Akfa was stunned for a second before he shook his head in a daze. "I've never met a dragon. Not to mention a colossal dragon whose body had reached the level of a demigod. Did the German Sparrow want to use this gun to slay a dragon? Or a demigod giant dragon? Isn't this a little too crazy?" Akfa suddenly felt that adventurers nowadays were completely different from when he was active. They didn't even consider the possibility of dying. Anderson coughed twice and cleared his throat. "It depends on luck. Really, believe me, luck is very important. If you encounter a dragon that has been beaten to the brink of death, you can finish it off with a single shot. If not, my suggestion is to run away quickly. Well, staying alive is more important. Of course, if the demigod-level dragon doesn't put up any defense and just stands there for you to hit, then about 5 fatal shots should be enough to kill it." Akfa looked at Anderson before looking at German Sparrow. He decided not to continue the topic and switched to saying, "I'm not sure." He changed the topic and said, "Anderson told you about the negative effects of Death Knell, right? Every time you use it, you will obtain a weakness that didn't exist before, or it will strengthen an existing weakness, making it even more extreme. This effect will last for 6 hours. Once, I became extremely afraid of dogs, so much so that I, who had just hunted a famous pirate, knelt to the ground in front of a newborn kitten. I cried for help and begged for mercy. It's not a big problem if it's just carrying it around. It's just easy to get thirsty. Drinking more water and going to the bathroom will solve the problem. I keep feeling that having an additional weakness will cause many accidents. But relatively speaking, it's something I can bear. Klein deliberated for a moment and said, "Name your price." "Name your price." £9,000. Anderson should have mentioned it. "That's my bottom line." Okva looked at the death knell in German Sparrow's hand and said, "This is already cheap enough. If I wasn't worried that getting to know more Beyonders would negatively affect my present life and was actively promoting it, I would definitely be able to sell it for £12,000. Indeed, a mystical item of this level, as long as the negative effects aren't too serious, can be sold for an astronomical price if it meets a suitable buyer. Normally, £10,000 to £12,000 is reasonable. Although Klein had the intention to bargain, the price offered was so low that he couldn't bring himself to take advantage of it. He tersely acknowledged and said, "I'll give it a try. If there aren't any problems, we'll have a deal." Of course, he didn't really want to test the gun, as it would give him an additional weakness out of thin air. His method was to use spirituality probing and divination to check. He did it rather calmly, not minding Okva and Anderson's gazes. "I'll go above the grey fog to confirm it later. However, Okva probably wouldn't dare lie to me. He's definitely afraid of revenge from crazy adventurers. After all, he's already returned to a stable and peaceful life with a wife and child." Klein placed death knell on the table, picked up his suitcase, and took out the £9,000 that he had brought from above the grey fog to the real world. Okva took the money and quickly did a count to confirm its authenticity and the total amount. As expected of the most famous adventurer recently. It's rare to see someone able to produce £9,000 in one go. "Even some tycoons don't have that much liquid funds," he said wistfully as he put away the stacks of cash. "I even spent £5,000 to buy a key." As Klein watched the £9,000 enter Okva's drawer, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. "I've been out at sea for so long and saved up so much money, but it's gone in such a short period of time. Now, I'm only left with £2,683 and 6 gold coins. I can't even afford a slightly better manner." Klein sighed inexplicably as he took out the ordinary revolver from his holster, removed the bullets from it, and stuffed them into death knell one by one. Anderson watched the entire transaction as he sked and said, "Okva, you've changed. In the past, you would check the authenticity of the bills one by one. If you find it troublesome, I can help." "No problem at all, but I'm worried that Gehrman will shoot you." Okva clearly knew the strongest hunter's provocation talent very well. Counting the bills against the light to verify their authenticity, slow movements, and an infuriating posture was a scene he could imagine. "That's right." Klein silently agreed as he placed the iron-black long-barreled revolver into his holster. As for the original one, he had thrown it into his suitcase. "Thank you for your generosity. I don't have to worry about this matter anymore." Okva smiled as he pointed at the door. "I'll get my manservant to send you off." Anderson opened his mouth and chuckled. "Okva, aren't you going to keep us for dinner? When you get married and have children, I'll treat you to the most luxurious restaurant to share delicacies." Okva didn't mind his companion's accusation at all. After leaving the manor, Anderson narrowed his eyes and raised his head. He looked at the setting sun and chuckled softly. He chuckled and said, "When I knew Okva, he was only a doctor who was good at growing strange plants on the ship to improve everyone's lives. I thought that he would die early in his adventures, but I never expected his luck to be so good that he even became a druid." "Why do your wistful words sound so infuriating?" Klein deliberately said, "Indeed. It's not bad. As your companion, surviving requires sufficient luck." Anderson turned his head in surprise and scrutinized the German Sparrow. "You know how to mock people now? Have you been infected by me?" He didn't pay too much attention to the matter. He straightened his clothes, took off his hat, and said with a smile, "All right, I've obtained the mystical item you need. All right, I've obtained the mystical item you need. If there's nothing else, I should embark on my own journey. Don't forget that demigod's mission." Klein only used one sentence to successfully make Anderson's expression turn bitter. "I already have an urge to complete that matter as soon as possible. All right, there's no need to say goodbye. Perhaps we really will meet again one day." Anderson gave a self-deprecating laugh, shook his hat-wielding hand, and turned onto another road that led to Byam. After calmly watching the strongest hunter leave, Klein slowly exhaled. Carrying his suitcase, he walked towards Byam under the fiery red glow of the setting sun and the unique palm-like trees. Inside Byam. After finding an ordinary hotel to stay in, Klein began considering what he should do next. I'm finally free. I can attempt to act as a marionettist and refine the corresponding rules. This is currently one of the most important things for me. Yes, the focus of a marionettist should be on the marionettes. I've never truly created a marionette and controlled it to fight. I'll first start with that. This matter has to be completed before I return to Bakeland. Not only are Beyonders hiding there, making it difficult to encounter them, but no matter what I do, it's possible for me to provoke the church or some important figure. I have to be extremely careful. It's not a good place to choose and create marionettes. The sea is better. I'll head to a bar later and find a pirate who has committed enough crimes to be hanged for my experiments. With this thought in mind, Klein immediately got up and left the room. Like he was withdrawing money from a bank, he headed straight for the nearby seaweed bar. It was a place where famous pirates often appeared. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the bar, adjusted his clothes, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Many pairs of eyes subconsciously swept past his face. At first, they naturally moved away without any abnormalities. Then, someone shouted in a low voice. Following that, someone shouted softly, "German Sparrow." With a whoosh, many figures in the bar quickly ran to the back door. Before Klein could react to what was happening, the place became a lot more deserted. Upon seeing the bar so quiet that he could hear the breathing of some people, Klein was taken aback for 2 seconds before he strode in. As though nothing had happened, he walked straight to the bar counter. I'll have to change my appearance the next time I come, he thought in frustration as he nearly covered his face with his hand. Previously, Okva didn't know that German Sparrow had successfully hunted Slaughterer Curtius. This made Klein believe that the latest news about him hadn't reached the City of Generosity, therefore, he boldly came to the seaweed bar. To his surprise, the problem lay in the fact that Okva was far from adventurer circles. News of the crazy adventurer's infamy had already spread among the pirates around the Rorstad archipelago. With a silent sigh, Klein sat in front of the bar counter and rapped the wooden board. A glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. The bartender swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Klein took out a few copper pennies and placed them in front of him. Without a change in expression, he asked, "What's the situation recently?" The bartender accepted the penny and carefully delivered the beer to German Sparrow. Then, he squeezed out a smile. Then, he forced a smile and said, "Admiral Amarius Revolt has been transferred back to Bakeland. Admiral Robert Davis has replaced him, becoming the highest commander of the kingdom's navy in these waters. The situation in the archipelago is a little tense. Many pirate crews have sent people to gather information. Admiral Amarius was ultimately implicated by his younger brother and lost his current position. However, as long as he doesn't directly participate in it, with his status as a demigod, nothing worse can happen. At the very least, his treatment as an admiral can be maintained. Nothing will happen to his family. Once things calm down, he might even have the chance to continue being a high-ranking member of the Navy." Klein gulped down a mouthful of beer and casually asked, "Which family is Robert Davis from?" "No, he's not from a noble background. He's one of the few people who went from a low-ranking officer to an admiral. In the Berserk Sea, Sonia Island, and East Balam, he has earned countless meritorious deeds." The bartender recalled the recent newspaper praises of Admiral Robert Davis and paused. "But I heard that he is sponsored by many nobles." In the present Royal Navy, at least 80% of the generals are from the royal family or nobles, or have close ties with the royal family or nobles. The remaining 20% are basically at the level of brigadier and rear admiral. Klein had long learned of this situation from Amarius Revolt's documents. In comparison, the army was much better. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't ask any more questions and seemed to be focused on drinking, the bartender changed the subject. "In the past 2 to 3 months, the resistance has been very active. They have been constantly attempting to destroy the railways or block the roads, giving the Governor-General's office a headache. They have no choice but to send a large number of troops to protect the traffic, but the resistance seldom clashes with them. I know that. It's all according to my plan. In a place where the ratio of natives and mixed bloods is as high as 80%, it's not too difficult for the resistance to obtain accurate intelligence. Together with external funding, it's not a problem for them to survive for a short period of time. The reason why they were in such a dangerous situation in the past was because of that sea serpent Cavituous's lack of reason. He always made them attack cities to occupy key points and fight the Ruan Kingdom's navy and army head-on. Klein mumbled as he drank another mouthful of beer in a good mood. He also warned the resistance not to be too active. If they forced the Governor-General's office into an extremely difficult situation, the Ruan Kingdom might very well send a Sequence 5 Beyonder who was good at tracking, or even a demigod Beyonder to assist them. With the resistance's strength, it was impossible for them to resist. Under the instructions given to them by Klein in the name of Sea God, they were to maintain and slightly improve the situation, waiting for the situation in the world to change. This wasn't too far off. According to the feedback given by Miss Justice, the hanging man had made a certain judgment. That was, as long as the Ruan Kingdom completed its internal reform of the bureaucratic system, allowing the original and newly added ironclad fleet to form a combat force, a war against the southern continent's colonies would be inevitable. After quietly drinking and listening to the bartender's recount, Klein put on his hat, got up, left the bar counter, and returned to his hotel. Along the way, he saw a bronze-skinned child with slightly curly hair and a native dressed in a brown jacket and wide-legged pants. These people either avoided him in fear, not daring to raise their heads, or shrunk to the side as they looked at Klein with complicated gazes. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up helplessly as he returned to his hotel room in silence. He didn't immediately change his appearance and head to the various bars to search for pirates, because those fellows would definitely be in hiding tonight and wouldn't appear again. Just as Klein planned on exploring Roselle's travels, there was a sudden knock on his door. Without asking, all he did was grab the doorknob, and the visitor's appearance naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a dark red coat and white trousers. He wore a boat-shaped hat, and there were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, forehead, and mouth. He was none other than the captain of the White Agate, a member of the military, Just Erland. Impressive. Just as the news of my appearance in Byam spread, you managed to find out which hotel I'm staying in. Of course, it's also because I didn't conceal myself and directly used my identification documents to register. Klein twisted the doorknob, pulled the door open, and politely said, "Good evening." "Good evening. I'm very happy that you're back in Byam." Erland took off his hat and entered the room without any reservations. "What's the matter?" Klein pulled a chair over and sat down. Erland immediately sat opposite him and chuckled. "Isn't visiting friends the most important thing? He really knows how to talk. It's a pity that Anderson has already left, otherwise, I would have gotten him to learn from him." Klein was inexplicably touched. He maintained his usual posture and looked into Erland's eyes. "All right, you've already visited." Erland seemed to have expected such an answer as he smiled. "Do you still remember Donna?" "Of course, she and her brother are both very cute. I wonder if they've walked out of the shadow of being threatened by me and have lost the curiosity of the mysterious world." Klein calmly replied, "I don't have amnesia. Forgetting some unimportant things is good for the health of our minds." "Heh, didn't Roselle the Great say that?" Erland explained simply, "Didn't you tell Donna's father that if he needed help, he could place an advertisement for Demir's special cured meat in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 days in a row? He did so during this period of time. Unfortunately, you weren't in Byam or the nearby waters." "And then?" Seeing how relaxed Erland was, Klein intuitively believed that Donna's family hadn't encountered anything too serious. Erland chuckled. "I heard your conversation back then, and after I discovered the advertisement, I went to visit their family according to the address. As you know, Donna is an adorable young lady who always reminds me of my daughter. The matter isn't complicated. Erdy, who's also Donna's father, had a batch of very valuable goods stolen by Crazy Captain. This made his financial situation very bad. Although it wasn't to the extent of bankruptcy, his life would definitely be a lot more difficult. Therefore, he wanted to entrust you to retrieve the goods. I knew you weren't in Byam back then, so I could only use my own channels to get Erdy to retrieve the goods at a relatively low price." "Crazy Captain?" Klein first found the nickname familiar before he recalled where he had heard it before. According to the red-haired Elaine, the slaves that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy transported for the Demonist sect were all handed over to crazy Captain Connors Victor. The latter seemed to have close ties with many slave merchants and human traffickers in the Rouen Kingdom. And this involved the truth behind the disappearance of the colonial population and the Great Smog of Bakeland. I've always wanted to investigate this matter. Back when I attacked Tracy, half of the reason was because of this. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. Later on, I was busy acting as a digestive agent and searching for mermaids, so I temporarily gave up the investigation. Klein's thoughts raced as he asked without a change in expression. Where's Crazy Captain now? Ertie has already retrieved the goods. Erland hissed, emphasizing that the matter had been resolved. Klein looked at him and repeated, Where's Connors Victor now? Where's Connors Victor now? Erland shook his head in exasperation. I don't know, but his subordinates are still in Byam trying to gather information. As you know, Admiral Amirius has returned to Bakeland. With Admiral Davis here, many things will change. The pirates also need to keep abreast of the latest situation. Therefore, I'm guessing that Connors's ship is anchored in the shadows of a nearby island, but it's only a guess. There's no way to confirm it. Klein clasped his hands and listened in silence. Thank you. Erland exhaled and looked out the window. His expression quickly turned solemn. I came to you today to tell you that your performance was too outstanding. The higher-ups are beginning to pay attention to you. A powerhouse who can easily kill Curtius won't be ignored. It's best you don't use this identity to register for lodgings, otherwise, there might be trouble that's hard to deal with. Klein nodded seriously. All right. He was very grateful for Captain Erland's warning, but he didn't show it. After Captain Erland left, Klein immediately changed his appearance and changed hotels to ensure that his whereabouts weren't locked onto by the military. After doing all of this, he began considering the matter of finding crazy Captain Connors Victor. To others, this would be extremely difficult, but Klein had a trick up his sleeve. That was to use the sea god's scepter to communicate with the underwater creatures in the nearby waters. As long as Connors Victor was in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, he wouldn't be able to hide from Klein. Of course, that was under the premise that he had enough time to search for him. P.S. Update before making changes. After entering the world above the gray fog, Klein reached out to summon the sea god's scepter from the junk pile and browsed through the countless points of light that lingered around the sealed artifact. Every point of light corresponded to a believer's prayer. As the light swirled, it was holy and ethereal. Soon, Klein used his mind to do a preliminary screening. His goal was to focus on the parts that originated from the sea and not the island. After isolating the sea god scepter above the gray fog, he was no longer able to directly use this divine artifact to sense the surrounding sea and perform effective operations. He needed to use the scenes of the believer's prayers as a base to expand it by 5 nautical miles and influence the corresponding seabed creatures. Klein's spirituality spread out and touched one of the points of light. He saw the daily prayers of the natives on a fishing boat before it returned to port in the evening. With the change in Klein's mind, the scene's perspective rapidly increased. The surrounding clouds accumulated, and the dark scenes of the undulating waves were included more and more. There were already signs of a storm brewing a few hours ago? That's right. When I went out previously, I found the environment rather repressive. That's why Erland said that crazy Captain Connors's ship was likely parked in the shadows of a nearby island. He's trying to avoid the storm. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table as he muttered to himself. With such an inference, his subsequent search would be much easier. This was because he didn't need to search the vast sea. All he needed to do was pay attention to the vicinity of the different islands in the sea. With a thought, a blue gem suddenly lit up at the tip of the sea god's scepter in Klein's hand. In the sea that no longer had any fishing boats, the crimson moonlight illuminated the dark blue waves that were nearly black. Suddenly, water splashed up silently as a pair of exaggerated eyes that looked up at the sky appeared on the surface of the sea. Beneath the eyes was a massive silhouette. At the same time, fish floated to the surface of the water, all of them of different species. They received the blurry light that scattered down from the sky and circled around before sinking down and heading off in different directions. About 10 seconds later, the waters within 5 nautical miles returned to their previous state. The dark blue waves that were nearly black grew taller, waiting for the final eruption. Phew. That's a little exhausting. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed his temples. Just now, he was not simply driving the sea creatures. He had endowed them with a certain degree of extraordinary spirituality so that when they discovered the ships docked near the island, they could transmit the images they saw back in the form of prayer. This wasn't something too difficult or complicated for the sea god's scepter, but for the controller, Klein, it was a huge burden and consumed a lot of energy. Then, Klein selected prayers around different islands in the archipelago and used the same method to issue orders to the marine creatures in the corresponding areas. After doing all of this, he couldn't be bothered to throw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile. He returned to the real world, took off his coat, and fell into bed. Having exhausted his spirituality to the extreme, he thought he would fall asleep, but to his surprise, his head was empty and painful, making him unable to open his eyes and enter the dream. Klein could clearly feel that his skin was protruding as if he was having an allergic reaction. And hidden beneath them were countless granules. Indeed, just as Mr. the Hanging Man had said, if one's spirituality is in a state of exhaustion for 2 consecutive days, one will definitely experience auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. I only reached my limit once, and I didn't maintain it for long. My body is already a little abnormal. Of course, this is also because I've just advanced and haven't digested it. Furthermore, I've consumed extra potions from the previous sequences. Klein recovered his thoughts bit by bit and attempted to cogitate the stacked spheres of light to calm his body and spirit's exhaustion. After his condition was slightly better, he finally fell into a deep sleep. He slept until the middle of the night. At this moment, the wind howled fiercely outside and the rain poured down. The storm that had been brewing for a long time had finally arrived. And this wasn't a rare occurrence in Byam. Apart from that, the night was rather peaceful. Klein went to the bathroom to deal with his personal hygiene. After washing his hands, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and once again went above the gray fog. He picked up the sea god's scepter that was placed at the end of the long bronze table and began browsing through the images sent back by the sea creatures. There were ships in these scenes, located in different harbors, docks, and the shadows of different islands. Although Klein had never met crazy Captain Connors Victor, he had previously learned about his characteristics and the various symbols of his pirate crew. Images flashed as Klein patiently distinguished the details of the ships. 10 minutes later, his eyes revealed an unconcealable joy as he quickly zoomed in on one of the images and zoomed in. He had found a ship that he suspected to be the target. The ship was anchored in the lee of Simeem Island at the farthest end of the Rorsted archipelago. Behind it was a towering stone cliff, and beneath it were undulating waves. Its sails and flag had been retracted, but on each side of the ship was a white skull wearing a monocle. This was the symbol of the crazy captain pirates. Klein casually removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist cuff and used divination to confirm it. The answer delighted him. It was indeed Connors Victor's ship, and this crazy captain only had one ship. It's no wonder most adventurers at sea know that crazy captain has connections with the human traffickers and slave merchants of the kingdom. But the Church of the Storm's investigations into the disappearance of the colonies didn't point to him. A guy with a bounty of only 3,300 pounds and a pirate crew with only one ship can only do a small business no matter how I look at it. He can't afford such a large-scale human trafficking operation. What should I do next? Klein sighed silently before he began considering how to investigate. His first reaction was to directly summon a massive undersea creature and ride something similar to a whale ship. While the storm was approaching, he could head straight for Simeem Island. Then, he could disguise himself and use his powers as a marionettist to control crazy Captain Connors Victor without causing too much of a stir. But after careful consideration, he felt that this method was too rash. It wasn't a problem to deal with other pirates that weren't at the admiral level, but since crazy Captain Connors Victor was involved in a terrifying matter like the Great Smog of Bakeland, he had to consider the fact that what he usually showed was only a disguise and that he actually had another identity. Furthermore, his ship was likely hiding quite a sizable secret. Therefore, there was a high chance that there was a trap that could deal with a pirate admiral. If he were to rashly sneak in, even if Klein was armed to the teeth, he might not be able to walk out alive. I'll summon myself in the form of a spirit body and head over with the sea god scepter? This will prevent any accidents. If there's a problem, I can immediately end the summoning and return. However, the sea god scepter is essentially a high sequence beyonder characteristic of the storm pathway. As long as it appears in the real world, it's very likely that it will attract Sea King John Cotman. This will prevent the matter from proceeding any further. Klein looked at the storm in the scene as he had a preliminary idea. Before that, he conjured a pen and paper once again and wrote a divination statement. Dealing with Connor's Victor will be very dangerous. Picking up the silver chain of the spirit pendulum, Klein gathered his thoughts and focused on the divination. Soon, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise at a very fast speed. This meant that dealing with Connor's Victor would be extremely dangerous. Indeed, it's as I expected. Thankfully, I didn't rashly head over. Klein picked up the sea god scepter and decided to carry out the plan he had just come up with. That was to take advantage of the cover of the storm and use the scene of the prayer to directly use the sea god scepter to attack Connor's Victor's ship from afar, alerting him and forcing him to reveal his secret. Once he grasped the corresponding situation, he would end the attack before Sea King John Cotman sensed any abnormal fluctuations or arrived at his destination. If Connor's Victor were to unfortunately fall into the hands of the Sea King, Klein wouldn't be disappointed. This was because after he investigated the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland, he had to think of a way to pass the information to the three churches. If Crazy Captain were to successfully escape, Klein would use the secret he had gleaned from alerting him to come up with a follow-up attack plan. Phew. Klein slowly exhaled as he looked at the ship that was rocking in the dark waves. He raised the sea god's scepter in his hand. At the tip of the scepter, the blue gems that circled around it emitted a bright light. P.S. It's a little awkward. There aren't many words, and I haven't corrected any typos. On the leeward side of Simeem Island, under the towering stone walls, the deep seawater was affected by the surrounding waves and undulated with a considerable degree of undulation. On Crazy Captain Connor's Victor's single-eyed skull, a few pirates put on their cloaks and pulled up their hats. Drenched in the painful rainwater, they walked out of the cabin against the wind that could push a child. They checked around to avoid any accidents. Their cloaks were made of linen, but the surface was smeared with a sticky liquid that had already solidified. The rainwater was unable to seep through and could only flow downwards onto the deck. The liquid was the sap of the Donningsman tree. It was produced in the southern continents. Rainforest and was a natural material to shelter from the rain. As it was relatively common, its price was originally very low. However, last year, a research team suspected that it had an obvious effect of promoting hair growth. Such weather is perfect for the Red Theater, drinking hard liquor, smoking marijuana, and hugging women. A pirate looked out of the ship's railing and grumbled. His companion echoed as he tugged at his cloak's hat. I heard that the Red Theater recently received a new batch of goods. I really want to have a taste. How did you know? Another pirate asked casually. The pirate from before chuckled. I heard it from the boss. It's not like you don't know what kind of business the captain does. That's why the boss knows quite a number of human traffickers. They like to call themselves slave traders. Speaking of which, I recalled that time. The pirate who spoke first revealed a reminiscing expression. Among the goods that were delivered, there was actually a noble lady who ran away from home. That skin, that figure, that look. Tisk, it's. I don't know how to describe it, but I can't forget it to this day. Unfortunately, she committed suicide. As they spoke, they felt their vision brighten. They subconsciously looked up into the sky and saw an abnormal silver bolt of lightning amidst the dark clouds that hid the crimson moon and stars amidst the torrential rain. Suddenly, a gigantic bolt of lightning that illuminated the surrounding waters cleaved down, heading straight for the upper deck of the single-eyed skull. Boom, electric snakes began to scurry about, and when the wooden cabin burst into flames, the deafening thunder reverberated in the ears of the pirates. Right on the heels of that, bolts of silver lightning that brandished their claws and fangs struck down densely. The single-eyed skull, which was rather large in size, instantly entered the forest of lightning. At this moment, the thick bolts of lightning that were almost intertwined suddenly split apart in violation of the laws of nature. They missed the single-eyed skull and struck the pitch-black surface of the water around it, causing the nearby sea to light up. Tiny electric bolts sizzled everywhere. The pirates on the deck were affected. One was already charred black like a piece of burnt wood. Two fell to the ground, twitching all over. There's indeed a problem. Above the grey fog, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw the scene of his lightning storm being neutralized. He was certain that this was the power of a demigod. If he had rashly infiltrated the single-eyed skull, even with creeping hunger, death knell, and Rozelle's travels, he wouldn't have been able to put up any effective resistance against this strange power. And when that happened, he wouldn't have the time to pray to himself or respond with the sea god's scepter above the grey fog. Taking a deep breath, Klein made the blue gems on the white bone scepter's tip light up one after the other. Around the single-eyed skull, the sound of the storm suddenly split into two. One was sharp, as though it could tear through one's eardrums and penetrate one's brain. The other was deep, as though it was pounding at one's heart, questioning one's spirit body. This brought about an extremely unpleasant experience for the pirates. One or two of them had the urge to vomit blood, but this was only the prelude. The sound of crashing water intensified, and in the direction of the stone wall, a deep black wave surged up, nearly 10 meters high. This wave was like a wall created by a deity. It was pushed by an invisible hand as it surged towards the single-eyed skull. This was a tsunami created by Klein. This could already be considered a natural disaster. The splashing sound sounded like an explosion as the pirates inside the ship looked at the dark sky, the churning dark clouds, and the gigantic wave. It was as though they had arrived at the apocalypse in myths and legends. All of them lost the will to save themselves. However, as they waited in despair for the final judgment, a chaos that didn't conform to logic or scientific laws appeared in the gigantic wave created by the tsunami. An indescribable vortex rapidly formed as it tore at the entire structure, causing the terrifying wave to collapse at a rapid speed. Amidst the rumbling sounds that sounded like a collapsing mountain, the subsequent waves tossed the single-eyed skull high into the air. As for the splashes produced by the disintegration of the gigantic waves, they splashed onto the ship, breaking one of the masts, leaving the cabin in tatters, and completely drowning the deck. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly turned intense as it spontaneously engulfed the surrounding companions, turning into a hurricane that exceeded its limits. It forcefully pushed the single-eyed skull out into the open sea. Then, the ship rode the strong winds and flew several nautical miles in one go. Furthermore, it didn't land on the undulating surface of the water. It was as though it was an airship as it continued moving forward steadily. As Klein was surprised by the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level in the single-eyed skull, he was surprised that his sequence wasn't high enough. Even though he had used some of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, he was unable to create a tsunami like Cavituous's that could destroy a port. On the other hand, he controlled the hurricane to make the single-eyed skull lose its support and plummet, preventing it from escaping the 5 nautical mile range he could influence. His current goal wasn't to destroy the single-eyed skull, nor was it to capture crazy Captain Connor's Victor. Instead, he wanted to force the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level to appear. Experts and items of such a level could be counted on the entire world. By seeing them, he would sooner or later know who they were and which organization they belonged to, and this was the direction of the follow-up investigation of the Great Smog of Bakeland. I only hope that it isn't from the Seer pathway, otherwise, who knows if it's his real face. However, this is also a good thing. I can investigate the truth behind the Great Smog and figure out what Nsangwil is up to. I can make preparations for my future revenge, and I can also find the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula and main ingredient. As Klein sighed silently, he made a gem at the tip of the sea god's scepter emit a pure green glow. With a hum, the single-eyed skull's flight changed. It plummeted like a rock, unable to even glide. Suddenly, it became very, very light. Its landing on the surface of the sea was like a feather brushing past a human's face. At this moment, Klein, who had expended a great deal of his spirituality, was about to muster his remaining strength to create another tsunami when he suddenly heard a loud explosion from the scene. It was a terrifying sonic boom. Furthermore, it was different from ordinary sonic booms. It seemed to be mixed with the whimpering sounds of the wind domain. It came from Sea King John Cotman. Although he was still a long distance away from this place, he, who controlled these waters, could exert his influence across space while rushing over. This was a Sequence 3, a saint that was close to the level of an angel. The terrifying sonic boom sent the single-eyed skull flying. There was no need to ask if it was a victim. After all, there was nothing wrong with hitting a pirate. And at the same time, Klein felt a terrifyingly powerful psyche scan his surroundings, searching for any spot that could possibly be abnormal. It was so much so that the scene in front of him was affected and turned blurry. Resisting the urge to strike again, Klein calmly and rationally ended the response and closed the corresponding prayer scene. Then, he casually threw the sea god's scepter into the junk pile. If Sea King didn't appear, I wouldn't have complete confidence in forcing that demigod out. It's still because my sequence is relatively low, so it's a little difficult to use the scepter. The burden is very heavy. However, at sea, the storm pathway is really powerful. It's like a moving calamity. The powers that the demigod displayed just now had the elements of distortion, chaos, borrowing, and defying convention. It's very similar to the Black Emperor pathway. Others might not feel it, but I have the corresponding card of blasphemy. This definitely isn't a sequence 5 mentor of confusion. An Earl of the Fallen? Yes, the military has a portion of the Black Emperor pathway's potion formula, but it seems to be limited to the first 5 sequences. There's nothing above sequence 4, although Klein failed to force out the demigod or the corresponding sealed artifact, he had grasped certain clues from the other party's performance. He suspected that a particular faction of the royal family, apart from cooperating with the demonist sect and Ensanguil, had also secretly contacted a faction that controlled most of the sequences of the Black Emperor pathway. A descendant of Solomon or Sostal? Is King of the 5 Seas Nast involved in this matter? Just as Klein was in serious thought, he suddenly heard the echoing sounds of prayers. This interrupted his train of thought, making him instinctively spread his spirituality and touch the halo beside his seat. Then, he saw Donna's. This famous pirate had his eyes closed and was piously praying to the Fool. Klein took out his pocket watch in a daze and checked it a few times to confirm that it was 2 or 3 in the morning. Is there something wrong with his head? Why are you praying in the middle of the night? Can't you let me sleep? Klein looked carefully again in exasperation and amusement. He realized that Donna's looked drunk, and there was faint singing echoing outside. The crew of the Golden Dream is holding another bonfire party? This time, it's to celebrate the departure of German Sparrow? It actually lasted until midnight. Klein instantly understood why Donna's was only praying now. He took a deep breath and extended his consciousness into the circle of light. He said in a low voice, he said in a deep voice, recite my name in your heart. Sea King John Cotman flew to Sime Island and searched for the place where the abnormal tsunami had appeared, as well as the ship belonging to an unknown pirate crew. He was very certain that there was a demigod on the ship, this tall, burly, dark blue-haired cardinal of the Church of the Storm, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, clenched his fist, and the dark clouds in the sky split apart as crimson moonlight scattered across the surface of the sea. After identifying the location of the stars, John Cotman flew in a certain direction. Suddenly, he slowed down because the pirate ship with the symbol of the single-eyed skull was floating in the sea in front of him. The ship was unmanned as it drifted in the wind. There were many scarlet flames burning on it, and charred corpses were everywhere. In the middle of one of the masts was a middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and a black eye patch. His single eye was wide open and filled with horror. His chest had been stabbed deeply by a wooden club, and blood had dyed it red. His life and spirit body had completely dissipated. The Golden Dream was outside the storm, and the crimson moonlight shone through the thin clouds, illuminating the dark room without any candlelight. Donna stood by the bed, motionless. It was as though he had encountered Medusa's gaze or some petrifying beyond her power. His teeth couldn't help but chatter as his legs trembled indiscernibly. His mind was filled with the boundless grayish-white fog, the blurry figure that towered over everything, and the deep and authoritative voice that said, recite my name in my heart. There's really a response. There's really a response. Donna's lips quivered as he silently muttered to himself. He felt his calves clearly go limp. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where his prayers were answered. This gave him such a fright that his soul nearly left his body. Although he had long known that the Fool was an unknown existence, one that the secret organization behind German Sparrow believed in, and because he had recited his honorific name, he had already established a connection with him. Once he showed any signs of disrespect or betrayal, he would immediately die for some baffling reason, this understanding stemmed from the knowledge that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina had imparted to him. In fact, he had never encountered such a situation, nor had he ever imagined that an unknown existence would respond to him. When the fog, figure, and voice suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and ears, this was the first time he knew that a mighty existence could directly respond to a believer. Yes, Donna's had unknowingly changed the unknown existence to a mighty existence. After calming down from his shock, he hurriedly took a deep breath and attempted to pace back and forth to dispel the remaining horror in his heart. However, just as he took a step forward with his right foot, he realized that his legs had really gone limp. All he could do was fall to the side of the bed and barely turn around to sit down. It's really a mighty existence. It's really. Donna's muttered as he clearly realized that he was in deep trouble. Back when he was in the book, he had only recited the honorific name and didn't discover any abnormalities. Therefore, he was only afraid because he knew what the consequences would be. Now, he was facing a hidden danger that had finally revealed its outline, as well as more unknowns that he couldn't see clearly. How could he not fall into extreme fear that he couldn't extricate himself from? After an unknown period of time, Donna's exhaled and comforted himself in his heart. This is not necessarily a bad thing. At least not only is the German sparrow alive, but he is also living very well. Thinking of this, he forced a smile and silently said, "From now on, I will also be a member of the secret organization. I will be protected by a great existence." As his thoughts raced, Donna's decided that he would pray once he woke up in the morning. He believed that there was no existence that disliked the devotion of their believers. Of course, he would remember the oracle and pray only in his heart. The next morning, Klein, who had expended a lot of energy, woke up naturally. He slowly got out of bed. Outside the window, the sky was blue, the ground was wet, and there were water stains on the houses. The world seemed to have been washed by water. It was unusually fresh, but the messy leaves, broken branches, and all kinds of rubbish showed that last night was not peaceful. After washing up, with his ordinary Ruan face, Klein ordered a cup of guru sap from Simeem Island and a tea ativa, which was relatively thick for breakfast, to make up for last night's consumption. Drinking the drink that tasted like lemonade with sugar and milk, and eating the delicious and fragrant mixed fish and mutton meat that had the sweetness and sourness of fruit, Klein leisurely picked up a few newspapers provided by the hotel. Starting from the Sonia Morning Post and the News, he browsed through every page. At the end of breakfast, he flipped open the last copy of Strange News, which was popular among adventurers, and he saw an eye-catching report: bloody infighting in a storm. According to a valid source of information, a fierce internal strife broke out among the pirates on Crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull last night. They executed the crazy captain and killed each other. It seems like no one survived. All of this evil was concealed by the terrifying storm. No one knew the truth, and it was only discovered when the single-eyed skull drifted near the Simeem pier. There was a blurry photo attached to the report. It seemed to have been taken secretly from the pier. In the photo, the single-eyed skull's distinctive features were obvious and could be recognized at a glance. It was severely damaged and charred everywhere. Only one mast remained intact, but there was a figure wearing a triangular hat nailed to it. It's Connors Victor. He died just like that? Klein's pupils constricted as he thought solemnly. It's almost certain that there was a demigod on the ship last night. He saw that crazy captain had been targeted, or that he was being chased by Sea King to the point where he could only care for himself and couldn't take Connors away, so he decisively silenced him and destroyed all the evidence. Klein, who had planned on continuing his pursuit of Crazy Captain, felt depressed. He realized that although the clues hadn't been completely cut off, there wasn't much left. The only thing he knew at present was that the demigod likely belonged to the Black Emperor pathway. With the intensity of last night's storm, the single-eyed skull should have been sent to the pier by Sea King John Cotman for subsequent investigations. I wonder if they had any additional gains. Yes, I can get Mr. the Hanging Man to inquire within the Church of the Storm. There's no need to relay the message. It's tarot in the afternoon. The world can directly make the request. Klein quickly came up with an idea as he drank the last bit of the gurgle tree sap. Then, he returned to his room and planned on taking out the radio transceiver that he had placed above the grey fog for a long time to contact Rhodes to see if it had any other clues to the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula. After leaving the waters east of Orvie, which was also the spot where he had previously been targeted by the Aurora Order demigod, Klein already dared to use items with the Grey Fog's aura. However, he knew very well that he couldn't do it too frequently, nor could he maintain it for too long each time. Otherwise, there was the possibility of being captured by the true creator. Due to this reason and his wariness towards Erodes, he planned on doing whatever he could and seeking advice from others. If there was really no other way, he would only play a question-and-answer game. At the Resistance's private harbor, the Blue Avenger docked inside. Alger planned on making one last resupply before returning to Posu Island. After instructing the crew what they needed to buy, he changed into native-style clothes and headed straight for Byam. After circling a few times, he arrived at the Cathedral of Waves and planned on reporting to the diocese bishop, Chogo, on what he had recently done. Although he was returning to Posu Island to report to the upper echelons of the church, he knew very well who his current superior was. He knew that he had to put on a good front, and he couldn't give the impression that his subordinates were bypassing him and directly establishing contact with the higher-ups. Chogo was still in high spirits. He was very satisfied with Alger's report. After hearing it, he quickly said, "This is a normal report. You don't have to worry about anything. I've already informed His Excellency Kotman that you are pious to the Lord and loyal to the Church. You are one of the most trustworthy captains, and His Excellency Kotman will inform the Council of Cardinals." He paused and didn't give Alger any space to speak as he continued, "In addition, there's another mission. Investigate those who have close ties with crazy Captain Connors Victor. This is a mission that His Excellency Kotman has directly given you. You have to take it seriously." "Investigate the people related to Crazy Captain?" Alger was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't ask. He punched his left chest with his right fist. He directly punched his left chest with his right fist and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." The gray-haired Chogo nodded, thought for 2 seconds, and asked, "What's going on?" He then asked, "Do you know German Sparrow?" This question was like a bolt out of the blue. It left Alger's pupils constricting as he nearly lost control on the spot. Thankfully, his mental fortitude was excellent, allowing him to barely maintain his normal state. "I've heard of him. He's been very famous recently. Not only did he hunt Wormtongue Missile and severely injure Tracy, but he also boarded Catlia's future." Alger used his garrulous words to hide the stirrings in his heart. Chogo tersely acknowledged and said, "I've heard of him. You're at sea, so the news is a little slow. German Sparrow killed Curtius in Tosgarter last week and collected the bounty." That pirate is indeed a devil, a Sequence 5 devil." "Curtius? Agalito's second mate?" Alger asked in a very genuine manner. He knew that Curtius was suspected to be a Sequence 5, but he didn't know that he belonged to the Devil pathway. And when Sequence 5 and Devil were added together, it meant that he was powerful and difficult to kill. This also meant that German Sparrow might have killed Curtius in a sudden encounter. This meant that German Sparrow was already standing at the pinnacle of Sequence 5's. If he wasn't seeking to purchase the Sequence 4 potion formula, I would have suspected that he had become a demigod. Alger thought in turmoil. He was surprised to discover that in just a week, the world had obtained the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient. He had killed a Sequence 5 devil, and it was very likely that he had already obtained the Sequence 6 Notary potion formula in his hands. How did he do it? Alger realized that he was a little afraid of the world, German Sparrow. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't accept such matters. This was because he knew that the world was the representative of Mr. Fool's blessed, and Mr. Fool clearly didn't only have one blessed. If one was responsible for the Notary potion formula, and the other was responsible for the Ocean Songster, then German Sparrow would have only killed Curtius. Although this was equally terrifying, at least it wouldn't appear as though he was making up a story. Chogo nodded solemnly. Yes, Agalito didn't react. This means something. Pay attention to gathering information on German Sparrow. All right, Your Excellency. Alger bowed respectfully as he decided to try his best to bluff this mission. Inside the inn, Klein placed the radio transceiver on the table. Not long after, rapid tapping sounds could be heard. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Ta. 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 The radio transceiver spat out an illusory piece of paper. On it was written in Ruan, "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Erodes, has finally caught up to your footsteps. Don't be so agitated." Yes, Erodes's speaking skills are as professional as ever. He didn't express the bitterness of not being able to contact me for so long, nor did he ask why I haven't sought him out. He directly blames himself for the problem, believing that he hasn't caught up to me. It makes me feel a little guilty. However, I still have to be on guard. Klein was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Erodes didn't wait. He used the radio transceiver to produce an emoticon of carefully peeking out from the illusory piece of paper. "Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your servant feels that you are one step closer to returning to the Holy See, right? This fellow has evolved really quickly. It's already gone from using emoticons to creating the prototype of an emoticon. In Erodes's understanding, I'm a true god that's slowly finding myself. Therefore, even though it clearly knows that I'm only a sequence 5, it doesn't treat me lightly at all. Instead, it's even more humble." Klein understood that the magic mirror was deliberately asking questions as he nodded frankly. "Yes. You have already answered my question. In exchange, as a rule that I have to abide by, you can ask me a question." Erodes quickly typed a reply and added a smiley face at the end. Klein didn't hesitate as he directly asked, "Where can I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula?" A long section of the illusory white paper was spat out, and it was filled with countless complex symbols. It then formed into a mirror, and a real scene appeared. It was a dark hall without any natural light. Inside, there was a gigantic squirming object. It was so blurry that it was like a pencil drawing that had been erased by an eraser. There was no way to see any specific details. However, Erodes attached a large paragraph of text at the bottom of the scene. "This is Zeradol. He lost control during his advancement to Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries and turned into a monster. However, Great Master, you have to be careful. He is a very crafty fellow. Perhaps all of this was deliberately done by him. I can't look at him directly. This will bring me harm. Apart from him, you are unable to obtain the potion formula from any demigod of the Secret Order. This is because Zeradol directly provided the high sequence Beyonder potion, and there's almost no way to reverse divine it through Beyonder characteristics." What a detailed answer. Furthermore, it also let me know that the corresponding sequence of the Sequence 1 of the Seer pathway is Attendant of Mysteries. It means that it is an angel that serves the mysteries of the mysteries? From the path, the illusory piece of paper, Erodes has out Zeradol and can of Zeradol to Zeradol to Zeradol, and, soar. Who de dragon out ta, of de god, it. With king comma chen damo, ari ta, of. Ro, god, I, give, I, to. Long, and. Amidst crisp clicking sounds, the illusory piece of paper grew out again, revealing another scene. It was a towering mountain with a dilapidated palace on it. Inside the palace, one could vaguely see a gigantic stone throne. Klein was extremely familiar with this scene. He didn't need Erodes's annotation to know what it represented. The Antigonus family's treasure hidden on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. The piece of paper continued to be spat out as a new scene appeared. Just like a movie, the camera's angle changed. The first thing that entered Klein's eyes was a towering Gothic bell tower and a gorgeous palace around it. The former represented the Bell of Order, while the latter represented the Sodila Palace. They were iconic buildings of Bakeland. The camera panned, and soon, a new building appeared on the white piece of paper. It was a pure black cathedral with 2 symmetrical bell towers. The cathedral grew larger and larger in the scene. Soon, its interior was revealed, and it was fixed on an iron black door that swung open somewhere underground. The door was abnormally heavy. Engraved on it were 7 dark sacred emblems, like the guards of the tenebrous heaven. Cheney's Gate. St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein recognized the familiar door, and based on the architectural characteristics, he determined that the cathedral was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Bakeland Diocese, St. Samuel Cathedral. The white piece of paper was spat out as the scene changed. In the deep darkness, on an empty bookshelf formed from white bones, there was an ancient notebook. Its cover was made of hard paper that was dyed black. Klein recognized the notebook at a glance. It was the Antigonus family's notebook that had caused the death of the original owner of this body. After so many twists and turns, everything had returned to square one. Klein looked at it silently for a while. Only when the scene disappeared did he find his thoughts. That's right. Back then, the members of the Aurora Order saw the clown potion formula in this notebook. Having obtained its recognition, when I flip through it again, the content presented on it will definitely be different from before. It should have the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula, but it's lacking in ingredients or characteristics. So this notebook has always been sealed behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chainisgate. To obtain it from such a place, the difficulty wouldn't be any lower than finding Zeradal and facing him directly. Back then, the Great Smog of Bakeland, which involved high-sequence Beyonders, was quickly quelled after I reported it to the Church's Bakeland Diocese through Miss Justice. This is enough to show how powerful the Bakeland Diocese is. Be it demigods or sealed artifacts, there's definitely no lack of them. Yes, no matter what, I'll return to Bakeland first and see if there's a chance. In comparison, I don't wish to go to the Hornacis mountain range. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the radio transceiver that had turned dark and deep. Last night, who was the demigod on crazy Captain Connors Victor's ship? With a light tapping sound, the illusory piece of paper in front of him vanished, and a new piece of paper was spat out. The content on the piece of paper was also a real scene. On the delicate brass lamp stand, 5 candles of different heights radiated light and heat. A middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and a black eye mask stood in front of the cabinet where wine, champagne, and distilled liquor were placed, looking at the opposite side humbly. Across him was a tall figure draped in a black cloak. His face was completely hidden under the hood. This figure didn't seem to have a real head, only a blob of deep, distorted darkness embedded in his neck. With the portrait on the bounty notice, Klein recognized the one-eyed man as crazy Captain Connors. His hair was messy and oily, covering his neck. Opposite him should be the demigod, but he had deliberately disguised himself and done the corresponding anti-divination. It's quite impressive that Rhodes was able to obtain a picture of this level. Klein wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he seriously memorized the figure's figure. More than 185 meters, but less than 190. His arms are slightly long, and when his hands hang down, they nearly reach his knees. His shoulders are broad, holding up his cloak. His legs are slanted to a certain extent. As an expert in the field of disguise, Klein believed that when a person concealed their looks and did a certain level of anti-divination, it was very likely that they wouldn't pay attention to disguising their figure, especially when there wasn't anything special about it. Therefore, this could provide a certain amount of clues that would help Klein find his target familiar when he saw it in the future. Very good, it's your turn to ask. After memorizing it, Klein stopped sizing up the figure and waited with interest for Rhodes to ask. He was very curious if the other party could break through his imagination this time. The tapping sounds turned a little slow as it revealed some hesitation. Illusory white paper was spat out bit by bit. Great Master, can I say something to you? Sure, Klein answered the question in surprise as he looked forward to what Rhodes would say. The tapping sound suddenly sped up, filled with obvious passion. On the illusory white paper, lines of words appeared one after another. Great Master, happy birthday. This is a belated blessing. Your present body was born on the 4th of March, 1327. I originally wanted to be the first to wish you well in the morning, but I failed to keep up with your footsteps. It really is a topic that breaks through my imagination. I even forgot about my birthday. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he was at a loss for words. He had received the memory fragments of the original owner and obtained some of his emotions. He still knew about birthdays, but he was alone in the world, so how could he remember these things? That fellow, Rhodes, is actually the first to wish me a happy birthday. Banson, Melissa, and the rest are probably feeling upset on this day. The interview ended in February. I wonder if Banson successfully became a government employee. Klein felt wistful as he looked at the radio transceiver with a much gentler gaze. He thought for a moment and calmly said, the third question, your background. The tapping stopped for 2 seconds before it started again. He spat out the white paper, and a new scene appeared on it. A large amount of black viscous liquid gushed out of the holes in the ground. It twisted and stretched outwards, growing different numbers of arms and legs. Then, it turned into strange monsters and rushed forward. During this process, a point of light was spewed out along with the black liquid. It landed on a rock and rapidly fused with it, turning into a silver mirror with ancient patterns and black gems on both sides. What kind of strange scene is this? A Rhodes was born in such a manner? What's that point of light? Where did it come from? It's a little suspicious of a Beyonder characteristic. Klein made a preliminary interpretation of the scene he saw. The tapping sounds didn't stop as another line of words was spat out. Great Master, do you have any other questions? After doing a count of the time, Klein shook his head. No. You have completed your answer. It's time for me to leave. Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, looks forward to serving you again. I look forward to following in your footsteps. Goodbye. The illusory white paper finally produced an emoticon of a waving hand. P.S. It's the last week of March. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes in the quiet hotel room, the dark radio transceiver instantly returned to normal. The surrounding light was no longer eerie. Klein busied himself with preparing the ritual and sacrificing it above the gray fog. Only then did he have the mood to consider the answer he had just obtained. According to the clues provided by Rhodes, combined with Mr. Aztec and Snake of Fate Will Acceptance answers, Klein had a preliminary plan for the next stage. It wasn't only to return to Bakeland after a short rest, but also to treat this huge city as his main activity spot for a long period of time. He wanted to see if he could steal the Antigonus family's notebook from the Church of the Evernight Goddesses St. Samuel Cathedral. If he was certain that there was no other way, he would attempt to switch to a neighboring Beyonder pathway. If that didn't work, he would have to take the final path and head for the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. I definitely can't openly use the identity of Sherlock Moriarty when I return to Bakeland, unless I want to fish out in Sangwil or a particular faction of the royal family that's hidden in the shadows. However, when contacting people I know or using the resources of the Church of Steam and Machinery, I can transform back into Sherlock Moriarty. In short, I have to use a new identity again. Furthermore, I have to be completely different from German Sparrow. I won't directly return to Pritz Harbor this time. I'll circle around Desi Bay and make sure no one can figure out my origins. Klein's thoughts raced as he quickly came up with a clear plan. After confirming the direction, he originally wanted to extract blood and head above the gray fog to use his spirit body to explore Roselle's travels. However, considering that he still had the tarot in the afternoon, he lay back in bed and tried to relax while resting. The future steadily cruised through the undulating waves as Admiral of Stars Catlia stood by the window, looking at the endless scenery. And on the front deck, Nina's exasperated voice could be heard from time to time. She was cursing Frank Lee for creating a bunch of beef-flavored mushrooms that reproduced rapidly and loved eating fish. Catlia sighed silently as she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. At this moment, her spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. She looked down at the desk and saw that there were a few pieces of yellow paper there. The Diary of the Empress. She finally sent a messenger. Catlia turned around happily and picked up the small piece of paper that seemed more like an initial test. At 3 in the afternoon, she, who had already memorized those symbols, saw the illusory crimson light drown her like a tide. Under the towering dome propped up by stone pillars, Catlia saw similar crimson beams of light soar up, turning into blurry figures. She didn't take a closer look, but found that the familiar pair of glasses had naturally appeared on the bridge of her nose. It seemed to be a perfect copy of the outside world. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw Miss Justice elegantly stand up and greet the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey had been in a good mood recently. After returning to the family castle, she had successfully helped her mother, Lady Caitlin, resolve some of the psychological problems that stemmed from her actual age and physical condition. She received excellent feedback, allowing her to conclude more rules for acting as a psychiatrist. Among them, the most important rule was to help others resolve their psychological problems. She suspected that this was the reason why the potion's name was psychiatrist and not psychologist. Miss Justice is very happy. Klein seemed to be infected as he nodded with a smile as a form of response. During this process, he realized that Mr. the Hanging Man appeared to be troubled. He seemed to be hesitating and struggling, as though he hadn't made up his mind. This means that Mr. the Hanging Man can afford the Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredients, but he'll have to pay a huge price. I thought he would apply for payment in installments. The fool Klein retracted his gaze without any abnormalities and surveyed the area. After Miss Justice finished her greeting, the hermit Catlia looked towards the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Here it comes. I wonder if the 3 diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic will contain very valuable information. For example, the location of the card of blasphemy that corresponds to the seer pathway. This can provide me with another possibility. Klein was filled with anticipation as he spoke in a calm and natural manner. I'm not sure if it's true. Very well, you can think of a request. Yes, Mr. Fool. Catlia replied in an impeccable manner before requesting to conjure the diary's contents. Upon seeing her performance and recalling how she looked in her dream, Klein felt rather gratified. It was like a form teacher who had successfully made a student become obedient and sensible. This is the first time Ma'am Hermit has provided Roselle the Great's diary. With the standards and abilities she's shown, it's impossible for her to have been unable to gather it in the past. In the past, she was mostly observing. After being punished by Mr. Fool, she has truly integrated into our tarot? Audrey made a judgment based on Catlia's performance last week. At the same time, she also sensed that Mr. the Hanging Man wasn't in the right state today. It was as though he was looking forward to something, but he was also unwilling to part with something. She was momentarily curious. Klein didn't have to wait too long before the 3 diary pages were conjured and landed in his hands. Derek and the other members instinctively quietened down, not wanting to disturb Mr. Fool's reading. February 9th. Today is Bornova's birthday. He's already a healthy, strong, honest, and kind young man. He's so pious that he's valued by the church. Everyone is congratulating me, saying that Bornova will definitely become a blessed and a holy spirit. They're praising how pure and flawless his faith is. I should be very happy, but I can't help but feel sorrow in my heart. I wish that my child can be more humane and have more feelings. He can be himself more and not a believer of a deity. However, almost everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Bornova is in a good state. Matilda is the same, Charles is the same, my nobles and my ministers are the same. Only Bernadette has the same feelings as me. She told me in private that she believes that people should be more self-centered, as long as they don't hurt anyone. Thinking back to what Zeradol said when Bornova was born, as well as the increasing premonitions I have after stepping into the demigod realm, my heart is even heavier. Adorable angel, truly an adorable angel. Is this how you're guarding against me? Is this how you're trying to control me? No, you probably can't understand the pride in my heart. From my point of view, so what if you're a deity? I can replace you. February 11th. I failed to contact Zeradol again. Ever since I obtained the Antigonus notebook, the frequency at which this leader of the secret order appears has been decreasing. I have no idea what he's secretly plotting, but he definitely won't tell me. February 12th. I made a mystical item for Bernadette that's very suitable for her. This can allow her to effectively avoid the hidden sage's nagging. As long as she doesn't take the initiative to pray and ask for a response, yes, this item seems to be able to help saints enter the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea where the ruins of the Battle of the Gods are. They won't be affected by the true creator's ravings. There's a high chance that the secret of the forsaken land of the gods is hidden there. I just casually made a small gift for my daughter, and it has such a powerful effect. Bernadette, your father is indeed the most outstanding artisan in the world. The most outstanding artisan. Does this mean that when the Emperor wrote this diary page, he had already reached sequence 2 of the savant pathway and become an angel? With the existence of the god of steam and machinery, this level is the pinnacle that an artisan can reach. It's no wonder Queen Mystic can freely enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. So it's a gift from the Emperor. Indeed, a child with a parent is like a treasure. Klein sighed inwardly. In addition, he had also read between the lines of the first diary page Roselle the Great's repressed and indignant feelings. He had also used his comprehension skills that he had honed from his previous life to figure out some of the information hidden beneath the content. After becoming an angel, the emperor seemed to be restrained and guarded against by the Church of Steam and Machinery. The god of steam and machinery had exerted a certain amount of influence on his youngest son, Bornova, making him the most devout believer. In the future, he would be able to enter the land of perfection and become an angel. And not only did this not make Roselle the Great submit or have any qualms, it even stirred up his rebellious heart. The emperor later became the world's public enemy because of such a rebellious heart. Klein nodded inwardly. At the same time, he had noticed Zeradol's matter. He suspected that this miracle invoker had begun to strive for Sequence 1 after obtaining the Antigonus family's notebook. For this, he had planned many things, but something happened during his advancement, turning him into a monster. Of course, just as Rhodes had said, perhaps Zeradol hadn't lost control. He was only hiding something or plotting something. After a quick scan, Klein flipped the page and read to the end. It wasn't continuous and was a new piece of content. October 5. A few believers of the primordial moon were captured by the Men in Black organization I established. They failed to complete the corresponding sacrificial ritual. The things they showed piqued my curiosity. The power they obtained seemed to come directly from the Crimson Moon. Unfortunately, a large amount of data indicates that the Crimson Moon is really an asteroid. It's really orbiting our planet. Then, how does it combine physics and mystery together? With my current abilities, it's not impossible to head to the Crimson Moon. At most, it'll be a little more troublesome and difficult, but it doesn't seem necessary. October 7th. I finally made up my mind. I'll attempt to switch to the neighboring mystery prior pathway. Only then can I become a Sequence 1. I've always suspected that the hidden sage was originally a conceptualized uniqueness. Later, due to some accident, he gained sentience and completely awakened. Therefore, there's a high chance that the Sequence 1 spot of this pathway is still empty. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. I've long obtained the Knowledge Emperor potion formula from that most ancient organization. Now, it's time to seek out the corresponding ingredients. It might already belong to an angel, or it might have fused with something around it, turning into a twisted and evil monster or a chaotic and terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact. In short, I have to be careful. It's best if I can find a suitable helper. Knowledge Emperor. This Sequence 1 potion's name is really interesting. If I hadn't directly seen the Blasphemy Stone, I would have thought that it belonged to the Reader Pathway, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. What's even stranger is that these two pathways aren't interchangeable. I once discussed this matter with that mysterious leader and old Mr. Hermes. We basically came to a consensus that the Reader Pathway represents the omniscience of omniscience and omnipotence. As for Mystery Prior and Savant, they correspond to knowledge itself. They belong to two different aspects. One is more mysterious, and the other is closer to reality. When I become Knowledge Emperor, Bernadette won't have to worry about the hidden sage's indoctrination, nor will she have to be afraid of the pursuit of knowledge. The Emperor eventually turned to the Mystery Prior pathway. I wonder if he successfully became Knowledge Emperor. Perhaps it's because of this matter that he completely severed ties with the Church of Steam, resulting in him being unable to find any helpers with the entire world as his enemy. He ended up placing his hopes on the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein thought wistfully and speculated. Apart from that, he was rather interested in the Emperor's explanation of how the Reader Pathway couldn't be interchanged with Mystery Prior and Savant. He believed that if he deepened it further, he might be able to find the rules and principles behind the interchanging of Beyonder pathways. From the point of view of ordinary Beyonders, Reader, Mystery Prior, and Savant belong to the domain of knowledge. There should be a strong connection between them, but in the end, the first one is a heresy. Reader belongs to the omniscience of omniscience and omnipotence. Then, the secret suppliant, which is also the shepherd pathway, belongs to the omnipotence of omniscience and omnipotence. Then, there's a certain degree of overlap between the two. For example, being knowledgeable leads to being versatile, and being versatile leads to being knowledgeable. Therefore, they can be interchanged. From this point of view, the storm pathway is omnipotent in the sea, land, and air. The spectator's corresponding domain of the mind is a powerful complement to the storm. So, why can sun be interchangeable with them? Considering that the last person with the title of omnipotent and omniscient was the ancient sun god, did it mean that the sun god was the cornerstone that contained the title of omnipotent and omniscient? According to this line of thought, mystery priors and savant are different aspects of knowledge, which is why they can be interchanged. Then, what's the difference between assassins and hunters? What about the Evernight, Death, and God of Combat pathways? Klein thought a lot at once, but he had neither the time nor enough information to analyze it in depth. He could only temporarily put the corresponding problems at the back of his mind and use his mind to move the third diary page to the top. With a glance, Klein's attention was suddenly focused, because this diary entry was very different from the previous ones. There was no date on it, and the spacing between the words was large. Because it was the original version, it was obvious that the weight of the pen was extraordinary. Klein's gaze swept over it, and the contents of the yellowed paper were reflected in his mind. No. Impossible. How could this be? If my guess is correct, I'm not the only one who had that experience. No. No. How could this be? What I saw is telling me that everything will be destroyed. Everything I created will be the same. No. I can't accept such an outcome. I have to work hard to save myself and stop pinning my hopes on the 7 deities. Only by ascending to the throne of Sequence 0 can I and what I value be preserved. Should I attempt to pull Mr. Dorr back into the real world? No. Although he claims to be a Sequence 1, I believe that he is definitely not an ordinary Sequence 1. It's very likely to bring me an unexpected disaster. Chinese characters that were much larger than the first 2 pages filled the yellowed paper in a sparse and messy manner. There wasn't much content, but it made Klein's head throb. When he wrote this diary entry, Roselle the Great was very likely already a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor. The content he wrote with intense emotions had a powerful sense of mystery. This also meant that if Klein were to read this content in the real world, he might very well lose his mind and go mad on the spot, or even lose control. Thankfully, Ma'am Hermit doesn't know Chinese, otherwise, she would have mutated when she forcefully memorized the content. Even if she doesn't know it, she would have found it especially tiring and draining. If she were to come into contact with it or stare at it for long periods of time, it's inevitable that she will hallucinate. There's a high chance that she will show signs of losing control. Klein thought in relief. His attention quickly turned back to the diary as questions surfaced in his mind. What did the Emperor see that made his emotions so intense and his attitude turn so extreme? No, the agitation and impulsiveness between the lines is a little abnormal. It doesn't match the image of a person who has been in a high position for a long time, much less the level of an angel. Even in the final days, when the Emperor said that he wouldn't care about the deluge after his death, he didn't lose his composure or be that agitated. Who influenced him? Or was he corrupted by something? Also, he mentioned that he wasn't the only one who encountered such an encounter. What is he referring to? Transmigration? Back on Earth, he wasn't the only one who transmigrated due to some baffling matter or object. There was me, or maybe even more. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein didn't waste any time. He made the 3 diary pages vanish and smiled at Katlia. Have you thought of a request? Katlia bowed as though she was prepared. I want to know why Roselle the Great went crazy in his later years. In the same row, Audrey blinked, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. She never expected Ma'am Hermit to ask such a serious question the moment she opened her mouth. Furthermore, how would she know that Roselle the Great went crazy in his later years? Also, she had only submitted 3 diary pages. To ask such a high-level question doesn't conform to the law of equivalent exchange. All sorts of thoughts surfaced in Audrey's mind, but she didn't stop Ma'am Hermit from asking. Instead, she was very interested and excited as she waited for Mr. Fool's response. The hanging man Alger, Emlyn, and Magician's Furs also held their breaths as they cast their gazes at the end of the long bronze table. Only Sun and the World didn't seem too concerned. The Fool Klein thought for a moment and chuckled. First, let's confirm a fact. I'm not omniscient, nor am I omnipotent. He said those words in a self-deprecating tone, but the Hermit and company didn't show any signs of abnormality. They even appeared a little more respectful. To them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool wasn't omniscient or omnipotent. Even without mentioning their guesses of Mr. Fool's state, just the fact that this secret existence's honorific name didn't have such a description was enough to prove this problem. Furthermore, all the true gods and evil gods at present didn't have an omniscient and omnipotent honorific name. After setting the tone without leaving a trace, Klein began answering the hermit's question. I also want to know what Roselle encountered in his later years. At present, what can be confirmed is that due to some unknown stimulation or influence, Roselle has cast his sights on Sequence 0. He didn't explain what Sequence 0 corresponded to. In the tarot, those who knew more than those who didn't know could guess a little. Sequence 0. The Emperor wants to become a god? It's no wonder he went crazy in his later years. Audrey knew what Sequence 0 represented and felt wistful. The hanging man Alger was the same. Katlia clearly understood the meaning of Sequence 0. She expressed her gratitude thoughtfully and retracted her gaze. Sequence 0. Emlyn and Magician's Furs ruminated over the two words, as though they had just learned that there was another level above Sequence 1, and that it belonged to a true god. Son Derek looked at Mr. Fool in confusion. He didn't understand what was wrong with Roselle the Great, who had a strong sense of existence, attempting to break through to Sequence 0. In the City of Silver, if there was a chance, every resident wished to become a Sequence 0 true god so as to create a more suitable environment for everyone to live in, or to lead everyone away from the abandoned land. Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back in his chair and surveyed the area. You may begin. With that said, he controlled the world to look at son Derek and chuckled. The notary potion formula you wanted is here. Thank you, Mr. World. According to our agreement, I will note down this debt and await your request, son Derek said sincerely. All right. As Klein controlled the world to answer, he made him pretend to request Mr. Fool to appear. It didn't take long for the potion formula to arrive in the hands of little Sunday. Derek happily took it and quickly scanned through the contents of the goatskin as though he was hungry and thirsty. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients, 1 crystallized root of the elder tree, 5 tail feathers of the spirit-packed bird. Supplementary materials, 100 milliliters of radiant spirit-packed tree sap, 1 golden-rimmed sunflower, 1 white-rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of water fern sap. Without waiting for the others to speak, the world looked at the hanging man Alger and spoke again. You know, you already have the ocean songster potion formula and main ingredients. Huh? Audrey and company were momentarily dumbfounded. Katlia couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at the world. She remembered very clearly that German Sparrow had hunted Slaughterer Curtius last week. Where did he get the ocean songster potion formula and main ingredients from? Don't tell me he killed another ocean songster. In the Church of the Storm, he would be considered a quasi-high-ranking member. It's only been a week. Katlia didn't think it was realistic. Mr. World even obtained the ocean songster's potion formula and main ingredient. How impressive. Sun looked away from the goatskin in his hand and looked at the gentleman sitting at the end of the long bronze table. In his heart, the strength of World had risen to another level. He was already comparable to the weaker members of the 6-member council. Magician's Furs was similarly astonished, and her feelings deepened. She remembered that when she first joined the tarot, the impression Mr. World gave her was that he was gloomy and reserved. Apart from that, there was nothing special about him. In the subsequent gatherings, he gradually displayed his experience, his vast knowledge, and his rather good abilities. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a senior beyonder who had experienced many things. He was a member of the tarot second only to Mr. the Hanging Man. Such an image was almost fixed in Furz's heart, but in recent months, Miss Magicians discovered that World had refreshed her understanding of him time and time again. First, he had obtained rather important information, and then he had sold quite a number of beyonder characteristics in a short period of time. It made people involuntarily suspect that he was a beyonder assassin active in the mysterious world. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, but it was accompanied by a certain amount of joy. This meant that there was a high chance of success for certain missions being entrusted to Mr. World. When the new member, the Hermit, appeared, Magician's Furs imagined that Mr. World's brilliance would be completely overshadowed by that powerful lady. To her surprise, he had silently snatched back the limelight, leaving no one daring to look at him directly. To obtain the ocean songster potion formula, the corresponding main ingredient, and the Priest of Light potion formula in a week didn't seem like something a human could accomplish. He's indeed very powerful. I admire such people who appear silent and ordinary, but are actually very capable. Sigh, I wonder when I'll become a viscount. After this hunting competition, the winner will receive a reward that's enough to raise a sanguine's intrinsic quality. Emlyn White quickly turned his thoughts back to his own matters. As Audrey sighed in amazement, she was increasingly puzzled by something that had happened before. Why hasn't the powerful Mr. World collected Roselle the Great's diary? He's not like Ma'am Hermit. He has joined the tarot for a long time and still needs to be observed. It's not like he doesn't have any needs. There's no need for him to gather Roselle the Great's diary to exchange for the corresponding items from Mr. Fool. Then, why doesn't he gather them? Could it be that he had submitted it in private? But why in private? Vaguely, Audrey felt that Mr. World and Mr. Fool had a certain connection, but she couldn't be sure. After all, there were still many possibilities. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, fell silent for a few seconds before turning to look at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I request to speak to the world in private. Here it comes. Klein nodded in anticipation before blocking the senses of others. Alger waited for 2 seconds before turning to look at the world, German Sparrow. I'll use the coordinates of a primitive island that no one else knows of in exchange. Not only are there many Beyonder creatures that have gone extinct in the northern and southern continents, but there's also an ancient ruin of unknown age hidden there. Back then, I discovered it with Zillings. Back then, we didn't have the ability to explore it in depth. However, he discovered some traces and suspected that there was something very precious and important hidden in the ruin. He believed that its value wasn't inferior to the deck of cards created by Roselle the Great. My strength is inferior to Zillings's, and I can't go as deep as him. I have no way of knowing what he saw. I can only guess the situation from the words he said in passing. Mr. the Hanging Man's words contain a lot of information. From the looks of it, he and Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings have known each other for a long time. They have even explored together and discovered the primitive island and ancient ruins. And he was also the one who wanted to finish off the pirate admiral while Zillings was away from the sea. The Hanging Man isn't a simple member of the Church of the Storm. His past seems to be very complicated, and he hides many secrets. Yes, the value of a primitive island is indeed not small. To a secret organization, this is the cornerstone that supports the growth of its members. Klein controlled the world to assume a pondering posture in an attempt to obtain more information from the Hanging Man. Seeing that the world didn't reject or agree, the Hanging Man Alger, who had calmed down, calmly said, "There are traces of a demigod Beyonder creature on it. There are traces of a demigod Beyonder creature on it. It should be of great value to you. I can swear to Mr. Fool that I'm not lying. After I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, I'll have to consider how to obtain the corresponding main ingredient. At the level of a demigod, money is of little use. Bartering is the most likely way to obtain what I want. The location of a demigod Beyonder creature is very important. That ruin is also a little interesting." The world didn't hesitate as he chuckled. Deal. The Hanging Man Alger didn't immediately request for the Ocean Songster Potion formula. Instead, he said, "I have a prerequisite. I hope that your first exploration of that primitive island will have me as your companion. With Mr. Fool watching over everything, I believe you don't have to worry that I have any ill intentions." Klein considered for a moment and made the world nod. "No problem. When I head to dangerous places, I'll need some companions. I hope you have the ability to keep up." Alger wasn't angered by his tone as he heaved a sigh of relief. "Therefore, I hope that your first exploration will be after I successfully advance. Of course, if I lose control because of the potion, this agreement will naturally be voided." "Sure," the world replied indifferently. The Hanging Man Alger didn't waste his breath. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured the goatskin with the situation of the primitive island. It's at the edge of the Rørsted Sea. The overall area isn't small. It's equivalent to Blue Mountain Island. Klein took the piece of paper and quickly scanned it, roughly figuring out where the primitive island was. He quickly looked up. "The potion formula and main ingredient will be given to you after the gathering." "All right." Alger, who had made his choice, was no longer conflicted. His heart surged when he heard this, but he remained calm on the surface. Their private conversation came to an end. Xianxia retracted her gaze from the world and turned to Magician's furs. I've got the meteorite crystal. 600 pounds for 60 grams. So fast. Hermit is very efficient. Furs was both surprised and troubled. After the party last week, she had already received the crystallized blood of the Lavos octopus and paid 600 pounds for it. She only had 230 pounds left in her savings. Including the 150 pounds she just received this week, she was still short of 220 pounds. I'll borrow some money from Zio for emergencies. She should have that much. Once I advance successfully, I'll make the most of it. Hurry up and make money. Fur silently took a deep breath and said, that's right. All right, we'll make the deal at this time. Tomorrow. Xianxia tersely acknowledged and looked at Audrey without any hesitation. The spinal fluid of the black hunting monitor lizard has been confirmed. 1,800 pounds. There are temporarily no clues to the fruit of the illusory chime tree. That's already very good. It's better than I expected. Thank you, Hermit. Audrey thanked her sincerely, completely ignoring the price. She had recently discovered that the establishment of the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation had another use. It could make the use of her funds more discreet and inconspicuous, preventing her father and mother from noticing anything amiss. After confirming the two deals, Xianxia surveyed the area as though she had blended in. Any clues to the blood of a mythical creature? Klein immediately controlled the world and chuckled hoarsely. Are you referring to pure mythical creatures? Pure mythical creatures? There are impure mythical creatures? Audrey and company were puzzled and intrigued when they heard that. Xianxia was taken aback for a second before saying, pure, which is also the blood of an angel. Pure, in other words, angel blood. 1 drop is enough. She didn't introduce it in detail back then because she believed that such a high-end item wouldn't appear in the tarot for the time being unless Mr. Fool was willing to provide help. And clearly, Mr. Fool didn't need anyone to explain what a mythical creature was. I have some clues, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to obtain them. Furthermore, I'll have to wait at least 3 months, Klein replied as he controlled the world. The other members of the tarot fell silent. They never expected the world to even have clues to the blood of an angel. Was there anything he couldn't do? Audrey, Magician's Furs, and company once again refreshed their impression of Mr. World. The hanging man Alger suspected that the world wanted to borrow a drop of blood from Mr. Fool's angel. After a brief silence, Emlyn suddenly realized that his improvement wasn't as obvious as the other members of the tarot. He asked weakly, do you have any clues about my previous request? Magician's Furs immediately said, there's a suspicious situation. There's a suspicious situation. I'll investigate further. Burdened with debt, she was filled with motivation to do things. At the end of the transaction, Sun made a request to purchase the Tree of Elders root crystal, and the spirit-packed bird's tail feathers were in the City of Silver's special warehouse. In addition, he also requested to purchase the golden-edged sunflower and other supplementary ingredients. These were common items in the outside world but lacking in the forsaken land of the gods. The Tree of Elders root crystal and those supplementary ingredients aren't a problem, Emlyn said with a jolt. Then, what can you use to exchange for it? The last time he provided Miss Justice with the fruit of the Tree of Elders, he knew where the root crystal was. Derek thought for a moment and said, that's right. A beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 vampire? This was not a rare monster in the depths of the darkness. Sanguine. Emlyn said through gritted teeth. Don't be anxious. I'll tell you when I've thought of what I want. He didn't want the rewards from the trade to be the same as the rewards from the hunting competition. All right. Having already owed a huge debt to the world, Derek was rather calm. After another moment of silence, the Fool Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table, indicating that the free exchange segment had begun. P.S. There's still a question that needs to be answered. Why did I dismantle the idiom and change it into a more cumbersome description? As this book is set in the West, I've tried my best not to make the language stand out. Apart from Roselle's diary and cosmental language, I've tried my best to change the idiom that has more Chinese characteristics, making the overall description less dramatic. Originally, I could tell that people were teasing and joking when they said, "I've added a few more words." Therefore, I just smiled and didn't need to explain anything. But now, perhaps due to the influence of the person who said that I've added more words, there are actually quite a number of people who believe that I've deliberately added more words. They believe that there's a problem with my attitude towards words, so I have no choice but to defend myself. Actually, when I'm in a good state and have plenty of time, I'll have the mood to think about how to change the idiom to avoid the contradiction in language styles. When time is tight, or when I can't think of a good statement, I'll directly use an idiom. When you say that I've added a few words, it's actually when my writing attitude is good and I'm in a good state. If I really want to add a few words, what's the use of a few sentences? Instead, it's a waste of my time to think about how to change it. It's much cleaner and more direct to directly use an idiom. With that time, I can write a few more sentences. In the ancient palace that stood above the grey fog, the hanging man Alger wasn't in a hurry to mention the matter regarding crazy Captain Connors Victor. He turned his head and looked at Sunday. "Are you still in afternoon town?" Derek nodded honestly. "Yes, we used a long period of time to set up the camp. Then, we worked in small groups to clear the remaining monsters street by street, searching for any ancient traces that might exist. Although it's very slow, it's sufficiently safe." He answered in great detail, and he expressed the attitude that it wasn't a problem for Mr. the Hanging Man to know more if he wished to know. Audrey listened with piqued interest as she slightly raised her hand. "What do you rely on for food after being in afternoon town for so long? Is there black-faced grass nearby?" She had long heard from Little Sun that the city of Silver relied on the black-faced grass planted in the surrounding areas to survive. "We carry a portion of the powder ground from black-faced grass, but our main source of food comes from the monsters we kill. Most of them can be eaten as long as their beyonder characteristics are extracted, their fur is stripped, and they are burned with flames. However, they all have a certain level of contamination that will cause mental problems. We can't continuously ingest them, and we need sufficient intervals." Derek answered Miss Justice's question seriously. Audrey recalled the few monsters that Little Sun had mentioned in the depths of the darkness. Thinking back to the gloomy and terrifying style of the City of Silver, she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that disgusting?" Magician's Furs, who was focused on listening to the conversation of the other members, was inspired by this question. She deliberately didn't look at Emlyn as she curiously asked Sun, "I remember you saying that the monsters in the depths of the darkness include vampires." "I remember you saying that the monsters in the depths of darkness include vampires. They are covered in pus and are extremely ugly. Then, after killing such vampires, will you use them as food?" After hearing this question, Emlyn completely forgot to correct her that she was a sanguine and not a vampire. His face turned green as he felt an indescribable sense of horror. Derek was silent for 2 seconds. "Some monsters are indeed disgusting, very disgusting, just like the vampires that Miss Magicians mentioned, but we don't have a choice. As long as we can eat them, we'll eat them." His voice gradually deepened, as if he had once again deeply felt the cursed tragedy that enveloped the entire City of Silver. The palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent once again. Even Emlyn, who wanted to refute the Sun's words, didn't say a word. All he did was curl his lips and shrink his arms. A few seconds later, the world broke the silence and chuckled. "Let's go back to the sea. Recently, there's something worth paying attention to." The crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull drifted to the dock after a storm. The mast on it was broken, and there were traces of scorch everywhere. All the crew members, including Connors Victor himself, were dead. Audrey and the others didn't know who the crazy captain was, so they weren't too interested in the news. They were just a little curious as to why such a tragic shipwreck would happen. The hanging man Alger's feelings were completely different from theirs. The world is actually paying attention to the crazy captain's matter. There's quite a big secret behind this. It's no wonder His Excellency Cotman had solemnly issued the order for the mandated punishers and captain sailors to investigate the relevant situation. Alger's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment. In Byam, the Church of the Storm is actively investigating the people and matters related to crazy Captain Connors Victor. I don't even need another commission. Klein chuckled inwardly and made the world directly ask, "What clues does the Church of the Storm have?" "I don't know. I'll try my best to understand. The hanging man Alger shook his head frankly. He believed that the world could understand what he was implying. I really don't know now, but I'll find out internally. Audrey, who was listening out of curiosity, felt that the matter with Crazy Captain wasn't simple. She probed, Mr. World, isn't this a common infighting among pirates? Klein was just about to give a perfunctory reply to Miss Justice without divulging more when he suddenly thought of a problem. The Great Smog of Bakeland and the missing persons might be a faction of the royal family, as well as some military personnel. As for Miss Justice, she's naturally biased towards the nobles and the royal family in terms of emotions and stance. If there's a day in the future when I entrust her with a mission to deal with those who deserve to be hanged and cursed, she might not be willing to accept it. She might even fall into a dilemma. Therefore, I have to instill in her the impression that there are many bad people in the royal family and the military, so as to subtly change her stance and emotional bias. For this, I can bear the risk of exposing a portion of the world's information. Klein thought for a moment and made the world say in a relaxed tone with a hint of mockery. Crazy Captain is related to the missing persons case that Mr. the Hanging Man had previously investigated. The Demona sect handed the people they had tricked or plundered over to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and other external factions. They would then transport them to the northern continent's east coast, and with the help of Crazy Captain Connors Victor, they would complete the final distance. This pirate has close ties with many human traffickers and slave merchants in Rouen. In January, I told Mr. the Hanging Man a piece of news. Someone witnessed Baran, who was involved in the missing persons case, meeting with MI9 personnel loyal to the royal family. Also, the biggest human trafficker in Bakeland, Capim, has an arbiter pathway protector by his side. With so many things added together, do you still think that Crazy Captain's death was a simple case of infighting among pirates? Heh, I've always been wondering why the person behind the scenes needs so many slaves. The clear connection between the clues appeared in the minds of Justice Audrey, the Hanging Man Alger, and company, making them suddenly understand many things. Mr. World had left Bakeland and headed out to sea to pursue clues. He had been investigating the truth behind the Great Smog and Prince Edisac's death all this time. According to the information he provided, it was obvious that the real murderer had yet to be punished. He was still hiding within the royal family, and a number of military personnel were working for him. How despicable. Such a person should be thrown into hell. How does Mr. World know that Capim's protector is a beyonder of the arbiter pathway? They've crossed paths before? As Audrey's thoughts raced, she suddenly made a connection. Capim was killed by hero bandit Black Emperor, and the latter clearly knew which pathway Capim's protectors belonged to. Hero bandit Black Emperor is Mr. Fool's blessed. Mr. World is suspected to have a certain connection with Mr. Fool. He has never collected Roselle the Great's diary. Therefore, Mr. World is Hero Bandit Black Emperor, Mr. Fool's blessed. He didn't submit Roselle the Great's diary because he had submitted it in private. His previous actions were to hide his identity as a blessed? Is this Mr. Fool's test? It's really hard to connect Mr. World to Hero Bandit Black Emperor. The latter is more like a hero. Audrey felt that she had found the truth and began to wonder what kind of person Mr. World, who was also Hero Bandit Black Emperor, was in reality. The Hanging Man Alger and the Hermit Catlia immediately understood why German Sparrow had attacked Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. This blessed was investigating the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland, and what was hidden behind this was something that Mr. Fool was interested in. Magicians Furs and Emlyn, who lived in Bakeland, also vaguely sensed something from World's mention of Capim. After all, the legend of Hero Bandit Black Emperor had been rather popular in the past half a year. He had become an important character in many popular novels. Even Furs herself wanted to write a love story between a hero bandit and a noble lady with him as the main character. They finally understood why World had been able to detect in time that something major was brewing in Bakeland. It was very likely that a tragedy would happen. This was because this gentleman had always been pursuing the corresponding clues. From the looks of it, the matter in Bakeland is far from over. There might be more accidents in the future. I really want to leave immediately, but Zio definitely isn't willing. There's no way for me to explain it to her. Furs instantly had the thought of escaping Bakeland. Emlyn wasn't too afraid. From his point of view, if a disaster really happened, the Sanguine had important figures in Bakeland. they would definitely be able to provide protection. After 2 seconds of silence, the hanging man Alger said solemnly, "I'll do my best to investigate this matter. I'll do my best to investigate this matter." He already had a premonition that a rather terrifying storm was lurking behind Crazy Captain's death. Therefore, he was a little afraid and fearful, but he didn't lack the excitement and trembling of participating in the most important matter in the northern and southern continents. Katlia listened quietly and nodded. "I'll also gather the corresponding information. If you can provide more clues, I might be able to help." Klein thought for a moment and made the world say frankly, "That's right." On the night of Crazy Captain's death, there was a high sequence beyonder suspected to be of the Black Emperor pathway on his ship, but this demigod successfully escaped before John Cotman arrived. Black Emperor pathway, demigod. Alger and Katlia ruminated over these words as they considered how they could proceed. Audrey and company were amazed that Tarot had gone from discussing demigods to directly participating in matters related to demigods. It was really getting more and more sophisticated. As for Sun, he didn't understand the entire conversation. After the matter with Crazy Captain came to an end, Katlia glanced at the world and deliberately mentioned, "There's another matter at sea. Last week, the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, hunted the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Curtius. He's a Sequence 5 Beyonder." "How impressive." Magician's Furs, who was only a Sequence 8, praised sincerely. She knew very well what Sequence 5 represented. "Yes, what a legendary adventurer," Audrey added. Emlyn opened his mouth before closing it again. He felt that he was still very far from such a level. The hanging man, Alger, said without any abnormalities, "Because of this, investigating the origins of German Sparrow has become an important task for all the major organizations." "You mean the Church of the Storm also asked you to investigate me?" Klein instantly understood the meaning behind Mr. the Hanging Man's words. He made the world chuckle in a deep voice. "Where can I get this commission? I want to exchange some unimportant information for money. I have a certain understanding of the German Sparrow." Does Mr. World mean that he doesn't mind me submitting some seemingly important but actually meaningless German Sparrow intelligence in exchange for rewards and trust?" The hanging man nodded in understanding. The free exchange continued for a while until Derek finished learning the week's worth of ancient Hermes words. Only then did everything come to an end. After watching Miss Justice and company leave in a bowing state, Klein cast his gaze at Roselle's travels on the table. "P.S. After some thought last night, I felt that changing an idiom without any historical allusions would be a little jarring to Chinese readers. Therefore, I plan on using another method to deal with it. There's no need to use the ingenious method of expanding or translating the content. Instead, I'll use the meaning and abandon the form. For example, using ravenous and thirsty is like a person who has been starving for days seeing food. That might be better." Feeling that he wasn't exhausted, Klein rubbed his temples and waved his hand, causing a small metal bottle to fly over from the junk pile. It was a small tube of blood that he had previously extracted from his veins with great difficulty. He had long brought it above the gray fog, waiting for his spirit body to enter Roselle's travels and explore the world in the book. After unscrewing the lid, Klein wasn't in a hurry to smear the blood on the book's dark brown cover. Instead, he summoned all the items that he had brought into this mysterious space before the tarot gathering from the junk pile and scattered them in front of him. Considering how the Black Emperor's appearance was too eye-catching, and without knowing the exact situation of the world in the book, Klein decided not to bring the card of blasphemy with him. Instead, he used Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen his spirit body, so as to prevent himself from being instantly killed by a baffling power and not being able to return above the gray fog in time. As the ancient and exquisite copper whistle fused with him, Klein's spirit body seemed to swell up a little, but it was actually a lot thicker. 2 pitch-black flames leaped out of his eye sockets as though they had a life of their own. With the help of cogitation and adjusting his spirituality, Klein converged the coldness that stemmed from death into his body, and the abnormalities in his eyes quickly recovered. This was like an evil spirit taking on the appearance of an ordinary person to lure its prey closer. Right on the heels of that, Klein wore creeping hunger and hid death knell and the nightmare beyonder characteristic in his body. The latter was something he had prepared to explore the dreams of the living beings in the world in the book in search of abnormalities. After making all the preparations, He opened the lid of the metal bottle, poured out a few drops of blood, and smeared it on the cover of Roselle's Travels. After a short wait, what he saw was blurry at first, as though there were countless transparent objects hidden within. Then, it became clear. There was a blue sky, white clouds, grayish-brown city walls, and pedestrians coming and going. It's not the land of ice and snow from before, but a city that looks normal on the surface. Klein stood by the side of the road and examined the residents of the world in the book. He found that most of them wore linen shirts, brown short jackets, and dark loose trousers. The overall style was similar to that of the Kingdom of Ruan hundreds of years ago. Lowering his head to look at the swallow-tailed suit, stiff collar shirt, and dark red bow tie that he had conjured, Klein silently changed all of them, instantly becoming indistinguishable from the people around him. He then walked towards the city gate and prepared to enter. At this moment, a guard in leather armor stopped him. Entrance tax. One riddle. Do I look like I have money to you? I don't even know what riddle is. Klein mumbled inwardly in amusement. Following that, he used the communication between spirits to successfully get the guards to shift their attention to the caravan that was entering the city behind them. As a quasi-wraith that could possess others and control them, it was normal for him to influence a target's psyche. Such an ability wasn't considered powerful, but it was very useful against ordinary people. After entering the city, Klein remained vigilant as he strolled along the streets in a relaxed manner. He felt that the public hygiene here was better than Bakeland in earlier years. It seemed to have a mature sewer system, preventing the dumping of feces, urine, and garbage from the upper floors. I can't tell that this is the fake world in the book at all. Everyone has spirit body threads. As Klein observed the area, he suddenly noticed a stone building that was more than 10 meters tall. It was only 2 stories tall, and the top of the door was about 4 meters tall. There was a sign beside the building. It was written in a language that was different from the outside world, but Klein could understand a few words at a glance. Pesset Blacksmith's Guild. There's also a blacksmith's guild. This place really hasn't reached the age of steam. Just as Klein was feeling wistful, he saw the door creak open as a giant with abnormally long limbs walked out. The giant's skin was grayish-blue, and he had the iconic single vertical eye on his head. He held a large and heavy hammer in his hand as he walked to the other side of the street with a smile. The humans that came and went weren't afraid of him, as though they had seen too much of him. They even greeted the giant. Good afternoon, Roselle. Roselle. Klein, who didn't know much about giants, had his pupils constrict. Only then did he find it familiar. Just as he was about to chase after it, he realized that the giant had turned into another street and vanished from his sight. Klein stood in his spot as he silently watched the intersection of the 2 streets. He had a vague guess. In the book, there's a Roselle in the world? No, the end of the book was Roselle dying in the Nation of Frost. That's another story? With all sorts of questions in mind, Klein wasn't in a hurry to find Roselle. He turned around and entered a tavern by the side of the street. Such a place was often the place where the information in a city was the most chaotic and complicated. It helped him quickly grasp the overall situation. The tavern was dim, and the ventilation wasn't too good. The air appeared a little turbid. At that moment, there weren't many people drinking. Most of them were at the bar counter, chatting happily with each other or the bartender. Klein slowly walked over when his gaze suddenly froze. He saw a man wearing a pointed black hat and an asymmetrical coat sitting beside the bar counter. He was quite good-looking with flaxen hair, dark brown eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobet. Zoroast. Upon seeing him, Klein recalled the scene of this dream stealer rapidly aging and collapsing to the ground. He crawled towards elvish songster Ciadas with great difficulty and held her hand. All of this was as clear as if it had happened yesterday, but now, Mobet had appeared in front of him once again. Klein fell silent as he walked over and sat beside Mobet. He didn't speak, knowing that Mobet would take the initiative to communicate. Foreigner, first time here in Passote? I swear I've never seen you before. Mobet put down the cup of distilled alcohol and turned his head to look at Klein. I come from the Nation of Frost, Klein casually said. Mobet immediately laughed out loud. You sure know how to joke. This is the Nation of Frost. Of course, that was many years ago. Ever since the legendary king of the north was killed by some adventurers, no, heroes, there has been no more ice and snow here. Everyone believes that it should be called the nation of Neverwinter. Klein fell silent and didn't respond. Why are you so serious? From the looks of it, you have your own pain. Mobit knocked on the bar counter in sympathy and gulped down a mouthful of alcohol. Let me tell you, men should never get married. It will be the beginning of a lifetime of pain. Do you know? Whenever her emotions fluctuate, she will beat me up. She beats me up when she's happy, when she's shy, and when she's angry. She will beat me up no matter what. I've decided. From now on, I won't return home. He's married to Xiaxia? Klein fell silent for 2 seconds as he sized up Mobit's face. He realized that there were no signs of bruises or swelling. This meant that the elvish songster knew that men cared about their pride. He sighed and asked, then why did you marry her? Mobit was taken aback as he smiled bitterly. I came here with a caravan. The first time I saw her, she was so beautiful. Her singing was so pleasant, and there seemed to be an indescribable sorrow hidden in it. I'm as afraid of her now as I was of her back then. I will definitely not return. Hey, why do you sound a little sad? Don't be sad for me. I'm already free. At this moment, the door to the tavern opened with a bang. A beautiful female voice shouted, Mobit, get out here. Mobit, get out here. I'll count to 10. If you don't go home, don't ever go back. 10, 9, Mobit bounced up and ran to the door. As he ran, he mumbled, I know you won't have the patience. I know you don't have the patience. Every time you finish counting to 8, you jump to 2. Klein turned his body and saw Xiaxia's figure, but he no longer had any thoughts of communicating with her. The real Mobit and Xiaxia were already dead. The only ones alive here were the 2 world characters in the book. He stood up and left the tavern. Klein came to a nearby deserted alley, planning to confirm what the spirit world here looked like. His mind quickly outlined stacked spheres of light as his thoughts gradually emptied out. His body and mind turned tranquil. As his spirituality extended bit by bit, many indescribable illusory figures appeared around him. However, there were no 7 lustrous lights that contained countless knowledge in the sky. There's no 7 lights. The number of spirit world creatures isn't enough. This is indeed a fake spirit world constructed by the book itself. Klein took a step in and felt the colors in front of him suddenly brighten. They were extremely rich, and they clearly overlapped with each other. He wasn't in a hurry to explore the spirit world. He retreated and wandered around Pesot City, chatting with people. It didn't take long for him to find Roselle's residence. This giant ran a blacksmith shop, and at that moment, he was leisurely lying on a huge bed on the 2nd floor, catching up on his afternoon nap. Klein directly passed through the wall and came to Roselle's side. He stared at the giant for a few seconds before taking out the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic from his spirit body. He struggled to use the powers it naturally possessed. The deep and serene darkness quickly spread out, instantly enveloping Klein and Roselle. And in his spirit body state, Klein directly saw an irregular hazy sphere of light. His spirituality immediately spread out and touched the sphere of light. All kinds of scattered scenes appeared and flashed around him in an instant. Finally, it stopped outside a forest with huge towering trees but withered. On the other side of the forest, there was a towering mountain with steep cliffs. At the top of the mountain was a magnificent palace. The palace was tall and magnificent, and it didn't look like it was prepared for humans. It gave off the feeling that it came from a myth, and the dusk light that scattered over it seemed to be frozen. Klein had seen this palace before. This was the giant king's court that had appeared in the world of dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. However, his current perspective was completely different from before. He was currently behind the king's court. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at the forest behind him that was so dense that almost no light could shine through. He roughly understood where he was. This was the waning forest that Roselle had guarded back in the giant king's court. The trees in the forest were dozens of meters tall, and they were so thick that several giants needed to surround them. However, their bark was mottled with many rotting spots. Their branches and leaves were all withered and drooped down, entangling with each other like dark clouds floating in midair. Guruzel and a few giants similar to him were guarding the periphery of the forest, holding axes or greatswords as they focused on guarding different directions. According to Guruzel, the waning forest is where giant King Ormur's parents are buried. Apart from this ancient god, no one is allowed to enter, including these guards. Yes, giant King Ormur's parents should be the so-called first-generation giants, the craziest, most ferocious, and cruelest kind. It's probably... why would Guruzel have such a dream? As Klein pondered, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. According to what he had learned while chatting around Pesot City, the present Guruzel was a local giant who was born and raised here. He had nothing to do with the giant king's court. Therefore, this dream seemed rather abnormal. From the psychological alchemy theory mentioned by Ma M. Daly and Miss Justice, perhaps when the world creates a character, he will use or replicate the original character's subconscious and collective subconscious. Then, he will make slight modifications to make the consciousness meet the needs of the current setting. Therefore, the present Guruzel will be affected by his subconscious in his dream, allowing him to recreate his life in the giant king's court. If that's really the case, I can only say that this book is a cruel author. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. He felt that this was an opportunity to obtain information regarding the giant king's court. He had planned to ask Guruzel about this, but to his surprise, the giant guardian died in the battle with Yelisin, the king of the north, in order to fulfill his promise. His spirit body quickly dissipated after leaving the world in the book, not giving him a chance to communicate at all. Now, he finally had another way, which was to explore Rozel's dream. Some of it would definitely be ridiculous and exaggerated, but the rest would definitely be a reflection of reality. As long as one studied it carefully, it was not impossible to distinguish it. Guruzel has never entered the waning forest. Even if there's a scene inside, it's all from his imagination. There's no need to explore it. Klein slowly cast his gaze towards the mountain peak where the king's court was. It wasn't tall, which meant that the waning forest was located quite close to the king's court on the mountain. There should be a path leading to the residence of the ancient god from here. Klein didn't waste time searching. He walked directly to Rozel, put on a look of familiarity, and calmly asked, "How do I get back to King's Court?" He knew that Rozel was an honest giant, and he would definitely be more honest in a dream. Guruzel raised his hand to scratch the back of his head as he lowered his head in confusion and smiled. "Aren't we returning through the barren tunnel?" He pointed to the front and added, "Aren't we returning through the barren tunnel? Just circle around that boulder and you'll see it." "Thank you." Klein sighed and bowed. Watching him leave, Guruzel scratched the back of his head again and muttered to himself in confusion, "That's right. Who is he? Why do I find him familiar?" After circling around a boulder that protruded from the mountain wall, Klein's vision suddenly opened up. A huge cave that was at least 30 meters tall appeared before him. There was a stone monument erected outside the cave. On it was carved a vertical eye, a tall nose, and thick lips. It looked like a giant's head had been pressed in, revealing only the front. Just as Klein approached, the mouth on the stone monument opened. "Why did you return to the king's court ahead of time?" "Summoned by the king." Klein spoke without a change in expression. After all, the intelligence of all the living beings in this dream was basically equal to the owner of the dream, which was Guruzel. The lips on the stone monument opened and closed as it let out a humming voice. "Please answer a question of mine, otherwise, you will not be allowed to pass." At such a time, if I were to bring a Rhodes along, something fun would probably happen. Klein lampooned as he calmly nodded. "All right." The lips on the stone monument opened after 3 seconds. "If your wife, your daughter, or the woman you covet were to judge who is the most beautiful among them, what would you choose?" This is completely different from the magic mirror style of asking questions. Klein's mouth quivered as his thoughts raced. He took nearly 10 seconds to answer. "My intelligence isn't enough to determine this matter. I will appoint someone with greater intelligence to give the answer." "How can I answer such a suicidal question myself?" he added inwardly while gritting his teeth. "Who is the person with greater intelligence?" The giant face on the stone monument fell into a daze for a few seconds. Klein replied solemnly, "That's right. Of course it's our king. The stone tablet was speechless. After a while, it finally spoke. All right, I'll take it as you've answered. You can go now. Klein immediately passed the strange stone tablet and entered the cave ahead. The ground of the cave was covered with large stone slabs that seemed to have been weathered for a long time. Murals were painted on both sides and above them, telling stories of giants fighting against dragons, demon wolves, mutants, demons, and phoenix. The style of the paintings was rough, and the colors were dim, but they were extremely vivid. As Klein examined the mural, he walked forward and discovered clumps of withered weeds, as well as a lot of coarse gravel in the gaps between the stone slabs and below the mural. The deeper one went, the more realistic the feeling of water flowing away and the weakening of life became. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Klein saw an open grayish-blue door. On both sides of the door stood two giants that were 4 to 5 meters tall. The giants guarding this place were different from Roselle and company. They wore hard and gorgeous iron-black armor and unique helmets, making them look like two huge statues. They didn't stop Klein and allowed him to pass through the door and enter the hall inside. The hall wasn't considered wide, and the edges could be seen clearly. It could accommodate about 50 to 60 giants. As Klein was observing his surroundings, his feet suddenly trembled. Then, the entire hall seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand as it rapidly ascended. With a slight sway, he stabilized his body. He saw the grayish-black stone walls flash past the door as they kept descending. In just 10 seconds, there was a clanging sound as the hall stopped ascending. At this moment, it was no longer a cave tunnel outside the door. Instead, it was a magnificent hall propped up by stone pillars. Klein quickly left the original hall and sized up his surroundings with interest. This is the giant king's court's version of an elevator? This seems to be where the guards live. Outside are long tables that are taller than humans, as well as extremely large chairs. On both sides are rooms with large beds neatly arranged inside. Klein's gaze swept across the various items in the hall before finally stopping on a mural. The mural's main character was a giant wearing silver armor. As there was no comparison, Klein had no way of knowing how tall he was. This giant stood at the edge of a cliff, with the sword in his hand pointed upwards. His body emitted an obvious glow that illuminated the surroundings like the rising sun. Many giants knelt on one knee around him, as though they were praying or waiting for a bestowment. The giant king's eldest son, god of dawn, Badheil? Klein pondered as he looked at the mural's main character's face. He saw that it was covered by a mask, and only his eyes produced a glow that resembled the light of dawn. Just like the god of combat statue in the underground ruins of Bakeland, his face is completely hidden behind a mask. Queen Mystic once said that the present god of combat is a giant who survived from ancient times. Therefore, their church's headquarters, the Great Twilight Hall, resembles the giant king's court. Could it be that this giant king's eldest son, the god of dawn, escaped the destruction of the king's court and took back his father's authority at a certain stage? Klein made a bold guess, but he didn't have any evidence or clues. According to the corresponding relationship, he looked at another wall. There was also a mural there, but the main character was no longer the god of dawn, Badheil. Instead, it was a female giant dressed in leather armor and a long skirt. This female giant stood sideways. The contours of her face were soft as she stared down with her single vertical eye. Her dark brown hair reached her back. She spread out her right hand, holding wheat ears, fruits, and other items. Around her were golden fields, clear lakes, trees filled with fruits, and glistening mushrooms. Giant Queen, Goddess of Harvest Omabella? Klein looked around, but he didn't find the mural that represented the Giant King, Ormer. This is a remote guard's residence, so there's no image of an ancient god? Then, if I leave this place, I should be inside the Giant King's court. Klein cautiously walked to the door and used the method he had used in the World of Dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods to activate creeping hunger and use the power of a zombie to open the door. However, there wasn't a palace that was frozen in dusk like he had imagined. Instead, it was a gray world. The area in front of him seemed to have turned into a cliff that he couldn't see the bottom of. According to Miss Justice's previous experience, this should be the boundary of the dream. Next, I can only head down and enter Roselle's subconscious before finally reaching the sea of collective subconscious. Miss Justice discovered a mind dragon in the sea of human subconscious in the region she was in. Then, in this world of imagination created by the dragon of imagination, what exists in the sea of collective subconscious? With a thought from Klein, a staircase that led downwards appeared in the gray. The staircase wasn't vertical. It spiraled down into the gray, deep, and bottomless world of the mind that he couldn't see the details clearly. P.S. There's an update today. Usual time. After silently observing it for a few seconds, Klein took a step forward and stepped onto the staircase. He carefully walked down one step at a time. The light around him gradually dimmed, leaving only a gray blur that enveloped the extremely quiet world. The further Klein went down, the more he felt like he had been locked in a dark and silent room. He could slowly hear his blood flowing and his heart beating vigorously. The ladder was getting faster and faster, slowly tainting him with uncontrollable anxiety and panic. Klein hurriedly converged his psyche and visualized the stacked balls of light to stabilize his emotions and recover. To his side, the grayish-white cliff that represented Roselle's subconscious stood tall and cold. It was silent as though it was dead, but a point of light would flash in the surrounding gray from time to time. Klein focused his gaze and saw the giant who had stuffed a human into its mouth and the horrified Roselle. Back then, the latter wasn't even 3 meters tall and was clearly still in his infancy. As the light flashed, the frozen dusk that scattered across the mountain appeared. Time seemed to slow down here. Klein was just about to search for more valuable information in Roselle's subconscious when he suddenly heard a beast-like panting sound. With a swoosh, a gigantic palm reached out from the surrounding grayness. Its skin was grayish-blue, and it was covered in signs of decay. There was an obvious yellowish-green liquid on it as it quickly grabbed at Klein's ankle. Amidst the panting sounds, the same palms grabbed upwards one after another from the staircase below, as though they wanted to forcefully drag Klein's spirit body into the deepest and most unfathomable place in the world of his mind. Instantly, the rotting palms were like a forest or a sea. They were densely packed as they constantly struggled to stretch upwards, letting out terrifying panting sounds that made one's hair stand on end. It gave Klein such a fright that he instinctively jumped up 3 steps. However, the countless palms that resembled a giant's corpse didn't stop. They held onto the surface of the staircase and squirmed upwards like a tidal wave, drowning every inch of space beneath them. Klein was just about to extend his right palm to take out Death Knell and use cleansing bullets and carnage to finish off the countless monsters when 2 questions suddenly flashed in his mind. Where did these palms come from? Why did it appear in Roselle's subconscious? The moment the problem appeared, inspiration struck. Klein vaguely understood something and immediately gave up on using Death Knell. He calmed his breathing and visualized the ball of light. The huge rotten palms took the opportunity to rush to his feet, grabbing at his ankles and calves. At this moment, they disappeared without a sound, as if they had never appeared. Indeed, this is an illusion produced by Roselle's subconscious. Here, not only does the mind and mind face each other directly, but they also fuse with each other. If one doesn't have the corresponding beyonder powers, the deeper one goes, the easier it is for one's emotions to collapse. One will be slowly eroded by the other party's subconscious, and finally, the body of heart and mind will be severely corrupted. One will become a mentally ill patient who can't recover their rationality, and this might very well lead to losing control. This is different from mediumship. It's not possible to avoid being corrupted just by maintaining lucidity and rationality, because one is already inside the target's body of heart and mind. Klein muttered silently as he came to a realization. He hesitated for a few seconds before turning around and climbing up the staircase. He didn't delve deeper into Roselle's mind world because he lacked the beyonder powers to calm his mind. Forcefully continuing down was equivalent to suicide. I'll consider the problem of continuing my exploration after I gather the mystical items in this regard. Klein confirmed his thoughts as he walked faster and faster. Finally, with a leap, he returned to Roselle's dream and returned to the place where the guards of the giant king's court lived. He was already exhausted, so he immediately left the dream and walked out of Roselle's blacksmith shop through the wall. He once again observed the strangeness of the world in the book. I've already encountered Roselle, Mobit, and Ciatas. And while I was chatting with people, I've also heard of the pious priest, snowman, and philosopher, Frunzier. However, there's no Anderson Hood, Edwina Edwards, Donnas, or German Sparrow. Therefore, will the dead have brand new characters in the book, or will the adventurers who have stayed here for extended periods of time and fully displayed themselves in their daily lives have a certain subconscious replicated? Klein strolled along the edge of the street illuminated by the setting sun as he pondered over this rather critical question. If it was the previous guess, that the dead would be revived and become new characters, then Klein didn't need to worry. But if it was the latter, he had no choice but to reduce the frequency at which he explored the world in the book and strictly control the amount of time he spent there. I can't make a judgment at the moment. I'll deal with it according to the later situation. It's never wrong to be cautious. Klein quickly made up his mind and was about to return above the gray fog. At this moment, he saw another familiar figure. The black-haired, blue-eyed Frunzier sat on a long wooden bench by the street. He stared blankly at the sky that seemed to have been burned by fire as though he was deep in thought. Thinking of how the former Ruan soldier's urn was in his hands and was prepared to be sent back to the Church of the Storm Cemetery in Bakeland, Klein sighed silently. He walked over and sat beside Frunzier. He asked in a casual manner, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about who I am, where I came from, and where I should return." Frunzier didn't retract his gaze as he spoke as though he was in a dream. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, he shook his head and chuckled. "I've always felt that I don't belong here, that I'm not my present self. There's a place waiting for me to return. They mock me for always thinking about such useless questions, so they gave me the nickname of philosopher." As he spoke, he looked at the setting sun and fell into silence once again as he fell into a daze. Klein didn't say a word as he sat there in silence. He accompanied Frunzier as he watched the setting sun before silently disappearing. Frunzier didn't notice that the person beside him had left. He was like a marble statue as he stared into the distance, motionless for a long time. After resupplying, Alger Wilson commanded the Blue Avenger to leave the Resistance's private harbor. He didn't stay in the Rorstad archipelago for long. He had to return to Pasu Island to report on his duties within the stipulated time limit. At that moment, in the captain's cabin, he was looking at the illusory door formed from spirituality and expanding candlelight on the altar with great anticipation. It was the door of sacrifice, as well as the door of bestowment. Amidst an illusory creaking sound, the mysterious door slowly opened, revealing the endless depths and darkness inside. Light burst out from within before converging. By the time everything calmed down, 2 items had appeared on the altar at some point in time, and the door covered in all sorts of strange symbols had vanished. Alger was very composed as he seriously thanked Mr. Fool and ended the ritual according to the procedure. Only then did he reach out to pick up the 2 items on the altar. One of them was a neatly folded piece of paper, and the other was a transparent jellyfish that was wrapped in azure seawater. Alger first examined the latter and discovered that there would occasionally be whirlpools in the wind, and at other times, there would be flashes of silver lightning. At other times, there would be melodious singing coming from afar. This voice has a feminine feel. From the looks of it, the owner of this characteristic is a lady. Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, because this meant that it wasn't a quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of the Storm who had been killed. The Church of the Storm didn't have any female quasi-high-ranking members or high-ranking members. After putting away the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic, Alger unfurled the piece of paper, skipped the main ingredient column, and quickly scanned the supplementary ingredients. Finally, his gaze stopped on the ritual. To him, since he already had a Beyonder characteristic, it didn't matter what the main ingredient was. He could look at it later. As for the supplementary ingredients, they were relatively easy to gather, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to them. Only the ritual was of utmost importance. Consume the potion in the stomach of an Obninsk. Alger silently read the contents of the ritual as the corresponding information quickly surfaced in his mind. An Obninsk was an ancient sea monster that could directly devour a sailboat. It had a massive, twisted body, as many as 3 heads, and many tentacles that were entangled together. It was the main character of many legends at sea. Most of these sea monsters had been tamed by the Church of the Storm. They had a fixed area of activity, but it was unknown if they had intelligence close to that of a human. It's no wonder the Church wants to control an Obninsk and not other sea monsters. It's no wonder there are so many Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway among the pirates, but only a few can reach Sequence 5. They either directly inherit it, or they're subordinates of the King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic. Then, where should I find an Obninsk that doesn't belong to the church? Alger frowned slightly as he considered how to bypass the Church of the Storm for his advancement. His first reaction was to find Queen Mystic Bernadette through Admiral of Stars Katlia and find out where an Obninsk that didn't belong to the Church of the Storm was. His second reaction was that there was a risk of exposing himself. This was because the corresponding Obninsk might very well be a servant of Queen Mystic. It would report everything it saw to its master. Yes, I'll use this as a last resort. Alger's thoughts raced as he quickly came up with another idea. That was to pray to Mr. Fool. This awakened existence had secretly grasped the original authority of sea god Cavituous. He could control underwater creatures, and it was possible that he knew where to find an Obninsk that didn't belong to any faction. There's no rush. If I were to advance now, there's no way to hide the uncontrollable dispersal of spirituality from the eyes of others. Once I'm done with my report and leave Pasu Island, I'll attempt to pray. Alger calmed down and memorized the ocean songster formula. Then, he moved the piece of paper towards the flame at the top of the candle. As he watched the flame devour the formula at an increasing speed, Alger's gaze turned darker. After he finished dealing with the remaining traces, his gaze landed on a sea map and locked onto a spot. Bansi. Alger had previously planned on making a trip to Bansi on his way back to Pasu Island to take a look at the current situation of the harbor. He had already informed his sailors of this idea, and no one had any objections. This was because they were similarly curious as to why Bansi Harbor had suddenly been destroyed and what it had become. P.S. Updated at midnight. On the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves, flicked his fountain pen, and wrote with a smile, "My dear friend, Gehrman Sparrow, I have good news for you. I've used the flesh and blood of a rose bishop to successfully nurture a brand new mushroom. As long as there are fish, it can constantly reproduce, so we don't have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms after a long voyage. Furthermore, it's hybridized with beef, making it taste great. Its only flaw is that it can't fish by itself. It needs help, but I don't think it's a big problem. After all, Nina said that it wouldn't pollute the ocean this way." "Alright, let's just assume that she's right," Sui Meng Xiaoxua said. "I've sent you some dried mushrooms. As long as you give them water and fish, they will immediately become normal and reproduce on their own. I hope you like my gift." After rambling on for a while, Frank folded the letter, put it into an envelope, stuffed 3 dried mushrooms into it, and applied glue to seal it. After doing all of this, he took out the note that Klein had given him and seriously prepared the ritual to summon the messenger according to the description on it. This was not complicated for Frank. It did not take him long to set up the altar and create a wall of spirituality. Finally, he solemnly placed a Ruan gold coin in front of the candle. After lighting the candle and whispering the incantation, he stared at the flame, watched it expand, and out came a headless lady carrying 4 heads. Frank was shocked at first, but then he stared at Rionette and Tinnacle's 4 beautiful, blonde, red-eyed heads with a fervent gaze. He muttered, "That's right. How did you do it? Why can't they be completely consistent? If I plant it in the soil, will it grow more?" The eyes of the 4 heads held by Rionette and Tinker turned in different directions before finally landing on Frank Lee's face. Suddenly, all the soil in the various containers in the room flew out and piled up in front of Frank. Frank then floated up, rolled in the air with a stunned expression, and fell head first into the pile of mud. His legs kept struggling outside, but he couldn't pull them out for a while. Only then did 2 of Rionette Tinker's 4 heads reach forward and bite the envelope and the gold coin. When she completely disappeared, Frank Lee finally found the best place to exert his strength. He left the soil and fell to the ground. "Amazing!" Frank exclaimed in fear. He then wiped the dirt off his face into his mouth, chewed carefully for a while, and muttered to himself, "It's a little sour." At that moment, Admiral of Stars Katlia, who had just completed the sacrifice in the captain's cabin, seemed to sense something. Her dark purple eyes subconsciously looked towards Frank Lee's room and vaguely saw a crudely made illusory doll. "This baby doesn't have a brain," the scene flashed by, and Katlia's eyes instantly closed. There was a burning pain inside, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. She frowned a little and muttered uncertainly, "Ancient evil creature? After distributing the meteorite crystal and the black hunting monitor lizard spinal fluid to the magicians and Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world and lay in a reclining chair. As he allowed his body to sway gently, he thought about where to go next. With the news of Gehrman Sparrow's appearance and crazy Captain Connor's Victor's matter, it's unlikely that the pirates will appear in public in Byam for a long period of time. They've either boarded a ship and left the harbor, or they're lurking and hiding, making it difficult to find them. In other words, there's no need for me to stay here. The matters regarding the resistance can be controlled through Sea God's response and Donna's transmission. Yes, I'll head to the seaweed bar later. I'll get a fake identity and buy a black boat ticket to Desi Bay's Conant City. Not only is that the biggest port there, but it's also David Raymond's hometown. Back when I released this red glove from creeping hunger, I promised him that I would visit this beautiful coastal city and tell his daughter that the vendetta is over. Yes, I'll also think of a way to return the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic to the church. Heh, humans sure are hypocritical. On the one hand, they plan on returning the nightmare characteristic, and on the other, they plan on stealing the sealed artifact from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chinese gate. Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and used sleep to recover his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly had a premonition. He naturally opened his eyes and quickly activated his spirit vision. Then, he saw Rionette Tinker walk out of the void. This messenger was wearing a complicated black dress that was similar to the one she usually wore. One of her heads had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Donna's, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Frank, or Anderson? Klein took the letter and nodded in greeting. Thank you. He was very polite to his powerful and mysterious messenger. He didn't wish to strangle himself to death one day. Do you? Want? Immediately. Reply. Rionette Tinker's four heads moved their lips one after another as they said the words. Klein tore open the seal, took out the letter, and flipped through it. He was alarmed by the contents and nearly forgot to answer Miss Messenger. As for Rionette Tinker, she wasn't in a hurry as she quietly waited by the side. One day, Frank Lee would destroy the world. He had to be controlled and not given a chance to advance. Seriously, how much does this fellow love to hybridize and create all sorts of strange plants? The City of Silver has always lacked food. Klein's thoughts raced as he had a bold idea. It was to get Frank to change the direction of his research to the various foods suitable for the City of Silver. This way, the cow, fish, mushroom, rose bishop, the sea, and world would be safe. Klein hurriedly looked up and said to Miss Messenger, yes, reply immediately. Yes, write back immediately. He immediately got up from the reclining chair and walked to the table. He took out a fountain pen and paper and quickly wrote. I have a question. If I eat the mushroom you created, eat cooked fish, and drink a glass of water, can it continue to reproduce? After giving the reminder, Klein went straight to the point. Can you create a type of wheat that doesn't need sunlight to grow, or a cow that produces milk and meat by eating monsters? This seems very interesting. Following this topic, Klein wrote a few more paragraphs. Finally, he folded the letter and handed it to Rionette Tinker. He said very naturally, the postage will be paid by Frank. I hope. He's not dead. Miss Messenger's four heads finished speaking one after another before sending a representative to bite the letter. I hope he's not dead? Klein jumped in fright. Just as he was about to ask, Rionette Tinker had already entered the spirit world and vanished. After 2 seconds of consideration, Klein wrote down a divination statement and used the topaz pendant to confirm that Frank Lee was still alive. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, put away the dried mushrooms, rubbed his temples, and lay back down in the reclining chair. After dinner, seaweed bar. With an ordinary face, Klein came here once again. Unlike before, the customers in the bar were mainly mixed bloods with dark-skinned, slightly curly hair, and natives. They either belonged to a particular Byam gang, secretly worked for the resistance, or both. There weren't many ordinary people, and the pirates from different countries that were commonly seen in the past were all gone. Only a small number of adventurers were drinking hard liquor and discussing all sorts of rumors at sea. Klein swept his gaze and found Daniel, who Donna's had previously mentioned. This thin local could provide fake identification and a scalped ticket. He didn't have any qualms as he leaned over. A second-class ticket to Conan tomorrow and a piece of identification. Daniel looked up at him and thought for a moment. A total of £20. A single second-class ticket to Conan only costs about £1. However, an unregistered ticket is a lot more expensive to begin with. Together with the fake identification provided, £20 isn't too ridiculous. Klein did the math and said, "That's not a problem. When can I get it?" "I'll give it to you in 45 minutes. You can pay £5 up front and pay the rest after you get your ticket and proof of identity." "All right." Klein didn't waste his breath as he took out his wallet and drew out 5 £1 notes. He wasn't worried that someone would target his wallet. This might mean that he could save £20, and he might even have some left over. Daniel had just verified the authenticity of the notes and was about to instruct his subordinates when he suddenly realized that the bar had turned extremely silent. Klein also sensed it as he subconsciously looked towards the door. There were 2 people there. One of them was dressed in a tailcoat with a black trench coat. His brown hair was neatly combed back. His eyes weren't big, but they were bright and spirited. He had a thin beard around his mouth, giving him a gentlemanly vibe but also a little undisciplined. The other person was wearing a hooded robe that was rarely seen in public. His face was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to discern his looks. The lackadaisical gentleman swept his gaze around and seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction. As he flipped the silver coin between his fingers, he walked towards Daniel. The hooded man followed behind him, occasionally taking out something from his pocket and stuffing it into his mouth, making crunching sounds as he chewed on it. The silver coin stopped flipping as the undisciplined gentleman came in front of Daniel and chuckled. "Prepare 10 tickets to Pritz Harbor tomorrow. They need to be on 3 different ships." "Yes, Mr. Oder," Daniel stood up in horror and replied. Klein momentarily failed to recall the undisciplined gentleman who was flipping the silver coins in his fingers because he didn't seem to have a bounty on him. Only when he heard the name Oder did he find it vaguely familiar. Just as he was recalling, he saw the hooded man take out a coffee-colored candy from his pocket and throw it into his mouth, producing crunching sounds. After receiving an affirmative answer, Oder and Klein didn't stay any longer. In the silent atmosphere, they walked to the staircase and headed for the 2nd floor of the bar. Daniel exhaled and turned his head to see Klein's puzzled expression. He casually said, "Oder, the adventurer who serves the owner of the Dawn. I remember now. Silver Coin Viper Oder. He's always claiming that he's working for Queen Mystic, but no one can verify it. I can ask Ma'am Hermit later. The last time I heard of him was in Demir Harbor. He seems to be mixed with Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn. However, the latter has already been killed by Mr. the Hanging Man." Klein instantly recalled many things as he deliberated and asked, "What about the other person?" "Who knows?" Daniel turned his head and instructed his subordinates, getting them to prepare the identification documents and the corresponding tickets. P.S. Additional updates have been sent. Seeking monthly tickets for the last 3 days. As Silver Coin Viper Oder wasn't a pirate, it was difficult to determine the veracity of the various rumors regarding him. Klein retracted his gaze from the staircase and walked to the bar counter. He found a seat and sat down. He rapped the table lightly. He found a seat and rapped the table, a cup of Zara. This was a locally produced malt beer. It was much cheaper than the Southville beer that needed to be shipped from the northern continent. 3 pence. The bartender snapped out of his silence and picked up an upside-down cup. The people in the bar began to whisper as well. Under the illumination of the gas wall lamps, they discussed the reason why Silver Coin Viper Oder had bought 10 tickets. He's definitely being pursued. 3 ships and 10 tickets are to prevent the pursuers from figuring out which ship they will board. A gang member with tattoos on his arm who had his sleeves rolled up gave his opinion based on his 2 escapes. An adventurer who was drinking Lanty-proof scoffed. "You don't understand Oder. If his plan were that simple, he wouldn't have the nickname Silver Coin Viper. I bet that they won't board any of the liners represented by the 10 tickets. The only thing we can confirm is that they're heading for Pritz Harbor." Another adventurer shook his head when he heard that. Perhaps the information about heading to Pritz Harbor is fake. The gang member from before was taken aback as he refused to admit defeat. According to your description, Oder might have already thought of what you're thinking. Therefore, he wants to head to Pritz Harbor and board one of the 3 ships. The 2 adventurers opened their mouths to retort, but on careful thought, they felt that it was quite possible. They were momentarily at a loss for words. This made the gang member very happy as he downed the rest of the liquor in one gulp. Klein held a cup of Zara and sipped on it as he listened in boredom, waiting for the fake identification and tickets he needed to return. I still need 45 minutes. I hope there won't be any accidents. I hope the bar doesn't fall into chaos. He prayed silently as he drew a crimson moon in his heart. The pale yellow beer slowly decreased. Klein looked at the wall clock from time to time, and at the door from time to time, hoping that time would pass faster. After more than half an hour, the bar's door suddenly opened with a bang, and the night wind poured in from outside. It can't be. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to laugh bitterly and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. 5 people appeared at the door. The leader had black hair and brown eyes. His face was chiseled, and he looked very Rouen. He looked to be in his early 40s. His expression was cold and dignified, causing everyone in the bar to subconsciously quieten down. The 3 men and 1 woman behind him were all wearing windbreakers and holding revolvers without any concealment. It was as if they would instantly aim and shoot at the slightest abnormality. I don't know him. He's not on any wanted posters, and there's no bounty on him. Klein mumbled to himself as he maintained his spectator posture. The 5 intruders suddenly dispersed and went to different customers. They bowed slightly, looked at them, and asked one after another, "Where is Silver Coin Viper Oder?" The customers were hesitating if they should answer when they saw the black muzzle pointed at them. The handle made of ivory or ebony exuded a strange sense of beauty under the light. They went to the 2nd floor. The customers who were questioned pointed at the staircase almost at the same time. There's really someone chasing after Oder. Are they targeting Queen Mystic, or did Silver Coin Viper do something himself? Or is it because of the mysterious man wearing a hood and eating candy beside him? Klein drank another mouthful of beer and watched as 4 of the intruders headed for the 2nd floor. The remaining 1 stayed behind and continued questioning. Soon, the latter grasped the situation of Oder buying tickets from Daniel. He immediately walked to the thin and tanned black market merchant and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me honestly. Tell me honestly, where did Oder buy the ticket to?" Daniel didn't try to act tough with his connections as he forced a smile and said, "Tell me honestly." He didn't explicitly say that he wanted 10 cards for 3 different ships. The time is tomorrow, and the destination is Pritz Harbor. Really? The questioner was a man in his 20s with a radical style. Daniel replied softly, "You can ask everyone here. You can ask everyone here." They heard it. Dogsh *T. The man nudged Daniel angrily before turning to walk to the other customers. Daniel couldn't find his footing as he staggered backward. Just as he was about to collapse, the back of his head struck the edge of a small round table. Then, he felt a force on his shoulder as he immediately regained his balance. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that it was the customer who had used a fake identity to buy the tickets. "Thank you, those darn military hyenas." Daniel first thanked him before saying softly through clenched teeth. The person who held him was none other than Klein. He didn't wish for anything to happen to the ticket scalper. After all, he had already paid £5 in cash. Of course, it was also his habit to use innocent people who were implicated. Military hyenas? In Biam, this description often means that the target is someone from MI9. What did Silver Coin Viper Oder do? Klein silently muttered to himself as he eliminated the possibility that someone was targeting Queen Mystic. This was because it was meaningless to the Rouen military. As his thoughts raced, the MI9 members who had headed to the 2nd floor rushed down the stairs. As they ran for the door, they said to their companions, "They jumped out the window a long time ago." This group of people came and left in a hurry. The bar quickly regained its bustle. Only the slightly swaying door indicated that it wasn't peaceful. Klein finally received the fake identity and the tickets. He didn't have to worry about being interrupted. After paying the remaining £15 in cash, He left the seaweed bar and returned to the ordinary hotel he rented. John Yode. Isn't this name a little too convenient? I have to get a more authentic identity before returning to Bakeland. Klein flipped through a series of identity documents and threw them into his luggage. He took a bath and relaxed, preparing to leave Byam the next day and embark on the last leg of this journey. At that moment, he heard knocking on the door. Who is it? Klein quickly took off his bathrobe, put on his clothes and pants, and walked to the door. There were a few policemen in black uniforms outside. One of them looked like a Ruan, while the rest were either mixed bloods or pure natives. What's the matter? Klein asked curiously. Please show me your identification, a mixed-race man said politely, because the man opposite him seemed to be from Ruan. Fortunately, I just made one. Otherwise, I would have to go to the police station tonight, or run away on the spot, change my appearance, and start all over again. Klein muttered as he returned to his room and took out his identification. The leading Ruan police officer casually flipped through the documents. Mr. Yord, do you live here alone? Yes, everyone in the hotel can attest to that, Klein answered frankly. The Ruan police officer revealed a smile. Have you seen this person before? As he spoke, he got the policeman beside him to open a portrait. It was of an abnormally thin elder with messy white hair. Apart from that, he didn't have any obvious characteristics. No. Klein shook his head. He likes to eat sweets, the Ruan police officer added. Sweets. Klein suddenly recalled the mysterious hooded man beside silver coin viper odor. He had been eating coffee-colored sweets in short intervals. After some deliberation, Klein didn't hide the truth. Perhaps I've seen him before. Back at the seaweed bar, I saw a person who likes to eat sweets beside silver coin viper odor. The Ruan police officer didn't hide his disappointment. He simply thanked him and ended the interrogation. After they knocked on another room, Klein closed the wooden door and returned to the reclining chair. Odor's matter not only attracted MI9, but it also made the Governor General's office arrange for people to conduct a citywide investigation. It's not simple. He muttered and decided to head above the gray fog to browse the prayer points of light around the sea god scepter. He wanted to obtain more information from the prayers of the many Byam believers. He didn't want to inexplicably be embroiled in a huge maelstrom because of a wrong response. After entering the bathroom and arriving above the gray fog, Klein beckoned for the white bone scepter, which had countless points of light swirling around it, to fly out from the junk pile. As he browsed through the points of light, he could only confirm that the interrogation wasn't a small matter. The targets were Odor and the mysterious man, but he couldn't know any more. After some thought, he cast his gaze at a point of light that had been specially marked by godhood. It belonged to a mixed-blood policeman named Brya. He claimed to be sea god and had endured humiliation to change his faith to the Lord of Storms, all so that he could climb higher in the police station. He was now a superintendent. Then, Klein cast the will of sea god into the corresponding point of light. Brya, who was making arrangements for his subordinates in the police station, suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. He hurriedly found an excuse and entered the bathroom. He prayed softly, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, great Cavituous, your believer reports to you. The key person we're looking for tonight is a very thin elder. His hair has already turned completely white, but it's still rather lush. It's just that it's very messy. He's afraid of the cold and wears very thick clothes even in Byam. He loves to eat sweets, as though he's a steam engine and sweets are high-quality coal. The higher-ups want to find him but not harm him." Klein ignored Brya and pulled his thoughts back. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers. Compared to a portrait, this description gives me a sense of familiarity. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. To a seer, a sense of familiarity meant that there were clues. Hence, Klein wrote a divination statement and began questioning his spirituality. As he silently recited the statement, he leaned back in his chair and used cogitation as a stepping stone to enter a deep sleep. In the dark world of dreams, Klein found himself back in Bakeland, back at 15 Minsk Street, where he had previously rented. In front of him was Ian, whose eyes were bright red. The big boy raised his head and said. The boy looked up and said, "Tirani von Helmasuin, the greatest scientist after Roselle the Great, mathematician, mechanic, and father of the second-generation difference engine." Suddenly, Klein woke up and understood who MI9 was looking for. They were looking for a great scientist who had caused the Ruan military and the Inta spy organization to fight over a third-generation difference engine manuscript, resulting in many deaths. They were looking for a Frankenstein who had mysteriously disappeared for many years. It was no wonder Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had an improved radio station that was more advanced than Bakelin's. Klein was instantly enlightened. P.S. Update before making changes. After coming to a realization, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly calmed his emotions. He realized that this matter didn't have much to do with him. He had no motivation to get involved. Regardless of whether the Ruan military found Tirani von Helmasuin, he didn't care. This was because he lacked a sense of belonging to the Ruan kingdom. The things he had done in the past were purely for the sake of social stability and for the citizens to not suffer any unexpected harm. If possible, he was willing to push for change so that the lower-class citizens could at least live like humans. I never expected that coming to this world would make me look more like an internationalist. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and prepared to return to the real world. He was prepared to turn off the lights and sleep, allowing the waves and storms to rage outside. At this moment, he noticed the biggest item in the junk pile from the corner of his eye, the radio transceiver. Speaking of which force is controlling Tirani von Helmasuin? If it's someone from Queen Mystic Bernadette's side, it wouldn't be a problem. She's a person who abides by the maxim of do as you please, but do no harm. She wouldn't go overboard. If it's Rose School represented by Admiral of Blood, that wouldn't be good. Apart from the Temperance faction that's being suppressed internally, they believe in the Chained God or the Mother Tree of Desire. Their level of evil isn't any lower than the Aurora Order. Allowing them to grasp the most advanced technology might bring about a disaster. Klein stopped wrapping himself with his spirituality as he tapped the edge of the long, mottled table. He quickly came up with an idea. It was to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world and adjust it to the corresponding frequency to see if he could receive a telegram from Admiral of Blood and Company. Then, he would use the codebook he had to decipher it. There's a citywide search tonight, and the matter is at a rather delicate and important juncture. If they're the ones controlling Helmasuin, the necessary telegram exchange might very well happen. With the Governor General's office, the Ruan military, and the Church of the Storm not paying attention to or even accepting this technology, this is an extremely safe method. Therefore, there's a high chance that Admiral of Blood and Company didn't change the frequency and password after Old Quinn's death. Anyway, I'll give it a try. After deliberating, Klein did not waste any time. He returned to the real world and busied himself with preparing for the bestowment ceremony. After getting the radio transceiver into the room, he did not use it immediately. Instead, he took out the ritual dagger and created a wall of spirituality to seal the room. He was dispersing the smell of the gray fog. To him, it wasn't that troublesome to determine which faction was controlling Helmasuin. He could directly use the gray fog's aura to connect to Erodes and obtain an effective answer. However, the problem was that it was too close to the last question and answer session. The frequent appearance of the scent might be noticed by the true creator, primordial Demonis, and other evil gods. It was extremely unsafe. Therefore, Klein was cautious and decided to rely on himself. After 7 or 8 minutes, when he felt that the smell had mostly dissipated, he deactivated the wall of spirituality, operated the radio transceiver, and began monitoring. After an unknown period of time, the corresponding frequency suddenly appeared. Klein suppressed the joy in his heart and seriously took notes. Then, he flipped open the codebook that he had previously used divination to recreate and interpreted it accordingly. Soon, he wrote a line of words on the note, 32 Black Pepper Avenue, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Indeed, the one controlling Helmasuin is Admiral of Blood and Company. There might be a powerhouse from Rose School involved in this. Klein immediately made a judgment. This wasn't a confirmation based on the contents of the telegram, but a simple inference from the telegram's existence itself. If it had nothing to do with Admiral of Blood and Company, they wouldn't have so coincidentally received or sent a telegram that involved the streets of Byam on such a night. Does this telegram mean that we should meet at 32 Black Pepper Avenue before 7 a.m. tomorrow? Or could it be that Helmasuin and Silver Coin Viper Odor are currently hiding there and are reporting their location to Admiral of Blood and giving them the corresponding time? Klein thought for a moment and immediately returned above the gray fog. Combining the information he had obtained, he wrote down a divination statement to Ronnie von Helmasuen's present location. Holding the piece of paper and leaning back in his chair, Klein repeatedly muttered the contents as he entered a dream through cogitation. In the hazy world, he saw an underground hall with countless gas wall lamps. Inside the hall was a massive and complicated machine. It was made up of copper pillars, control rods, connecting arms, and countless tightly packed gears. It took up 2/3 of the space. A thin elder with messy white hair wrapped in a thick coat paced in front of the machine. From time to time, he would toss a candy into his mouth and crunch it loudly. No, it shouldn't be called a difference engine. It's a cute fellow that can analyze problems and calculate answers according to a set process. Yes, its name has to be Analyzer. The elder kept muttering to himself as Klein's vision extended upwards, out of the underground hall, and into the building above. It was a 3-story villa with a garden and lawn. There was a house number hanging outside with the words, 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Indeed, it's there. Klein opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. Then, he began to ponder over how to deal with it. Such a great scientist is useless to me. Instead, he's a source of trouble. I can't just leave him above the gray fog, so there's no need to take action personally. Take him away. Hand the information to the Rouen military or the Church of the Storm? This can effectively prevent Rose School from gaining any benefits. However, there's a faction in the military that's likely connected to the mastermind behind the Great Smog of Bakeland. It's not a good thing for Helmasuen to fall into their hands. The Church of the Storm is also famous for being impulsive. A sudden attack might send the great scientist to meet the deity he believes in. After careful consideration, Klein gradually came up with a bold idea. That was to put the matter out in the open and make Ronnie von Helmasuen's existence and affiliation no longer a secret to the Rouen military or the various churches. This would effectively ensure that the great scientist's abilities were used by the Rouen kingdom itself and not any faction. Checks and balances are key. Klein muttered with a smile. He beckoned with his hand and summoned the sea god scepter. To him in the past, to make the matter public and in the open, he could only carefully distribute flyers throughout the city. But now, he had a simpler and more effective method. After choosing a praying believer, Klein zoomed out and took in the scene within a 5-kilometer radius. Then, with the help of the sea god scepter, he grasped the surrounding wind. After calming down a little, Klein sank his psyche into the scene. He changed his voice and hoarsely said, Helmasuen is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Whoosh, in Byam, the howling of the wind intensified as it blew in every direction. It was accompanied by a hoarse but sonorous voice, Helmasuen is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Helmasuen is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. This voice quickly spread throughout Byam, as though it was a citywide broadcast. Silver Coin Viper Oder was wearing a cloak and pretending to be Helmasuen. He was hiding in the slums that were crowded with houses and people. From time to time, he would appear to guide MI9 and the police officers under the Governor-General's office. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, pouring a voice into his ears, Helmasuen is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. What? As the voice reverberated, Oder was stunned and shocked. In a moment of carelessness, he fell from the roof and was nearly seriously injured. Behind the Cathedral of Waves, in a building near the Governor-General's office, John Cotman and Robert Davis heard the voice in the wind. Their first reaction was to look up into the sky before casting their gazes towards the city where Black Pepper Avenue was. After the broadcast, Klein threw the sea god scepter into the junk pile in a good mood and returned to the real world. He wasn't in a hurry to move the radio transceiver above the gray fog. Instead, he left it there and continued monitoring the radio waves. This way, even if Rose School has a powerhouse lurking in Byam, they won't dare appear. And no matter who succeeds, they will ultimately be stopped by public opinion and handed over to the country. Unfortunately, I don't like to write in a diary like the Emperor. Otherwise, I could write, I did another good deed today. Klein sighed silently, took off his coat, and went to bed. He didn't care what happened next. After all, it had nothing to do with him. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Then, he heard knocking sounds at the door. Who could it be? knocking on the door in the middle of the night. "I'm John Yoder now." Klein wore creeping hunger, took out death knell from under his pillow, and came to the door. The visitor's appearance quickly surfaced in his mind. It was a thin man with gray and messy hair. He was wearing a cotton jacket and a tweed coat. He was throwing a coffee-colored candy into his mouth. Tirani von Helmasuin, F***K. Why would he come to me? I'm just an ordinary John Yoder. Also, how did he escape the pursuit of a demigod? Klein's first reaction was to tell the other party that he had knocked on the wrong door, but he held back and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Helmasuin smiled weakly. "I noticed you in the seaweed bar, but I didn't have the chance to look for you." "Heh, my life has come to an end, so I've been thinking of many things recently. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can address me as Orange Light Hilarion." "Orange Light Hilarion?" Klein was first taken aback before he asked in puzzlement, "What's the matter?" Helmasuin chuckled. "I'm here to warn you to be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire." He paused and said, "I'm here to remind you to be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire." He paused and said, "All right. It's time for me to leave. I'm about to die and return to the spirit world. Do you have any enemies here?" "Why do you ask?" Klein asked in confusion. Helmasuin coughed and said, "I can go to his door and die quietly. I can go to his door and die in peace. That way, you will have succeeded in your revenge. P.S. Update first." Upon hearing Helmasuin's answer, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he nearly froze on the spot. "My enemies aren't in Byam. Even if you were to die in front of Sea King's door, it wouldn't be of much use." He slowly took a deep breath and didn't continue the topic from before. Instead, he asked, "Helmasuin, no, Mr. Hilarion, why did you notice me? Furthermore, you specially came to warn me before I died." This was also the question he had about Erodes and Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker, but he never had a good chance to ask. Helmasuin fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with a smile, "Some of your traits aren't a secret in the eyes of a few special, high-level spirit world creatures. As long as they come into close contact with you, they will be able to discover it. After all, the gray fog that represents the great ruler above the spirit world is right above our heads. A few deities with unique authority or beyonders who represent fate can also discover this to varying degrees. Of course, the premise is that they have come into close contact with it." Gray fog. Although Orange Light's description is almost identical to Erodes's compliment, he has pointed out the gray fog. This is the first time I've encountered someone directly pointing this out in front of me. Therefore, that mysterious space is a divine kingdom left behind by the great ruler above the spirit world? What pathway sequence 0 is this? The deities who can discover that I'm augmented by the gray fog include the Mother Tree of Desire. That's why she is targeting me? Klein's thoughts were like boiling water as he churned with questions. Just as he was about to say something, Helmasuin continued. In Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. However, I can't be certain that you are equivalent to him. There are too many possibilities for you to possess that trait. For example, you are his blessed, his child, or his chosen oracle. However, this doesn't stop me from expressing my friendliness. Ahem, you know of the Bakelin Stock Exchange, right? You're like a railway company that has just been listed. It seems to have good prospects, so a number of people will naturally think highly of you and buy a certain number of shares. Many people will be extremely greedy and wish to use other means to occupy the company or obtain controlling shares. The former is me, while the latter is the Mother Tree of Desire and even more powerful spirit world creatures. Is that so? If it wasn't for the fact that there was a transmigrator, Roselle the Great, before me who was related to the Grey Fog, and if it wasn't for the fact that I had divined my origins in that mysterious space and obtained a clear image of Earth, allowing me to recall more memories, I would have suspected that I was the reincarnation of the great ruler above the spirit realm. Looking at the overall experience, Roselle the Great and I are closer to the chosen oracle. The great ruler above the spirit realm is equivalent to the celestial worthy of immeasurable blessings? Klein inevitably had all kinds of speculations, and his mind was in a mess like a ball of yarn that had been played by a cat. He calmed himself down and said, "Is there any way to hide that trait?" Become a demigod. Just as Helmasuin finished answering, he suddenly coughed twice and said, "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" "I do mind." Klein didn't want to be noticed by demigods like Sea King John Cotman and Admiral Robert Davis. Helmasuin took a bite of his candy. "Then I have to leave immediately, or else it will be too late. When you become a demigod and have the ability to explore the depths of the spiritual realm, we will have the opportunity to meet again." Klein was silent for a second. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Hilarion." Helmasuin didn't reply. His footsteps were heavy as he walked toward the staircase. As he listened to the sound of stairs descending, Klein retracted his attention. He suddenly had a guess about how Roselle the Great was able to discover the existence of the grey fog but was unable to enter. He recovered the silver plate that led to his transmigration a long time after he became a Beyonder. As for me, I was an ordinary person when I attempted the luck enhancement ritual again. Also, Roselle the Great chose the savant pathway, while I'm a seer. The powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog are clearly extremely helpful for divination. Therefore, the prerequisite for entering the world above the grey fog is to be an ordinary person or a Beyonder of the seer pathway, as well as to grasp the corresponding incantations, rituals, and symbols. The Emperor experimented too late and chose the wrong pathway, so he naturally couldn't enter. According to the fact that seer, apprentice, and marauder are of similar pathways, the latter two seem to be possible as well. Could this be the deeper reason why the Emperor lamented in his diary that he should have chosen one of the three back then? Apart from not having a sequence 0 in these three pathways and not having any influence from the top, they also contain the key to entering the grey fog. As his thoughts churned, Klein temporarily suppressed the matter that couldn't be verified. He considered Orange Light Hilarion's warning. Be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire. Due to the matter with Admiral Amirius, Klein was rather wary of the Mother Tree of Desire. He had no choice but to change his identity and hide for 2 months by acting. Later on, he wasn't too willing to provoke Admiral of Blood and the other members of Rose School, afraid that he would fall into a trap. Towards hidden and extremely dangerous matters, an ordinary human's first thought was to resolve it. It was the same for Klein, but the problem was that he didn't have a solution. The Mother Tree of Desire was suspected to be a sequence 0 true god, and it resided in the astral world. Even if Klein jumped up, he wouldn't be able to hit or defeat her. And the faction she controlled, Rose School, was an organization with a long history. It was very likely to have an angel presiding over it and a grade 0 sealed artifact. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for them to survive to this day under the hostility of all the churches and secret organizations. Therefore, even if Klein sought the help of a friendly figure like Mr. Aztec, there was no way to uproot Rose School. He might even encounter danger. Due to these reasons, all Klein could do was hide as much as he could, hoping that he could successfully advance to Sequence 4 and become a demigod. I've always been careful of the Mother Tree of Desire. Doesn't Mr. Orange Light Hilarion know that I once encountered this evil god's trap on Orvie Island? Or could it be that he specially came over to warn me that she will be taking action soon? He was previously controlled by Admiral of Blood, and Admiral of Blood is from Rose School. It's very likely that he knows something. Klein instantly came to a realization. He didn't blindly believe that a faceless transformation would be able to fool the Mother Tree of Desire's gaze. According to Orange Light Hilarion, she is able to discover a certain trait of mine in close contact. This is something that faceless Beyonder powers can't conceal. She hasn't taken action for so long. Could it be that she is attempting to bestow this feeling to her believers through some ritual or artifact, and she is about to succeed? Klein slowly frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This made him want to return to Bakeland. In that huge city, even angels had to behave themselves, just like a particular snake of fate. The believers of the Mother Tree of Desire and the powerhouses of Rose School couldn't act wantonly anymore. All they could do was patiently wait for an opportunity. Phew. Klein exhaled and headed above the grey fog to divine if his life would be in danger. This time, the answer he received was a negative. There was no danger to his life. However, Klein didn't relax because of this. He remembered that the Mother Tree of Desire's interference towards divination could penetrate the grey fog to a certain extent, and a long time ago, his spirituality had prevented him from divining the werewolf Beyonder characteristic above the grey fog. This was because it might very well involve the chained god, and the chained god was suspected to be the embodiment of the mother tree of desire. Either I'm really fine and I'm overthinking things, or the danger is already very close, which is why the mother tree of desire interfered. It's better to be careful and make preparations. Even if it turns out to be a false alarm, it's better than being captured by Rose School and being taken away by the mother tree of desire for who knows what. Klein immediately returned to the real world, took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a letter. The first line was Honorable Mr. Aztec. Considering that the underworld was in the spirit world, in a sense, demigods of the death pathway were considered high-level spirit world creatures. After Mr. Aztec recovered his memories, it was very likely that he would be able to tell that he possessed such a characteristic. Klein didn't hide much as he directly wrote down the entire process of his meeting and conversation with Orange Light Hilarion, who had transformed into the great scientist Helmasuan. However, he didn't mention the gray fog or the mighty existence above the spirit world. In the end, he mentioned one more thing. Does Mr. Hilarion's warning mean that I'll soon encounter fatal danger from Rose School? After folding the piece of paper and blowing the copper whistle to summon the messenger, Klein felt that it wasn't safe enough. He hurriedly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. Without a sound, Rionette Tinker appeared in front of him. Her 4 blonde, red-eyed heads turned around and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." "No. Letter, I have something to discuss with you." Klein forced a smile and handed over the gold coin he had obtained from Anderson. "This is the summoning fee." One of the heads that Rionette Tinker was holding bit down on the gold coin. The two who hadn't spoken before asked, "What's going on?" "What matter? I might be in danger in the near future. I wish to summon you for help." "Is that possible?" Klein tried his best to make his gaze appear sincere. The 8 eyes on Rionette Tinker's 4 heads darted around at the same time. "Yes. Pay 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 was equivalent to 10,000 pounds. Klein opened his mouth and smiled with great difficulty. "I don't have that much money right now." Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "You can pay in installments, in installments." Klein never expected Miss Messenger to be so fashionable. He was taken aback for 2 seconds before saying, "All right." Rionette Tinker didn't say another word as her 4 heads nodded at the same time. She vanished from Klein's sight and returned to the spirit world. P.S. I'll update first before making any changes. I'll be requesting monthly votes for the last 2 days also. Recommend a book written by a fellow reader, Dark Emperor of One Piece. Seeing Miss Messenger vanish, Klein thought about which demigods he could contact in a short period of time, but he realized that there weren't any. All he could do was turn his attention back to the problem of what he should do next. The citywide broadcast will definitely make Sea King John Cotman search for Helmasuan while doing his best to search for traces of the sea god and his believers. It's easy to be noticed if I head out in the middle of the night. Therefore, I can only continue staying here and wait for daybreak. I can't take the ship tomorrow. If I were to encounter an attack midway, I might implicate everyone on the ship. Furthermore, it's not discreet enough. I'll summon an undersea creature and leave on a whale ship. I'll use the deserted islands and reefs along the way to rest and change ships before arriving at the next port. Since Orange Light said that I have to make close contact to sense that characteristic, even if I amplify the perception that the mother goddess of desire has through rituals or believers, it wouldn't exceed a city. It might even be a street. This can also explain why I only encountered a trap when I arrived in Orvie. As long as I leave Byam, I should be able to escape being watched. Just as Klein's thoughts gradually turned clear, the radio transceiver suddenly picked up another signal. He hurriedly approached it and quickly recorded it. Then, he used a codebook to translate it into the corresponding letters to form words. Before long, the telegram's content appeared on the paper. The ink was dark. "I see you. I see you." As Klein read the sentence, he felt a chill rise in his heart. Byam, in an ordinary residential building not far from the Governor General's office. In a spacious basement, candles burned silently as they scattered a faint yellow light in the surroundings. Silver venomous snake odor had already taken off his hooded robe as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a trembling voice. He said with an unsteady voice, Lord Senor, I have no idea how Helmasuen's true hiding spot was discovered. Senor was wearing an old triangular hat. His eyes were sunken and his face was frighteningly pale, looking more like an evil spirit than a human. He raised his hand to wipe the 2 tufts of black beard above his lips, his light brown eyes coldly glancing at Odor's face. This famous adventurer could not help but lower his head. After staring at him in silence for a few seconds, Admiral of Blood, who was wearing a pair of white trousers and a red coat, said in a deep and hoarse voice, That's right. Less than 3 minutes after the telegram was sent, the news spread throughout the city, and the content was part of the telegram. I suspect that there's another force that has begun to pay attention to the radio and has obtained our codebook from Old Quinn. Yes, that must be it. Silver Coin Viper Odor hurriedly echoed, hoping that Admiral of Blood wouldn't believe that he had lost the great scientist, Helmasuen, because of his incompetence. He knew very well how cruel this pirate admiral was to his subordinates who had done wrong. Senor swept a glance at Odor and sneered. But no matter what, you failed. If it wasn't for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have made you pull out your intestines. Send a telegram and tell that eavesdropper who might or might not exist that I've seen him. Let him spend the night in fear and unease. That's the only thing you can do at present. When Odor heard that, he immediately heaved a silent sigh of relief. He looked fearfully at Admiral of Blood and the bloody altar on the table behind him. He respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Senor. He had just imagined that he would be a part of the sacrifice. After Odor left the basement, Senor turned his head to look at the altar that was covered in human heads, organs, limbs, and blood. He spoke with a more respectful attitude than Odor had spoken to him. With a more respectful attitude than Odor, he said, Lord Xianxia, is the ritual a success? It's a success. All that's left and right is to await God's response. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from the hanging curtains around the altar. Then, as though the curtains had a life of their own, the 2 sides curled up and smoothly tied themselves into a knot before landing in the middle of the altar. A slightly transparent figure had appeared beside the altar at some point in time. His skin was slightly brown, and the wrinkles on his face formed deep ravines. His white hair was sparse like autumn leaves, as though he had lived for many, many years. He humbly looked at the candlelight as his brown eyes remained motionless. Admiral of Blood Senor didn't dare say another word as he stood beside Lord Xianxia and waited for the changes to happen to the altar. Suddenly, the candlelight was dyed with all sorts of colors. Each color seemed to correspond to the different desires of the person watching it. The human heads, organs, limbs, and blood on the altar moved without any wind. Layer after layer piled up as though they were melting candles. Before long, they formed a tree of flesh and blood that wasn't very tall. Its surface was uneven, like the shell of a walnut. Badump. Badump. Badump, inside the tree of flesh and blood, there seemed to be a beating heart that was powerful and forceful. When Senor couldn't stand the noise any longer, the tree of flesh and blood withered and rotted into a pile of mud before spreading out. Where it originally was, there was a flesh-colored, moist, and sticky ball. Soon, the little ball grew 4 limbs and a head, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face didn't have eyes, a nose, or ears. All it had was a hole-like mouth. Grayish-white fog spewed out from the mouth before shrinking back. This happened several times without stopping. The elder named Xianxia piously and passionately chanted the Mother Tree of Desire several times before reaching out to grab the strange tiny person. Silently, the candlelight was extinguished. However, to a wraith with night vision, this didn't affect their ability to see. Admiral of Blood Senor stared at Xianxia and heard the Lord say in a deep voice, For this ritual, we have prepared for too long. For this ritual, we have prepared for too long, and God's gift can help us sense the existence of the present in a larger range. Then, we can use the glasses made by members of the life school of thought to accurately find him. As he spoke, Xianxia took out a monocle from his inner pocket. It looked no different from a normal monocle, but it shimmered with a lustrous white luster in the darkness. Lord Xianxia, what do we do next? Senor asked respectfully. The deeply wrinkled Xianxia thought for a few seconds. After daybreak, we'll seek out the target. If he has a powerful helper, we'll monitor him and prevent him from leaving our sensing range. Then, we'll patiently wait for Lord Sua to arrive. If he doesn't have a protector and is very weak, we'll directly take action. Upon hearing the name Sua, Senyor's forehead clearly twitched. It was as though that lord's name alone was enough to instill fear in him. He slowly drew a breath and said, "Yes, Lord Xianxia." After answering, Senyor instinctively touched the necklace hanging in front of his chest. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient-looking coin. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient coin. Klein, who had been frightened by the telegram, didn't sleep much in the latter half of the night. At daybreak, he sacrificed his luggage, wallet, and most of his cash above the grey fog. After cleaning up the traces, he paid the bill at the hotel's front desk. He took a carriage straight to the borders of Biam and headed up the mountain, seemingly heading for the cemetery prepared for the natives. Midway, he suddenly turned into the woods, planning to walk straight to the edge of the cliff. There was already a massive undersea creature waiting there, birds chirped and insects crawled in the woods. From time to time, small beasts scuttled past. Klein walked on the humus ground at an extremely fast pace. Along the way, he saw mushrooms growing after the rain, as well as trash left behind by Biam citizens from picnics. Everything was so peaceful, accompanied by the fresh morning air. A leaf floated down, but Klein didn't stop as he easily dodged it. At that moment, the leaf suddenly sped up and even made a strange turn, sticking to his mouth and nose. It was like an adult's palm, firmly covering Klein's nose and mouth, preventing him from breathing. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Branches fell from the surrounding trees and shot at Klein like arrows. As for the debris and paper left behind from the picnics, they seemed to have a life of their own. They connected together, turning into an impenetrable net that pounced over. P.S. It's a little awkward. There aren't many words, so I'll update first. Suddenly, Klein had that familiar feeling again. It was as if every tree, every leaf, every rock, and every blade of grass around him wanted to kill him. Seeing that the strange net of debris, paper, and other trash was about to pounce on him, his body suddenly collapsed and thinned, turning into a paper figurine. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The arrow-like branches pierced through the paper figurine and landed in the distance. The strange net then completely enveloped everything there, wrapping them into a ball that squirmed gently. Klein's body appeared 7 or 8 meters to the side. He knew that the attack he was worried about had finally arrived. He didn't make any observations, nor did he hesitate. He raised his right palm and was about to reach into his pocket to take out the adventurer's harmonica. The situation he had just encountered made him understand that the attacker was most likely a demigod from Rose School, an enemy that he couldn't fight against at the moment. The person who had chased after Sharon back then had given him a similar feeling. At this moment, the paper figurines in his pocket suddenly flew out and stuck to his face, one after another, layer after layer. At the same time, Klein's sleeves automatically tightened, restraining his arms and forearms, preventing his palm from reaching down. His Taraba shirt and brown jacket all shrunk inwards, like a giant bear hugging him. In just a few seconds, he was bound to the spot by his own clothes, pants, and shoes. His face was covered with paper figurines, and his ribs were about to break. Breathing became extremely difficult. Klein was mentally prepared and had rich combat experience. He didn't panic at this moment. He pressed his right thumb and middle finger together, which weren't affected, and snapped them. Scarlet flame soared from the bend of his leg, burning the trousers that were wrapped tightly around his knee before spreading upwards and downwards. Seizing this opportunity, Klein straightened his knees and bounced up with great difficulty. Like a cannonball that had just been fired, he pounced to his right. In midair, he snapped his fingers again. This time, he ignited the sleeve at the joint of his right arm, where he had been standing. The green weeds suddenly withered, and the black ground instantly turned white, as if it had been weathered for a long time. This attack came without any warning. If it wasn't for the fact that Klein knew that the enemy was powerful and that he might encounter an attack that he couldn't withstand by staying in the same spot, he would have been severely injured and lost his ability to fight. He might even have lost his life. With a smacking sound, 2 spots on Klein's sleeves ignited. His right hand finally had space to move. He reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. Thump, he fell to the ground and did a roll. He immediately pushed himself up with his right hand and snapped his fingers with his left hand, which was wearing a human-skinned glove. This time, his target was the paper people that stuck to his face and made him unable to breathe. Pa! The paper doll burst into flames, and the crimson tongues of flame almost burned Klein's hair. At this moment, a scene suddenly flashed across his mind. A thin arrow made of ice crystals, dyed dark green, shot toward his head at an extremely fast speed. As it was very fast and transparent, this thin arrow couldn't be discovered normally. However, even if Klein had a premonition of danger, it was already a little too late. This was because his movements were restricted by his clothes, preventing him from completely dodging. As this thought flashed through his mind, he barely bent his waist as his upper body fell backward and shifted quite a bit to the right. Pfft! The cold and tiny ice arrow hit his left chest, instantly shattering the brown jacket and white round neck shirt in that area and sending them flying into the air. However, this fatal ice arrow didn't continue forward because it was blocked by a book with a dark brown cover. This book looked ordinary. It was bound with the most common yellowish-brown goatskin, but it wasn't torn like the 2 layers of clothes on the outside. It didn't even have a hole. Roselle's Travels. This was an item that couldn't be damaged by the Sea God Scepter's lightning storm and a tiny bit of the mysterious space's powers. Having been frightened by the "I saw you" telegram last night, Klein had no doubt added new protective measures. He had prepared all the means he could think of. Apart from hiding the book in a fatal spot, he also had an iron cigar case in his other pocket. Inside it was the contaminated tinder glove. Once the situation wasn't right, he would remove the wall of spirituality and throw the item out to see if he could attract the attention of the true creator, making him send powerful subordinates over to make the situation even more chaotic. He knew that the true creator and the other evil gods also hated the mother tree of desire. After blocking the ice arrow, Klein fell to the ground and rolled to the side. He brought the adventurer's harmonica to his mouth and blew into it. At this moment, his face was a little black from the smoke from the burning paper figurines, but due to Flame Controlling's assistance, he wasn't injured. Then, he felt the clothes that bound his left arm, waist, thigh, neck, and feet return to normal, allowing him to regain his freedom. As he blew into the harmonica, he quickly activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand turned on their own as they looked in the same direction. One of the heads snorted, opened its mouth, and sucked in a breath. A cold wind howled as a figure was forcefully pulled out of the green tree by an invisible force 100 meters away from Klein. This figure was unable to maintain a state that was difficult for others to see as it rapidly turned translucent and corporeal. He was a brown-black elder with sparse white hair and deep wrinkles. His facial features were very characteristic of the southern continent. Just as his brown eyes reflected Rionette Tinker's appearance, his brown-black eyes couldn't help but twitch. Then, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth as though he was about to give her an ultimate curse that had been brewing in his long silence. At this moment, the other head in Rionette Tinker's hand also opened its mouth as though it was making a silent scream. Hence, nothing happened in the forest. Upon seeing this, Jack hurriedly turned his head and looked at Klein. Before Klein could react, the white-haired, exaggerated wrinkled figure appeared in his left and right eyes. His mind instantly turned cold. His thoughts weren't slow, but he had lost control of his body. All he could do was watch helplessly as the white-haired elder vanished as he turned to face Miss Messenger. The 2 heads in Rionette Tinker's hand suddenly flew out and arrived in front of Klein. One of them opened its mouth and sucked in a breath, while the other's red eyes turned dark as its teeth grew longer and sharper. It was in a state between illusory and corporeal. Klein saw the translucent elder with sparse white hair being forcefully pulled out of his body. Then, Miss Messenger's head, which had grown long teeth, bit down on his shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of something that resembled both a spirit body and flesh. Jack frowned, but he didn't let out a tragic cry. His figure suddenly vanished as he jumped to a piece of glass 100 meters away. Following that, as though he was being chased by an invisible hand or an invisible enemy, he flashed through shallow puddles, animal eyes, and dew droplets on grass. Finally, he obtained a chance to catch his breath. And at this moment, Klein's body was still a little stiff as he felt cold from the inside out. Phew! Jack entered the spirit world and walked out again. In his hand was a wet, sticky, palm-sized person. The person's face only had one hole, and it was spitting out the grayish-white fog that Klein found familiar. Without any hesitation, Jack stuffed the person into his mouth. Upon seeing this, the other two heads in Rionette Tinker's hand left her palm and flew towards Jack at the same time. They were so fast that they arrived in an instant. However, Jack had already begun changing. The surface of his body turned black as his skin wrinkled and secreted clear water stains. His hair and eyebrows withered and floated down as his limbs became thin and long. In just a second, Jack seemed to be assimilated by the person, turning into a large, black, and wet baby with long, thin limbs and swollen, wrinkled skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears left their original positions and moved to the center of his face as though they were gathering together to form a brand new organ. His skin, arms, and the appearance of his new organ were indescribably mysterious and evil. Just a glance at it made Klein's body, which had just recovered from the cold, itch to the extreme. His skin protruded with red spots formed from fine particles. His eyes were undoubtedly in pain as he instinctively closed them tightly and squeezed out tears. By the time he calmed down with cogitation and opened his eyes again, he discovered that Miss Messenger and the Rose School demigod had vanished. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the two of them were still nearby. They were engaged in an intense battle that sometimes happened in the spirit world and sometimes outside. Be it the falling leaves, the rustling of the weeds, the crawling of the worms, or the running of the beasts, they all represented repeated confrontations. With this thought in mind, Klein took out Death Knell and quickly pinched the first joint of his index finger twice with his left thumb. Countless illusory threads appeared in front of his eyes, allowing him to see things that were different from his normal vision and spirit vision. Two blobs of dense black threads that were swimming around him rapidly represented Rionette Tinker and the Rose School demigod. Apart from this, Klein also discovered that a dense cluster of illusory black threads was rapidly approaching his location. From time to time, it would stop to avoid the two demigods who were engaged in an intense battle. There's another enemy? The enemy that was hiding in the distance and waiting for the outcome has now decided to participate in the battle? In short, in such a situation, the one approaching stealthily was definitely an enemy. Klein's eyes flickered as he pulled Death Knell's hammer, causing it to naturally droop and enter a state of lethal attack. Then, he pretended not to notice the cluster of illusory black threads as he reached into his pocket with his left hand and grabbed a gold coin. In a divination manner, he made it jump and roll between his fingers. He was interfering with the spiritual intuition of the approaching person. After losing the paper figurine, he could only use this method. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds for the other party to enter his shooting range, Klein's eyes turned solemn as he suddenly raised his right hand, aimed in that direction, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The iron-black revolver with a slightly long barrel retreated as a pale golden luster shot out, heading straight for the target's next destination. However, the blob of illusory black thread suddenly stopped, as though it was observing something. From its state, it didn't seem to sense the impending danger. It was purely attracted by something else. A grayish-white rabbit leaped out from the lush grass and fled into the distance. A tree in front of the blob of illusory black threads suddenly fell backward amidst the gunshot. At the height of a person, a gigantic and irregular hole appeared on the tree trunk, as well as pure and blazing pale golden flames. The entire tree had been snapped in half. The might of Death Knell's strike was like a small-caliber cannon, but its penetrative power was even stronger. The dense blob of illusory black threads was clearly given a fright as it instinctively vanished from its spot, appearing on the surface of a shallow puddle. His figure was inevitably outlined. He was a man with a pale face, sunken eyes, and light brown eyes. He was about 40 years old, and he had a black mustache above his lips. He wore an old triangular hat. This man's appearance was no stranger to Klein. His bounty notice kept appearing in front of him, stacking up to form a clear impression. Admiral of Blood Seigneur, just in Rouen alone, his bounty is worth 42,000 pounds, he has long infiltrated Biam. He's here to take Tirani von Helmasuin away? After that great scientist was discovered and died, he joined Rose School's mission to target me? I seem to have an additional weakness, but before it's triggered, there's no way to know what it is. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw Seigneur's figure vanish once again. However, the traces of this Admiral of Blood's existence remained obvious. The blob of illusory black threads that corresponded to him was like a firefly in the night to Klein. It wasn't difficult to identify him. The blob of illusory black threads rapidly circled around him, using the morning dew, glass shards, and water puddles that had mysteriously frozen to complete one leap after another. Soon, the distance between them was very close. Klein didn't wait on the spot. Instead, he dodged and dodged slightly to avoid being hit by the Rose School's demigod who was in the middle of a fierce battle. Señor's performance made him understand one thing. For a wraith to possess a target and directly control his body, it must first be within a certain range. Although the demigod from Rose School could do it from a longer distance, perhaps out of contempt or fear of accidents, he didn't do it. It was certain that Señor was a Sequence 5 wraith. Klein kept changing his position, waiting for the distance to become more suitable. Just as Admiral of Blood slowed down a little and was about to possess his target remotely, the glove on Klein's left hand suddenly turned deep black, as though it was constructed from layers of pure particles. He then spat out a word in the demonic language full of filth. Slow down. Señor had a premonition as he suddenly changed his position before Klein could open his mouth. However, everything within 7 to 8 meters came to a standstill. His dodging failed to produce any results. This was an area of effect. Señor's figure suddenly slowed down as he once again outlined himself in the real world. Klein raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand and pulled the hammer, placing his opponent within his aiming range. With death knell, he saw that his opponent's body was filled with all sorts of colors. The ghastly white color that represented his weakness wasn't on his head, but a point above his Adam's apple. Without any hesitation, Klein pulled the trigger. Lethal attack. At this moment, a blob of illusory black threads wandered to Señor's side and casually pulled at him. Admiral of Blood immediately leaned to the side as the pale golden bullet brushed past his neck and hit a distant rock, shattering it to pieces. Following that, a layer of golden flames ignited on Señor's neck, causing him to raise his head and open his mouth. A sharp shriek immediately blasted into Klein's ears, causing his head to buzz as his body came to a momentary halt. At some point in time, invisible souls were flying around Señor. Then, with a cold wind, they pounced at the enemy from the sky, the ground, and every direction. In each of Klein's eyes, a pale-looking man wearing a triangular hat and a red coat quickly materialized. They were almost complete. "Pa!" Klein snapped his fingers as his body was instantly enveloped by scarlet flames. Before the wraith could truly possess him, he had vanished from his spot, and less than 10 meters below the tree, the weeds were burning as the flames grew larger and soared into the sky. Klein nimbly leaped out and raised death knell once again. He aimed at the spot where he had been standing in a daze and injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into it. Slaughter! Bang! He pulled the trigger, and the pale golden bullet split into countless fragments. With holy flames, it swept across the area that the muzzle was aimed at. The formless spirits and ghosts seemed to have been swept by a solar storm. Without any ability to resist, they screamed as they were set ablaze. Having failed to possess him, Señor immediately knew that he would suffer a counterattack. He immediately flashed into a nearby glass fragment in an attempt to dodge. However, the storm of bullets brought by Massacre had enveloped a rather large area, including the glass fragment. Amidst a loud boom, a few golden flames struck the side of the glass. They failed to hit it directly, only inflicting burning damage. Señor leaped into the mirror once again and appeared on the surface of a drop of dew in the distance. His body was covered in rotting wounds caused by the power of purification, but they weren't serious. Isn't this way too lucky? Indeed, Señor has a mystical item that can make him lucky. There are only 3 purifying bullets left. Klein frowned slightly as he ran agilely, as though he wanted to chase after him. As he knew that he was facing a member of Rose School, he had switched all the Beyonder bullets in his revolver to purifying bullets that targeted wraith zombies. There were a total of 6, and he had already fired 3 shots. During the first shot, Señor was saved by a rabbit that had jumped in by chance. During the second shot, he was pulled by a Rose School demigod who happened to run to his side. During the third shot, he happened to be in the gap between the fragments during Massacre and didn't suffer any serious damage. His level of luck was unacceptable to Klein. However, Klein wasn't dispirited. Instead, he changed his appearance and figure back to that of a German sparrow. This was to prepare to throw out a large number of sea god domain charms the moment the situation turned awry. creating a certain fluctuation that would allow Sea King John Cotman and Byam to acutely sense. If this sequence 3 demigod were to arrive and face a Rose School demigod, a hostile pirate admiral, and an adventurer with a mysterious background who had ties to the military, there was no doubt as to who he would deal with first. As for Miss Messenger, Klein believed that she would be able to retreat into the spirit world in time and freely choose to participate in the battle royale or leave. After receiving the telegram last night, the reason why Klein didn't find an opportunity to escape in the middle of the night was because Sea King could give him a sense of security. If he were to head out alone, he would definitely be noticed and captured into the Church of the Storm to be interrogated about his background. It was hard to predict what would happen after that. If he were to stay in his room and wait for the person who saw him to attack, he would have a chance to struggle to the streets and be discovered by Sea King. Against an evil person who was at least a demigod and a Sequence 5 adventurer who was rumored to be related to the military, John Cotman would undoubtedly first deal with the people from Rose School. And as a cardinal of the Church of the Storm and a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, he could use all kinds of sealed artifacts in the diocese. Even if he encountered an angel, he would be able to hold out for a period of time. At the same time, he would receive military support. In the chaos, Klein would have a chance to escape to the seaside and leave on a whale ship. To his regret, the night was peaceful after the telegram. And during the day, it was difficult for Sea King to monitor the entire city. Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the surrounding trees and weeds to ignite. It was as though fireworks were blooming with him as the center, giving off an inexplicable feeling of magnificence. The reason why he had chosen to pass through the forest to the cliff was because it was especially suitable for a magician's performance. His figure flashed and leaped through the flames as he circled around Admiral of Blood Seigneur, avoiding his approach and control. And with his previous experience and lesson, Seigneur knew that his target had an area of effect attack and the ability to deal damage. He didn't dare stay too long around him. If he missed, he would immediately try his best to open up a distance between them. He would either let out a wraith scream to affect his target or use his pale green fingers to aim at him like a gun. Unfortunately, the latter could only extinguish the flames and wither the vegetation. It was unable to truly lock onto Klein. Seeing that the fireworks-like flames were the greatest obstacle to his attack, Seigneur stopped in his tracks and once again let out a piercing scream that could injure a spirit body. Amidst the scream, an icy blue halo rapidly expanded beneath his feet, covering the soil, messy weeds, and scattered rocks on the ground in a layer of white ice. The cluster of flames made a sizzling sound, and after a small amount of mist rose, it was completely extinguished in the frost. Affected by the wraith's scream, Klein's flaming jump slowed down by half a beat and failed miserably. His figure had no choice but to appear midway as he staggered. Then, he saw an illusory skull swirling with black gas rush at him. It carried a heavy sense of death, as though it was an envoy sent by the underworld. At that instant, Klein didn't seem to be able to dodge, but a pale blue fireball that emanated the smell of sulfur suddenly condensed in front of him. His glove remained pitch black, in a devil state. With a poof, the fireball was extinguished. The illusory skull swirling with black gas also turned blurry and shattered, scattering to the ground, creating lifeless spots. Right on the heels of that, Klein stabilized his body and took out an iron cigarette case from his pocket. He threw it at Seigneur, and at some point in time, his glove had turned noble and sinister. Baron of Corruption, bribe, P.S., requesting monthly votes in the last few hours of March. There will be an early update at midnight. Seigneur obviously wouldn't bet on the fact that the item thrown at him wasn't a threat. He immediately dodged and flashed far away, allowing the iron cigar case sealed by the wall of spirituality to fall to the ground. Then, he opened his mouth again and let out a sharp howl. The howl that seemed to come from the depths of his spirit body made Klein's head hurt. Even though he often received damage from the ravings of the true creator, Mr. Door, and other existences, giving him a rather strong resistance against such attacks, it was inevitable that he would come to a momentary halt. His nose burned as though his capillaries had ruptured. However, his resistance and the weakening effects of bribe allowed him to only pause for an instant. And this was something Admiral of Blood Seigneur had no way of knowing. Therefore, Klein pretended that he didn't recover that quickly and revealed his weak side, waiting for his enemy to take the bait. In normal battles, as a wraith could use mirror-like objects to jump, making it impossible for others to determine his position ahead of time. He was unable to maintain a distance of 5 meters even if he created clumps of flames and used them to constantly flash around. His control of spirit body threads would always be interrupted the moment it had any effect. For this, he planned on taking a slight risk and making his opponent jump into the trap he had dug. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and escape to the cliff. Seeing that his target was clearly in a daze due to the repeated damage from the wraith's screams, Xianxia didn't hesitate to make his aura turn dark. Where Klein's eyes were, Admiral of Blood's figure rapidly appeared. It was abnormally small and abnormally clear. This didn't seem like a reflection of the outside world. The two tiny figures seemed to be living in his pupils. Just as the wraith's possession was about to be completed, the tattered and charred Klein bent his back slightly and calmly extended his palm to his left, as though he was a polite gentleman saying please. Creeping hunger maintained its sinister and noble black color, forcefully distorting Admiral of Blood's target. And due to the freezing halo, the surroundings were covered in frost and crystals. It was equivalent to a mirror. Above the thin layer of ice, Xianxia's figure in his triangular hat appeared with a slightly stunned expression. At this moment, creeping hunger switched to a deep black state as Klein spat out words filled with filth in the devil language. Slow down. Xianxia, who was about to use the mirror-like object to jump away, suddenly stiffened. His figure was outlined uncontrollably. His movements were very stiff, and his attempt failed. Because slow speed couldn't be used continuously, Klein's left glove turned pale and was dyed a dark green. Zombies, the frost on the ground intensified once again as it rapidly spread to Xianxia's side. It caused the slow-moving Xianxia to turn into a complete ice sculpture starting from his toes. Knowing that a wraith had a strong resistance to ice, Klein didn't slow down. He spent a second to make creeping hunger look like it was forged from gold. The illusory black threads in his eyes disappeared, and 2 dazzling bolts of silver lightning shot out from the depths of his eyes to the surface. Interrogator, psychic piercing. If it were under normal circumstances, Xianxia's body, which had fused with his spirit and body, would only be slightly affected. He might even suffer a backlash. However, having just escaped slow speed, and having yet to remove the ice, he could only forcefully withstand the invisible arrow that targeted his soul body. His mind felt like it had been pierced by a knife as it violently stirred. The pain spread throughout his body, making him temporarily lose his mind. By the time he snapped to his senses and prepared to continue jumping to open up a distance, the cold-looking adventurer opposite him opened his mouth once again. Slow down. Dodge *T. Admiral of Blood Xianxia's actions turned sluggish once again. Following that, he undoubtedly suffered the follow-up attacks of freeze and psychic piercing. When he barely escaped, the black-haired, brown-eyed German sparrow opened his mouth for the 3rd time in a deadpan manner. Slow down. Xianxia felt a wave of anger and despair before falling into the same cycle from before. As for Klein, who had controlled his opponent 3 times in a row, he had long begun secretly controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. In fact, the most effective method was to use death knell to deliver 2 or 3 fatal shots to the target while he was powerless to escape. However, his previous failures told him that the enemy had a mystical item that could make him luckier. Attacks that were too direct and lethal could very well lead to accidents, making it impossible to achieve the desired effects. And it was precisely because of this that he chose to gradually control his spirit body threads. Time quickly passed as Klein circled around Admiral of Blood Xianxia to dodge any attacks that might come from the Rose School demigod. As he controlled his spirit body threads, he gradually reached a state of basic control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, Xianxia's thoughts turned sluggish as every part of his body seemed to be covered in rust. Klein no longer had the strength to use creeping hunger again. He continued deepening his control as he moved around at a moderate pace. No. I can't continue like this. A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind slowly as he condensed a transparent ice arrow in front of him. It was dyed a shade of dark green, as though it was paying homage to the surrounding forest. As for Klein, who had witnessed his opponent's slow-motion actions, he had already calmly retracted his left hand. He took out Roselle's travels from his chest and positioned himself. So, the ice arrow finally shot out. It looked like it was heading straight for Klein's chest, but midway, it suddenly changed directions and slanted upwards, This was supposed to be an abnormally sudden and fatal change, but Senyor's thoughts were a lot slower. Only when the ice arrow was about to reach Klein's body did he receive the command. The change wasn't sufficient and was rather rushed. Klein easily blocked it with Roselle's travels. Senyor's face seemed to turn paler. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly opened his mouth and attempted to emit a wraith scream. Klein was already prepared as he spoke first. Bang! The air bullet quickly shot out and hit Senyor's mouth, causing his head to tilt back as his teeth fell out. The scream was cut short in his throat. Seeing his control deepen bit by bit as Senyor's resistance crumbled again and again, to the point where even his lunatic outbursts that were about to lose their rationality were interrupted, Klein felt a sense of delight. At this moment, the shrill, sharp, and terrifying cry of a baby suddenly sounded, echoing through the forest. Klein felt goosebumps all over his body as he dropped Roselle's travels to the ground with a thud. His brain seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible hand as he temporarily lost his senses of everything, including his spirit-body threads. Senyor's state of being controlled was removed. More than 100 meters away from them, the large black baby with swollen and wrinkled skin that looked like it had just come out of water broke free from its illusory state and returned to reality. His limbs were thin and long, and there was only an irregular hole on his face. It was filled with white teeth that circled around it. At this moment, Jack's body was covered in obvious and deep wounds. They pierced through his black, swollen skin, causing the rotting blackish-green liquid to gush out. After this Rose School demigod appeared, he no longer dodged or fled. He roared like a madman, letting out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry. It caused Klein and Senyor to fall into a half-unconscious and half-painful state. Their bodies even showed signs of losing control. The four heads with golden hair and red eyes leaped out of the void as they opened their mouths and let out a silent scream, causing the terrifying cry to return to silence. Rionette Tinker and Jack engaged in battle once again. They alternated between the spirit world and the real world as they rapidly traversed through the leaves, weeds, insect eggs, ice crystals, and thorns. Admiral of Blood Senyor and Klein stood in their original spots in a daze, trying their best to extricate themselves from the influence of the baby's cry. In this aspect, Senyor believed that as a wraith, he had an advantage that others couldn't hope to match. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled up a little. He had already thought of how he would deal with him next. But at this moment, the cold adventurer's gaze in his tattered clothes had already turned sober. It had only been a second since the baby's cry stopped. The abnormally experienced Klein recovered first and discovered that Senyor was still in a daze. A chance. His heart stirred. He didn't attempt the unexpected long-range attacks, nor did he choose to spend more time controlling his spirit-body threads. With a stomp of his right foot, his figure leaped towards his opponent like a cheetah. His left glove was dark and gloomy as it landed behind him, condensing a gigantic weapon formed from magma and flames. Its appearance was closer to a saber. Desire Apostle, Sword of Magma, tap. Klein's body flashed past Senyor's left as the burning greatsword swept across Senyor's abdomen and got stuck in the middle. With a whoosh, Senyor was ignited by the pale blue flames. However, his body was only injured and he didn't lose his life. He cried out in pain. After the two brushed past each other, Klein abandoned the Sword of Magma. With a stomp of his left foot, he turned around and faced Admiral of Blood's back. He pressed the iron-black death knell to the back of his head. He didn't use a lethal strike, but instead pulled the trigger. Amidst the bang, his body suddenly trembled. This was because the spot he had stepped on seemed to be a hole. Hence, death knell suddenly slid down as the pale golden bullet struck the side of Senyor's neck. Blood that was dyed dark green splattered as Admiral of Blood lost a small portion of his neck. His body fell forward and he fell unconscious, but he wasn't dead. Just as Klein was about to fire another shot, the sky suddenly darkened as an arm reached out. The arm was at least 10 meters long, and its surface was pitch black and sticky. There were strange protrusions on its surface. Some of them had skull heads, some had three-dimensional eyes, and some had sharp tongues. As soon as they appeared, the entire forest swayed. All the green leaves withered as all the vermin stiffened and died. All the beasts were either paralyzed on the ground or crazily biting themselves as their bodies were drenched in blood. The sense of danger in him was extremely intense. He suddenly closed his eyes and pounced towards the ground in front of him. Then, he rolled, grabbed Grozel's travels, and placed it in front of his face to block it. P.S. Thank you, everyone. We are finally first in the monthly votes. While we're at it, I hope for 4 months of guaranteed monthly votes. I've been writing for more than 7 years, and this is the first time I've gotten first place in the overall rankings. On the 1-year anniversary of Mystery's release, Mysteries, and I have no regrets about this book anymore. I'm really grateful to everyone, to every single friend. At the beginning of March, it was a normal request for guaranteed monthly votes, but I suddenly realized that no one was competing for the rankings. So, I had some ideas. I felt that this was a relatively easy chance for everyone to get first place with less burden. So, I took advantage of Little Ku's birthday to send out a single ticket, and we've maintained first place ever since. Thank you to Guichuan, thank you to Dawn and Eternal Night, thank you to Watermelon, thank you to Rainbow Bear, thank you to Seal, thank you to Xiong, thank you to Passerby, thank you to Phidias, thank you to Fathead Fish, thank you to Cheese, thank you to Phoenix Sect, thank you to Pomelo, thank you to Big Tree, thank you to Frozen Fire, thank you to Proud Sword Gale, thank you to Braised Meat, thank you to Ting Ting, thank you to All Quiet A, thank you to Disillusionment, thank you to No God, thank you to Monk Cat, thank you to Demon King Xiaoyang, thank you to many friends who tipped, sent red packets, voted for monthly votes, and thank everyone who subscribed. I remember that many friends said, "I'm going to order other books to support you." It was really funny and touching. Also, thank my moderators, administrators, Uncle Chong, Little Gao, Yuri, Hua Hua, Yin Wu, and so on. They made the book review section and Q group very good. Most of the time, it was very harmonious, very silly, and very interesting. Yes, I also want to thank Sister Hui, Master Bai, Younger Sun, and many, many friends who contributed silently behind the scenes. It has nothing to do with the number of monthly votes. But Monday is the day I work out. I really don't have time, so I'll postpone it to Tuesday. Thank you again, thank you, everyone. Yes, I originally wanted to summarize my writing in March, but the 3rd book is coming to an end. It's only a few days away, so I'll leave it for the end of the book. The entire forest was withering, as though something that could destroy everything was about to descend. Just as the arm was about to fully stretch out, thick bolts of silver lightning fell from the sky, illuminating the entire mountain peak. They sizzled and connected together, turning into a cage that only existed in myths and legends, enveloping the pitch-black, sticky arm within. Dark clouds rapidly gathered high in the sky, growing eyebrows and a mouth, as though a human's face was hidden within. The huge commotion had been sensed by Sea King John Cotman in Byam City. Without any hesitation, he attacked from afar and instructed the mandated punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifacts. Rionette Tinker's figure was squeezed out of the void. Her complicated and dark black dress wasn't disheveled at all. She raised her left hand, and 2 blonde, red-eyed heads flew back, landing at the stump of her neck. The remaining 2 continued to tangle with the large black infant whose skin was swollen and wrinkled. When the cut on her neck wriggled and connected with the corresponding 2 sections, her figure suddenly expanded, as if she had turned into a Gothic castle. Patterns, vines, and decorations appeared on the surface, interweaving with each other to create a mysterious, evil, and impossible to look at directly. Klein closed his eyes tightly and used Roselle's travels to block his face. He injected his spirituality into it, but he still couldn't eliminate all the effects. His body couldn't help but tremble as he protruded one particle after another. And only at this moment did he confirm that the after effect of using Death Knell was his fear of the dark. For the next 6 hours, he wouldn't have any more weaknesses. Thankfully, a weakness that can't be overcome doesn't mean that I won't be able to put up any resistance for a short period of time. Klein desperately closed his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. He didn't think too much about this problem, because the situation had already developed to a very dangerous and chaotic state. The one that descended just now seems to be stronger than Sea King. It should be an angel. However, he doesn't seem to be in a particularly good state. He didn't appear directly, but instead used the spirit world to attack. I can't rush over in time and can only consider this method. Thankfully, I received Orange Light's warning in advance. Otherwise, the situation would be unimaginable if this were to drag on. Klein's thoughts raced. His first reaction was to take the opportunity to escape and open up a safe distance. However, he knew that if he retreated without preparation, it would be equally dangerous. If the angel from Rose School were to give up on attacking and retract his arm, King John Cotman wouldn't have any motivation to continue pursuing him. This was because he wasn't facing a saint. He couldn't consider forcefully keeping him behind. This way, it would be very difficult for Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker, to stop him. When that happened, he would be able to continue chasing me. I have to give him more trouble so that he can't escape for a while. I'll take the opportunity to escape from the sea where the Blue Mountain Island is. Amidst his thoughts, Klein followed the emergency plan he had in mind. He held Roselle's travels and stuffed Deaf Nell in. After a few rolls, he arrived beside the iron cigar case. With a tap of his finger, he dispelled the wall of spirituality, opened the lid, and threw the tinder glove that had been corrupted by the true creator into the air, towards the source of danger. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Roselle's travels to block above him. He opened his eyes and took out a copper whistle. This wasn't Aztec's copper whistle, but the charismatic order copper whistle he had obtained from a mysticism enthusiast back in Bakeland. It originated from a resurrected member of the charismatic order. Back then, Klein had divined what would happen if he blew the copper whistle and sent the letter. He had received an extremely dangerous revelation. At this moment, he planned on letting the extremely dangerous collide with the extremely dangerous to create a more chaotic and advantageous situation. He quickly brought the copper whistle to his mouth and blew at it. Then, in his eyes that he didn't dare look up despite having activated his spirit vision, a skull with 3 dead fish eyes appeared. Surrounding it were black tentacles that resembled appendages. Without any hesitation, Klein handed the white feather left behind by the resurrected charismatic order member to the messenger. He didn't wait for the messenger to vanish. He immediately bulged his muscles, swung his arm, and threw the copper whistle into the air, throwing it towards the source of danger. After doing all of this, he put away the iron cigar case, rolled again, and bounced up, heading straight for the cliff. During this process, he kept his head down and constantly changed his position. He didn't dare to look at the scene in midair, and he didn't dare to stop for even a moment. When he passed by the unconscious Admiral of Blood Seigneur, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. He was alarmed to discover that Seigneur had vanished. In the chaotic situation where no one could help him, the heavily injured wraith, who was unable to maintain his spirit-body state, had vanished. Klein didn't stop as he swept his gaze. He saw dark red blood splattered on the ground in front of him, and that area was where Roselle's travels had fallen. No way. A few drops of Admiral of Blood's blood splattered on the book's cover? This caused him to be sucked in? Klein frowned. He didn't believe it to be a good thing. He was afraid that the angels and saints sent by the Mother Tree of Desire would use the Admiral of Blood in Roselle's travels to track him down. However, it was impossible for him to abandon the book now. Without it, Klein didn't believe that he would be lucky enough to dodge all the aftershocks and unknown fragments that could fall from the sky at any moment. Once I leave this place, I'll use my spirit body to enter and resolve the latent danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the running Klein jabbed his toes forward, shoveling up the soil that had been stained with Seigneur's blood. He reached out and grabbed some of it. This was what he needed to locate Admiral of Blood in the future. Tap. Tap, tap. Klein ran like a snake as he held Roselle's travels above his head. From time to time, he would make adjustments based on his premonition of danger. The book blocked out the streaking lightning and the raindrops that could corrode rocks. It shielded him from the terrifying gazes that were focused on him, allowing Klein to successfully pass through the lifeless forest and arrive at the edge of the cliff. At this moment, his surroundings suddenly turned dark. It wasn't the kind of darkness that came with a heavy downpour, nor was it caused by the absence of a moon or stars. It was dead silent as it emanated the smell of decay. Murmurs that sounded far or near, high or low sounded from time to time. There was the sound of something slowly panting in midair. Klein, who was afraid of the dark, trembled. He didn't dare to look up at what was happening above his head. All he could do was notice a few white feathers stained with yellowish oil swirling down from the sky when the lightning lit up. He took a step forward with his right foot and rushed out of the cliff before plummeting straight down. He fell out of the darkness and saw light. Then, he fell into a huge mouth that had been prepared for a long time. The mouth didn't have any teeth. It suddenly closed and sank to the bottom of the sea. According to their prior agreement, it quickly swam towards a reef outside Blue Mountain Island. It was a gigantic seabed creature with 16 fins on its back. In the lightless darkness, Klein instinctively curled up into a ball and trembled helplessly. However, he managed to barely restrain his emotions and took out the priest of light beyonder characteristic that he had prepared to deal with a wraith. It originated from the glove from before. Pure light emitted from the transparent stone-like object, dispersing Klein's fear. He was just about to consider whether he should wait for the outcome or attempt to do something when he suddenly felt the back of his hand itch. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the pores there had opened up, growing some white fluff. These fluff rapidly grew as though they were about to turn into feathers. Klein immediately felt that every part of his body was itching. The fellow that the copper whistle got is really dangerous. Klein was rather experienced. He immediately stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise in the seabed creature's mouth, and chanted an incantation. His spirit body once again passed through the grayish-white fog that was filled with countless ravings and roars. Black-green gases drilled out of his body as they struggled with all their might, but they vanished without any resistance. After returning to the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein examined his spirit body state again and discovered that it had returned to normal. There wasn't a single black-green gas or white feather. Phew, it worked. He exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. Under the illumination of the priest of light beyonder characteristic, Klein saw that the white fluff on the back of his hand still existed, but it had lost the ability to continue growing. There were more or less traces on other parts of his body, but they weren't too obvious. Yes, when Mr. Aztec comes, there should be a way to resolve the remaining problems. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he inwardly drew the crimson moon and prayed to the goddess for Mr. Aztec's quick arrival. At that moment, Rionette Tinker's figure appeared in front of him. Miss Messenger had 3 heads on her head, and she held one in her hand. Compared to before, she looked even more lively. She stretched out her empty left palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder, bringing him directly into the spiritual world and shuttling through it quickly. Amidst the layers of bright colors, Klein only felt a little dizzy before he returned to reality and found himself on a reef. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads glanced at each other. It's safe. Next time. Remember to pay. After saying that, she disappeared as if she had something important to do. To think that she can do that. If I knew this would happen, I would have gotten Miss Messenger to use such a method to take me away. However, from the looks of it, she doesn't seem to be in a good state. This is probably a form and method she wouldn't normally use. As Klein sighed, he placed the priest of light beyonder characteristic into his pocket, leaving only Roselle's travels outside. Just as he was about to look around and confirm his current location, another hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Klein jumped in fright as he hurriedly turned his head and realized that it was Mr. Aztec. Aztec grabbed his shoulder and brought him into the spiritual world. They quickly ran through the layers of bright colors. Actually, I'm already safe. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say those words out loud. P.S. Update first before making changes. Please ensure a monthly ticket after 2 chapters today. There will be 3 chapters tomorrow. On a mountain outside Byam, a forest had lost all its vitality and was mostly buried by a collapsed rock wall. A tall, burly, dark blue-haired middle-aged man dressed in a storm priest robe stood in midair, looking down with obvious anger in his eyes. He was none other than the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Roarsted Sea, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, see King John Cotman. At this moment, Cotman still had the scene of the battle in his mind, remembering the exit of every participant. The angel from Rose School had used a certain method to transmit his power from afar. After his goal failed, he easily took away his heavily injured companions. No one was willing to let him stay, except for the strange monster that appeared out of nowhere. John Cotman remembered very clearly that when the angel retracted his arm, sparse white feathers had appeared on the pitch-black sticky surface. They grew out from the top of the skull, from the 3-dimensional eyes, and from all sorts of unimaginable places. And all of this was because the angel from Rose School had dodged the glove with the true creator's aura and used some strength to shatter a seemingly ordinary copper whistle. After the strange and evil spirit world creature entangled the angel for a while, it retreated deep into the spirit world, preventing John Cotman from chasing after it. The Aurora Order Saint who had opened the teleportation door didn't participate in the battle. After watching in puzzlement for a while, he picked up the glove with the true creator's aura, and before the battle ended, he opened the door again and left. The strange monster that came because of the copper whistle didn't have a fixed form. It was like a manifestation of death itself. He was like a fog that filled the surroundings, but he had many white feathers with pale yellow stains. His target was very clear, the angel from Rose School. After he escaped, he also disappeared from the scene, as though he was chasing him. But even so, John Cotman, who had flown over from the city with a sealed artifact, still instinctively felt uncomfortable. It was as though he had suddenly advanced a long distance on his long journey towards death. The only one without divinity had escaped from the area before John Cotman arrived, and he could not be found. However, John Cotman recognized him. An adventurer who could kill a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle had the right to have his ingredients placed on the Sea King's table, although this was one of the less important ones. John Cotman, who had experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the corresponding content. He looked at the cliff and the waves that kept crashing into the island. He whispered a name. German Sparrow. On a deserted island in an unknown sea region, Klein and Aztec silhouettes quickly outlined themselves at the edge of the beach. Klein was about to speak when the bronze-skinned Aztec's brown eyes suddenly turned deep, as if they were connected to a dead and dark world. He grabbed at the air with his right hand, and the undeveloped white feathers all flew out, crumpled into a ball, and landed in his palm. Aztec gently clenched his fist, and the strange feathers disappeared, as if they had become food for the dead world in his eyes. Mr. Aztec, this was brought about by the charismatic order Copper Whistle. Klein first pointed out the facts before explaining in detail. The situation was a little critical back then. In order to make the situation more chaotic, I blew the copper whistle and gave the corresponding feather to the messenger. Then, I felt as if the underworld had descended. I didn't stay and quickly left the scene, but these feathers still grew out of my body. With gentle facial features, Aztec nodded slightly. I sensed it from afar. It shouldn't be a normal high-sequence beyonder. I suspect that it's a byproduct of the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. Is that so? So I successfully held back the angel from Rose School? Klein thought, feeling a little lucky. Aztec looked around and continued, I still have things to do. I still have things that I need to do. This can help me awaken more memories. When all of this is over, I'll come to you again to retrieve the ring left behind by the ancient death. My premonition tells me that it might allow me to go to the Berserk Sea or the southern continent. It's best if you go to large cities like Bakeland or Trier. In those places, the forces that Rose School can mobilize are very limited, and they don't dare to act recklessly. Of course, the best choice is the headquarters of the various churches like Pasu Island, but that will bring about other dangers. Aztec joked at the end, just like a normal Ruan gentleman. This life experience seemed to have left a deep impression on him. No matter how much of his memories he recovered, there were obvious traces left behind. Under the condition of retaining his memories, a few decades doesn't have much of an effect on 1,000 years. But starting from a state of forgetting everything, 20 to 30 years is enough to reshape a person. When Mr. Aztec completely recovers his memories, will his different life experiences result in the development of different personalities? What a profound question. I'll have to let Miss Justice think about it later and consult psychological alchemy. Amidst his thoughts, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Mr. Aztec didn't delve into the conflict between him and Rose School. He then asked, Mr. Aztec, what do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire? Aztec shook his head. Before I saw the letter you sent, I didn't even know of her existence. You don't know about the Mother Tree of Desire? Klein was taken aback as he asked, what about the Chained God? What about the Chained God? Aztec shook his head again and sighed with a smile. In ancient times, she or they might have had another name. That's right. Mr. Aztec began the cycle of losing and regaining his memories at the end of the fourth epoch. He had been wandering the northern continent, and Rose School was born in the southern continent at the beginning of the fifth epoch. Klein nodded and didn't ask further. As for Aztec, he still had matters to attend to. After exhorting him a little more, he brought him through the spirit world again and arrived at a certain spot on the northern continent's east coast, where he left him by the sea. Seeing that Mr. Aztec had left, Klein looked at the seawater that kept surging towards the shore for a few seconds. He wasn't in a rush to go to a nearby city. He found an uninhabited cave and set up a simple ritual to create a wall of spirituality. He sacrificed creeping hunger, death knell, Aztec's copper whistle, Gurozel's travels, and the soil stained with Señor's blood above the gray fog. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the mysterious space. He sat at the fool's seat and took the metal bottle from before. As it was stored above the gray fog, the remaining blood in the bottle hadn't coagulated. After putting on his gloves and stuffing his other items, Klein poured out a few drops and smeared them on the dark brown cover of Rozel's Travels. Why didn't a new story begin after the addition of a new character and start all over again? Klein looked at the book that hadn't changed its name as he suddenly had a question. Before he could think, the scene in front of him turned into a blur. It was as though countless transparent creatures were hidden around him. Everything quickly became clear as Klein realized that he was sitting on a long wooden bench by the street. This was where he had previously left. Is this the saving and loading function? Klein joked inwardly as he took out the soil stained with Señor's blood. He broke off a tree branch and attempted divination. Based on the results he obtained, he headed out of the city and entered a nearby forest. He found the unconscious Admiral of Blood by the side of a stream. At this moment, only about 10 minutes had passed since the battle. The exaggerated wounds on Señor's neck and chest had clearly shrunk. It looked like he had recovered quite a bit. Such vitality was completely unlike that of a human's. In another 15 minutes or so, this Admiral of Blood would likely wake up. In another hour or two, he would regain his ability to move normally. This is a zombie, a wraith. You originally had the chance to be rescued by the angels and demigods from your organization, but your blood happened to splatter onto Rozel's Travels, making you a prisoner of this book. It gave me time to deal with you. Of course, this allowed you to avoid the damage from the demigod battle. You didn't die on the spot. I wonder if you're lucky or not. Klein mumbled as he observed. He held death knell tightly in one hand and reached for Señor's neck with the other, taking off the necklace made of pure silver. The necklace had a pendant of the same color that resembled an ancient coin. The front and back were covered in mysterious patterns and symbols. There was also an inscription in ancient Hermes engraved on it: "How lucky you are now will be how unlucky you will be in the future." This is the mystical item that Admiral of Blood uses to enhance one's luck? What a pity. Even a demigod can't make me luckier, so it probably can't either. I'll sell it for money later, or I can ask Miss Messenger to see if I can use it to pay off my debt. Klein wasn't in a rush to put away the necklace as he placed it on a rock beside him. He was afraid that there would be unknown negative effects that would affect his subsequent actions. Then, Klein focused on controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. He wanted to create the first puppet he would use for a long period of time, so as to conclude the acting principles of a marionettist. And there was no puppet that was more convenient to carry around than a wraith. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In 10 seconds, Klein completed his initial control. Señor's spiritual intuition sensed danger as his body clearly struggled. However, due to his heavy injuries and sluggishness, he ultimately failed to wake up. Time ticked by, and on the 4th minute, Klein heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it. At this moment, Admiral of Blood Señor opened his eyes and stood up. He faced him and pressed his chest in a coordinated manner. "Good morning, sir. Is there anything I can do for you? P.S. First update. Thank you for the Silver Alliance's Happy Days." Illusory black threads extended out from Señor's body and entered Klein's palms, reacting differently with every jump of his spirituality. In fact, controlling spirit body threads didn't necessarily require hands. However, Klein was used to doing so. This made him feel as though he was indeed controlling a marionette. From the present situation, peers in the same line of work can discover each other's puppets. The abnormalities in the spirit body threads can't be hidden from their eyes. Therefore, I have to be extremely careful in this aspect. Klein summarized the problems he had discovered as he quickly turned his thoughts back to Señor himself. This Admiral of Blood was as good as dead. His spirit body had become a puppet's appendage, and he had lost his own uniqueness. Therefore, many divination methods were no longer effective on him. Of course, the method of finding the type of corpse was still useful. Klein planned on letting the wraith disinfect the gray fog before using the paper angel to wrap the mirror-like object he possessed. Finally, he placed it in an iron cigar case sealed with a wall of spirituality and stayed with Aztec's copper whistle to create a triple interference. This way, Klein believed that it was nearly impossible for the Rose School's angel to use Admiral of Blood's divination and prophecy to lock onto his location. As for whether the Mother Tree of Desire had left a backdoor in Señor's body, he wasn't too worried. This was because if the Mother Tree of Desire had really done something to Admiral of Blood, she could have made Señor suddenly mutate during the demigod battle to deal with him. Based on the situation back then, she would have definitely succeeded. The Mother Tree of Desire, or should I say, the chained god's tight control over the organization's members, relies on an oath and contract that goes deep into the soul. This can be inferred from Miss Sharon's description and state, as well as my own experiences after coming into contact with the corresponding characteristics. As long as I don't attempt to use Admiral of Blood to divine the secrets of Rose School or the Mutant Pathways potion formula, there won't be any problems. It's normal for the werewolf beyonder characteristic to remain above the gray fog for so long. Moreover, there's still a process of disinfecting the gray fog. If there are any hidden problems, they'll be cleared. Klein thought for a moment and took out Aztec's copper whistle from his body. He turned his right hand slightly so that the areas with fewer patterns on the copper whistle were exposed to the sunlight, reflecting the light like a mirror. Señor's figure immediately appeared on the copper whistle and quickly became clear. And the Admiral of Blood in front of Klein suddenly vanished. Perhaps the Mother Tree of Desire can still vaguely locate me through oaths and contracts, but that doesn't matter. After all, she can sense the gray fog's characteristics on me and sense me within a certain range. Besides, such a puppet might be destroyed by me as a shield at any time. Klein was like an unemployed person who owed a lot of debt. He felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, he did owe a lot of debt. As long as I advance to a demigod, I'll be able to hide my characteristics. I can easily lose the puppet. Klein surveyed his surroundings and bent down to pick up the silver necklace. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted an incantation. This time, he didn't summon his spirit body to enter, so he couldn't directly return. The grayish-white fog quickly emanated as hysterical ravings and roars echoed eternally. The Aztec copper whistle in Klein's hand didn't experience any abnormal changes. This meant that there weren't any hidden problems in Admiral of Blood's body. After sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein placed Aztec's copper whistle in front of him. He made Señor, who was wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat, appear beside him like a butler awaiting his master's orders. "What other items do you have on you?" Klein asked. It seemed like Admiral of Blood was still alive. He was attempting to act as a marionettist. Following that, he controlled Señor and made him rummage through every pocket on his body. He took out £325, 16 soldi, and 8 pence in cash, including 13 gold coins. Apart from this, Señor didn't carry any other items, perhaps due to him frequently transforming into a wraith form. How poor. A pirate admiral only has one mystical item? Did he hand it over to Rose School and distribute it to the pirates under him? Klein seriously considered the problem of cashing in Admiral of Blood through the black market. He was worth £42,000 in Rouen alone. Yes, it's unrealistic to claim a bounty from Rouen. Be it the Church of the Storm or the kingdom's military, they would be more than happy to use this clue to capture the German sparrow, who caused so many demigods to engage in a free-for-all. They would investigate the organization behind him, but there's no way they would pay. Even if they did, it would be a trap. By the same logic, the churches and governments of other countries would definitely have similar thoughts. However, their attitudes might be better. Claiming a bounty requires a considerable amount of risk. Besides, there's no rush. I'll send Señor out when I want to switch puppets. After all, being a marionette for a few days wouldn't affect his status and value. Klein reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze at the silver necklace with an ancient coin-like pendant. He then used divination to roughly grasp the necklace's origins and use. It originated from a Sequence 5 winner of the Life School of Thought. After this gentleman died at the hands of a Rose School demigod, his beyonder characteristic, his psyche, and an ordinary silver necklace he carried with him fused together to form a mystical item. Why would an ordinary silver necklace be carried by a sequence 5 beyonder? As it had been too long, the item had been corrupted, preventing Klein from receiving any effective revelations. This mystical item had two effects. First, it passively made the wearer luckier. In daily life, the owner of the necklace would encounter good things from time to time, making it easy for them to succeed in whatever they did. When they encountered a fatal blow or a terrifying disaster, a dramatic scene would appear, allowing them to be successfully saved. The latter could only last for 10 minutes. Second, it was to actively give the enemy bad luck, making the target unlucky. Be it in daily life or in combat, it was easy to fail due to some tiny problems. The corresponding negative effect of the necklace was the conservation of luck. After being lucky, bad luck would immediately follow. The luckier one was previously, the unluckier one would be in the future. This required the wearer to be focused and very serious in avoiding it. Otherwise, it was easy to die in a hilarious manner, even implicating the people around them. The luck obtained in daily life would often reverse after a month. Regardless of whether the wearer wore it or not, they would become unlucky. However, this bad luck was released in a soothing manner, so the danger level wasn't high. And the luck obtained in combat would return in a similarly intense manner 10 minutes later. Overall, it's a rather good mystical item, but it's not of much use to me. After all, even fate counselor Ricardo can't change my luck. Yes, I'll wear it with me for now. It doesn't have any negative effects on me. I'll sell it if I have the chance to repay Miss Messenger's debt. Miss Messenger wants gold coins, and I have gold pounds. It's nearly impossible to exchange 10,000 gold coins through banks or the proper market. From the looks of it, I'll have to split it up and let each member of the tarot take charge of a portion. Klein quickly finalized his plan and very casually gave the necklace a name, Scales of Luck. Following that, he cast his gaze at Admiral of Blood Senior, who was standing respectfully by the side, and seriously studied the powers a wraith possessed. Forceful possession, control of enemies, wraith shriek, mirror blink, obstacle penetration, death-like spells, invisibility that won't be discovered by most low and mid-sequence beyonders. Klein identified them one by one and compared them with what Sharon and Merrick had described, as well as what he had experienced in combat. He quickly ended all of this, afraid that the candles in the real world would burn out, and the cave without any light was extremely unfriendly to him, who was afraid of the dark. Klein immediately pulled out a paper figurine from the junk pile. Together with the Dark Emperor card, he fused some of the powers above the gray fog and transformed it into an anti-divination angel. This angel quickly spread its wings and hugged a gold coin. The reflection of the gold coin had Senor's figure. Then, Klein brought the gold coin, Aztec's copper whistle, death knell, luggage, and other items back to the real world. As for Creeping Hunger and Roselle's travels, one was temporarily out of food, and the other had been carried for too long. There was no telling when Klein's body would be swallowed into the book, so they were left in the junk pile above the gray fog. After returning to the cave, Klein busily placed the gold coin and Aztec's copper whistle into the iron cigar case and sealed it with a wall of spirituality. He tidied up the scene, changed into his formal attire, and carried his luggage. He followed the beach and found a place where people lived. He realized that he was near Pritz Harbor. He didn't immediately return to Bakeland. Instead, he changed his appearance and took the steam locomotive to Desi Bay's Conant City. He planned on circling around there and changing his identity. Bancy Harbor. Alger Wilson looked at the destroyed city under the afternoon sun. He saw that all the houses had collapsed, and there were deep ravines in the ground. There were charred marks everywhere. This scene continued deep into the island. There were even mountains that had collapsed. At that moment, there were no people from the Church of the Storm guarding the ruins. This was because there was nothing there, and the plan to rebuild the harbor was far from being put on the agenda. Alger jumped off the Blue Avenger and circled the ruins with the sailors, but he didn't find anything of value. "Let's go," he instructed calmly. They quickly boarded the ship and set sail away from the island. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the ruins. He wore a double-breasted pure black clergyman robe. His hair was dark gold, and his facial features were like a classical sculpture without any wrinkles. One of his pupils was a deep blue that was nearly black, while the other looked dim, but it was filled with dense tiny blood vessels. P.S. Second, thanks to the Silver Alliance's Verkaldesi County, Conant City, 67, Red Indus Street. With a face commonly seen in Ruan Kingdom, Klein took a step forward and pulled the doorbell. In less than a minute, the door creaked open. A maidservant in a black and white dress peeked her head out and sized him up for a few seconds. She asked in puzzlement, "Good evening, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Mayam Nilu. I'm a friend of her father, David Raymond," Klein replied calmly. David Raymond was the nightmare he had released from creeping hunger, a red glove of the Nighthawks. His greatest concern was his daughter, Nilu. He felt extremely guilty for not being able to accompany her as she grew up, causing her to lose her mother and nearly lose her father. Back then, Klein had promised him that if he had the chance, he would come to this beautiful coastal city to help him see how his daughter was doing. After some prior inquiries, Klein had gained a rough understanding of Nilu's situation. After this girl graduated from grammar school, she joined the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Care for Women and Children Foundation. Her weekly salary was £2.10 solely, making her the envy of her neighbors. She had also inherited an inheritance from her merchant father. As for the exact amount, no one knew. All they knew was that she was richer than most middle-class people. Typically, such a girl with sufficient wealth would be very careful about her marriage. They would repeatedly choose and inspect their partners, resulting in them marrying late. However, Nilu married a government employee after just a year of work. As both of them believed in the Evernight goddess, she didn't take her husband's surname. She was still called Nilu Raymond, and she continued living at 67, Red Indus Street without moving away. Upon hearing Klein's reply, the maidservant hurriedly asked him to wait as she entered the living room to report. Before long, a lady in a home dress walked to the door. She had black hair and blue eyes. Her cheeks were rather slender, and her facial features weren't bad. She resembled David Raymond somewhat. "Good evening, sir. I'm David Raymond's daughter, Nilu. May I know when you met my father?" Nilu asked politely but warily. Klein took off his hat and smiled. "I met him at sea. It's been a few years." Nilu Raymond glanced warily at the other side. "Perhaps you still don't know, but he has already passed away." Klein sighed. "I know. I met him during that disaster. He said something back then. I didn't care much about it at first, but the more I thought about it in the past few years, the more I felt that you should know." "Is that so?" Nero whispered. After some thought, she said, "Please come in." "Do you mind if my husband listens in?" "It's only related to your decision," Klein replied calmly. Nina nodded and led Klein into the study. Her husband, a government employee with an ordinary appearance and a gentle temperament, put down the newspaper and followed them in. After both parties sat down, Klein looked at the couple on the sofa opposite him. Mr. David Raymond once experienced a disaster and lost his father, mother, wife, brother, and sister. Nero nodded expressionlessly. "I know." Klein thought for a moment and continued, "On the surface, he's a businessman, but in reality, he's hunting down the murderers who caused that disaster." "I know," Nina said without much of a reaction. Klein glanced at her and continued, "He's devoted himself to this matter. It's a pity that he wasn't able to accompany you as you grew up. While you lost your mother, you nearly lost your father." Nina fell silent for a second before quickly replying, "I know. I know." Klein swept his gaze across the old books around him and sighed silently. "He said that his greatest wish is to see you have your own marriage and family under the witness of the goddess. He said that you're no longer lonely. I believe he should be very gratified now." Nero's gaze slowly moved away from Klein's face. She opened her mouth and paused for 2 seconds before replying. "I know." Klein leaned forward slightly and clasped his hands. "He said that he might die at sea. He told me to tell you that he died in an accident. All the murderers from before have been punished. You don't need to hate anyone anymore. He also said that he loves you very much and that he's very sorry." Nina fell silent for a few seconds. She blinked and turned her head to the side. She chuckled with unclear emotions. "I got it." Klein gave her a deep look and slowly got up. "I've already conveyed the message. It's time for me to leave." The response from the other party was silence. Nero's husband nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Klein turned around and walked to the door of the study. Just as he turned the doorknob, Nero Raymond's deep and hoarse voice sounded from behind him. "What kind of person do you think he is?" After a second of silence, Klein turned his head, curled the corners of his mouth, and smiled. He smiled and said, "A guardian." He didn't stay any longer. He opened the door of the study and walked to the coat rack. When he put on his top hat and left 67, Red Indus Street, a thin sob that he tried his best to suppress suddenly drilled into his ears. Silently shaking his head, Klein left the street and entered a cathedral of the Evernight goddess. Passing through the deep and quiet aisle, he sat in the 7th row from the back. Facing the dark black sacred emblem with the half-crimson moon and resplendent stars, he took off his top hat, lowered his head, and clasped his hands in front of his mouth, just like most of the believers. Time passed quickly in the silence and tranquility. Klein slowly opened his eyes and gently stood up. There was a blob of something wrapped in paper where he had been sitting. Klein walked down the aisle, out of the prayer hall, and walked to the entrance of the cathedral. With his back facing the inside, he put on his top hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The paper where he had been sitting was suddenly ignited, attracting the priest's attention. By the time the gentleman rushed over, the flames had already been extinguished, leaving behind a glossy black gem-like object. "This is..." Although the priest didn't know what the gelatinous object was exactly, his spiritual perception told him that it was very important. When he and the other priest chased him out of the cathedral, the gentleman in the tailcoat and half-top hat had already disappeared. The next morning, Klein, who had obtained a new identity through the local black market, came to the steam locomotive station. He held a second-class ticket worth 18 soldi and his identification documents in one hand, and a black leather suitcase in the other. He stood tall on the platform, waiting for the train to Bakelin to arrive. Now, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was more than 180 centimeters tall, and his black hair was mixed with some silver strands. His blue eyes were as deep as a lake at night, and his facial features were rather pleasing to the eye. He had a mature and refined temperament. Looking down at the identification documents in his hand, Klein's eyes reflected his current name: Don Dantes. After some thought, he placed the suitcase on the ground, opened it, and stuffed all his identification documents inside. Inside the suitcase was a small black wooden box. Inside it was the ashes of a former Rouen soldier, Frunzier Edward. Just as Klein tidied up the suitcase, he heard a humming sound. A steam locomotive spewed out smoke as it entered the platform and slowed down to a stop. He looked up and cast his gaze forward. After sizing it up in silence, he whispered to the suitcase, "It's time to go back." He immediately stood up straight, picked up his belongings, and walked towards the opened carriage door. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough, 26, Kingster Street. Banson took off his hat and coat and handed them to the maidservant. He looked at his sister, Melissa, who was focused on reading in the living room. "The entrance exam is in June. You can finally experience the pain of my serious studies." Melissa didn't look up as she continued reading. "I'm studying seriously every day." "Be humorous, Melissa. Be humorous." "What's the difference between a person who doesn't know humor and a curly-haired baboon?" Banson said with a smile. Melissa casually glanced at him. "That's not what you said before." She didn't dwell on the difference between humans and curly-haired baboons. "Do government employees also finish work so late?" "No, it's just that a lot of things have happened recently. You know." "Oh, you don't know." "In such a big change, the handover of work and the straightening out of different relationships are very troublesome." Banson glanced at the mirror in the living room and could not help but raise his hand to tidy his hair. He said with an unhappy expression, "Although I'm just a small employee in the Ministry of Finance, it doesn't stop me from having a lot of work. The only thing that comforts me is that I've finally passed the damn internship period. From now on, I'll have a weekly salary of £3. Melissa put down her book and said to Banson as she walked to the dining room, "Don't worry. It's time for dinner." She paused for a moment, then said very seriously, "I read in the newspaper that there's something called Donningsman tree sap, which is very effective for hair growth." Banson's expression suddenly became very complicated. Woo, amidst the whistle, the long steam locomotive rattled into Bakeland. Klein carried his suitcase and once again set foot on the capital of capitals, the land of hope. He realized that the fog was much thinner than before, and there was no longer an obvious pale yellow hue. The gas lamps on the platform had not been lit early to dispel the gloom and darkness. Looking around, Klein left the steam locomotive station, changed to a subway and a carriage, and went straight to the Church of the Storm Cemetery outside the West Borough. Then, he spent a small amount of money to place Frunzier Edwards' ashes in a cabinet. At this point, it had been more than 165 years since the Rouen soldier left Bakeland. Taking a step back, Klein stared at it for a while. Shaking the paper into metal, he engraved on the cabinet door, Frunzier Edward. He closed his eyes and wrote again, every journey has an end. End of part 3, P.S. 3rd, thank you to the Seal for the Silver Alliance. Thank you to everyone. I'll write a conclusion tomorrow. The third movie is called Traveler, so I decided on a more relaxed style. The structure is also very simple. Just like I said before, a person will stop and see some scenery, get to know some people, and complete some things. However, I won't be deeply involved in it. Frankly speaking, it's quite difficult to write the content of a travelogue. It wasn't easy to create a character, familiarize oneself with a place, and gain a sense of difference in customs. Then, one would have to leave and continue on one's journey. It's a great test of one's ability to quickly introduce unique characters and interesting events. Now that I think about it, before Little Coup advanced to marionettist, I was doing quite well. Later on, I was busy doing things and had too many things to write. Furthermore, I was basically revisiting old places, so I left out the previous chapters. It's relatively urgent. I see many people say that my outline is very detailed, but that's not the case at all. What I'm detailed about are the various settings. The outline usually includes the theme of the novel, the structure to be written, which lines to pull back, which new foreshadowing needs to be set up, and which suspense to unfold. Then, it's all about free expression. Only after one story ends will I think of a detailed outline for the next story. With hundreds of thousands of words, to think of every plot in advance is not only a waste of time, but it's also very stiff. This is because if one doesn't really write it out, there's really no way to know what the plot will be like or how to continue. Furthermore, during the writing process, I often have new inspiration. For example, when I wrote the scene of Little Coup leaving Bakeland at the end of the previous novel, I had the finishing touch and the scene of her returning amidst the turbulent undercurrents. I also had the predetermined appearance of her brother and sister. At the same time, when I was organizing the outline, I also had the marking of World's appearance in the book. However, compared to the ending, there wasn't anything more specific. Later on, when I wrote about the release of the nightmare, I had the inspiration to convey a message to his daughter, presenting another meaning to the end of the journey. When I wrote Gurozel's travels, I began to set up the specific characters in the book. When I made a Rouen soldier, I suddenly had the inspiration to return home. Adding all of this together, I had a very clear idea of how to write the third novel. Overall, the third novel is more bland. This is determined by its structure and predetermined style. I have also mentioned in advance that those who want to see a huge event at the end might be a little disappointed. Just like what I said earlier, I want to create a feeling of a turbulent undercurrent and danger at the end. This includes Ince's appearance, the mother tree of Desire's evil intentions, and the attack from Rose School. I want to tighten all of this to set off the scene of Little Cou's return to Bakeland. Yes, in the third novel, firstly, it's difficult to write the first part of the novel. Secondly, I have to write 2 dungeons, the ruins of the Battle of Gods and the world in the book. This is a rather huge test for me. Those who have read my previous novels should know that the Luck Destroyer and Arcane Art dungeons can be said to be rather dry, crude, and not very attractive. The former is strong at the end of the dungeon. As for the latter, I seriously thought about it. It's probably only the analysis of the dungeon in the dream and the bragging skills of the new world that are more interesting. The others aren't too good. In this life, many dungeons have been expanded into a world with the help of the unlimited structure. I can slowly write, introduce, and pave the way. Most of the time, there are companions around. Relatively speaking, it's much more attractive. However, the few individual dungeons, such as the Zhenwu's decoy grave, still have the problem of being dry and crude. I have to rely on suspense. Martial arts basically doesn't have any dungeons. There's only one in the war-torn zones, but it's not much. There's nothing much to summarize. When it came to the third novel of mysteries, I seriously thought about how to deal with these two large dungeons. Based on my experience in this life, I first decided on suspense and companions. Based on my experience before and during the writing of mysteries, I decided on interesting. However, I always feel that it's still lacking. Later, when I was chatting with Bean in the past, I realized that our writing methods are different. I first want to tell a story, a view of the world. Then, based on the story and the background, I decide on a few main characters with special characteristics. After that, I slowly add new ones. He first thinks about these interesting people, then decides on what kind of story will be created when these people meet, travel together, and have a grudge against each other. Although I have always adhered to my own writing philosophy, I have also slowly incorporated some of his experience into it. So, I have been thinking whether I can change the companions to characters in the dungeon. I can create some unique and interesting people and let them collide with each other to develop a story. This will enrich the dungeon's content and make it more attractive as a whole. That's how I came up with the ruins of the War of the Gods. The results are not bad. This is the first time when I write a dungeon. Not only did the number of requests not decrease, it kept increasing. The content of nearly 100,000 words has been written down with great interest. When I arrived at the world in the book, I made another attempt. Because the first exploration of this dungeon will be very short, it's impossible to unfold the past of the characters inside. Thus, there's no way to express their sadness and happiness. So, I was thinking about the problem of how to express it. In the end, the title Traveler helped me finalize my thinking. As a traveler, there's no way for me to enter into other people's lives. Everything I see is just the surface. Then, I will have different feelings. For example, if I see a drunk girl vomiting and crying by the side of the road, some people will think that she has no self-respect. Some people will wonder if she has experienced something sad. Some people will think that it's noisy. Based on the fact that the sadness and happiness of humans are different, I purposely didn't write about the past of Gu, Roselle, Mobit, and the others to exaggerate their emotions. I only faithfully, objectively, and calmly recorded what they should say and what they should do. I didn't touch on their inner monologues at all. If you look closely, you'll realize that I basically didn't directly write about little Gu's inner feelings in that paragraph. I purposely left it blank. So, some people will feel that it's forced to be emotional and a little awkward. Some friends will be more sentimental. Some will think deeply and extend the story, trying to restore it. This is the effect I want to achieve. The sadness and happiness of humans are different. In the eyes of a traveler, it's even more so. Smile. I wrote a lot. The conclusion of the third dungeon is that the characters and the story are very well integrated, but it's a little rushed when I'm buttoning it up. Some parts can be stretched out a little more. Alright, the further I write, the more difficult it gets. I need time to relax my mind and organize the outline. I have to apply for leave again. Also, my stomach hasn't been feeling well this week. I'll go and take a look tomorrow. I'll rest for 3 days. From this summary, it'll be 2.5 days. I'll start updating the 4th dungeon on Saturday at noon. I'll go and update the characters later. Everyone, please mention which ones are there so that I don't forget. Oh right, some of my friends guessed correctly. The 4th dungeon, The Undying, thank you again, everyone. I'll also ask for monthly votes: the pitter-patter of rain, the faint mist, the rows of gas lamps that tried their best to emit a misty glow, and the carriages that drove through the streets from time to time formed the most common night scene in Bakeland. Apart from these, Klein, who was standing behind the window, noticed some gratifying changes. Ding-ling-ling, as the crisp sound echoed, a strange machine with only 2 wheels sped along the edge of the road, heading to the other end of the street. Its frame was black, but parts of it had the grayish-white color of steel. Under the illumination of the gas lamps that penetrated the rain, it shimmered with the beauty of metal. Sitting on the machine was a man wearing a postal worker's uniform. His legs were constantly pedaling, appearing to be working very hard. Behind him was a wooden box that had been painted green. It's been well promoted. The mature Klein in a white shirt and black vest looked at this scene and sighed silently. In the short few hours since he returned to Bakeland, he had encountered many similar strange machines on the way. These were the bicycles he had invested in and promoted. From the newspapers, Klein learned that the Bakeland Bicycle Company had done a lot of advertising and had held bicycle races in the Sherwood Borough and the Bakeland Bridge area to attract the attention of the people there. Apart from these methods, they had also actively promoted it to the government's postal service, police, and other departments. The results were said to be pretty good. Their pricing strategy was based on Klein's original suggestion. They avoided the middle and upper-class people who often used horse carriages and targeted technical workers with a weekly salary of £1.10 solely and above, students from well-to-do families, and public officials who often had to travel outside. Therefore, a bicycle that cost £3 to £5 was something that people of this class could afford if they gritted their teeth. At the same time, they could flaunt it to people with lower incomes. The problem now is that it often rains in Bakeland, and people who ride bicycles can't use umbrellas. The next step is raincoats. Klein retracted his gaze, shook his head, and chuckled. The place he was currently staying at was a high-end hotel in Hillston Borough. It cost 10 solely a night, which was so expensive that Klein's heart ached. However, in order to match his persona, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. According to his thoughts, Don Dantes' identity was likely to be a mysterious tycoon from Desi Bay who believed in the Evernight goddess. He had sold his original land and mines and was prepared to come to Bakeland to seek new opportunities. He also had a certain level of interest in donating a noble title, but he lacked the wealth to do so. All he could do was consider expanding his connections and making financial investments. The advantage of such an identity was that it was different from all the characters Klein had played before. There was a clear distinction, and it allowed him to naturally come into contact with people of the middle and upper echelons, especially the people from the Military Officers Club and the bishops of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Bakeland Diocese. It made it convenient for Klein to continue investigating the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland while gathering intelligence to come up with a detailed plan to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. Of course, there were pros and cons. Such a mysterious tycoon would definitely be noticed by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers, and he would be subjected to a certain level of background investigation. According to Klein's experience, such investigations could be done by official Beyonder organizations or handed over to the police if they didn't involve any important matters. However, they wouldn't take it too seriously, and it would be considered a routine matter. Therefore, Klein, who could be considered an expert in the field of disguise, had designed and prepared a second identity for Don Dantes to deal with the background investigation. In the second identity, Don Dantes was a person who had gone on an adventure to the southern continent's east and west Balam for some reason. He had used an alias and spent more than 10 years in that rather dangerous place that was filled with opportunities, accumulating a fortune. As the origins of this fortune weren't that bright, he had secretly returned to Desi Bay, forged a new identity, and prepared to start a brand new life in Bakeland, gradually legalizing the fortune. Such people weren't rare in Rouen. Their stories were content that the investigators could accept and imagine. For this identity, Klein had left some inconspicuous clues in Conant City, indirectly helping to uncover the truth as soon as possible. These clues included, but weren't limited to, the ticket stubs for a black ship ticket from East Balam to Conant City, habits developed from living in the southern continent for extended periods of time, and wealth of unknown origins. Klein believed that as long as Don Dantes didn't directly involve himself in any serious Beyonder matters, such preparations were enough to fool the routine background investigation. And if he were to encounter a very serious official Beyonder who wished to carry out the investigation, or even be willing to seek help from his colleagues in the southern continent, then Don Dantes had a third identity. He was a swindler who had a certain level of anti-divination skills. He would disguise himself as a mysterious tycoon and spend large sums of money on investments, all for the final scam. This identity was enough to get Don Dantes arrested, but he wouldn't be given too much attention. This also gave Klein the chance to leave calmly and disappear from the center of the stage. Compared to my first time in Bakeland, I've really grown up quite a bit by being able to design such a three-layered identity. Klein slowly walked back to the center of the room and cast his gaze at the full-body mirror in the corner. In the mirror, his black hair had a few streaks of white. His eyes were deep, but they exuded the vicissitudes of having experienced many things. He was a middle-aged man with a mature bearing and a charming appearance. Designing the identity of Don Dantes wasn't difficult for the present Klein, but stealing the Antigonus family's notebook from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate was an impossible mission for any external beyonder. Even a king of angels couldn't guarantee that he could do it. Of course, unlike other beyonders, Klein had two advantages when it came to this matter. First, he had been a Nighthawk before, so he had sufficient understanding of the internal processes. He knew what he could use and what he couldn't. Therefore, the first method he eliminated was to become a Nighthawk and blend in, finding an opportunity to pass through Cheney's gate. The problem with this method was that the Nighthawks couldn't enter Cheney's gate as they pleased. Even the captain and deacons were the same. Something had to happen before they could obtain the corresponding authority. Furthermore, there were keepers behind Cheney's gate. Walking around without permission would result in an attack, resulting in a battle. Klein didn't wish for his theft to cause any casualties to the members of the Church of the Goddess. After careful consideration, he placed his target on the keepers. These elders were retired Nighthawks. After they volunteered to enter Cheney's gate, they were in charge of watching the sealed artifacts. They belonged to a different department from the Nighthawks, and they entered and exited through the underground passageway of the cathedral. They wouldn't interfere with the Nighthawks' work, nor would they be disturbed by the Nighthawks. Perhaps it was because they stayed behind Cheney's gate for extended periods of time, but these keepers had certain peculiarities. Their auras were cold, and they lacked expression. Their skin was pale, and they were like monsters in the depths of the darkness that hovered between life and death. Klein believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to identify his target if he encountered one. His initial plan was to rent a place in Northborough near St. Samuel Cathedral. He would hire a butler, a servant, a maid, a gardener, a chef, and a carriage driver to put on the airs of a tycoon. Then, he would often head to the cathedral to pray sincerely, participate in mass, donate money, and slowly familiarize himself with the bishops and priests. During this process, he would try his best to find people suspected to be keepers. He would choose 2 or 3 targets and observe their living conditions. At a suitable time, he would imprison one of them, change into his appearance, or directly possess him. Through Cheney's gate, he would wait for an opportunity to read or take away the Antigonus family's notebook. This was a very rough plan, but it was closer to a train of thought. It relied on Klein to constantly perfect it based on the various pieces of information he had gathered. On this matter, Klein's second advantage was that he had tarot, a helper that the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Nighthawks hadn't expected. Furthermore, he could also consider hiring a Nighthawk or keeper from the Bakelin diocese to enter the gathering and complete the theft through a traitor. It was just like how Zeradal had used Roselle the Great to obtain the Antigonus family's notebook. I still have to go to the cathedral often. Only by doing so can I find a target. Klein faced the mirror and nodded silently. It had to be said that he was feeling a little conflicted. If there was really a Nighthawk or keeper who was willing to betray the church and serve Mr. Fool, his first thought was to bestow divine punishment to eliminate this disgusting traitor. After exhaling and giving a self-deprecating laugh, Klein put on his double-breasted frock coat and hat, walked out of the room, and came to the side of the street. He held an umbrella and circled to another street. Taking advantage of the distant street lamps and the hazy drizzle, he suddenly transformed back into Sherlock Moriarty. Looking at his wrinkled trousers, Klein reached out to hail a carriage and prepared to head to Eichinger Stanton's house, which was also in Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, the slightly old and dark building appeared before Klein's eyes. He paid the fare of 2 soldi, and in the drizzle that reflected the dim yellow light, he walked steadily around the puddles and arrived at the detective's door. Putting away his umbrella, he reached out to ring the doorbell. After waiting for a moment, Klein saw a broad-faced young man open the door. The man had wheat-colored hair, grayish-blue eyes, and high cheekbones. He had the characteristics of people from Lemberg and Mason. Mr. Eichinger Stanton's new assistant? Someone from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Klein took off his hat and said with a smile, "Good evening." "Good evening, is Mr. Isengard Stanton there?" "Yes, he just finished dinner after a busy day," the wheat-colored young man replied politely. "May I know who you are?" Klein chuckled. Tell the detective that a friend of his has returned from vacation. The young man was taken aback. He blurted out, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty? P.S. I recommend an interesting new book, I Possessed the Demon Emperor. It's quite a good introduction. End of chapter 749. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.